Chapter 351 The Adventures of Chief Aegis. Black Chevrolet SUV, speeding all the way to the suburbs. The vehicle is equipped with an intelligent driving system, and its driving skills are comparable to professional racers, ensuring the safety of passengers even at high speeds. The scenery outside the window has changed from buildings to forests. As the route became more remote, Nick Fury finally noticed something was wrong. Chevrolet's intelligent driving system may be controlled by people. Nick Fury was immediately ready to open the door and jump off the car, but as soon as he put his hand on the door lock, he heard a squeaking sound and all the doors were locked. Oops, something happened. Nick Fury immediately became vigilant, and if he could use the SHIELD vehicle system as a fool, it must be a bad one. He quickly pulled out the Aegis pistol and fired at the right window glass. Boom! 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 The flames flickered in the carriage, the shells flew, and the sound of gunshots surrounded the eardrums. A magazine is empty. Several craters appeared on the glass, but they did not break, but revealed the screen display system. Integrity of car windows, 93%. A large caliber magazine only knocked out 7% of the integrity of the car windows. The secretary's car was really terrifying. However, for Nick Fury, the percentage figure displayed on the screen seems to be mocking him. SHIELD Bureau at any cost made a director's car comparable to an armored vehicle, but it did not expect that one day the director would be trapped in it. Cool. Nick Fury had no choice but to sigh and let his fate. Who is it? Who is controlling his car? Franklin Clinton. The clown organization is famous. Nowadays, when electronic equipment fails, everyone's first suspect is subconsciously. But calm down and think. Nick Fury denied this speculation again. The clown organization was still in Africa in the morning, exchanging fire with unidentified spacecraft. How could it be possible to show up in Washington after only half a day? No motivation. There is another point to testify to his speculation. The clown organization has always acted viciously. If it is Franklin who controls Chevrolet, I am afraid he is ready to die now, and it is impossible to have a leisurely mood, lying on the seat and listening to music. Since it is not a clown organization, who is it? With full of doubts, Chevrolet finally drove into the suburban forest. Nick Fury looked out. Mess with fuck. The surroundings were dark and there was not even a ghost shadow. Vertical takeoff and landing engine restored. The onboard system suddenly spoke up. As soon as the voice fell, 4 light blue flames spewed from the axle of the car, slowly raising the several-ton Chevrolet from the ground. The 19-inch wheels changed from vertical to horizontal, and Chevrolet slowly flew towards the sky. Nick Fury's eyes were serious. Where does the mysterious man take himself? Chevrolet flew in the sky for 2 hours. According to its flight speed, if it is flying eastward, it is no longer in American airspace at the moment. East. Is there any enemy in the east that I should watch out for? A list of lists appeared in Nick Fury's mind, but they were quickly rejected. Either these people have been eliminated, or there is no such technical means at all. Looking at the world, his enemy is only the clown organization. Just as Nick Fury was thinking about it, the speed of the car dropped sharply. Is this coming soon? Nick Fury unfastened his seat belt, stepped on the leather seat, pressed his face to the windshield, and captured the sight of the outside world. In the boundless darkness, there are starlights, among which there are red and blue twinkling stars. What are these lights? Nick Fury didn't understand. As the car continued to move closer and closer to these light spots, he finally saw clearly. This is the warning light on the plane. At this moment, Chevrolet's front and back, left and right, are covered with dense oval spacecraft. It is exactly the same as the spacecraft photographed by the satellite in the morning. Nick Fury's heart suddenly came up. As soon as I discovered these strange spacecraft in the morning, the owner of the spacecraft invited him in the evening. It shouldn't be a coincidence between these two things. Nick Fury rarely panicked. The fear of facing the unknown is human nature. But that's okay. The doubts that have troubled him all day can finally be solved. Nick Fury comforts himself. Chevrolet flew straight to the largest ship. The belly compartment slowly opened. Chevrolet flew in and landed on four wheels before driving to an automatic door. The engine turned off and the door lock was released. Nick Fury pushed the door open and got out of the car and replaced it with a new magazine. He squeezed the pistol, and after confirming that there was no danger around, he moved a little bit towards the door. At a distance of 2 or 3 meters, the electric door suddenly opened. Nick Fury's heart trembled and immediately raised his gun to aim. The door was empty, and the entrance was covered with fluffy light-colored carpets. With cold sweat on his back, Nick Fury adjusted his breathing and stepped on the carpet to slowly enter the room. The lights are bright and the field of vision is open. In addition to the expensive carpets, there are paintings similar to totems hanging on the walls. At the end of the room, there is a golden eggshell chair with silver eggshell chairs on both sides. The golden chair had its back facing him. Engraved on it was a black panther leaping high and about to hunt its prey. Nicholas J. Fury. There was a sound from the empty room. Nick Fury was taken aback, and immediately raised his gun to aim at the eggshell-shaped back of the chair. "Who are you?" Listen to the voice, like a young woman. "Don't be nervous, I'm not malicious to you." The golden chair turned slowly. Sitting on it was a little black girl. In traditional clothes. Nick Fury was secretly relieved. At least not an alien. "My name is Surui, the daughter of T'Chaka, the former king of Wakanda, and the younger sister of T'Challa, the current king of Wakanda." Wakanda. Nick Fury remained vigilant and quickly searched for the word in his mind. Soon, relevant information emerged. Small African countries, poverty and backwardness, feudal system. These are not good words. Regarding Wakanda, Nick Fury remembers the most profoundly. It is Prince Chara of Wakanda, who is also the only survivor of the bombing of the United Nations building in Vienna. As for her sister, I'm sorry. Mr. Secretary can't remember such a small person in his mind. Do you remember anything? Surui smiled. She has no weapons in her hand and no guards by her side, and she does not seem malicious. Nick Fury put the gun into the holster and looked at Surui with complicated eyes. What has just happened? And the scene in front of me is too weird. Nick Fury had 100,000 questions in his heart. He looked around and asked, "What's the matter with these spaceships?" For Nick Fury, these oddly shaped oval spaceships are the top priority. With that said, he took out a photo from his pocket, the one taken by the SHIELD satellite in Africa this morning. A similar spaceship appeared in the photo, and Nick Fury wanted to know why, and think about it carefully. The closest country to the photo incident is Wakanda. It can't be a coincidence. Surui wears contact lens smart glasses on the cornea. By zooming in, she clearly saw the content on the photo. Surui admitted generously, "Yes, the spacecraft in front of you, as well as the spacecraft in the photo, belong to Wakanda." Hearing this, Nick Fury's heart trembled, and his breathing suddenly rose. He forced himself to calm down and said in a calm tone, "As far as I know, Wakanda is one of the poorest countries in the world." "How can you make these spaceships?" Surui sighed and said, "Wakanda is the poorest country in the world." Director Fury, why do you come to such a judgment? Have you been to Wakanda? Such a poor country is not worth visiting at all. Nick Fury said, "Just call me Nick." "Although I have never been to Wakanda, I have seen satellite pictures." "In fact, you still live a life of riding a horse and shepherding sheep, right?" Surui, "Riding and shepherding sheep is a tradition, of course, we cannot lose it. But this does not mean that we cannot learn advanced technology and knowledge." Nick Fury stretched his hands and suddenly wanted to use it, but the satellite image shows that you are not studying. Surui, what you see is Wakanda under the satellite image. The real Wakanda is hidden by us. Hide it. Nick Fury was more puzzled. Even if Wakanda's technology is very advanced, it is impossible to hide the real country, even if it has not been discovered by other big countries for so many years. Either Surui is lying, or Wakanda's technological level has surpassed other countries in several eras. Seeing the black braised egg frowning and thinking hard, Surui stopped selling guanzi and began to tell the history of Wakanda. More than 1,000 years ago, Wakanda was the same as you see now. We rode horses and herd, hunted prey, and lived a primitive and backward life. However, a meteorite that fell from the sky almost destroyed Wakanda, But it also completely changed Wakanda, because this meteorite contains a precious metal. In your words, it is called vibrating gold. Nick Fury's one eye shrank suddenly. The expression on his face slowly changed from doubt to shock, and then froze there, unchanged for a long time. This news is really amazing. Even if Nick Fury was the director of SHIELD, he would inevitably lose his attitude when he heard the news. Where is Zenjin treasure? This unsolved mystery that has plagued the world for thousands of years is solved from a little girl's mouth at this moment. Nick Fury's brain freezes for tens of seconds before completing the restart. Zenjin is actually hiding in Wakanda. Assuming this news is true, all mysteries afterwards can be solved. Nick Fury quickly sorted out recent information. Why did the Clown Organization fled to Africa after the Battle of New York? Not only is Africa easy to hide, but more importantly, Jason learned through some methods that Zenjin is hiding in Africa. Wakanda, who has vibrating gold, naturally has cutting-edge technology that Nick Fury can't imagine. Because of this, the Clown Organization has been busy for 3 years. But still nothing. All the turning points appeared at the United Nations General Assembly in Vienna. The Clown Organization re-emerged after a lapse of 3 years and killed all the representatives of the countries in the building, including T'Chaka, the former king of Wakanda. The only survivor of the bombing was his son and heir T'Chaka. After T'Chaka returned to Wakanda and succeeded to the throne, the first thing he did was to eliminate the culprit who killed his father. SHIELD Bureau took 3 years and only locked a general area. It took only a few days or less for Wakanda to find an accurate hiding place for the Clown Organization. Therefore, this morning Wakanda sent a spacecraft to encircle and suppress, and the Clown Organization also sent a steel armor to fight. This led to the satellite taking that picture. It turned out to be so. Several things that bothered Nick Fury were finally strung together and got a reasonable explanation. Lifting his head to look at Tsuruya again, Nick Fury's eyes became extremely respectful. It turns out that this little girl is their real thigh, which is thicker than the leg of the World Council. Going can't be offended anymore. Nick Fury squeezed out to smile and said, Princess Tsuruya, I have already understood the cause of the matter. Dare to ask Her Royal Highness for what is looking for me late at night? God testified, this was the first time he showed such a gesture in 10 years. Tsuruya pointed to the photo with a sad face, and sighed. As you know, there was a war between Wakanda and the Clown Organization this morning. The first game is what the photo shows in your hands. Wakanda owns vibration gold, and these spaceships are also made by vibration gold. The steel armor of the Clown Organization cannot cause damage to the spaceship at all. So at the beginning of the war, we took the lead, and even thought it would soon destroy the Clown Organization. But at this moment, the highest cadre of the Clown Organization took action. We have hacked into the SHIELD database, knowing all about the superpowers and weaknesses of several cadres, and have made targeted countermeasures. However, this information is outdated. It has not been seen for 3 years, and the strength of the organization cadres has greatly increased. The radio shielding device installed on the spacecraft has no effect at all. Once Franklin appeared, he controlled all hundreds of spacecraft. Unable to decipher his superpowers, the outcome of this war is obvious. Wakanda was defeated and gave these ships to the enemy for nothing. Nick Fury looked down at the photo thoughtfully. After listening to Tsuruya's description, the scene of the war came to mind, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. The failure of the radio shielding device indicates that Franklin's superpowers have evolved. But is Franklin alone? Nick Fury firmly doesn't believe it. It seems that the Clown Organization has completed its transformation in the past 3 years. The danger is far beyond the past, and things are getting more and more difficult. Nick Fury put away the outdated photo and asked, I lost the first game. What about the second game? Cool. Tsuruya sighed long. Her 2 small fists clenched tightly. My brother mobilized the warriors of the 18th tribe of Wakanda to fight against the Clown Organization. The total strength of the battlefield exceeded 10,000, but because of the fear of Franklin, no spaceship or warship was dispatched. But no one thought that as soon as the war started, the Wakanda fighters would be crushed. In front of the clown organization, our elite fighters were as weak as children. In desperation, we had to follow the previously discussed plan. The clown organization was blocked from the front by my brother, while I transferred all Wakanda's core technology and resources from the back. So, I led hundreds of spacecraft to escape to the United States, waiting for the final result of the war. But as soon as I arrived in the United States, I learned that my brother was killed in battle and Wakanda was destroyed. After speaking the last few words, Suru's whole body was gone, and her face was closed, her expression sluggish, like a concubine. Nick Fury listened quietly. At the same time, the brain is running fast, analyzing and digesting these amazing information. Sure enough, the clown organization really changed. A country as strong as Wakanda is no match for a few hours. Hey, I thought that after meeting Suru I could hold my thigh again, but I didn't expect to be cut off by the clown organization. Chapter 352 Negotiations. Information leaked. Nick Fury sat on the silver eggshell chair and digested the information he had learned. Wakanda had just been defeated, and Suruya found me that night. Maybe he wanted to use me as a gunman. He looked at Suruya and said bluntly, "You invited me to the spacecraft tonight and told me Wakanda's intelligence. Do you want SHIELD to help you destroy the clown organization and regain the power of Wakanda?" Suruya restrained his emotions and shook his head and said, "Wakanda has vibrating golden technology that has crossed the ages. Even we have been easily defeated by the clown organization, and SHIELD is impossible to defeat them. The reason why I came to you is to hope that Kanda and SHIELD can join forces." It turned out that she didn't want to use me as a gunman, but to seek cooperation. Wakanda has technology that spans the ages, and SHIELD has superheroes such as Captain America, Hulk, and Iron Man. Cooperation is a good idea. But, Nick Fury said, the information revealed from your mouth, even if the two sides are combined, the success rate of defeating the clown organization is extremely low. Suruya agreed with him and continued, "I know that the success rate is very low. But if Wakanda and they have already captured Wakanda, as long as they are given a few more years to fully master the technology of vibrating, then hundreds of countries and 7 billion people will become slaves to the clown organization. So I think even if hope vague, we also have to try. If God is on our side, the clown organization will be annihilated by us. Wakanda will change the traditional policy and launch full cooperation with countries around the world to share engine technology." Suru is not a politician and does not understand negotiation skills. At the beginning of a game, she threw the big and small kings out. Perhaps in her heart, the two sides should not be twitchy, and should be honest and learn to trust each other. Their opponent is the clown organization. If they suspect each other on the key points of cooperation, this war will undoubtedly be lost. Nick Fury frowned. "I feel heavy. Suru's conditions are very attractive. I believe no country will refuse to cooperate with Wakanda." But he knew in his heart that the current clown organization could not be handled by Earth technology. Even if the lives of the whole world are united and work together, the scale of victory will not be biased. The only hope for destroying them is the mysterious man who appeared in the Battle of New York 3 years ago. But Sol didn't even leave an address. He didn't know where to find someone. Nick Fury was upset, but Suruya was eager to answer. He had no choice but to shirk. With such a big action plan, I, the director of SHIELD, can't be the master. Suruya asked curiously. "No director of SHIELD can be the master of SHIELD. Then who can be the master?" "President," Nick Fury explained. "To be precise, it is the World Security Council. This matter needs to be decided by the 5 major powers in a meeting and discussion." Meeting again. Wakanda has been captured. Suruya was impatient. How long will it take to get a reply? Nick Fury thought for a while and said, "Early tomorrow morning, I will hold a meeting to pass on the situation of Wakanda and your request to the 5 congressmen. At that time, the congressmen will definitely send a delegation to discuss cooperation with you." "When will it be possible?" "If there is an answer, it depends on how you talked." "Okay, I see." Suruya sighed, rather helpless. Nick Fury, "Can you let me go back now?" Suruya nodded. then took out an invisible communicator from his pocket. In order to avoid tracking by the Clown organization, these spacecraft will be temporarily hidden. When you meet to discuss the results, then use this communicator to contact me. Nick Fury reached out and took it, but the communicator was only the size of a mung bean. Such a small communicator. If you hide it far away, can you receive the signal smoothly? Surui confidently said, there is no need for signal towers, no communication satellites. As long as both parties are on the Earth, this communicator can achieve unlimited distance communication. Nick Fury was a little surprised, carefully put the communicator in his pocket, and stood up to say goodbye to Surui. Take the Chevrolet and leave the spacecraft to return to the suburban villa. Nick Fury didn't even bother to take off his clothes and lay on the bed. He stared at the one-eyed, staring silently at the ceiling. The experience just now kept repeating in his mind, making him sleepless all night. The sky was light, and he immediately rushed to the Sanquil building, take the elevator all the way to the top floor, knock on the door and walk into the Security Council office. Alexander looked up at him. There was still an unfinished breakfast on the table. I asked you to go home and rest for a few days. Why did you come early in the morning? Nick Fury said blankly. Something has happened. Contact the counselors for a meeting immediately. Alexander hurriedly stood up and asked, what happened again? Nick Fury was too lazy to explain, and urged, hurry up, you'll know in a while. 5 members, 5 countries, 5 time zones. It's just dawned here in Washington, and some countries have dreamed of a seamless sleep time. Looking at the resentful eyes of the 5 congressmen, Nick Fury hurriedly organized a languages to explain in detail what happened last night. The meeting room was quiet, and the 5 congressmen looked at each other with stunned expressions. After repeated inquiries, it was determined that Nick Fury's mind was not confused, and the members of the Diet suddenly discussed. The 2 facts he just said are amazing. The first thing is Wakanda. Recognized as one of the poorest countries in the world, it actually holds a lot of vibrating gold, and the level of technology is even worse than all countries in the world. This news directly subverted their 3 views. Fortunately, all successive kings of Wakanda are peace-loving people. If there were hawkish kings, they would not dare to imagine what the world would be like today. The second thing is even more amazing. The Clown organization has been hiding in Africa for 3 years. Not only has it been full of blood and started to make trouble, but the strength of several top cadres has undergone earth-shaking changes. Even a technological powerhouse like Wakanda can conquer it within a few hours. The power gap between the 2 sides can be described as a huge difference. The ridiculous thing is that at the last UN General Assembly, representatives of various countries clamored for the formation of joint forces to encircle and suppress small organizations from 3 aspects: land, sea and air. Thinking about it now, fortunately, the Clown organization bombed the building, causing the agreement to be suspended. If there is no such episode, the joint force would be wiped out. After arguing for a few minutes, the lawmakers finally calmed down. They must report such important information to national leaders. As for whether to cooperate with Wakanda, they also need to decide. After meeting and discussing, the meeting lasted for less than 10 minutes, and the lawmakers hurriedly prepared to leave. Wait. Suddenly, Alexander stood up and said, Dear members, in view of the critical situation at present, I suggest that the Insight Plan be launched in advance. Upon hearing this, the lawmakers began to discuss again. The core of the Insight Plan lies in the word insight. When the 3 SHIELD aircraft carriers rise into the air, the system will connect with space satellites to monitor conditions around the world. Once criminal activities occur, the aerospace aircraft carrier can fire artillery, eliminating the danger in the bud in a minute or less. Launching an Insight program can greatly combat criminal activities, leaving criminals nowhere to hide, but at the same time exposing 7 billion people around the world to gunpoint. This involves human rights issues, so it has been delayed. After deliberation, the members asked, Chief Nick, what's your opinion? Nick Fury glanced at the old leader, without hesitation, nodded and said, the Clown organization is making a comeback. and the stable world is about to be in chaos. At this time, an insight plan must be launched to curb crime. Upon hearing this, Alexander smiled and nodded in agreement. The parliamentarians are positive about the insight plan itself, and now even Director Nick and Director Alexander support it. They immediately signed the document and formally approved the plan. After the document was signed, the parliamentarians went offline to report. Nick Fury and Alexander left the meeting room side by side. Alexander expressed his gratitude, and after a few brief conversations about the details of the insight plan, Nick Fury left the office to go busy. Alexander sat back on his desk, crossing his fingers on his chest. The gloomy face revealed his mood at this time. Damn it! The Insight project was about to succeed, and the clown organization suddenly jumped out, and then another Wakanda kingdom appeared. These two masters are both unattainable existences. The clown organization and them are the same kind of people. Don't worry about it. Alexander is worried that if Wakanda intervenes, the Insight plan will be successful. On the surface, the purpose of the Insight project is to prevent crime, but in fact Hydra has incorporated a little bit of private goods into the plan. They want to use the centimeter-level positioning system of the aerospace aircraft carrier to face the ground crowd and eliminate all potential enemies of the Hydra. If Wakanda wants to stop, with their combat power, they will knock down the aircraft carrier in the shortest time. No, Wakanda is really getting in the way. We must find a way to get rid of them. Alexander showed a fierce look and reached out to dial the intercom. Agent Stanfield, please come to my office. Yes, just now. Alexander's idea is to fight poison with poison, and let the clown organization destroy the remaining Wakanda fleet. He firmly believes that the clown organization will be interested. A few minutes later, Stanfield walked into the office in a suit. Alexander turned on the anti-monitoring mode and closed the entire office. Stanfield looked around and asked curiously, "Why is it so formal today?" After the office was closed, Alexander couldn't wait to ask, "Did the clown organization capture Wakanda?" Stanfield smiled upon hearing the words. "Chairman, you haven't woken up yet. Wakanda is a poor country in Africa. Why should the organization capture it?" Alexander stared at him with a cold face. After the Battle of New York, Jason disappeared and the clown organization suffered heavy casualties. Nick Fury still wants to investigate you. I came forward to save you, and at the same time help you transfer the supplies to Africa. As a partner, I've been heartbroken to you. But how did you return me? You still want to hide such a big thing from me? Stanfield laughed, not ashamed, and asked, "How did you know?" Alexander sneered, "How did I know? When you captured Wakanda, did you let some people go?" Suru. Stanfield looked serious and immediately asked, "Where is she?" Alexander sighed and returned to his normal expression. He took out a cigar from the drawer and slowly lit it. "Now that you know you are in a hurry?" Stanfield squinted his eyes, with a dangerous smile on his face. "Chairman, I hope you never hide this matter, otherwise." Suru's spacecraft contains a large number of finished vibrating gold, scientific research personnel, and technical data. These things are urgently needed by the clown organization. Otherwise, it will take at least 3 to 5 years before they can advance the research progress of Zenjin to the level of Wakanda. No one can afford to spend such a long time. If Stanfield didn't know this information, it would be fine. Now that he knows, he must obtain Suru's whereabouts and take back the batch of materials and personnel. These words said that Stanfield was really anxious. If Alexander dared to conceal it anymore, the two families would be completely torn apart. He put down the half-lit cigar and said, "Last night, the Princess Suru found Nick Fury for a showdown with him, and wanted to unite with SHIELD to encircle and suppress the clown organization and help her regain the throne." Gold and technology. Stanfield sneered disdainfully, "When the two mice get together, they think they can bring down the elephant." Today is different. With the current combat power of the clown organization, even if the people of the world unite, they are not afraid. Just when you were struggling for the Earth's 1 acre 3/4 of land, the clown organization had already set its sights on the universe. "It's not a realm?" Stanfield asked. Did she leave an address? Alexander shook his head. Princess Surua was afraid that you would find it, so she hid the fleet. To keep in touch, she left a communicator for Nick Fury. Communicator? That's easy. Stanfield pondered for a moment, and slowly glanced at Alexander. A huge mental force penetrated into his mind, as simple as piercing a piece of paper. In an instant, the movements in Alexander's hands stopped. His expression became dull, and his eyes were hollow. The 8th level of telepathy can peep into the secrets of the mind without being noticed by the other party. Stanfield pretended to be a grandson in SHIELD for several years, and now he has become a daughter-in-law. After a closer examination, it was found that Alexander did not have a private possession. Stanfield smiled and said, "Thank you for the information from the chairman. I will handle the affairs of the Wakanda fleet." After speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave the office. By the way, the Wakanda fleet is also unfavorable to Hydra's plan. This favor is regarded as the expense of intelligence, and we cleared it up. Alexander was taken aback, shaking his head and sighing in disappointment. He just wanted to use this information in exchange for Wakanda's vibration and technology. Unexpectedly, Stanfield looked through and refused directly. Are the clowns so stingy? Reignited the cigar, took a silent sip, and spit out slowly. The clown organization has really risen. 3 years ago, Stanfield didn't dare to talk to me in this tone. According to the current situation, even if Hydra defeats SHIELD, controls the global government, and kills potential enemies, it is at best a puppet in the hands of the clown organization. Such a Hydra has no soul. Alexander was frowning, suddenly a little confused. Chapter 353 Bold Plan. New fellow. Leaving Alexander's office, Stanfield took the elevator to the logistics department. "Hello sir." "Good morning, sir." "Stan, go to the bar tonight?" On the way to the office, the agents of the logistics department stopped and greeted him enthusiastically. Stanfield smiled genially, like a spring breeze, beckoning to respond to every employee. 7 years ago, he gave up his post in the Drug Enforcement Administration, declined the invitation of the Ministry of Justice, abandoned the social relations and political resources he had accumulated for many years, and went undercover under S.H.I.E.L.D. With sophisticated political and social methods, he quickly became active in S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Nick Fury had doubts about his identity from beginning to end, and often used small means to test him. In order to prevent exposure, under Jason's instruction, Stanfield, the undercover agent, has been in a latent state, which is considered a dead move. He has handled a lot of information about the ineffectiveness of the clown organization, but he can't tell which information is true and which are the temptations of Nick Fury. So in most cases, Stanfield ignored the information, because he knows very well that even if the intelligence is true, there is no way to shake the foundation of the clown organization. Unless he encounters important information that can completely subvert the clown organization, he will never take the initiative to contact the organization. After 7 years of hard work, Nick Fury, who was suspicious of him, couldn't fault him because of the profound qualifications of the resume, excellent workability, and the importance of Alexander. Stanfield has risen all the way in the workplace and has now become the head of the logistics department of SHIELD, a level 7 agent. Alexander is right. As a partner, Hydra is undoubtedly qualified, but the prerequisite for cooperation is that the two sides are quite capable of helping each other. To the clown organization 7 years ago, Hydra was a behemoth, and cooperation with him naturally had more advantages than disadvantages. However, time has passed, and the current clown organization has grown to the point where it can ignore the Hydra. The so-called cooperative relationship has naturally become a subordinate relationship, even a master-servant relationship. The servant wants to get a share of the profit. Of course, it depends on the master's mood. And Alexander's bad attitude made Stanfield not want to give it to him at all. Walk into the independent office of the agent in charge of the logistics department. Stanfield activated the anti-monitoring mode and closed the entire office. After confirming that there was no omission, He took out a communicator from the mezzanine of the bookcase. This is the communicator of the Stanfield Emergency Contact Organization, which is equipped with the most advanced communication system and anti-monitoring device. However, after all, he is in the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., and there are still risks in contacting the organization rashly, so he will use this communicator only in emergencies. Stan, this is an emergency contact method. Something happened to S.H.I.E.L.D.? No, I have good news to tell you. Princess Sarui of Wakanda has appeared. Stanfield made a long story short and told the liaison officer Belmode. Belmode received the news, almost incoherent with excitement. She urged, "Great. You must find Sarui's whereabouts as soon as possible. The technical staff and materials in her hand are very important to the organization." Stanfield smiled and said, "Don't worry, I already have a plan, and there will be news soon tonight." These words poured cold water on Belmode. She immediately calmed down, and said hesitatingly, "Tonight? Are you in a hurry?" "It's a big deal. I suggest you send a few accomplices to Washington to help you. If the action fails, Sarui will be in trouble." Stanfield said confidently, "I don't need to trouble you, I happen to have a helper in my hand." Belmode asked, "Helper? How is the strength? Are people reliable?" Stanfield leaned heavily on the back, thought about it and said, "If I guessed correctly, he should be like you and me." "Like you and me?" Belmode contemplated this sentence, and then exclaimed, "You mean, he is also an accomplice of Jason? But this is impossible. Jason is already an alien. How can there be new accomplices?" Stanfield estimates, "Although I can't say 100%, I feel that he has a great chance of organizing his party. As for how the boss recruited new comrades on an alien planet, I don't know. But even if he can upgrade us with superpowers so far away, he naturally has a way to do this." Belmore had to think about it for a moment and thought that his idea was somewhat reasonable, but she still said uneasy, before accepting him formally, "We must pass our test." Stanfield said, "If all goes well, he and Sarui will return to Wakanda tonight. Then you can do further tests." "Tonight, you geese should work hard and always pay attention to the airspace of Wakanda. Rui's fleet may appear anywhere." "Okay, I understand. I will prepare now." Turn off the communicator and release the anti-monitoring mode. Stanfield lowered the back of his chair, closed his eyes, and calculated the progress of the plan in his mind. Sarui's fleet is missing, and now only Nick Fury can contact him, so it is impossible to bypass him if he wants to complete the mission. Nick Fury has always had doubts about him, and everyone will doubt him if something happens. So this task can only be entrusted to others, and he himself needs to prepare a perfect alibi. Thinking of this, Stanfield took out his cell phone and called 2 colleagues in the logistics department. After 7 years undercover, he also mastered his cronies and connections in S.H.I.E.L.D. It's just that those people are attracted by Stanfield's anti-drug deeds and moral character, and they still don't know his true identity. Even because Nick Fury put on small shoes for him, to fight for him. I don't know how these friends and colleagues will feel when his identity is revealed. To be friends, it must be similar, and the 2 agents also like clubbing. After appointing a meeting time, Stanfield started work normally. Waiting until the end of get-off work, he changed into casual clothes and left the logistics department, taking the elevator to the underground parking lot. Nick Fury's car is still parked in the special parking space of the secretary. This is not unexpected at all. The appearance of Wakanda and the comeback of the clown organization messed up the world. Mr. Director, who loves work, will definitely stay at the headquarters and work overtime. Sitting in a Chevrolet car issued by S.H.I.E.L.D., Stanfield drove out of the parking lot while texting the 2 friends he had appointed. Using the excuse of going back and changing clothes, he delayed the appointment time by 1 hour. "My friends have no objection to this, because they think so too. Going to the bar for a drink, it is inevitable that you will run into a girl who is beloved. If your body is stinking, it's all the smell of smoke. You will have to stay alone tonight." Stanfield's residence in Washington, about half an hour from the headquarters. In order to prevent Nick Fury from finding faults, he didn't dare to make money, and even the small treasury's funds did not dare to move a penny. There is no gray income. With the annual income of $300,000 from level 7 agents, after removing the basic monthly expenses, he can't afford a high-quality house in Washington. There is no need to buy a house, and there is no family to support. Stanfield has a lot of spare money every month, which is enough for him to rent a high-end apartment. Park the car downstairs, walk into the elevator to the 17th floor of the apartment. Pulling out the key, turning the handle, and pushing open the thick wooden door. The room is completely dark. Stanfield walked straight into the study, and the yellow lamp was still on. Came back. Behind the desk sat a man in a black cloak. He lowered his head and couldn't see his face clearly. He could only tell from his voice that he was a man. The man in the cloak closed the book in his hand and set it aside. He raised his head slightly, revealing his pale face, and then asked in a grim, low voice, "I have been waiting for 2 days. This period of time is enough for you to verify my identity." Stanfield spread his hands and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't find your information." The man in the cloak became extremely impatient. "Then tell me Jason's location, and I will find him personally." Stanfield shook his head and said, "The position of the boss cannot be easily told to outsiders." The man in the cloak immediately said, "I have already said that I am Jason's party, just like you. If you don't believe me, you can contact Jason and he will tell you who I am." Stan continued to shake his head. "I'm very sorry, I have a special status and I cannot easily contact the organization." The man in the cloak squinted his eyes slightly. His eyes were sharp, and he stared at him with an unkind expression. He clenched a strangely shaped wooden stick with his right hand. Stanfield glanced at it and said, "If you don't believe it, you can try to get into my brain." "I've tried it." "Your superpowers can shield my magic." The man in the cloak gently put down the stick and believes, on the premise that I don't want to hurt you. Ouch. This new colleague has a good tone. Stanfield no longer shirks, and bluntly said, "Let's do this. You help me complete a task to prove your loyalty to the organization. After it's done, I will tell you. Don't worry, this is not a private task, but an organizational task." The man in the cloak did not hesitate and asked, "What task?" Stanfield stepped forward and sat on the chair opposite the desk. "Nick Fury, do you know this person?" The man in the cloak nodded and said, "Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., your immediate boss." Stanfield, "Yes, Nick Fury has a communicator. The owner of the communicator is very important to the organization. Your task is to find Nick Fury, get the communicator from him, then meet the owner of the communicator pretending to be him, and finally control her and let her go home obediently." The man in the cloak questioned. "The mission information is too vague. Can you tell me more in detail?" Stanfield stood up and prepared to leave. "Time is limited, I can only tell you so much. As for the detailed information, you will know when you invade Nick Fury's mind." The man in the cloak said, "Then do I need to control Nick Fury, make him a puppet of the organization, or kill him directly?" Stanfield shook his head and said, "Without Nick Fury, my undercover career would be too boring. Leave him to me, and I will treat him well. After you complete the task, the rest of the party will tell you the boss's position." After explaining the task, Stanfield went to the master bedroom suite to take a bath. When he walked out in an expensive suit, the man in the cloak had disappeared. Stanfield walked to the desk. There were a dozen books piled on the desk, all of which he had read these past 2 days. "Looks like a living dead, holding a wooden stick, and fighting with magic. The boss recruited by the party this time is a bit strange. What's more strange is his name, Voldemort, which is obviously more like a title." After making a comment, Stanfield simply tidied his desk, and then left the apartment and drove to the bar. The sky is as dark as ink, and neon lights illuminate the entire city. Voldemort left Stanfield's apartment. His body turned into a black mist and rushed into the sky. Under the cover of night, he smoothly arrived at the Tri-Wing building. In the director's office, Nick Fury is sitting at his desk doing official business. He didn't notice that outside the transparent glass window, A cloud of black fog approached quickly. The black mist easily penetrates in ignoring the bulletproof glass, and then gathers together to change into a human shape. Nick Fury's attention has been focused on the file in his hand. Suddenly, he felt a breathing sound in the room. Frowning and turning around fiercely, Nick Fury was also slightly frightened. At some unknown time, a man in a black cloak stood before the glass window. No, it is not certain that he is human yet. His body is tall and thin, like a skeleton. The eyes are blood red, and the pupils are two slits, like the eyes of a cat. Flat nose, nostrils are two thin slits. The skin on his face was paler than a skeleton. Are they really human? Seeing the other's face clearly, Nick Fury became increasingly uncertain. He moved his finger, trying to pull the gun from his pocket. "Sir, who are you?" Voldemort slowly raised his hand, holding the old magic wand in his right hand. "My boy, I suggest you put your hand down." What a keen observation! Nick Fury's body stiffened, and the movements of his fingers stopped immediately. This person not only looks terrifying, but even speaks like a devil's whisper. Who is he? As for the other party calling himself a child, Nick Fury had no psychological burden. Seeing his half-dead look, saying that he was a zombie resurrected 1,000 years ago, Nick Fury believed it. Called children by thousands of years old, this wave is not bad. Hearing that, Nick Fury gave up his plan to draw a gun. Intuition tells him that the large-caliber pistol of S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot cause harm to this man. Rather than die, call for support. "Sir, you haven't answered my question yet." Nick Fury sat upright, and his right hand quietly approached the button under the table. How could these little movements be hidden from Voldemort's eyes? He shook his head regretfully, pointed the old wand at Nick Fury, and said loudly, "Beikficasto Tales, all petrochemical." Nick Fury's body immediately stiffened. "My finger was only a few centimeters away from the alarm button, but I couldn't move an inch. I want to cry out for help, but I can't even yell a note." After controlling the target, Voldemort stepped forward, and the old magic wand lightly waved, saying a spell, "Fadrasum, Course of Loyalty." In the next moment, Nick Fury's expression was dull and his eyes were blank, as if he had Alzheimer's, but he soon returned to normal. Nick Fury stood up, knelt on one knee, with a respectful and sincere expression. "My master." Chapter 354 Organizational Strife. Suppress newcomers. The office of the Secretary of the Triangle Wing Building, Washington. Under the powerful control of the courageous loyalty curse, Nick Fury, the determined king of secret agents, immediately incarnates the 25 Sons, revealing Wakanda's intelligence and information. The clown organization captured Wakanda, but Princess Surui took away all the core secrets in advance, and found him and hoped to join forces with S.H.I.E.L.D. to retake Wakanda. It's a pity that this classified information was known by the insider Stanfield. He immediately found Voldemort and arranged a task to steal the communicator, pretending to be Nick Fury and meet with Surui, and then took the opportunity to control Surui to regain Wakanda's resources and technology. After listening to these words, Voldemort finally understood the whole story. Wingardium Leviosa, levitating curse. He gently waved the old magic wand, chanting spells that outsiders could not understand. In the pocket of Nick Fury's jacket, a Mung-Bin-sized communicator flew out and landed in the palm of his hand. Voldemort leaned closer, feeling a little bit in his heart. With this small communicator, you can communicate with people thousands of miles away. The technology of this era is really convenient. Let these Muz who don't have magical power in their bodies can also perform as good as magic. Times have really changed. It. Anything is forgotten. Voldemort waved his wand again and chanted a spell, clearing the memory from Nick Fury's mind. This black marinated egg is in a high position and holds a lot of confidential information. Voldemort really wants to take him as a servant and provide him with information. It's a pity Stanfield is also interested in him, so he can only cut love. Voldemort cast a transformation spell to make his body look like Nick Fury, and then press the button of the communicator according to the instructions. Soon, Surui's voice came out, Chief Nick. I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Voldemort's voice and tone were just as good as Nick Fury. Suruha did not see through, and asked curiously, interview. Remember that you told me in the morning that whether to cooperate or not can only be decided after the leaders have a meeting. Voldemort explained. Yes, but I suddenly got to top secret information about the clown organization, and I must discuss it with you immediately. Suruha seems to understand that Nick Fury should want to trade in his personal capacity. She asked, this information is not free, right? Voldemort, of course. Involving the clown organization, Suruha did not dare to neglect. She thought for a moment and agreed. You still get in the car yesterday. I will control the car remotely. Understood. See you later. After the communication, Voldemort used magic to hide Nick Fury's body. Before the completion of their transaction, he could not wake up. Nick Fury left the office, took the elevator to the underground parking lot, and got in the Chevrolet SUV. Suruha started the vehicle remotely and Chevrolet drove out of the Tri-Wing building. Autonomous driving has helped a lot. Although Voldemort is proficient in thousands of spells, he has no knowledge of modern technology, let alone driving. Chevrolet drove all the way to the outskirts, and then started the vertical takeoff and landing engine to fly into the sky. 10 minutes later, hundreds of giant battleships appeared in Voldemort's eyes, and he was once again shocked by modern technology. The largest warship slowly opened its belly compartment, and Chevrolet flew in directly to the door of the conference room. Suruha sat in a chair, waiting anxiously. What kind of important information actually made a big person like the director of SHIELD choose to meet and trade with himself in private? Suruha secretly thought, as long as the information is important enough, she is willing to give everything. The electric door opened and Nick Fury walked in slowly. Suruha jumped off the chair and couldn't wait to ask, let's go ahead, what confidential information? Nick Fury smiled evilly, slowly raised his right hand and pointed at Suruha with the old magic wand. Actually, I am also a member of the clown organization. Suruha's brain was blank, and he was directly stunned on the spot. Before she could react, Nick Fury quickly chanted the spell. Suruha was hit by magic, her body trembled, her eyes turned up, and she didn't know anything. A few seconds later, when she opened her eyes again, she had become Voldemort's faithful servant. Suruha knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and said piously, my master. Voldemort lifted the Transfiguration curse, stretched out his left hand satisfied, and patted her head gently. My child, let's go home. Suruha nodded immediately, then manipulated the rosary on his wrist, and ordered, all the spaceships go to Wakanda at full speed. Upon hearing this command, the generals who controlled the warship were immediately filled with doubts. His Royal Highness, Wakanda has been occupied by the clown organization. Isn't it time to go back and join the trap? Suruha comforted, it doesn't matter, Director Nick and I have found a way to eliminate the clown organization. This. All right. The princess had said so. The generals did not dare to ask more, and immediately controlled the warship to go home. African continent, Wakanda. After finishing the call with Stanfield, Belmode called a meeting with the party to discuss. Because it was not known when Suruha's battleship would approach Wakanda's airspace, when the sky was dark, the comrades led all the steel armors to dispatch and scattered all over the airspace to closely monitor. As night falls, the temperature of the sky gets lower and lower. Fortunately, the steel armor comes with a constant temperature system, otherwise it will not be able to hold it even with an iron body. After waiting for more than 7 hours, when the time was approaching the wee hours, a large number of fleets were finally found. The Armored Corps reported the news, and Franklin flew over immediately. In the endless night sky, hundreds of warships approached at a constant speed, and the scene was menacing. The scene was comparable to a Hollywood science fiction blockbuster. You are finally willing to come back. Franklin was emotional and gritted his teeth with hatred. This group of bastards, if Stanfield hadn't intercepted the information, The clown organization's research on Zenjin would have to start from scratch. How long would it take to waste? Franklin controlled the armor to fly above the battleship. With a big wave of his hand, he activated his superpowers, and hundreds of warships were immediately controlled by him and slowly landed in the Wakanda hangar. Those Wakanda fighters and scientific researchers who fled really thought they could return home. Unexpectedly, after opening the hatch, they were greeted by a row of black hole muzzles. Members of the organization rushed forward and arrested all the fish that slipped through the net. If you dare to resist, kill them all. Bang bang bang. In the empty hangar, gunshots continued to be heard. The comrades came to the exit of the main ship. The belly compartment opened. Voldemort walked out first, and Princess Tsurui followed him closely. Seeing Voldemort's face, the long-awaited comrades were really shocked. This person shouldn't be a fake. Which party Jason recruited was not handsome and charming. Even Franklin, who was on the horizon, changed his clothes and made his hair. He was a pretty handsome black guy. Look at this one. T.S. Tut. With him, the average appearance of the clown organization was directly lowered by 5 levels. Fortunately, the comrades have excellent psychological quality. Although they dislike them in their hearts, they still smile on the surface and are very kind. Belmode took the initiative to step forward and said, "Thank you for helping us get Tsurui back. Besides, Stanfield has told me about your affairs." Voldemort sneered coldly. "Tell me the news about Jason." Belmode smiled apologetically. "Although this task proves your loyalty to the organization, the procedures should be followed. Only after passing our interrogation and appraisal can you be regarded as a cadre of the organization, and we can tell you." News from Jason. Voldemort frowned, very helpless. He just wanted to meet Jason. How could it feel that the whole world was stopping him? If it were not for these people, they would be Jason's accomplices just like him. Just because they teased themselves over and over again, it is worth rewarding Advaso's life. Hurry up. Voldemort walked down the spiral staircase with an indifferent expression, and Tsurui hurriedly followed after seeing this. At this moment, Hallie leaned over and raised her eyebrows and said, "Finally, I am willing to come back." "It's a pity that you missed Takara's funeral." Tsurui glanced at her, then turned her head blankly. "Okay. How weird this girl." Voldemort explained, "Tsurui has been controlled by me and is now my servant." Upon hearing this, the comrades were surprised and looked at Tsurui in unison. Looking closely at her expression, there is indeed something not very clever. It is completely contrary to the lively and clever character that the elder said. Manipulating people's minds, the strength of the ugly monsters should not be underestimated. Palace, meeting room. After 2 hours of detailed inquiry, Voldemort was finally recognized by his party and became the 10th highest cadre of the clown organization. After passing the assessment, he couldn't wait to ask Jason's news. The comrades looked at each other, but in the end Belmode told the truth. Jason is no longer on Earth. 3 years ago at the Battle of New York, he was exiled to an alien by the Supreme Mage. Hearing these words, Voldemort's facial paralysis finally showed an incredible expression. He urged, "What the hell is going on?" Belmode brooded for a while and explained the battle 3 years ago in detail. The comrades listened to her low-tone narration, as if they had returned to the night 3 years ago. Everyone held their heads together, their expressions sad and lonely. Voldemort's mood was complicated. After proving himself, completing the task, accepting the test, and after a long circle, he thought he could finally see Jason. Unexpectedly, Jason was exiled to an alien 3 years ago. Voldemort was silent for a long time and finally accepted the reality. He suddenly became interested in the ancient wizard who defeated Jason. Supreme Mage. Is this person also a wizard? It should be. Belmode recalled the conversation that night and said, Jason said that the power used by the Supreme Mage is magic. Magic, that's right. Getting the answer he wanted, Voldemort stood up and slowly left the conference room. Hallie asked quickly, "Where are you going?" Voldemort stopped, turned around and said, "Go to the Supreme Mage." The comrades were shocked, and Hallie asked puzzledly, Why are you looking for her for? Voldemort raised his head slightly and smiled expectantly. There are people in this world who use magic. Of course I have to go to her and have a good fight. You? Are you crazy? Holly's eyes widened, her voice octave higher. The other comrades also stood up together and shouted angrily, "Ugly monsters, are you okay with your mind? Do you understand that the strength of the Supreme Master is not the same as us? Yeah, we can live to this day. It depends on the mercy of the Supreme Master. Once you offend the Supreme Mage, you will involve the entire clown organization." Ha ha ha. Voldemort turned his head, showing a sarcasm. "Look at what you look like. Those who don't know think you are all followers of the Supreme Master." Voldemort's remarked comrades blushed. At this time, John stood up and said, "It is not a shame to have fear of the enemy. Only by maintaining awe at all times can you recognize yourself. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, not courage, but ignorance." A good friend David also helped. "Even the boss has been played between the hands of the Supreme Mage. What confidence do you have to beat her?" Voldemort sneered. "You must don't know magic. Of course you will be in awe of her. And I am the greatest dark wizard in history. Only I can defeat her, control her, and then bring Jason back." Belmode's eyes flashed, and he quickly thought about the feasibility of this plan. After a while, she shook her head and said, "No. This plan is too risky. The current goal of the organization is to use Vibrato to develop a spacecraft that can travel through the universe, and then go to the universe to find Jason. If your action fails, it will affect the entire plan." Bankrupt. Voldemort ignored her and walked slowly to the door. "Don't get me wrong, I said these are not in discussion with you." "What?" As soon as this remark came out, it completely angered all the comrades. "What?" A violent ultrasonic wave hit Voldemort directly against the wall, causing his skeleton-like body to rattle. What a powerful force! Voldemort looked excited and immediately waved his old magic wand. In the next instant, a biting chill came, and his fingers froze and stiffened, and he could no longer wave. Holly teleported to him, raised her hands violently, completely confining the space in front of her. The coordination of the three is seamless, and within a second, all the triple controls are on. Hallie lifted the blonde hair in front of her, and said angrily, "We are not discussing with you either." Under the triple confinement, Voldemort's body couldn't move a millimeter, let alone chanting a spell and waving his wand. If it were Voldemort in the original world, facing such a powerful confinement effect, there would be only one way to get out of the body. But Voldemort in front of him was strengthened by the system, and Voldemort, who was in line with the recruiting reputation value, was far more powerful than the former. He chanted a spell silently in his heart, and his body suddenly turned into a black mist. "Although your imprisonment is severe, but you want to stop me, but it's still a short shot." A word floated in the sky, and the black mist disappeared without a trace. Belmode frowned and said, "Harry, find him out." Holly shook her head and said, "He can't be found within dozens of kilometers. He has already been stolen." "Hey!" Belmode sighed disappointedly. At this point, the comrades can only hope that Voldemort can defeat the Supreme Mage, or the Supreme Mage is magnanimous and don't involve other people. Chapter 355. The plan is suspended. Tear the skin. In the early morning, a ray of sun shines on the outer wall of Sanquia building. The sun shines through the glass into the director's office, adding a touch of warmth to the cold-toned office. Under the desk, the enchanted Nick Fury gradually revealed his true shape. After the magic was lifted, he slowly opened his eyes, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then stood up abruptly. Looking around, everything is as usual in the office. Nick Fury sat back in the chair again, puzzled. "I'm too sleepy and just sleep on the ground." He touched his head, feeling a chaos in his mind and slow thinking. He wanted to close his eyes and sleep again. Wrong. He suddenly became alert. The profession of an agent requires a high degree of vigilance anytime and anywhere. In his decades of professional career, he has never been sleepy enough to sleep directly on the ground, let alone when his head is dizzy. Something must have happened. He touched the pistol at his waist and found that the button of the holster had been opened. The gun was moved last night. This discovery strengthened his suspicion. He touched his clothes pocket, wallet, keys, and documents. However, when he touched his jacket pocket, his calm face suddenly collapsed. The communicator that Tsurui gave her is missing. Nick Fury frowned, horrified. He quickly turned on the computer and called up the surveillance video from last night. At 6:15 last night, he returned to the office from the cafeteria and then worked at his desk until 8 o'clock. A group of dark shadows floated in from the window, quickly condensing into a human form. He looked like a skeleton, with waxy white skin, a flat nose, and a terrifying appearance. In the picture, Nick Fury's attention is on the file at hand. It wasn't until half a minute later that something was wrong, and he was ready to shoot with his gun, trying to confuse the opponent with words. However, his little movements were discovered by the terrible man. Unable to do anything, he sat up straight again and prepared to quietly press the alarm button. This time, the man did not stop him, but reached out the wooden stick in his hand and uttered an unintelligible spell. In the next second, his body was as hard as a rock, and he could no longer move. Sure enough, I was attacked last night. Nick Fury confirmed his suspicion, but the following picture made him stunned on the spot. I saw him on the screen cast another spell, then knelt on one knee and said respectfully to the man, "My master." This. How could this happen? Nick Fury was terrified, and his hair started to grow. He watched as he turned into a traitor, and revealed Wakanda's information to the man. Then the man turned into his appearance, used the communicator to communicate with Tsurui, then used magic to make himself in a coma and invisible, and he swaggered out of the office. And the real self just collapsed to the ground and slept deeply all night. That's the end of the video. But Nick Fury is shuddering. Who is this man? Is it a clown organization, or an alien? Why did he meet Tsurui? Is it for gold, or for another purpose? What power did the stick in his hand and the spell he chanted from? Searching the database found nothing, and the identity of this man could not be determined based on the intelligence at hand. But what is certain is that he directly approached me, indicating that the information had been leaked. And only a handful of people who knows this information may be able to find something through the exclusion method. The first is Tsurui and the Wakanda people behind him. But after thinking about it a little bit, I knew that the information was not leaked from her. Because if the leaker is a Wakanda, then this mysterious person does not need to do anything extra. Just go directly to the hiding place of the Wakanda fleet. Excluding Wakanda, the leakers can only be Chairman Alexander, 5 UN members, and the top national leaders behind them. From a technical perspective, those high-level leaks are most likely. It's not that there is a ghost among them, but their secrecy skills are far inferior to S.H.I.E.L.D. However, in addition to the above objects, Nick Fury also has a suspect. Level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., head of logistics department Stanfield. As early as 8 years ago, he had in his hands the intelligence of Stanfield and Jason secretly trading. Although he joined S.H.I.E.L.D., he was diligent in his work, never bureaucratic, and he did not use power for personal gain. He has a high influence among grassroots agents, but the more perfect he was, the more doubtful Nick Fury was. Not only because of that piece of information, but also because he didn't believe that a corrupt official who had earned hundreds of millions of dollars would suddenly lose his temper. His transformation was too abrupt and too suspicious. So Nick Fury tried every means to test him, and kept sending relevant information about the clown organization into his hands. The truth of this information is extremely difficult to identify. Only Nick Fury himself knows the truth. However, he was disappointed that no matter how important the intelligence he took over, he followed the procedures step by step without any illegal operations. The reaction of the clown organization after being engaged can also be inferred that they have not obtained relevant information, which ruled out the possibility of Stanfield using special means to transmit information. But even so, Nick Fury still did not let him go, because his instinct as an agent told him that Stanfield must have hidden secrets, so if something happened here, he was immediately suspected. Nick Fury dialed the internal number. 2 minutes later, 3 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in suits knocked on the door and walked into the office. Since he had doubts about Stanfield, he would naturally send someone to monitor him secretly. These 3 are the agents responsible for monitoring Stanfield, and 2 of them are from the logistics department. Nick Fury closed the office and asked, "What did Stanfield do from morning to night yesterday?" "To be more specific, you can't miss any doubts," the first logistics agent said. "Yesterday morning, the supervisor drove to work as usual. He ordered a cup of coffee, browsed some entertainment news on the computer, and then received a call from Director Alexander, asking him to go there. Office," the second agent said. "After he entered the office, the chairman immediately closed the office. The content of their conversations is unknown, but when he left the office, there was a smile on his face. Judging from the posture of his steps, he was in a pleasant mood." The first agent said. After the supervisor came back, he also closed the office, and then issued a few orders to the logistics agent. The third agent of the logistics department said, "After the supervisor has lifted the closure, call me and ask me to go to the bar to play at night." The above is what Stanfield did yesterday. After thinking for a moment, Nick Fury looked at the first agent. "You're going to verify the orders he issued?" "Yes." He then looked at the third agent. "Did Stanfield actively invite the party last night?" The agent shook his head and said, "It's not him, it's another agent." Nick Fury was a little surprised, and then asked, "When did your party last night start?" The agent said, "It was originally agreed that it was 7 o'clock, but the supervisor said that he would go back to take a bath and change clothes, so it was postponed to 8 o'clock." Nick Fury, "You have no objection to him changing the time?" Agent, "No." "In addition to drinking at the bar, we also wanted to meet a few girls. The department happened to be very busy yesterday and didn't leave work until 6:30. Even if the supervisor doesn't say anything, we will propose to postpone the time and go home first. Take a shower and change clothes." Nick Fury, "Did Stanfield arrive on time?" Agent, "Yes, it's 5 minutes ahead." Nick Fury nodded. "Okay, I know, you guys go back to work." The 3 agents left one after another, and Nick Fury lay on the chair and closed his eyes. Known information floated in his mind, and he tried to connect these messy information. This action lasted for nearly 2 hours. After sorting out everything, Nick Fury opened his eyes, left the office, and took the elevator to the top floor. Alexander looked up at him. "Nick, you have come to me these past 2 days." "You have come very often." Nick Fury had no expression on his face, and the one-eyed man stared at the old leader seriously, as if trying to see him through. "There is a new situation. Let's have a meeting." Hearing this, Alexander's expression was stunned. Without saying much, nodded and led him into the conference room. In the presence of the 5 congressmen and the old leaders, Nick Fury gave a detailed account of what happened last night. Learning that the communicator had been stolen, the 5 counselors beat their chests and their feet, heartbroken. The vibration and technology in Wakanda's hands are the dreams of the 5 major countries. They just reported the good news yesterday, and they also won the award, but in a blink of an eye, the duck in hand actually flew. The enraged congressman wanted to point to Nick Fury's nose and yell at him, but he saw the mysterious person in the video who did not look like a human, but he didn't say anything in the end. Zenjin is like a piece of fat, attracting the attention of all forces. They had long expected that someone would intend to snatch it. For this reason, the 5 major powers and within SHIELD have kept this matter highly confidential and strictly guarded against it. But I never expected that the enemy was not an ordinary human at all, and the other party easily manipulated Nick Fury's will, allowing him to reveal the secrets. At this point, the lawmakers have no choice but to deny Nick Fury's allegations. Because of the big deal, they met with the top leaders in person yesterday, and then the leaders of various countries convened relevant people for private talks. Needless to say, the process of the talks is absolutely the highest level of confidentiality measures. The staff at the conference have been thoroughly investigated, so the possibility of information leaking from them is unlikely. Nick Fury didn't question their defense too much, but turned to ask the old leader. "Yesterday morning, you and Stanfield talked behind closed doors for 10 minutes, and he closed the office immediately after he returned. I want to know, what exactly did you talk to him?" Alexander turned his head, staring at him with an incredible expression. Promising, dare to doubt it. After a long silence, Alexander sighed and explained displeasedly, after the meeting closed yesterday, I immediately set out to plan Thensite Plan. This plan requires the cooperation of their logistics department, so I found Stanfield to pass the order, and then he passed the order to the relevant department. I don't understand what is the problem. Why do you suspect me? The information SHIELD takes over are all top secret, so it is common for them to close an office with their hands. After the 5 congressmen listened to the narrative, they also couldn't find anything suspicious. Nick Fury explained, Sir, I don't doubt you. But Stanfield. Before he could finish, Alexander sneered disdainfully, Nick, you are endless. It has been 7 years since Stanfield joined SHIELD, and his work ability and attitude are obvious to all. I know, you suspect that he is the undercover agent of the clown organization planted by SHIELD, but in these 7 years, you have tried him no less than 100 times, but which one has been successful? A conscientious agent, not only did you not commend and promote him, but you antagonized him everywhere and put him on small shoes. Because of these things, do you know how many complaints I have received over the years? Nick Fury listened patiently with expressionless face, and then retorted, although Stanfield has excellent work ability, he is actually a corrupt and bribery black policeman. He worked in the Narcotics Enforcement Administration for less than 10 years, and the amount of corruption we found was as high as $120 million. But such a person is willing to give up his position in the Ministry of Justice and come to work for SHIELD. During these 7 years, I haven't embezzled a penny. Don't you think this thing is abnormal? Alexander sneered, people always make mistakes, and there are always days when they regret. This can't be regarded as evidence at all. Furthermore, SHIELD is under your control, unless it is your cronies, who would dare to embezzle a penny under your nose. Nick Fury, what about his deal with Jason? I gave you this information personally. Alexander, just now you said that Stanfield took bribes during his tenure in the Drug Enforcement Agency. Then it is normal for him to trade privately with Jason. He provides convenience to Jason, and Jason tells him the information of the drug dealer. Although the procedure is not compliant, privately this has become the norm. Nick Fury, the last doubt is that he is just an ordinary agent with no background. Why can he get the favor of Mr. Chairman and be promoted to the agent in charge of SHIELD in just a few years? Alexander, I'm not the same as you. I like this young man. Although his hands and feet are a little dirty, his work efficiency is impeccable, and he is sophisticated and sophisticated. Such talents are naturally promoted. The two people talked and talked about each other, ignoring the feelings of many years. In normal times, the 5 congressmen would be happy to see such a situation, but today they are really in no mood to listen to people quarreling. Okay, stop arguing about Stanfield. I've heard from you before. I think so. First suspend Stanfield's post as the head agent of the logistics department, and then accept a full investigation by the investigation team. Yes, you two are responsible for this investigation team. Not only Stanfield, we will also conduct a close investigation of those who come into contact with this information. Such a serious leak, we must find out. Nick Fury had no objection to this, and nodded, I agree. In addition, I suggest that Thensite project be suspended. No. Alexander was almost anxious. Nick Fury didn't look at him at all, and said bluntly, that mysterious person can control me, as well as anyone in SHIELD. The Thensite project is a double-edged sword. Once it is manipulated by someone who is unpredictable, the consequences will be disastrous. After discussion, the 5 members nodded in agreement. It makes sense. Before the investigation team has reached a final conclusion, Thensite project should be suspended. Chapter 356 The King of Spy Hydra. Now, at the end of the meeting, the virtual projection gradually disappeared, and 5 congressmen went offline at the same time. They all finished their own drafts, ready to report this to the leader, and at the same time, they were also ready to be scolded or even removed from their posts. In the empty conference room, the 2 men faced each other, staring wide-eyed. Alexander akimbo his hips, holding his blessed belly. His white face flushed with anger and blood. Pause. The Insight Project. Are you playing with me? Do you know how many years I have prepared for this project? Do you know how much effort I have put in? Do you know that if this project succeeds, we can bring the criminals are completely wiped out? The fine saliva spurted on his face, but Nick Fury did not blink his eyes and nodded slightly in agreement. Sir, I know everything you say. No, you don't even know. Alexander turned his head, not wanting to see his face. Nick Fury explained patiently, Sir, because I understand the importance of the Insight Plan, I have to ensure that it does not make any mistakes. What happened last night showed that there may be more than one ghost in S.H.I.E.L.D. The inner ghost reached into the Insight Plan, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the Insight Plan must not be activated before this matter is investigated. Alexander let go, sighed helplessly, and said, Okay, the plan has stopped anyway, you can say anything now. Nick Fury comforted, Don't worry. As long as the investigation of this matter is revealed as soon as possible, the Insight Project can be restarted. Quarrel cannot solve the problem. Alexander was silent for a moment, and when he calmed down, he asked, How are you going to investigate this internal investigation? Nick Fury thought for a while and said, Sir, you are responsible for the internal investigation. Alexander was suddenly puzzled and asked, You raised the matter of internal investigation. What do you want to do at this time? Nick Fury turned around and slowly left the meeting room. I'm going to New York. There is an important matter that needs to be handled in person. What is it? So anxious. Alexander was confused by him, and wanted to chase him out to inquire, but he was gone. Back to the office. He finished a cigarette fiercely. Alexander was still angry and dialed the internal number again, asking Stanfield to come over immediately. The silver-gray suit was open, the white shirt had a button unbuttoned, and the chin still had an unshaved beard. Stanfield was disheveled, with a smile on his face, pulled the chair in front of the desk and sat on it, and asked, Mr. Chairman, what's the matter with my suspension inspection? You asked for it, Alexander said with a cold face, closing the office, and then questioning. The mysterious man who attacked Nick Fury last night was from your clown organization, right? Stanfield nodded and admitted, Forget it. Hearing this, Alexander patted his hands on the table and roared, Since it's yours, why not kill Nick Fury on the spot, or completely control him? Now Nick Fury is suspicious and not only suspended the Insight Plan, also initiate an internal investigation. Stanfield put away his smile, but his expression seemed to be indifferent to the internal investigation. He said calmly, The top cadres of the clown organization are free people and are not subject to any restrictions. Whatever you want to do and what you don't want to do is up to your own mind. Although he is a newcomer, I have no right to order him. No right. Alexander grinned and pointed to Stanfield's nose. Then I tell you now that Nick Fury initiated an internal investigation to target you. From now on, you will be restrained at home for 24 hours. Monitoring. So, I can rest. Stanfield stood up and prepared to leave, smiling with his hands spread out. It's great. It just happens that there is a new Netflix series to follow. Watching Stanfield leave the office calmly, Alexander clenched his fists. His lungs exploded. Fortune wash wang comes, misfortune never comes singly. After many years of preparations, the Insight Project, which has devoted countless efforts, was forcibly suspended. The Hydra members hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D. are subject to isolation investigation again. The loyal subordinate, who pulled up with one hand, quarreled with him. A partner who had worked with him for many years suddenly gave him a backstab. The 4 blows followed one after another, which disturbed Alexander, and his brain throbbed, as if someone was chiseling the back of his head with an awl. With a heavy sigh, Alexander leaned back and leaned his head on the headrest. After closing his eyes and resting for a while, he finally calmed down his messy thoughts and began to think seriously about the current predicament. The internal investigation sounds terrible, but it is actually not a big problem. Alexander has served in S.H.I.E.L.D. for many years, and he still has this ability. As long as the internal investigation is successfully passed, the shelved Insight plan can be restarted. As for the backstab of the clown organization, Alexander also suddenly looked away. The previous state was that I was strong and he was weak, and Stanfield was naturally submissive in front of him. But 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi, don't bully. In short, the current clown organization and Hydra can no longer stand at the same height for an equal dialogue. Stanfield's performance today was also as early as his expectations, but even with the psychological preparation, it is still emotionally difficult to accept this day. Fortunately, there is no fundamental conflict of interest between the two companies, and there is a common enemy of S.H.I.E.L.D., so conflicts will not break out in the short term. The only thing that bothers Alexander now is Nick Fury's unusual behavior. Just now in the conference room, Nick Fury went uncharacteristically and blatantly contradicted him despite years of promotion. It was also weird, alluding to an abnormal relationship between him and Stanfield, and even calling off the Insight project and starting an internal investigation. These words, these things are sending him an important signal. Nick Fury has begun to doubt him. But when Alexander secretly thought about how to trick Nick Fury into passing the internal investigation, he actually gave himself the power of investigation. Nick Fury is not a man who can easily give up. There must be a deeper reason behind these abnormal behaviors. Alexander made bold guesses based on the intelligence he had before him and his knowledge of Nick Fury over the years. Nick Fury has some important information that needs to be investigated and verified. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been completely eroded by Hydra, although Nick Fury does not understand this, he must know that he can only find nothing if he wants to investigate internally, so he must leave. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been eroded, the danger of investigating alone is definitely extremely high. Once the enemy's core secrets are touched, only death awaits him. Think about it in another way. If he were Nick Fury, he would definitely tell an outsider secretly. This person must be faithful and credible, and must have a strong combat effectiveness. Then, he would use fake death to deceive the enemy, to attract the enemy's attention to outsiders, and he would conduct secret investigations behind the scenes. One light and one dark, two-pronged approach. This is the best way. As expected of the old leader, Nick Fury's thoughts have already been guessed by him. The only question now is, why did he reveal his whereabouts to me? Nick Fury's last sentence was to remind him, I am going to New York to investigate the case. You should send someone to follow me. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in Alexander's mind, and he abruptly got up from his chair. So, why did he tell me whereabouts? This is forcing me to kill him. Alexander was at the desk with both hands, his face pale. Nick Fury had already locked his target on himself. He didn't dare to say that he was sure, but he was definitely highly skeptical. Wakanda's intelligence leaked because there were too many people in contact with him, and he was not sure who it was. So this time, he directly told Alexander alone of his next action plan. If Alexander is not suspicious, he can investigate step by step. According to his personality, he must have full confidence in finding out all the problems before he can make a desperate move. But if Alexander is the insider of S.H.I.E.L.D., then he must not survive tonight. As long as he dies, Alexander will be a traitor. Then, the outsider will start acting in accordance with the backhand he arranged. Outsider ... He. People in New York are trustworthy and have a strong fighting capacity. Who else meets the above conditions? Nick Fury. You really deserve to be an old spy. There seemed to be two roads, but in fact Alexander had only one choice. Diddy. At this moment, the intercom phone rang. Alexander glanced at him, who turned out to be the captain of the special team of S.H.I.E.L.D. Romolo. He is also Hydra and is responsible for monitoring Nick Fury. What's up? Sir, we are lost. Nick Fury suddenly disappeared from the cafe in the city center. We searched the neighborhood and couldn't find him. Waste. Alexander was furious, but he was not surprised. Asking a group of fighters to follow a spy is like a mountain. Come back. You don't need to take care of Nick Fury. I will send someone else to do it. Hanging up, Alexander took out his cell phone and dialed. "Let him come to see me at home this afternoon." As the sun sets, the sky is dim. On the outskirts of Long Island, New York, an old Ford sedan was driving slowly on a rough road. Its destination is a wooden seaside cottage not far away. Steve Rogers got out of the car, opened the trunk, carrying a large shopping bag in each hand. It was heavy, filled with his food and daily necessities for the week. When he walked to the door, ready to take out the key to open the door, he heard noises from the room. Listen carefully, it turns out to be a dance song. He was too familiar with this song, because it was a song from the 1930s and 1940s, and it was also the favorite of the old lover Peggy Carter. Steve had turned off the stereo before going out, and it seemed that an unexpected guest had arrived. He put down his shopping bag and sneaked in through the kitchen window. The room was dark. The uninvited guest turned off the lights and closed the curtains. He took off the shield that was hung on the wall as an ornament, and crept towards the living room. "Hold the shield tightly, get ready, then quietly stick out your head." A black man in casual clothes was lying on a three-seater sofa and spotted him as soon as he probed. Steve breathed a sigh of relief, stood up from the corner, and said helplessly, "I don't seem to give you the key." Nick Fury sat up from the sofa. "I never use a key to open the door. My wife kicked me out of the house." Steve's face changed and he said in surprise, "I didn't even know you were married." "A spy full of conspiracy and betrayal can still marry a wife." Nick Fury opened the food bag in front of him, took out a vegetable roll and said, "My business, you don't know much." Steve shook his head, seemingly not interested in his business. Entering the living room, he was about to turn on the lights to greet the guests, but Nick Fury stared at him sharply and shook his head slightly. Steve frowned, his fingers frozen in the air. Nick Fury licked the crumbs on his fingers, then took out his phone and wrote a line on the screen. "There are cameras everywhere here." Steve immediately became vigilant and looked around. "I'm sorry to come to you, but I really can't find a place to spend the night." Nick Fury continued typing. "SHIELD has an insider." Not surprisingly, Steve continued to act with him and asked, "Who else knows you have a wife?" Nick Fury, "Only my friends." Steve asked back, "Are we friends?" Nick Fury stood up and approached him. "It's up to you." Bang bang bang. Suddenly, dull gunfire sounded. The large caliber sniper bullet penetrated the wooden wall of the cabin, and then hit Nick Fury's body. "What?" Nick Fury wailed and immediately fell into a pool of blood. Steve reacted quickly and immediately squatted down and blocked the two of them with a shield. Bullets followed one after another, making a crisp sound on the shield. Steve held the shield with one hand and dragged Nick Fury to safety with the other. Untied his clothes. 3 large holes were pierced in his chest and abdomen, and blood came out. Steve hurriedly pressed the wound, then looked towards the living room. Across the transparent glass, he found a figure moving fast on the distant hillside. He wanted to chase the murderer, but if he left Nick Fury, he would lose blood and die. Life and murderer, Steve can only choose the former. He dragged Nick Fury into the kitchen forcefully, then found the medical kit on the cupboard, took out a hemostatic bandage to cover his wound, and then took out his mobile phone to call for help. As soon as he put down the phone, Nick Fury grasped Steve's arm tightly, turning his mouth slightly. Steve lowered his head and approached, listening only to Nick Fury's weak voice. "Don't trust anyone, especially people from S.H.I.E.L.D." Before the voice fell, the strength to hold his arm subsided. Nick Fury fell to the ground, closed his eyes, and lost consciousness. "Don't trust anyone, especially those from S.H.I.E.L.D." Steve frowned. It seems that the situation of S.H.I.E.L.D. is very serious. Could it be said that this assassination was done by an insider of S.H.I.E.L.D.? It's incredible. Nick Fury is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. With his suspicious and cold personality, what kind of spy can develop and grow under his nose? Chapter 357 Nick Fury Death. A few minutes later, the SHIELD rescue helicopter roared into the sky, then made an emergency landing and parked on the lawn of the seaside cottage. A group of people walked off the helicopter, including SHIELD agents armed with automatic rifles. and medical staff in white coats. A group of people raised their hands to push the stretcher bed, rushed to the door of the cabin, raised their hands and knocked roughly on the door. Exclamation mark. "Captain, we belong to SHIELD of New York. Hurry up and open the door." Steve hid in the blind corner of the airtight room, holding his shield and shouting, "Just break the door and come in." Hearing that, several agents retreated, and a strong-man agent kicked the wooden door and its hardware. "Captain, I'm here." Several agents immediately rushed over, armed with rifles in their surroundings. The agent in charge of SHIELD in New York walked over and saw Nick Fury's injuries and blood loss. The immediate boss and director of SHIELD Bureau was severely injured by an unknown gunman in an ambush within his jurisdiction. This is an extremely serious incident, and he, the agent in charge of SHIELD in New York, cannot shirk the blame and bears the main responsibility. The dismissal is small, and it might be sentenced to imprisonment for dereliction of duty. "Doctor, quick!" The agent in charge urged the doctor to speed up his movements, and even his voice was distorted under the high tension. The three doctors came over, put the stretcher on the ground, and worked together to lift Nick Fury into the helicopter. The agent in charge was in shock, and asked with a pale face, "Captain, where is the gunman? Can you see him clearly?" Steve looked at him, remembering the shadow outside the window. He pointed to the small window in the living room and said, "It's too dark to see clearly. I only saw a vague figure on the hillside in the distance." "The figure is very strong, most likely it is a male." The agent in charge frowned and stared, his face gloomy. "If you want to be exempt from punishment, you can only hope that Nick Fury will not die, and then catch the murderer who opened the gun. But this information alone can't even test the murderer." However, he still ordered the agents present to search for clues at the gunner's location, and then dispatched all the agents of the New York branch of SHIELD, centering on Steve's beach house, driving a helicopter to conduct a large-scale search within 5 kilometers of the surrounding area. After doing all this, the agent in charge rushed to the helicopter, but he turned his head and found that Steve was also following. Because of Nick Fury's last words, Steve also had doubts about the people of SHIELD. In order to prevent accidents on the way to the doctor, he must guard Nick Fury. The agent in charge said nothing, and they boarded the helicopter one by one. The propeller speeded up and the helicopter rose from the ground to the hospital. Inside the cabin, Nick Fury put on a ventilator, his shirt was untied, and he lay quietly on the stretcher bed. 3 large-caliber bullets hit his chest and abdomen. The wound was grim, and he had lost too much blood. The medical staff immediately gave him emergency treatment. The agent in charge looked at Nick Fury's injury with a solemn expression. After a long silence, he contacted the SHIELD headquarters with a sigh and reported the news of Nick Fury's injury. A few minutes later, the dangerously piloted rescue helicopter landed on the tarmac of the Central Hospital. Get out of everything." The hatch opened, and the agent in charge ran ahead, shouting to disperse the crowd. The 3 doctors hurried to the operating room pushing a stretcher. Steve followed behind with a shield in hand. SHIELD director's operation is the hospital's top priority. The hospital channel was green all the way, and he was sent to the nearest operating room within half a minute. A group of top gunshot wound specialists had been waiting for a long time. Outside the operating room, the red light is on. The expert team immediately rescued Nick Fury. Steve stood outside the operating room, watching the situation inside through the single layer of glass. He looked worried and was silent. Certainly possible. He must survive. The dignified director of SHIELD, a sinister and cunning lone wolf. How could a person like him who count others all day be raped and killed in a mere way? This ending is too ridiculous. Steve thought this in his heart. The expert team tried their best to rescue them. The agents in charge came in and went out, and the calls were made one after another. Only Steve stood there waiting. It's a pity that things backfired. After 20 minutes of full rescue, the heart rate monitor finally turned into a straight line. Accompanied by the prolonged beeping sound, The surgeon put down the scalpel in silence and reluctantly announced the death of the patient. Steve lowered his head slowly. The expression on his face was sad and regretful. In fact, based on the emergency medical knowledge he learned on the battlefield, at the first time he was shot, he judged that Nick Fury was ill-advised tonight. He just chanted those words in his heart, just praying for a miracle to come. But it was a pity that the miracle did not appear after all. In the vacant room, Nick Fury lay calmly on the push bed, his lower body covered with white dots. Because of the special status of the deceased, the hospital did not dare to deal with it without authorization, and had to vacate a room to park the body. Steve stood with the agent in charge, silent for a long time. None of them could believe that the man who was so powerful and had experienced countless crises had died like this. He did not die in the hands of terrorist organizations in the Middle East, nor did he die in the hands of the clown organization, but in the hands of a coward who could only put a cold gun. Such an ending is too cruel for Nick Fury. Perhaps this is why his expression on his face remained solemn and cold after his death. Suddenly, the room door was pushed open. An agent walked in and said, "Captain, sir, Chairman Alexander is here." Hearing this, Steve and the agent in charge immediately awoke. Surrounded by the special forces, Alexander went straight into the makeshift morgue. Seeing Nick Fury's body, Alexander looked solemn and sad. Starting today, another comrade in arms of the same age as him has left. He silently mourned his old friend, then took a flower from his suit pocket and placed it on a white waterproof bag. After doing all this, he sighed and turned around and said, "Captain, I am Alexander Pierce, Nick's boss and his friend." Steve shook hands with him politely. "Sir," Alexander said faintly, "you are welcome. My father was also in the 101st Airborne Division before. Can I have a few words with you?" "Okay." Steve nodded. The two walked into the vacant room next door, and Alexander asked solemnly, "Captain, why did Nick go to your house just now?" Steve shook his head and said, "I don't know either." "Alexander, do you know there is monitoring there?" "Steve, yes, Nick told me." "Alexander, then did he tell you that he was monitoring you?" "Steve, he didn't say it, but he should not be the only one who wants to monitor me." Alexander nodded and said, "That's right." "Did Nick tell you anything or give you something?" Steve recalled the situation last night. "Nick just told me not to trust anyone. Other than that, there is nothing worth noting." "Nothing?" Alexander stared into Steve's eyes seriously. "Captain, because you are the last person to see Nick, so I will ask you again, did Nick say anything to you or give you something?" Hearing this, Steve fell into memory again. He carefully reviewed every detail of Nick's appearance. It took a long time to think this time, and Alexander waited patiently. In the end, Steve shook his head and said firmly, "Except for the above few words, no more." Alexander sighed heavily. "In that case, you can go back." "Thank you, sir." Steve turned around and twisted the door lock of the room. "Captain Rogers," Alexander said suddenly, "someone murdered my friend. I will trace it to the end. If you dare to get in my way, you will definitely regret it, no matter who it is." Steve nodded and said, "Understood." After speaking, he opened the door, glanced at Nick Fury one last time, and left the hospital straight away. As soon as Steve left, Romulo of the Special Forces pushed the door and walked in. "Sir, everything is ready," Alexander whispered. "Make your people be more vigilant. Don't let it go this time." "Understand." Romulo nodded. The two left the room and returned to the makeshift morgue. From afar, they saw the agent in charge of the New York SHIELD and the SHI. With guns in hand, the Special Forces insisted on taking away Nick Fury's body. But the agent in charge believes that for such a serious matter as the shooting, an investigation team must be established to hunt down the murderer. The body of Nick Fury is an important exhibit and cannot be disposed of at will before the investigation is over. The two sides insisted on their own words and refused to give in to each other, which blocked the water in the hospital. Many onlookers gathered to watch the fun. Alexander squeezed the crowd and walked over and said solemnly, "Nick is my friend, and his funeral must be handled by me personally." The first level of officials crushes people to death. let alone the second level. Alexander personally left, and the voice of the agent in charge suddenly weakened a lot. But he still frowned and said, "Chairman, I'm afraid this is not in compliance." Alexander pointed to his nose and said angrily, "Nick was assassinated in New York. You, the agent in charge, were the first to escape. Now you want to leave his body. What do you want to do? Do you want to destroy the traces on the body?" The agent in charge flushed with anger and retorted, "The director came to New York as a covert operation. No one in the New York branch knew that even if I was held accountable, it should be checked by the ad hoc investigation team." Alexander said, I don't know. These are not excuses for you to cover up your work mistakes. In addition, you don't need to form an investigation team to investigate. From now on, you have been suspended. The work of the New York branch is managed by Sitter will takes over immediately. As soon as the voice fell, the two special fighters directly fired the guns of the agent in charge, knocked him down to the wall and handcuffed him. "No, you are not qualified to do this." The agent in charge flushed angrily. "My power is much greater than you think." Alexander snorted and turned to leave the hospital. The special team pushed Nick Fury's body and boarded the gunfighter on the tarmac. The plane lifted off slowly and flew to the tri-wing building. Alexander sat beside the cart and lifted the white dup covering his face. He approached Nick Fury's ear and whispered, "Nick, I know you are not dead. I have seen through your plan. You guessed it. Schild's biggest gangster is me. I really deserve to be the old subordinate I pulled up with one hand. In just a day or two, I can seize my flaws. Originally, I didn't dare to attack you. But you didn't know what to do to provoke the clown organization, and the trustworthy people around you were scattered, leaving you a bare commander." Alexander looked at Nick Fury's corpse and said many things intermittently. Nick Fury is not only his dead opponent, but also his most admired subordinate. Even if the two have different beliefs, he is still willing to promote him and let him take his place. It's a pity that the Does are different and don't work together. The pair of masters and apprentices who once respected each other finally embarked on a dead end. Thinking of sending him on the road, Alexander couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "Okay, let's say so much. The rest, every year and today, I will slowly tell you." He leaned closer and said in Nick Fury's ear, "Long live the Hydra." After speaking, Alexander snapped his fingers softly. Rumlow immediately took out a box from his arms and injected 10 milliliters of white liquid into Nick Fury's body. "This is a nerve poison specially made by Hydra. The poisoned person will die of cardiac palsy within 5 minutes, and the poison will be metabolized within 25 minutes, and no equipment or reagents can detect it. Farewell, the King of Spies." Steve left the hospital and strolled down the street alone with his shield in hand. Nick Fury's face always appeared in his mind and lingered. His confidentiality makes Steve very unhappy, and the cooperation between the two is mostly unpleasant. But in the event of a dangerous incident, he can always give a solution the first time, and he feels inexplicably relieved to be his companion. However, it was such a person who was suddenly killed by the rape, which caught Steve off guard. He began to worry, what should he do if he encounters a dangerous incident next time? He is just a soldier, not a decision-maker. Alexander arranged for hundreds of plainclothes agents, disguised as ordinary people, mixed in the crowd's secretly surveillance. Steve was depressed and walked slowly, but the strange eyes around him couldn't escape his perception. It has been followed, and there are still a lot of people. Nick Fury had just died and someone was following him. Who can't wait to wait? Is it Alexander? Steve secretly doubted. He maintained his original speed, pretending not to notice, and slowly turned into a damp and dark alley. The agent in charge of tracking immediately became vigilant. This kind of alley is the easiest to get out of, and the hardest to track, and you will be spotted if you are not careful. Several agents looked at each other and immediately understood. A tattered drunkard carrying a wine bottle walked staggeringly towards the alley. His complexion was flushed. He was constantly nauseous, and he looked like he was going to the alley to vomit. Leaning on the wall and turning into the alley, it was dark inside, and there was no ghost shadow. The drunkard immediately became sober, touched the pistol behind his waist, and walked quickly along the alley to the end. A pair of talented and attractive couples leaned against the wall at the exit of the alley and kissed each other. "Shit!" the drunkard shouted angrily. "What's wrong?" the couple asked. "Lost." The drunkard pointed to the roof and said, "It's only 5 stories high. It's easy to climb up with his skill." The couple let go of each other and asked anxiously, "What should I do?" The drunkard immediately took out the communicator. "What else?" "Send out the helicopter and search." P.S. Nick Fury left a key message for the US team before his death. Guess what? Chapter 358 Mysterious Chef, Plan After Death. Steve used the walls on both sides of the alley to climb the roof in a parkour-like way. He is agile and able to sprint through buildings at a speed comparable to a 100-meter sprint. After running 3 blocks and confirming that he had escaped the encirclement, he jumped off the roof and found a taxi on the side of the road to leave here. Steve's destination was a light food restaurant on the outskirts of Manhattan's East Side. When he was just walking on the road, he had recalled all the details of Nick Fury when he came to him, just like watching a video playback. First of all, Nick Fury was lying on his sofa listening to music. Just when he was about to turn on the lights, Nick stopped with his eyes, saying that he was driven out of the house by his wife, and took out his mobile phone to say that there was surveillance in the room. Then he took out a vegetable roll from the food bag on the coffee table and ate it in 2 bites. Then he typed on the phone, "Shield has an insider." Just as he was about to elaborate further, 3 large-caliber bullets severely wounded him. Recalling the whole process carefully, only the behavior of eating vegetable rolls is a bit confusing. The vegetable rolls and food bags were not Steve's, but Nick brought them in. "When can I eat this thing? I have to wait until I go home to eat it face to face, and I haven't even bought his share yet." Steve still remembers that the food bag with vegetable rolls came from a light food restaurant in New York. The address and phone number of the shop were on the bag. This is obviously the key message he left to Steve, but Nick Fury was careful and thoughtful, and the information was left on the paper bag. Not only Steve could guess it, but the group who assassinated him could also guess it. He obviously wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. The news he really wanted to reveal to Steve was actually on the vegetable roll. Because Nick Fury and Steve happened to know one person, he also opened a light food restaurant. The specialty is the Mexican vegetable roll. Nick Fury wanted to tell him that all the secrets were hidden in the restaurant opened by that man. And this obscure message was completely destroyed as the vegetable rolls were swallowed into the belly. Even if the group of people planning the assassination found the food bag on the table and looked for it according to the address, they eventually found nothing. The taxi stopped slowly on the side of the road. After getting out of the car, Steve walked for a while and finally found the light food restaurant. "Welcome, may I ask?" Omika, the Mexican girl in charge of the cashier at the front desk, opened her mouth in surprise when she saw Steve walk in the door. Steve smiled like a male god and stretched out his index finger to make a silent motion. The girl was shaking with excitement. Her eyes widened, and she nodded excitedly. Steve got closer and asked, "Where is your boss?" The girl pointed her finger at the small door at the end of the restaurant, and said nervously, "The boss is in the back kitchen." "Steve, thank you. That. Can you sign me?" The girl quickly pulled out a poster from the drawer. It was a photo of Steve wearing a Captain America uniform and holding a vibrating shield. For a moment, Steve seemed to be drawn back to that era. "Of course can." He took the poster and the signature pen, wrote his name on it, and then told his sister, "The matter of my coming here must be kept secret." The girl nodded vigorously, holding the poster, her expression extremely serious. Steve smiled slightly, turned and walked towards the back kitchen. There is no big fish or meat in the light food restaurant, so the back kitchen is relatively clean. There is no strong smell of oily smoke, and the ground is not greasy, slippery and road icy. This restaurant is small in size, with only a dozen small round tables, suitable for one person, and extremely unfriendly to couple diners. The owner of the restaurant is also the head chef, and he is working alone in the back kitchen. "It's finally here, "I've been waiting for you for a long time," said the chef with a beard while making vegetable rolls. Steve greeted, "Dr. Banner, long time no see." Dr. Banner didn't look back, focusing all his attention on the food in his hand. He first took out the moderately baked Mexican pie from the electric pie stall and spread it on the plate. Then put sliced fresh vegetables on top, sprinkle with hand-ground pepper and salt, and squeeze the secret salad dressing. Finally, roll them into a ball and cut them in half to make a secret Mexican vegetable roll. Banner picked up the plate and handed it to Steve, and said flatly, "There is no Dr. Banner here, only Chef Banner." Steve was in a daze, and silently took the plate. Banner's mood he can understand very well, because he has suffered the same blow. Seeing the person you love with your own eyes dies in front of you, it feels like using an electric drill to pierce your heart, and the tormented person will die. I think Steve was drunk all day, and it took more than a year before he gradually emerged from the haze. On the contrary, Dr. Banner had an agreement with Natasha to open a restaurant. That's why he resolutely gave up everything and defended their agreement with practical actions. In contrast, Steve's decadence is ridiculous. He reached for a vegetable roll, bit off half of it hard, and chewed it. Banner asked expectantly, "How does it taste?" Steve nodded repeatedly, "Perfect." Banner finally smiled. He washed his hands by the sink, wiped the water stains on the apron, then unbuttoned the apron and said, "Come with me, I have something for you." Pushing open the door of the back kitchen, there is a narrow staircase hidden inside, leading to the second floor of the restaurant. The second floor is a loft with a very small area, only a 30-square-meter bedroom with a bathroom. But the bedroom was neatly cleaned by the owner and looked warm and comfortable. Banner went into the bedroom and lifted the quilt, turning the top of the bed over. As he did it, he said, "In the afternoon, Nick Fury suddenly found me and wanted me to help. At first, I refused in my heart, but he babbled with me and I could hear something in his tone. So I finally agreed." Sure enough, Nick Fury had already expected his death. That's why he arranged such a hand to hide important things in Banner's hands. In this case, even if Steve fails to get something because of an accident, those who assassinated him will never get it. Not only that, when the news of his death was exposed and Steve was in trouble, the sense of responsibility would drive Banner to complete confidential tasks for him and Steve. Nick Fury's move is really killing three birds with one stone. Steve stood still and couldn't help but admire his plan. Found it. Banner took out a leather document bag from under the bed plank. "This is what he left for you." Steve took the file bag and opened it. Inside was a USB flash drive, and there was an old thing that looked like a pager. "What is this?" Steve asked. "With a pager, although it is IT Shabai. He also knows USB flash drives." Banner recalled and said, "Nick Fury told me that this is a pager. Its owner is a very powerful character. When you encounter unsolvable difficulties, such as losing the infected world, meteorite hitting the Earth, etc., as long as you press this button on the pager, the mysterious person will come to help you." But he specifically reminded that the owner of the pager is busy at work, so you still have to solve ordinary trivial matters by yourself. Hearing this, Steve suddenly became interested. He put the pager in front of his eyes and looked carefully, thinking, how could Nick Fury know such a great person? Could it be the mysterious man who defeated Jason 3 years ago? Yes, it should be her. Although Thor did not leave the address of the mysterious person, with the powerful intelligence capabilities of SHIELD, it is not difficult to find a person on Earth. The geese have left their voices, and the people have left marks. Even if the mysterious person possesses the ability to reach the sky, he will leave flaws inadvertently. Presumably Nick Fury found the mysterious man through this flaw. Then, under his plea, the mysterious talent left this pager, allowing him to call him at a critical moment. Steve quickly figured out the causes and consequences of the matter. He thought he had found the truth, but he didn't know that there was still 1,000 miles away from the truth. Putting the communicator away, Steve played with the USB flash drive in his hand with an awkward expression on his face. "Banner? Excuse me." He is a little white who can't even use a smartphone. How can he use something like a USB flash drive? directly on the computer screen. You really should learn something. You are not expected to become an expert. At least you must learn to use modern tools like ordinary people. Banner complained, then reached out and took the USB flash drive, sat at the desk, and put on his eyes. I'm optimistic. U-disk is used like this. He pointed to the USB port of the laptop, and then inserted the U-disk. With a ding-dong, the computer jumped out of an interface. It's that simple? Steve felt incredible. Yes, it's that simple. Banner put his hands on the keyboard and quickly tapped. After a while, he smiled and said, interesting. A tracking and positioning program is installed in the U-disk. Once you use it, SHIELD will know our location. Hearing this, Steve frowned and said worriedly, it seems that your peaceful life is about to be broken. I just dumped that group of people, and they will be there in 5 minutes at most. Banner confidently said, my life will remain the same as before, without any changes. I am just a cook who lives at ease. Those people will not take the initiative to wake up a beast. After all, they are not crazy. Steve nodded, agreeing with the sentence. Banner continued, this U-disk is protected by artificial intelligence. He will constantly rewrite himself to revoke my orders. Steve didn't understand, and asked, do you have a way? Banner shook his head. There is a way, but only with this consumer-grade laptop is no way. However, I can try to run a tracking program. It can track hostile malware, so even if we can't read the file, we at least can know where it came from. Steve asked, you developed this program? Banner shook his head and smiled. No, I came out of SHIELD. It's done in New Jersey. Do you know this place? Steve looked down at the satellite image on the screen, and after a few seconds of silence, he said with emotion, of course I do. Very good. Dr. Banner took out the USB flash drive and returned it to him, saying, now that you know it, it will be easier. But the rest of the road is up to you. After speaking, Dr. Banner took off his glasses and closed the laptop. He is now in a state of seclusion, and neither the Earth nor the SHIELD has anything to do with him. He just wants to research new dishes, deliver plates of delicacies to customers, and then read books, watch movies, and bask in the sun during his free time. Although such a day is plain, it is also very leisurely and comfortable. Banner is very satisfied with the current state of life. Even if the person who needs his help is Steve, he does not want to break this state. Banner, thanks. Steve put the U-disk away and thanked him gratefully. Even if Banner didn't want to accompany him on a trip, he didn't have any complaints in his heart. Banner took these two things from Nick Fury, and then gave them to Steve intact, which is considered to be the best. As for the next adventure, it has nothing to do with him. No thanks. Be careful. Okay. Steve turned out from the attic window and disappeared into the night in twos or twos. Banner looked at his back and sighed heavily. Squeak. Steve estimated that it was not bad. After 4 or 5 minutes, a dozen SHIELD vehicles stopped at the door of the light restaurant. The special forces jumped out of the car, armed with rifles, and surrounded nearby houses. The leading team members strode over and opened the door of the light food restaurant. Welcome. Who are you? A group of brawny men armed with weapons rushed into the shop and shocked the girl at the front desk. But the special forces members ignored him at all, and rushed to the back kitchen according to the coordinates of the positioning information. They found the attic along the back kitchen door. Banner was sitting at the desk reading a book. Turned round, but saw a row of black hole muzzles. He took off his glasses unhurriedly and asked, who are you? Seeing that face, the Special Forces member took a breath, and everyone was dumbfounded. What an international joke. How did we copy Hulk's home? This kind of inexplicable and mysterious feeling is like a police crackdown on pornography, but it has been swept to the immediate leader. That kind of tension and confusion made the Special Forces silly stand in place at a loss. Banner asked, speak, are you all dumb? The leading Special Forces member swallowed nervously and whispered, Dr. Banner, we are from the SHIELD, Special Forces. May I ask Captain Rogers just here with you? The arrogant special team usually looks like a baby in front of Banner, with a humble tone or using honorifics. For fear of annoying Banner with a word, the rage turned into Hulk, smashing them into mud. Banner nodded and admitted, "Yes, he was here just now." The Special Forces member quickly asked, "What did he do with you?" Banner frowned and said, "What else can the two big men do? Chat, reminisce about the past." The old ass. Everyone knew he was lying, but no one could do anything about him. The special fighter asked again, "Then where did Captain Rogers go now?" "We are in a hurry to find him." Banner pointed to the exit downstairs. "We talked for a while and he left." "As for where he went, I don't know." The special fighters stared at Banner's eyes. Judging from the lie skills they learned, Banner should not lie. "Now that Captain Rogers has left, then we too." The Special Forces team rushed into the air, and could only regretfully turn around and leave. "Don't forget to close the door," Dr. Banner said casually, then put on his glasses and read at the desk again. The few minutes he delayed should be enough for Steve to escape. Chapter 359, Shocking Secret. The U.S. team is transformed. On the outskirts of New York, Steve drove a stolen Ford pickup into the highway and galloped towards New Jersey. His destination is the abandoned military base in New Jersey, Camp Caspian. Steve was very impressed with this place. A few decades ago, he was a skinny boy in Brooklyn, and later signed up to join the army and received special training for enlistment. And this Caspian camp was where he participated in the special training. But in his memory, it was just an ordinary military training camp. Why did it have something to do with S.H.I.E.L.D.? He is a little worried. Can this operation really find the answer he wants? When the clock pointed to the early hours of the next day, Steve finally arrived at Camp Lehigh. Not surprisingly, this training camp has long since been abandoned, and the iron sign that says no approach has rusted, and the camp is full of weeds. Steve got out of the car, broke the chain with his shield and pushed the door in. It hasn't been seen for decades. There have been some changes here and in his memory, but most of the places have not changed. Steve wandered around the camp, and when he walked to the training ground, he seemed to hear the instructors roar again. He seemed to see a thin boy wearing a large military uniform, falling at the end of the line, holding a rifle and a helmet, struggling hard. Went around the camp and found nothing except some memories. Just when Steve was at a loss, he focused on the newly built munitions warehouse in front of him. Military regulations stipulate that the storage of military supplies is prohibited within 500 meters of the camp, and this building is covered in the wrong place. There must be demons when things go out of the ordinary, and Steve did the same and broke through the door of the munitions depot. Click, click, click. As soon as I walked in, the long tube bulbs lighted up one after another, and the entire quarters warehouse was like daylight. But when Steve cast his gaze on the wall at the end of the warehouse, a surprised expression appeared on his face. There is a badge painted on the wall, the badge of S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve suddenly realized, why did Banner's tracking program track down an abandoned training camp? Because this is where S.H.I.E.L.D. was originally established. Steve quickly found the iron proof to prove his conjecture. On the wall on the right side of the warehouse, there are photos of the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. There is Tony's father Howard Stark, and Steve's beloved Peggy Carter. Seeing things and feelings and seeing Peggy's photos, Steve was filled with melancholy and regret. He forced himself to turn his head, clear up his mess, and turn his attention back. The base has been abandoned, and all the documents and materials in the warehouse have been removed. But after careful searching, Steve still found a hidden elevator hidden behind the locker. It's a pity that the damn elevator requires a password. Steve tried several times without success. He had to talk about the S.H.I.E.L.D. and smash the elevator, revealing the bottomless elevator shaft. Steve found a few strong ropes, connected the ropes together, then tied one end to the pillar, and finally lowered it all the way to the ground. Unexpectedly, the small munitions warehouse had more than a dozen floors of underground buildings, and a few ropes were almost not long enough to connect together. Steve stood at the door of the lowest room, and the electric armored door, which was 20 centimeters thick, slowly opened. He walked into the room, and there was a huge old-fashioned computer in front of him, with a main screen and two secondary screens. The room is small in size and densely surrounded by hundreds of servers from the last century. Steve walked up to the computer screen with a look of confusion, and a thick dust covered the table. It was obvious that no one had been here for a long time. In addition to one large, two small and three screens on the table, there is also a USB port. Steve took out the USB flash drive, aligned it with the interface and inserted it according to the method Banner taught him. Click. Click. After a few seconds, the hundreds of dusty servers started running at the same time. At the same time, the big screen in front of me showed a line. "Do you want to start the system?" Steve hesitated for a moment, typed his eyes on the keyboard, then took a closer look and pressed the enter key. The roar of the computer team suddenly sounded, and the display screen was quickly refreshed, revealing a dim face. The camera on the big screen was pointed at Steve, and a man's cunning voice came from the speaker, "Steve Rogers, born in 1918. Steve frowned and asked curiously, "Is this a video?" "This is not a video, Captain. I am no longer the man you caught in jail in 1945. The secondary screen on the right lights up, showing a picture of imprisonment. The owner of the photo is a bald man with glasses and cunning eyes. Seeing this face, Steve's spirit suddenly became tense. This man is called Anam Solar, a German scientist, and the object of his allegiance is Steve's mortal enemy, the leader of the S-Evil Science Unit Hydra Red Skull. Steve suppressed his panic and asked, "You should have been dead for many years." Sora said, "Look around you, I'm more energetic than ever." In 1972, I was diagnosed with cancer. Science can no longer save my body, but my mind is worth saving and preserving. They are stored in a 200 square meter database, which means that you are standing in the brain. Steve asked, "How did you get here?" Sora explained, "I was invited to the paperclip operation after World War II. SHIELD has recruited many German scientists with strategic value. They think I can help their cause. It is true, but I also helped my own cause." Hydra and Red Skulls died together, but if one head is cut off, two new ones will grow. With the establishment of SHIELD, new Hydras are also growing, and we are parasitic inside SHIELD. Parasites. For the past 70 years, Hydra has been secretly contributing to crises around the world and benefiting from wars. Among them, the Clown Organization is still in its infancy. Unexpectedly, the Clown Organization still has contact with Hydra. Steve couldn't help but said, "Did SHIELD not find out and stop you?" The picture on the secondary screen changed and became the headline of an old newspaper. "Howard Stark and his wife were accidentally killed in a car accident." The next photo is the latest internal information of SHIELD. Nick Fury, death. Solar triumphantly said, "They did find out, but accidents always happen." Hydra has created an extremely chaotic world, and humans finally understand that they need to sacrifice freedom to gain security. Once our evolutionary process is completed, a new world order will be born. A demo animation of the Insight project planned by SHIELD for many years appeared on the secondary screen. "We won, Captain. Your survival and death value are the same, both are equal to 0. Hearing that, Steve was furious and smashed the computer screen with a fist, and as a result, the dark face appeared on the secondary screen. "Like I said, I gave up my rotten body." Steve asked again, "What is in the USB flash drive?" Solar said, "The Insight plan needs insight. I wrote an algorithm." "What kind of algorithm? What is it for?" The answer to this question is very attractive, but unfortunately, I can't tell a dead person the answer. As soon as the voice fell, the heavy iron door of the room began to close. Steve threw the shield fiercely, trying to get the shield stuck in the middle to prevent the iron door from closing. However, he was still half a beat. The shield slammed on the iron gate and was bounced back. Sora proudly said, "SHIELD launched a short-range ballistic missile here." "I'm sorry, but I have been delaying time." Steve was shocked and quickly started looking for a hiding place. "Accept your fate. It's actually a better result." Steve ignored his nonsense and frantically looked around the room. Finally, he found an underground drainage channel, immediately opened the protective fence, jumped in and retracted in the corner, and then blocked his body with a shield. Just finished all this, the missile strikes. With a loud bang, the entire building was completely blown up. From the outside, This quarters warehouse seemed to have been hollowed out from below, and the surrounding ground was sunken in. The huge stones fell like raindrops, and the hot flames and violent shock waves destroyed everything here. A dozen military helicopters hovered over the training camp. The SHIELD special team descended from the helicopter, armed with automatic rifles, and surrounded the ruins. When Steve activated the system, Sora passed the information here back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Alexander immediately understood Nick Fury's backhand. He immediately dispatched a special team to New Jersey, and at the same time launched a short-range ballistic missile. The special team dispersed, and the players clenched their rifles, looking nervous because all of them know that even if hit by a ballistic missile, Steve will not die because he is raw. Suddenly, there was a roar of wild beasts in the ruins, and the buried stones trembled slightly. "Be careful, he is coming out," someone yelled, and all the Special Forces members pulled off the insurance and stepped back slightly. Boom! There was another loud noise, and a large number of rocks suddenly flew out of the ruins and hit the distance. The Special Forces were shocked. Just when they were in shock, a giant beast leapt out of the ruins. The giant beast is more than 2 meters tall, has a hideous face, red skin, and muscular muscles. Holding the vibrating shield in his left hand, he only wore a pair of underwear. In the Battle of New York 3 years ago, Steve overloaded the arc reactor and exploded, almost playing himself to death. After being rescued by SHIELD, because he missed the best treatment time, the surgeon judged that he would be a vegetative for the rest of his life. At a critical juncture, Nick Fury decisively decided to inject him with Thalkgene medicine, even if the chance of success was slim. Unexpectedly, Steve was really fate, or his body was different from ordinary people. After the injection, he not only survived, but also gained the ability to transform. What makes Banner even more envious of the qualitative separation is that Steve did not appear a second personality in the process. In other words, he can perfectly grasp the power after transformation. As if the red behemoth in the disaster movie appeared in front of them, even if the Special Forces were mentally prepared, they were still taken aback. But soon, the on-site commander calmly ordered, "Shoot!" The Special Forces team reacted and raised their rifle and fired at Steve. Da. Characteristic large-caliber bullets poured crazily on him. Steve was in pain all over. Grinning, he roared and slammed the boulder beside him. The stone is very light at first, and the weight of a few hundred jinn seems to be only a few hundred grams in his hand. Steve was overjoyed and kept picking up rocks and smashing them continuously. The boulders are not only numerous, but also extremely fast. As long as the Special Forces are hit, they are directly smashed into a mass of flesh. The miserable death of his teammates broke the tight defensive formation. Many team members were frightened and thought of running away. It's not that our army doesn't work hard, but the opponent has a gun dam. Upon seeing this, the commander ordered a retreat and said loudly, "Launch smoke bombs to cover the retreat. Our task is to contain him, not fight him." Bang bang bang. In the distance, the helicopter fired hypnotic smoke bombs and landed around Steve. Hiss. The smoke bomb released a large amount of white gas, completely covering the entire camp, becoming white like a dense fog. These smoke bombs were secretly researched by SHIELD and used to deal with the Hulk Legion of the Clown organization. The gas contains special chemicals. After all the Hulk smells, the muscles will become sore and weak. The effect of the smoke bomb was amazing. After 10 seconds, Steve's offensive slowed down. At this time, he didn't care about attacking the Special Forces, and immediately covered his mouth and nose, trying to escape from this area. It's a pity that the special team won't let him get what they want. They put on gas masks and replaced them with new magazines and shot Steve frantically. Helicopters fired rockets to support, and some people even fired tracers into his eyes. Poor Steve is full of force, but his fists are hard to beat by 4 hands, and he is completely restrained by the Special Forces. Gradually, Steve's actions became slower and slower, and finally he knelt on the ground and panted. The commander sat on the helicopter in the distance to observe with the telescope, and then excitedly said, "Keep the firepower. He is dead." Upon hearing this, The Special Forces team members were ecstatic. Watch it, Hulk power turned out to be so vulnerable. Steve knelt on one knee, pulling his head together, the anger slowly building up in his eyes. Since he gained the power of Hulk, the clown organization has evaporated from the world, and Steve can't find a place to use it, and this power has been hidden. Even this time, he has transformed twice in total. To play Hulk's strength, you need the power of anger, but Steve's nature is kind, and he is not suitable for injecting Hulk potions. But just like this, being pressed and beaten by the Special Forces, the clay figurines also have a 3-point anger. As the anger in his eyes accumulates more and more, Steve realizes that the lost power begins to recover quickly. Boom! Suddenly, he lifted his knees and kicked the ground hard with his legs, and the whole figure rose from the ground like a rocket, landing heavily outside the camp. Without the attack of smoke bombs, his power skyrocketed again, and the angry Steve was finally about to fight back. Chapter 360 Mysterious Killer. Reinforcements appear. Anger is the source of the power of the Hulk. Steve Rogers is now in a state of extreme anger. This is not only because he was rubbed on the ground by a gang of young people just now, but also because of the recklessness of the Hydra, which caused the death of thousands of innocent people. I thought that Hydra had been wiped out decades ago, but they did not expect that they were lurking inside SHIELD, absorbing nutrients to strengthen themselves, and uniting the clown organization to plunge the entire world into an atmosphere of terrorism. Thinking of this, the anger in Steve's heart completely exploded, and his strength soared at an astonishing speed. Steve jumped out of the poison ring and caught the Special Forces by surprise, and the fierce firepower suddenly stopped. However, the commander sitting in the helicopter did not panic. He calmly ordered the helicopter to surround him and continue firing smoke bombs. This time, Steve didn't let them succeed. Those angry, bloodshot eyes aimed at the closest helicopter. Then slowly squat down and push your legs hard. Boom! With a loud noise, Steve jumped up hard, and his huge body crashed into the helicopter like a cannonball. The pilot only saw the red phantom. In the next instant, the helicopter exploded in the air and turned into sky fragments. He is angry. Be careful. The helicopter turned its direction and used the thermal imaging mode to find Steve's position. However, Steve has a wealth of combat experience and an angry but calm brain. In this state, his combat effectiveness is far stronger than Hulk. He ran, jumped, rolled in the jungle around the camp. Use every means to move fast, so that the helicopter can't aim at him. Wait until the helicopter enters the attack range, and then destroy it with lightning speed. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen armed helicopters have crashed, and ground personnel have also suffered heavy casualties. The commander, who had always been calm, finally panicked at this moment. Faced with Steve in this state, the various combat plans and special weapons they had previously formulated had all lost their effect. Panicked shouts from his teammates came from the communicator, and the commander took off his headset angrily. He looked at the mysterious killer who was sitting in the back row, hiding in the dark, and said, "We have done our best. It's up to you to do it." The mysterious killer was wearing a black ventilator and smart goggles. Only a forehead was exposed, and he couldn't see his true face at all. His left arm is a silver-white metal arm, and his right hand is holding a huge sniper rifle. The mysterious assassin suddenly said, "He's coming." What? Before the commander could react, the mysterious killer opened the hatch and jumped. In the next second, Steve's vibrating shield flew quickly. With a clang, the shield cut off the helicopter's propeller and bounced back. The helicopter lost power and quickly fell to the ground. With a bang, a huge flame ignited in the night sky. The mysterious killer was carrying a parachute, and staggered to the ground. There is no indication of the death of his companion. He untied the parachute, opened the sniper rifle's safety, holding the sniper rifle in his left hand, and a pistol with a strange shape in his right hand, and walked forward without any haste. Steve used his rich combat experience to finally wipe out the special forces composed of hundreds of elites. Just as he was panting hard and preparing to take a break, a shuddering feeling rose in his heart. He raised his head keenly and looked at the dark jungle not far away. Suddenly, Steve raised his shield to cover his head. Boom. The next second, gunfire sounded. A large caliber sniper shell hit the shield, and the powerful force even made Steve's arm tremble slightly. Then, a sharp pain that tore the body was spread all over the body. Steve grinned in pain and tilted his head to see that a metal needle was stuck in his thigh. At the gunshot just now, the mysterious killer fired 2 bullets. The sniper bullet shot to the head is just a feint, and the deadly killer is a syringe potion shot to the thigh muscle. This potion was donated to Hydra by the Clown organization when the relationship between the two organizations was still in the honeymoon period. They asked for the inhibitory potion to deal with Banner, but they didn't expect Banner to become a cook afterwards. This almost forgotten potion was used on Steve by accident. The products produced by the Clowns must be high-quality goods, which are far different from the smoke bombs independently developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. The needle of the inhibitor is made of vibrating gold, which can easily pierce the tough skin of Hulk. Only a few seconds after Steve was hit, he knelt on the ground and screamed. The body slowly began to shrink and eventually became an ordinary human form. Steve endured the pain and shrank his body into a ball, raising his shield in front of him. After the injection of the inhibitory agent, his body will be extremely weak for a period of time, and he must survive until the effect of the agent ends. The mysterious assassin is not stupid. Even if there is a shield in front of him, he rushes around quickly, wanting to change the angle to shoot. Steve waited for a few seconds without hearing the gunshot, but also guessed the mysterious man's plan. He squatted down quickly, picked up a gun from the ground, and moved vigilantly. The Caspian camp was completely dark. The two of them couldn't see their fingers, so they played peekaboo. Steve is very familiar with the camp and can know his location with just a little moonlight. However, the odds of winning for the mysterious killer are much greater. He not only has an amazingly powerful sniper rifle, but also his smart goggles with night vision effects. Steve squatted on the ground and moved his shield carefully. Suddenly, his heart tightened, and a fatal sense of crisis appeared behind him. He slammed down to the left, and the next second, gunfire sounded. A bullet hit a hole on the ground just stopped. Steve fell on the ground and immediately raised his gun to shoot at the location where the gunfire appeared. Da. After a series of bullets passed, regardless of whether he hit someone, he immediately changed his position. The bullet certainly didn't hit the mysterious killer. He hid in the bunker long before Steve shot. Now, the straight line distance between the two is no more than 50 meters. Nothing can escape each other's ears. A game where whoever is exposed first will die first. Steve hides in the bunker motionless. He is the most patient person in this game, because as time goes by, the sky will gradually brighten, and the strength in the body will gradually recover. As long as it is slowly consumed, the victory balance will slowly lean toward him. The mysterious killer naturally knows this truth, so he must take the initiative to attack, even at the expense of revealing their vulnerabilities to lure him into action. He left the bunker holding the sniper rifle, and his dull breathing could be heard clearly in the dark. Steve knew his position immediately, but he didn't have the advantage of vision. If he rashly shot, he might be counter-killed by the opponent. Presumably the mysterious killer had such confidence that he dared to take the initiative to expose his breathing. But if he does nothing, the mysterious killer will find him sooner or later. With his current physical state, the chance of winning is very slim. Both are dead ends, and Steve decides to take a gamble. After weighing the pros and cons, the mysterious killer moved and came to the place where Steve had just been sniped. There is a low wall in front of this, a dead end for snipers. Think about it in another way. If he was sniped at the position just now, the best shelter would be this low wall. The mysterious killer did not dare to show his head easily. He raised his sniper rifle and aimed at the back of the wall. With the lethality of a large caliber sniper rifle, concrete walls more than half a meter thick can easily penetrate. At this moment, there was a bang in front of the low wall, and a bunch of tracers emitting dazzling red light rose high. The mysterious assassin raised his gun to aim, and was immediately fascinated by the dazzling red light. At the moment when he was temporarily blind, the low wall made a bang. Steve held up his shield and smashed the low wall directly, rushing towards him with a roar. The mysterious assassin squinted his eyes and fired shots based on feeling. Steve hit his body behind the shield, and the bullet hit the shield accurately and flew away. Just as Steve was about to knock the opponent out, the mysterious killer abandoned the sniper rifle, raised his left arm and hit the shield with a punch. Boom! With a muffled sound, Steve stopped immediately. The mysterious assassin only took a punch to offset the impact of his charged rush, then pulled off the shield and kicked Steve out. Steve quickly got up from the ground and held up the shield. The mysterious killer took out a miniature submachine gun from behind and shot him. Da. Steve squatted down to defend, hitting the shield one by one with bullets. The micro submachine gun has a fast firing rate, and the magazine is empty after 3 consecutive shots. As the mysterious killer changed his magazines, Steve turned to offense and jumped up and kicked the miniature submachine gun. The mysterious killer took advantage of the gap between his landing and quickly took out a pistol to aim. Bang bang bang. The beautiful 3 shots were all blocked by Steve with a shield, and he took the opportunity to smash his goggles with a punch. At such a close distance, it is impossible for the pistol to hit Steve. The mysterious killer immediately abandoned his pistol and began to fight him. This was originally Steve's strength, but after 2 or 3 moves, he was surprised to find that the mysterious killer was not weaker than him in terms of his agility and fighting skills. Although he is now in a weak state, he is still the top group among human beings. And this assassin can actually tie him. Where did Hydra find this monster? During the battle, Steve grabbed the opponent's wrist, then raised his shield to prepare to cut his arm. As a result, the metal arm of the mysterious killer firmly grasped the shield, then kicked Steve's abdomen fiercely, kicking him more than 10 meters away, and finally held the shield with his metal left arm and threw it over. Steve shuddered, and immediately made a sliding shovel and rear axle movement to make the shield fly out against his forehead. If he was half a beat just now, he would be cut into 2 pieces by his shield. With lingering fears, Steve picked up the shield stuck in the wall and rushed up again to fight the killer. After some fighting, he has adapted to the fighting skills used by the killer. Learning and progressing in the battle, discovering the opponent's loopholes, this is his most powerful place. After a dozen moves quickly, Steve seized the floor and swung a shield to chop the elbow of the metal arm, then threw the mysterious killer away, and the ventilator fell off in the fight. Although the price was a hard punch and chest pain when breathing, but without the big killer of the metal arm, the mysterious killer was no longer his opponent. Steve held a shield and strode towards him. The enemy has no metal arms, and the effect of the suppression potion is mostly reduced. One will go down, and he will win this battle. The mysterious killer got up from the ground and turned around slowly. With long chestnut hair wafting in the night wind, there was a cold and handsome face hidden under the black ventilator. Boom! Seeing the true face of the mysterious killer was like a thunder that suddenly struck Steve's heart. He stopped, opened his eyes, opened his mouth slightly in surprise. His face was full of unbelievable expressions. Buggy? The mysterious killer looked puzzled. Who is Bucky? After speaking, he took out a pistol from his lower back like a trick. At this time, Steve's brain was down, and he had no intention of evading. Boom! Suddenly, an electromagnetic pulse blasted on the mysterious killer, directly blasting him out. Steve woke up completely and quickly raised his shield and looked up. A steel armor with red and gold color is suspended in midair. Steve saw the color of the armor, and he was relieved. Tony, it's really a wonderful battle. Let me feast my eyes. If you weren't going to be stupid at a critical time, I wouldn't be ready to shoot. Who is he? Sure enough, Tony's mean voice came from the steel armor. Steve turned his head to look at the mysterious assassin, and saw that the other party clenched the pistol and looked serious, as if he was considering whether to continue the assassination mission. Tony Stark, or the name of Iron Man. He must have heard of him, and his strength should not be underestimated. His current state is very difficult even for Steve. Heads up, and there is definitely no chance of winning 1-2. Steve frowned and seemed to be considering introducing this best friend who had been dead for decades. But Bucky has made a decision and fled. Where there is life, there is hope. It's a pity. Tony would definitely not let him do what he wanted. He immediately urged the armor to fly over. Steve shouted, "Tony, don't kill him." Tony responded, "I understand. This guy is unusual for you." With that said, he activated the armor arsenal, and 2 chains flew out of his arms, binding Bucky's hands and feet together. "What?" Bucky fell to the ground and struggled hard, but Stark's weapon was so easy to break free. Steve ran over and was relieved to see that his best friend had no worries about his life. He looked up and said, "Thank you, Tony." "How did you get here?" "I didn't come. I'm on vacation in Miami." The armor was opened, and there was no one inside, but it was full of various weapons. Steve glanced at it, his face suddenly puzzled. Tony explained, "This is a newly developed Guardian armor. Although it cannot be manned, it can be equipped with more than 3 times the weapons. These armors are distributed all over the world and will be automatically activated when there are special circumstances nearby." Steve understands that it must be the short-range ballistic missile that activated the armor's defense system. Tony asked, "What the hell happened here? Who are those people who chased you?" Hearing this, Steve frowned, hesitated for a few seconds and said, "Tony, something has happened. There is a rape in SHIELD, and Nick Fury has been killed." "What?" Tony was also shocked when he heard the news of the death of the Black Braised Egg. This insidious and cunning spy leader would actually be killed by rape. "This is too magical." Steve continued, "I knew the news was sudden, and I couldn't believe it at the time. Anyway, come back as soon as possible. I need your help." Tony nodded immediately and said, "My secret base is nearby. Let Jarvis send you the first. I'll be there in 3 hours." Chapter 361 Electroshock Therapy. Learn the truth. About 100 kilometers west of the blast site, there is a dense forest off the beaten path, and deep in the forest there is an extremely large complex of buildings. This is the secret base established by Tony Stark after the Battle of New York. In order to prevent the Joker Organization resurgence, or encounter a new crisis, Tony in the secret base mass production of Guardian battle armor, research and development of new Mark battle armor, but also heavy recruitment of a large number of scientific personnel, covering all disciplines. Here is Stark Industries, after Tony's another masterpiece. In the early hours of the morning, the dawn has not yet shone on this land. The sky is still gray. A steel battle armor fast flying, left and right metal arm each carrying a person. Battle armor slowly landed on the airport tarmac. Tony informed the staff has been waiting here. And standing in the forefront, it is Tony Stark's fiancée, Bebbles Potts. "Captain." "Miss Potts." Steve knew Bebbles and nodded to her in a hurry. Bebbles said, "Tony told me all about you. Come on in." "Thanks." Steve walked, while looking back. Bucky was firmly bound by the steel battle armor, untamed expression mixed with panic and confusion. Walking from the tarmac into the interior of the building, they were guided by Pepper to the tech lab, where a group of doctors in white coats waited. Bucky was forced into an iron chair, with sturdy locking cuffs holding his limbs and neck firmly in place. Bebbles introduced to Steve, "These are top brain and psychiatric experts, and they were brought in by Tony to help you, so please don't have any worries." "No." Steve nodded his head to several of the doctors. After the polite words, one of the doctors said, "Captain, you may begin." Steve moved a chair, sat across from Bucky, and asked, "Do you know me?" Bucky said, "Yes." "You are Steve Rogers, Captain America." "And do you know who you are?" At that, Bucky looked puzzled. Because he also does not know who he is, he only knows that he is a Winter Soldier. His mission is to firmly obey the orders of his superiors. Seeing the expression on Bucky's face, the uneasy speculation in Steve's heart finally came true. Bucky was most likely controlled by Hydra. Steve quickly recalled Bucky's past in his mind. Suddenly remembered that he had been captured by Hydra in 1943. At that time Dr. Sora was the chief scientist of Hydra. He must have done something to Bucky at that time. Hydra has a similar super soldier potion in its hands, which would explain why Bucky's strength has become so powerful and hasn't aged for decades. Steve pondered for a long time and said in a gentle tone, "Your name is Bucky Barnes, born in 1917 with Indiana. You are my best brother. When I had nothing, Only you were by my side. Pepper solemnly, eyes kept glancing between the two men. Oh my God, Captain America and he still have this layer of relationship. However, Bucky and Steve did not notice the problem in the words. Two people are sad, are doubt, are immersed in their own world. Steve's tone is low, he and Bucky's passed slowly. But Bucky seems to really do not remember. From the beginning to the end of the face have little expression. Seeing this, Steve disappointed lowered his head. But at this time, Bucky suddenly said, I seem to have some impression. At that, Steve stood up with wild joy. Bucky frowned and said, but it was just a vague feeling. I can't remember anything else. It's good to have a feeling. There is hope. Steve hurriedly looked at the group of scientists and asked, Doctor, does he still have a chance in this condition? The white coat doctors got together and exchanged opinions in whispers. After some time, someone came forward and said, considering that he has the experience of being captured, so we presume that this gentleman should have been brainwashed, and there are a large number of similar cases recorded in the database. The means by which spy agencies brainwash and control captives and agents include hypnosis, harsh physical punishment, image or languages training, microchip implantation, and many other methods. Steve asked, so which method was Bucky brainwashed by? The doctor replied, this is not known yet. But no matter which method of brainwashing, there is a way to break. Steve asked, what method? The white coat wearing glasses put his hands in his pockets and laughed heatedly. Electroshock therapy, or electrotherapy for short. Steve frowned, questioning whether this method can save Bucky or not. Don't come to the memory did not recover, but people give electric stupid. A few hours later, the sun was rising. A helicopter bearing the logo of Stark Industries slowly landed on the tarmac of the secret base against the rising sun. Tony Stark stepped out of the plane, finishing his black suit, taking off his sunglasses and striding towards the front. Pepper stood at the door to greet, and when she saw Tony, her face was suddenly filled with a happy smile. Pepper. Tony smiled and walked over. The two hugged hard and then leaned in for a kiss, spreading dog food all over the place. After making out, Tony and she walked into the base side by side and asked, how's that friend of Steve's? Talking about business. Bebbles immediately put away his smile and said, the man's name is Bucky Barnes, and the captain is a friend and comrade. The two have a very strong bond, and have fought side by side many times, born to die. However, Bucky fell off a high-speed train into a cliff during an operation. Steve thought he was dead, but to his surprise he was found by an evil organization called Hydra, and gave him brainwashing, installation of metal arms, injections to slow down the aging of the potion, to train him into a killing machine. It turns out they were friends from life to death. No wonder Steve met him with a soulful look, and almost killed by this friend's own hands. Tony knew the relationship between the two, understood his unusual behavior and asked, what did the doctor say? Is that Bucky still saved? Bebbles said, the doctor is using electrotherapy to reboot his brain. The treatment has started more than an hour ago. I don't know when it will end. As they spoke, the two came to the laboratory door. Steve sat alone in a chair with a despondent and worried expression. You go and get busy, I'll take care of this place. Tony patted Pepper's shoulder. After Pepper left, Tony slowly walked to Steve and sat down beside him, comforting him. These doctors are the world's top brain experts. Your friend will be fine. Steve nodded silently and said, thank you, Tony. You're welcome, Tony said carelessly. I just officially learned of Nick Fury's death on the plane, so I hope you'll back up now and tell me exactly what happened. SHIELD is very powerful. The director was killed is not a trivial matter, which must involve other conspiracies. Steve pondered for a moment and said, last night, Nick suddenly appeared in my home. We hadn't even had a few words before he was hit in the vitals with a sniper rifle by a mysterious killer from afar. I immediately called for help and the agent in charge of SHIELD in New York, and together they took him to the hospital, but he eventually passed away from his injuries. The mystery killer? Tony pointed to the door of the laboratory and said, is it the one lying inside, your friend? Steve frowned deeply. Although he was tempted to say no, but can be at such a distance, and black light to hit Nick Fury's vitals. Only Bucky has this level of sniper. But Steve still argued, it should be him. But Tony, you should know that he was brainwashed by Hydra at the time, no self-meaning. I understand, Tony, and not a judge, lazy to argue with him about these. You continue to say it. Steve mistakenly thought he could really understand. The depressed mood suddenly relaxed a lot. After Nick Fury died, his boss, Alexander Pierce, came to the hospital, asked me if Nick Fury had said anything to me before he died, or handed me anything. Although I said no, I immediately recalled the message Nick had left me. After that, I left the hospital to get rid of tracking and came to Banner's restaurant. It turned out that Nick Fury had anticipated his death and had hidden something in Banner's place. Tony agreed. Very smart decision, hidden in Banner's side. The gang did not dare to move. What did Nick leave you? Steve pulled something out of his pocket and said, a communicator to contact the helpers, and an encrypted USB drive. A communicator? Well, Nick Fury said the owner of the communicator is very strong and can call for support if he encounters trouble he can't solve. I suspect it's the same mysterious person who defeated Jason in the Battle of New York. Steve told his suspicions to Tony. Tony nodded non-committally and asked, what about the flash drive? The flash drive was protected by the AI, and Banner couldn't crack it, but he used the anti-tracking program to find the AI's location. Tony said, that's the military base just now? That's right. Not only is it a military base there, it's also where SHIELD was first created, and I saw a picture of your father in it. My father? At that, Tony lowered his head into memory. Steve was understanding, and after giving him a little time to buffer, continued. I came to the bottom of the munitions warehouse and found that the so-called artificial intelligence was actually Dr. Sora, a former Hydra scientist. He told me that SHIELD had recruited many scientists after its establishment, many of whom were Hydra. They were like assholes, sucking up nutrients to grow themselves, and eventually slowly took control of SHIELD. Many regional wars and crises are planned by Hydra. They also have cooperation with the Joker organization. Hearing this news, Tony was really a bit surprised. He originally thought that the essence of the matter is that SHIELD is hiding a traitor in Hydra, as long as the traitor will be found to clean him up. But I did not expect the real situation is that Hydra put on the coat of SHIELD. In addition to the logo, 3 Curved Wing Building is the headquarters of Hydra. Tony sighed a long sigh. Such an important intelligence organization by Hydra turtle dove. Nick Fury, the director of the death, is really not wrong. And then what? Steve said, after SHIELD launched a missile bombing base, I was forced to transform and fight them. The details of the battle was carried over by him. Tony, such a bad character detriment, must not let him know that after I transformed, actually by a group of ordinary people rubbing on the ground. Tony did not notice the omitted part. He curiously muttered to himself. What is the purpose of Hydra to master SHIELD? Do they want to start World War III so as to dominate the world? That's simply not possible. The military power of SHIELD can easily destroy a medium-sized country, but as long as the 5 rogues are still around, it is not his brother's turn to speak. Steve shook his head and said, their purpose, I am not sure for the time being, but Dr. Sora told me that Hydra has been secretly promoting the Insight project, and in order to implement the plan smoothly, they did not hesitate to assassinate Nick Fury. I think as long as we can figure out the Insight project, we will know their purpose. Project Insight. Tony stroked the scruff at his chin, sorted out the information in his head and said, according to you, Nick Fury's top boss, Alexander Pierce, should be the head of Hydra. Steve said, I also suspect him, but there is no evidence. Tony analyzed. First, Project Insight was his idea, and he was particularly interested in this project, and even convinced Nick Fury to ask me to come out and give advice on the engine of the air carrier. Second, Nick Fury had proposed to suspend the Insight program. Alexander dead set against it, and even went so far as to abandon years of feelings and had a big fight with Nick. Third, The people who assassinated you at the military base, I have found out. It is SHIELD's Special Operations Team, and the leader of this unit is Alexander, and the members were all promoted when he was the director. The above 3 points and your intelligence match. Alexander Pierce is definitely at the helm of Hydra. Steve did not know all of this information before. If what Tony said are correct, then Alexander is completely no way to clean up. Steve asked, "What do we do now? Go straight to Alexander for a showdown?" Tony smiled and shook his head. "His rank is too high than you and me. We can't take a shot at him without authorization from above. But we can find Alexander's men, not too high in rank, and equally not too low." Steve nodded approvingly. The level is too high, they agreed, not qualified to question each other. Too low level, and afraid of not being able to access the core of the Insight project. "I know a person." Tony suddenly smiled and said, "Sitwell, SHIELD Agent Level 6. Steve recalled the name, and the image of a bald man wearing glasses came to mind. "I remember, I met him on a mission." "Why did you choose him?" Tony explained. Before Nick Fury's body was cold, Alexander started a major purge. He put the SHIELD agent in charge of New York under control, and it was this Sitwell who took over his job. Steve asked, "So when do we do it?" Tony said, "It's not too late. Go to New York now to arrest people." Chapter 362, The Truth Comes Out. A shocking plot. New York, SHIELD branch building. Sitwell, dressed in a suit and wearing glasses, appeared on the roof with 2 SHIELD agents by his side. He explained some things to the agents around him, and after he finished, he strided towards the tarmac, where a helicopter was parked. After a night of cleansing and suppression, the situation in SHIELD's New York branch had been brought under control. He was now going back to Washington, D.C. Alexander was scratching his head over the disappearance of Steve Rogers and the Winter Soldier. Boarding the plane, closing the hatch, the propellers whirred and turned. The helicopter slowly lifted off in the direction of Washington. Dang! Shortly after takeoff, there was a sudden noise in the cabin. Sitwell was startled and asked nervously, "What's wrong? Did it hit a bird?" The instrument panel showed everything was normal, but when the pilot toggled the joystick, he found that the helicopter was not obedient at all. "Sir, the helicopter is out of order." "What?" "Quickly, jump out." Sitwell was so shocked that he picked up his parachute and prepared to jump. "Strange." The pilot was unmoved and muttered, "The instrument panel shows everything is normal and the helicopter is flying smoothly, but it seems to be controlled by someone else." At that, Sitwell's face was grave. In his memory, the only person who could control the helicopter was the top cadre of the Joker organization, Franklin Clinton. Could it be that the Joker organization had resurfaced and was preparing to reoccupy New York again? Just when he was thinking about whether to call Alexander, the helicopter slowly landed on the roof of a nearby building. Sitwell stepped out of the plane with a stomach full of questions. Brush. 2 steel battle armors flew over at great speed, then landed in front of him. Seeing the clown pattern on the shell of the battle armor, Sitwell strengthened his judgment. He walked up and asked, "You are from the Joker organization, right? What do you want from me?" One of them nodded and said in an icy tone, "We want to know about the Insight project." "Project Insight?" Sitwell said suspiciously. "This plan is already known to your leader Jason Walter. Why do you come to ask me?" Inside the shell of the Joker battle armor, Tony and Steve were a little surprised when they heard this sentence. They knew that the Joker organization and Hydra were cooperating, but they didn't expect Jason to know the details of the Insight project. It seems that the cooperation between them has a super close R. Seeing that the two were silent, Sitwell was even dumber to notice the anomaly. He looked terrified, backed up and shouted, "No, you are not the Joker organization." Tony and Steve looked at each other and opened the helmet of the battle armor at the same time. Surprise. "Shit. So it's you guys." Sitwell turned his head and scattered his legs. Tony flew over to put the pilot under control and said indifferently, "Don't waste your effort. This helicopter is already under my control, and for your information, The communication signal around here is also blocked by me. Steve took a big step forward and forced the question, what exactly is the algorithm that Sora has hidden in the USB drive? Sitwell shook his head and said, what algorithm? I don't even know what you guys are talking about. He was forced to the edge of the roof, legs and feet, almost fell from the top floor. But fortunately Steve pulled him. Sitwell stood up, held up his glasses and looked at Steve smugly. Do you want to throw me out of here because of this little thing? Rogers, this is not your style. You're right, it's not my style. Steve patted the creases in his suit. It's his. Steve moved out of the way and Tony kicked him in the air, sending him off the roof of the building. The miserable scream rang through the sky. On the roof of the building, two people with a calm expression chatting about the day. Tony suddenly remembered something and said, I don't think we've had breakfast yet. What do you want to eat? Eggs and bacon? Steve touched his stomach and made an okay gesture. I'll have 3. Sitwell's miserable scream came from far and near. A Guardian battle armor lifted him and flew into midair, then threw him to the roof of the building. Sitwell was lying on the ground, covering his heart, with a very painful expression. The two men walked toward him, and Tony said, a little cold air, now your mind should be clear. Steve asked sternly, tell me, what exactly is Sora's algorithm? Sitwell gasped raggedly and said in a rush, Sora's algorithm is a program. Uses to select targets for insight. Steve asked, what targets? Sitwell pointed at them angrily, you. And one of your hosts in Cairo. Deputy Minister of Defense. Mr. President. A high school graduate from Iowa City. Bruce Banner. Jason Walter. And anyone who can threaten Hydra, both now and in the future. Steve wondered, how do you guys know about people who can threaten Hydra in the future? Ha 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 ha. Sitwell looked at him and laughed contemptuously. How could we not know? The 21st century is a digital book, and Sora taught Hydra to read it. Your bank records, cases, voting patterns, emails, call information, test scores. Sora's algorithms evaluate people's past and then predict their future. Steve asked, and then what? Sitwell suddenly calmed down, his expression somewhat torn. Oh bye, Alexander would have killed me if I had said anything. Tony said with a teasing expression, if you don't tell me, I'll make sure you suffer more than death. Steve growled, and then what? Sitwell hesitated for a moment and said, and then 3 airborne carriers will get rid of all the people on the list. A good million can be removed at a time, just a dozen times, and the world is cleansed. Steve said angrily, killing tens of millions of innocent people, and actually call it purification. It seems that even after decades, Hydra still has not grown much. Tony did show an expression of appreciation, said, you Hydra actually dare to take action against the Joker organization. This is something that impresses me. Sitwell laughed bitterly. Sora's algorithm can set up a whitelist, and the names of all the members of the Joker organization are on it. Oh, sniffed Tony disdainful cold snort a few times. The three of them were silent on the roof for a long time. Steve looked at Tony and asked, now that everything is clear, do you have a way to stop them? Tony smiled slightly and said confidently, just now, I thought of it. New York, Manhattan. A convoy of cars, driven by the police, was driving fast on the road. The convoy was clear black, and in the middle was a stretch Cadillac. It had another name, Army 1. The motorcade drove straight into the underground parking lot of Stark Tower, and the president, who was slightly gray at the temples, left Army 1 and walked forward under the escort of the Secret Service. Tony Stark, dressed in an expensive suit, was standing at the elevator door to greet him. Mr. President, I heard you were in New York, and I couldn't wait to meet you. The two shook hands cordially and Mr. President smiled. Mr. Stark, it's an honor to be the first to see your new weapons on display. After some courtesy, the group took the elevator to the top floor of the Stark building. Mr. President, this way please. Tony pointed to a room and said, thank you. You guys just wait outside the door. Don't go in. In order to show respect and to prevent information from leaking out, Mr. President left the Secret Service outside the door and walked into the room alone. The spacious room had clear windows and a long dining table with unpacked breakfast plates. Mr. President looked around and asked curiously, "Mr. Stark, this doesn't seem to be your lab." Tony said with a smile, "Sorry Mr. President, let you down. In fact, there is no weapon display at all. I just want to introduce two friends to you." Mr. President seemed unsurprised and asked with interest, "Which two friends? Let them come out." As soon as the words left his mouth, Steve tugged Sitwell and walked out from the small room and sighed. "Captain." The President's expression had a few moments of surprise. "Mr. President." Steve nodded solemnly in greeting, while Sitwell, who was on the side, was so scared that his legs went weak. The President smiled, and then cooled down his face and said seriously, "I just got a briefing from SHIELD that you are a major suspect in the killing of Nick Fury. You also brutally murdered hundreds of SHIELD agents during the capture process." Steve hurriedly defended, "What they said is all a bunch of nonsense." Mr. President asked, "Could it be that turning into a Hulk and killing people indiscriminately is not true either?" Steve was speechless for a moment. The President continued, "Alexander wants me to issue a national wanted notice." At these words, Tony and Steve have frowned. The President said, "But, in the end, I refused." Steve breathed a sigh of relief and said with a grateful expression, "Thank you." The President shook his head with a cold expression, "Don't thank me." Captain America is a national hero, even if he has a stain on his body. It absolutely cannot be made public. Otherwise, would not the decades of American faith fall short? Steve was silent, thinking to himself that he had just been moved for nothing. The President was polite to him and shielded him only because of the halo on his head. Without this layer of glory, he is just an unsung hero, even if the credit to the country to the world is even greater. The President will not give him this back door. The President sat down in his recliner and asked, "Captain Rogers, do you have anything you want to explain about the above allegations?" "I can give you half an hour." Steve put aside his mixed emotions and said with a serious expression, "Mr. President, I'm afraid what I'm going to say next will overturn your perception, so please don't be afraid." The President spread his hands and laughed. "In terms of age, you are indeed older than me. But if we talk about experience, you say it. I am the President. I will not be afraid." Steve glanced at Tony, organized his thoughts, and slowly said, "The real murderer who killed Nick Fury is Hydra." "Hydra?" The President is a bit unfamiliar with this name. Steve explained, "Hydra is a scientific strategic force under the command during World War II, and an enemy that I once defeated." After the end of World War II, the remnants of Hydra were recruited to the newly established SHIELD because of Operation Paperclip. These decades, Hydra in the world to create chaos to profit from it, gradually developed and grew, and gradually took control of SHIELD. Council President Alexander is the head of Hydra. Steve spoke at an unhurried pace, and told the history and intrigue of Hydra. The President sat in his chair and listened to him quietly, and the expression on his face became more and more serious. When Steve finished the last word, the President's expression was grave, and after a long period of contemplation, he said with emotion, "The most powerful intelligence organization in the world is actually controlled by the remnants of the party. This joke is a bit too much, has been eliminated. Even if there are remnants, they cannot escape the eyes of SHIELD and other intelligence organizations." "Of course they haven't escaped." Steve looked at Tony and said, "Howard Stark found them, but was soon killed in a car accident. Nick Fury found them and was sniped to death at night." Hearing his father's name, Tony did not have a particularly obvious reaction, just silently drinking coffee. From the time he knew that his father was one of the founders of SHIELD, he guessed that the car accident was not an accident, but a man-made murder. Mr. President shook his head. "I'm sorry, Captain Rogers. I can't believe what you're saying unless you can produce ironclad evidence, not just a mouthful." At that, Steve pulled Sitwell over. "Mr. President, we have proof. This man is a SHIELD agent level 6 and a key member of Hydra, and he's here to explain to you Hydra's Insight program. No, I don't know anything. Mr. President, they all taught me to say that I was bent out of shape. Sidwell cried to the president on his knees like a dead father. Tony snorted. I knew you were dishonest. Jarvis. Yes, sir. A laser projection shot through the air, projecting the very same footage of their interrogation of Sitwell on the roof. Tell me, what exactly is Sora's algorithm? Sora's algorithm is a program uses to select targets for Insight. What targets? You and one of your hosts in Cairo, the Deputy Minister of Defense. Mr. President. At the sound of his name, the president frowned. Then, 3 airborne carriers will get rid of everyone on the list. You can remove a good million at a time, just a dozen times, and the world is purified. You Hydra actually dare to take on the Joker organization. This is something that impresses me. Sora's algorithm can set up a whitelist with the names of all the members of the Joker organization on it. After watching the video, Sitwell collapsed to the ground with a face ashen. It was over. Hydra's plan was bankrupt. Steve said, Mr. President, you are also on their assassination list. The president asked, what do you want to do? Steve replied, stop the Insight project and capture the Hydra members led by Alexander. What about the evidence? The president asked rhetorically. Nothing you tell me, nothing you show me, can be used as evidence to capture Alexander. I have no way to give that order. Yes, after all is said and done they have no hard evidence in their hands. Thinking from the president's point of view, perhaps this is just a self-directed play by the 3 of them to target Alexander and Shield. In contrast, the video provided by Alexander of Steve killing the agent carries more weight. Mr. President. Tony, who hadn't said much, suddenly spoke up and said, I have a plan that will make them throw themselves into the net. One more chapter in the evening to make up for the day before yesterday. Chapter 363, Tony offers a plan. The dog jumped to the wall. Hearing these words, Mr. President and Steve have looked up at him. Tony said, Hydra has been hiding in Shield for so many years, it must be hiding very deep. There are tens of thousands of agents in Shield's Washington headquarters alone. We have no idea who are the good guys and who are the bad guys. Even if we capture Alexander, it won't help. So I think the best way is to get Hydra to come forward and then destroy them in one fell swoop. The president asked, tell me more about your plan. My plan is to have the FBI agents go to the Triple Curve Wing building to arrest the people. Upon hearing this, the president sighed in disappointment. Although the United States has the greatest say in Shield, Shield is, after all, an international organization. The current evidence is not enough to apprehend the chairman of the board of governors of Shield. Tony explained, I'm not talking about arresting and returning to the case, or suspending the investigation. The president hesitated for a moment and said, even if it's a suspension and investigation, you need a reason. Tony laughed. The reason is very simple. The FBI received a real name report. Alexander, suspected of premeditated assassination of the president, need to be suspended from duty to accept the investigation. Steve and I are the whistleblower. The president thought about it, did not question it, and asked, and then what? Tony said, Alexander encountered allegations and will certainly call to explain to you. Saying that, he pointed to Sitwell, who was sitting paralyzed on the floor, and said, during your call, this person will suddenly shout so that Alexander will know that his cronies are under control. At that, Sitwell looked up in bewilderment, thinking there was actually a scene for me. The president shook his head and said, this kind of phishing enforcement is not in line with the procedure, and someone else will catch a hold of it afterwards. By others, he meant legislators and politicians from opposing parties. Tony continued, Sitwell doesn't have to say anything, just yell a few times. Alexander has a ghost in his heart. Once he senses that something has happened to his cronies, he will definitely not go with the FBI, and will even jump to the wall. Mr. President, this matter concerns the safety and security of millions of people. It is worth taking a risk. The president frowned and whipped Stark's proposal from start to finish. If the facts are 50% similar to Steve's description, the risk is worth taking once. And by agreeing to it at this point, Stark would do himself a favor and wouldn't have to worry about campaign funding for next year's election. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Mr. President nodded his head and said, "Well, that's not a bad plan." Steve and Tony looked at each other with joyful expressions on their faces. But the president suddenly said, "What if Alexander is willing to be investigated?" The smiles on Steve and Tony's faces gradually tightened. Sure enough, politicians are always most concerned about whether their position is secure. If Alexander is not in trouble, the president's move is bound to annoy him. A global largest intelligence organization's chairman of the board of directors, the hands of energy cannot be underestimated. Not to mention the other, is their mastery of all kinds of scandals. Just throw a few out, you can make the political arena a 10-magnitude earthquake. After a moment of silence between the two, Steve stepped forward and said, "If he accepts the investigation and the investigation does not go wrong, I am willing to take all the responsibility." Ha 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 ha. The president laughed loudly and cheerfully. "I'm not qualified to dispose of you, a national hero. Tell you what, if Alexander is willing to be investigated, I hope you will give up your resistance and come forward to SHIELD to be investigated. There has to be an account of those murdered agents." This is said. In other words, once the plan fails, you go to Alexander yourself to apologize. At that, Steve did not have any hesitation, nodded and said, "A deal." The government officials and Secret Service agents accompanying him walked into the room. Mr. President gave an order, "Let the Washington FBI immediately send someone to the Triple Curve Wing building to bring back Alexander Pierce, the chairman of SHIELD's board of directors, to be investigated." The reason: received a real name report that Alexander premeditated assassination of the president. Hearing this news, officials and agents were all taken aback. That Alexander Pierce, he is the head of SHIELD. Why would such a powerful man want to murder the president? If it was true, why didn't SHIELD get any news? Even other government departments have never received similar information, even just a word. Seeing the room, Captain America Steve Rogers, and Iron Man Tony Stark. These people gradually understood in their hearts. It should be these two gods through some special channels to learn the information. No wonder it is the real name report. After the president's order, the Washington FBI immediately launched the arrangement, and others must stay in the room, without orders not allowed to leave half a step. At this time, Steve walked up to the president and whispered, "Mr. President, I want to go to Washington first." Mr. President gave a meaningful smile. "Why?" Steve replied, "If the plan succeeds, Alexander will definitely jump to the wall and forcibly start the Insight program. By then, SHIELD is in chaos, and the people of Washington will be in danger. If I ambush in Washington in advance, I can protect the people and stop the Insight plan, and at the same time delay the mobilization of troops for you." At these words, Mr. President was silent. Steve added, "I will stand by 1 kilometer away from the Trickwad Wing building, while turning on the communicator to accept listening at any time. Never take a step closer until ordered to do so." When he said these words, his face was serious, his expression sincere, without a trace of faking. The president knows a lot of people and is a veteran in the political arena. He could see at a glance that Steve did not mean what he said. When discussing the plan just now, he had been considering whether the implementation of the plan would affect his approval rating, but ignored whether the plan would cause casualties among innocent agents and people. But Steve did not ignore this point. Mr. President finally understood why he would become the first superhero in history and why he would be the only candidate for the Super Soldier program. After a slight hesitation, Mr. President nodded, "Okay, I promise you." But the communicator must be on at all times, and no action is strictly forbidden without orders. "As ordered, thank you." Seeing Mr. President nod his head, Tony immediately called, "Jarvis." "Yes, sir." The small door of the room opened and an intelligent robot walked in carrying a silver-white case. "Mr. President, the government officials, and those Secret Service agents stared at the case without blinking their eyes. The Iron Warrior armor is Tony Stark's gold standard. But the people here have never even witnessed it, let alone experienced it firsthand. Today, this wish can finally be realized. Steve walked over and used his fingerprints to unlock the box. The case immediately popped open, revealing a set of blue and white color matching shoulder bags. This is. Everyone showed a puzzled expression. Steve looked to Tony and asked, "Second generation?" Tony made the OK gesture. "The third generation." Steve took out his backpack and put it on his back and found a red button in front of him. He glanced at Tony and after getting a definite look, reached out and pressed the red button. Click. The duffel bag immediately flowed out a large amount of soft blue-white substance, wrapping Steve's body slowly. 5 seconds later, a new set of Team America battle armor appeared in the eyes of the crowd. Steve excitedly asked, "What is this?" Tony turned to face the crowd and said loudly, "The latest achievement of Stark Industries, Nano Battle Armor." The crowd of onlookers was wide-eyed and applauded enthusiastically. Mr. President said excitedly, "This is the most satisfying weapon display I've ever seen." Tony, on the other hand, said modestly, "At present, the nanotechnology is still immature, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. My ultimate goal is to make the whole set of battle armor the size of a watch or a necklace." After adapting for some time, Steve seriously saluted Mr. President and flew out of the Stark building. Washington, D.C., Triple Curve Wing Building. Alexander was sitting at his desk, smoking a cigarette in annoyance. Steve's whereabouts were unknown. The Winter Soldier had not returned all night. Now even Sitwell has lost contact. What the hell is going on here? Since the morning, he had been feeling anxious and had a feeling that something big was about to happen. Tilly. The phone at his desk rang and Alexander pressed the call button. "Sir." The voice of Rumlow, the leader of the Special Operations Team, came out of the phone. "Since the death of Nick Fury, all departments of SHIELD have been replaced by Alexander with his own people, especially the security department." "What is it?" "The FBI is here and says they have something important for you." Puzzled, Alexander asked, "What do they want from me?" Rumlow replied, "I didn't say, but there are a lot of people coming, and they're carrying guns, so I'm afraid they're not good." "Bad people?" "In the territory of SHIELD. What right does the FBI have to be arrogant?" Alexander said, "Transfer a Special Forces team, escort them to my office." Rumlow smiled and said, "Understood." Soon, the SHIELD agents saw a magical scene. 8 FBI agents, looking nervous, walked towards the elevator entrance like a young bride getting married. They were surrounded by 2 teams of special forces with loaded guns and a tight escort. The agents whispered, "What's going on here?" The 2 major intelligence organizations actually looked like they were at war. They took 4 elevators and arrived at the top floor of the Triple Curve Wing building and walked into the office. Alexander sat behind his desk with a serious expression. "What does the FBI want from me?" The agent in charge stepped forward and said, "Received a real name report that Alexander Pierce, chairman of the Board of Governors of SHIELD, is suspected of premeditated assassination of the president. Please, Mr. Chairman of the Board of Governors, come back with us to accept the investigation." At that, Alexander's expression surprised, disdainful laugh. "I premeditated assassination of the president. Are you feds fed up? You believe in such a bullshit report, and you even report it by name. Who reported me?" The agent in charge said with a cold face, "The name of the informant we cannot disclose." In addition, SHIELD is indeed the most powerful intelligence organization, but we at the FBI are not idle eaters either. Without ironclad evidence, how dare we come to the dragon's den that is SHIELD? He said. He pointedly glanced at the surrounding Special Operations team. Alexander snorted coldly and said, "Let your director call me. Your rank is not even qualified to talk to me." The agent in charge immediately took out an investigation order from his pocket and said, "Of course my rank is not enough, but if there is an investigation order signed by both the director and the president themselves, I think it should be enough." At these words, The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Langro stepped forward, took the investigation order, hastily swept a glance, and then handed it to Alexander. "I'm going to call Mr. President myself." Alexander thought that this was just a farce, but he did not expect that this investigation order was actually true. He was puzzled. Who reported him to conspire to assassinate the president? He had no such ideal plan at all. As for the inside list, it was completely calculated by Sora's algorithm and had nothing to do with him at all. The agent in charge said, "Of course." Alexander picked up the phone and dialed the White House. It turned out that the person on the other end of the line said that Mr. President was out for inspection and was not at the White House. Alexander dialed Mr. President's private number again, and this time the call went through. Stark Industries building. Mr. President held up the phone and talked to Alexander with a conciliatory expression. Tony squatted down, put his arm around Sitwell's shoulder, and whispered, "Whether you can get your sentence reduced and live to see your family depends on your performance." Sitwell nodded resignedly, then jerked to his feet and shouted, "Hail Hydra!" The excited voice reached Alexander's ears through the phone. His entire body was struck by lightning, and the expression on his face instantly froze. What the hell was going on here? The president was actually surrounded by Hydra people. No, that voice seemed to be Sitwell. Does it mean that this idiot has been captured and confessed? Alexander just wanted to ask for details, but found that the phone had already hung up. "Sir, what's wrong?" Seeing his superior's ugly face, Romulo asked worriedly. Alexander leaned against the backrest, his face pale, and did not say a word. The throbbing pain reappeared, and he frowned and covered his head hard. The agent in charge waited for a moment and said impatiently, "Mr. Counselor, you've called the president. It's time to come with us." Romulo lifted his head, his fierce eyes glaring angrily. "Okay, you're tough, then take another 5 minutes. 10 minutes off." Alexander cocked his head and thought hard. What must have happened after Steve and the Winter Warrior disappeared? The worst-case scenario is that Bucky recovered his memory, explained the truth to Steve, and then the two teamed up to kidnap Sitwell. No, if it was the two of them, Sitwell would have sent out a distress signal and the New York branch would have gotten the relevant information. There must be others. Sitwell was in New York at the time, right, Tony Stark? If he is also involved, he can indeed kidnap people silently. Sitwell, this person's mouth is not strict. 9 out of 10 have already explained everything. And Tony Stark and the political circles to make friends, he can directly contact the president. Well, all and everything. Then they want to capture the thief first to control me. The first thing you need to do is to get a good idea of what you want to do. Alexander will start and end cause reasoning a 7 or 8. Finally let go of the hand covering the head. He stood up, hands on the case, expressionlessly stared at the agents. "Mr. Counselor, have you thought it over?" Alexander nodded and said indifferently, "Kill them all." Chapter 364. The plan starts. Suppress the rebellion. The FBI agent was horrified. Alexander was out of his mind, right? Dare to shoot the National Law Enforcement Agency personnel in the SHIELD office. This is tantamount to treason. The agents' jaws dropped and their minds went blank. They considered that Alexander might refuse to go with him, but never thought that he would dare to execute the bureau agents on the spot. The agent in charge reacted quickly and immediately touched his hand to the pistol at his waist. But before he could pull out his pistol, the specially prepared team had already raised their rifles and aimed at them. Da-da-da. The deafening sound of gunshots rang through the office. The black muzzle of the gun spewed out golden flames, and the brass bullets easily pierced through the bulletproof vests, knocking the 8 FBI agents into a sieve. The room was filled with smoke as the 8 agents planted themselves on the floor, their sticky blood staining the clean white tiles. The special ops team walked up and confirmed the agents' deaths one by one. Seeing the blood, seeing the bodies, a grim smile appeared on Romulo's face. With an excited look on his face, he asked, "Sir, have we been exposed?" Steve and Bucky had both disappeared after the engagement, and Sitwell, who was supposed to come to the 3 Curve Wing building to report, had also lost contact. Even if Romulo was just a brave and tactless warrior, he sensed that something big must have happened. Alexander nodded with a cold face. Sitwell has been captured by the president. Romulo's face showed an expression of contempt and said, "This guy is a soft bone, a little bit of hard. All must be accounted for." Alexander said, "But he still has a backbone. Just now he was the one who warned me on the phone. Otherwise, I really have to go with this bunch of losers foolishly." Once I was under control, the Insight plan would have been completely bankrupt. Romulo was a little surprised, not expecting that the always weak Sitwell also had a manly side. He hurriedly asked, "Sir, then what should we do now?" Alexander said helplessly, "Since we have already been exposed, we have to withdraw. Notify it down and immediately start the Insight plan. Conduct a sweep of the area near Washington, and retreat immediately after the mission is completed. These three sky carriers are the property of Hydra. Make sure to take them away." "Understood." Romulo nodded his head, leaving a special combat team to protect Alexander, then went forward alone to give the order. Alexander was in an annoyed mood and lit a cigarette, but what he didn't know was that the FBI agent in charge had a small communicator hidden in his jacket pocket. Because there is no closed office, the communicator has transmitted everything that happened here to the New York Stark building. Hearing the sound of the gunshot, hearing the conversation between Alexander and Romulo, Mr. President's face became more and more gloomy. Hydra. These people are really heartless. Mr. President's heart was palpitating, and his body was shaking with anger. If Steve had not discovered Hydra's plot, once they are allowed to restart the Insight program, then by then more than a few million people will die. The whole world will fall into the clutches of Hydra. Tony Stark put on his battle armor and came over and said, "Mr. President, the target of Project Insight is several states near Washington. We must act quickly." Mr. President said with a cold face, "Don't worry, I won't let them get away with it. Order the Marines stationed near Washington to immediately surround the Tri-Bend Wing building. Once SHIELD sky carriers take to the air, shoot them down." As ordered. A general in military uniform immediately left the room to set up. Mr. President looked at Tony again and said, "You two, you can start moving now." Tony smiled faintly and said, "Jarvis, activate all Guardian battle armor." "Yes, sir." Steve floated in midair and activated the stealth mode of the battle armor to monitor the triple curved wing building not far away. After receiving the combat order authorized by the president, he immediately flew over towards the building. The Trickwad Wing building is the lair of Hydra, and the members under its command are conservatively estimated to be 3,000 to 4,000. Now that Tony and the military support had not yet arrived, Steve was worried that he was outnumbered, so he was ready to mobilize the power of the masses, so that those agents in the building who remained loyal to the country would stand up against Hydra. This is a ploy he thought of early on, so Steve went straight to the broadcasting room of the Triple Curve Wing building. Under the building's ground floor, the Insight Project Command Hall was busy with thousands of agents. Just a moment ago, Counselor Alexander gave the order to activate the Insight program. The agents were curious. This plan had obviously been suspended. Why did Mr. Counselor suddenly want to activate it? Although they did not understand it, they still did as they were told and activated the 3 air and space carriers. Just then, the announcement inside the building rang out. "Attention all SHIELD agents, this is Steve Rogers." At the sound, those agents stopped what they were doing and looked up with a bewildered face. Captain America, Steve Rogers. This legendary figure printed in history textbooks, and is the idol of many agents. But just a few days ago, a notice came from above that Steve Rogers was suspected of murdering former director Nick Fury. Although there is no official wanted notice, but SHIELD internal investigation procedures have been launched against him. From satellites in the sky, to traffic cameras on the ground, all surveillance equipment is capturing him. Most SHIELD agents are half-hearted about this allegation. Steve Rogers is a legendary hero. How could he murder Nick Fury? Many die-hard fans firmly believe that it must be the Special Forces gang of idiots investigating the wrong thing. Take a step back. Even if Steve really killed Nick Fury, The problem must also be in Nick Fury. Don't ask why. Powder for decades of love beans. How can others slander? These days, you have heard a lot of things about me. Some people say I killed Nick Fury. There are also people who received orders to arrest me. But now, it's time for you to know the truth. The truth? The agents shot to their feet. SHIELD has changed, and he's been taken over by Hydra. Hydra was a World War II era science force that was once wiped out by me and the Allies. But they used Operation Paperclip to lurk in SHIELD and slowly grew. Alexander Pierce is the head of Hydra, and the Special Ops and Insight Project teams are his minions. I don't know who else is. But they're in this building, probably standing right next to you. Nick Fury discovered their plot and ended up being assassinated by Hydra's men that night. Before he died, Nick handed me the same thing, and through these 2 days of investigation finally learned the truth. In fact, the Insight plan was not to protect us at all, but to slaughter anyone who could potentially threaten Hydra. When the 3 sky carriers fly to the designated altitude, those who are marked will die under the carrier's artillery, several million people at a time. If you launch those sky carriers today, Hydra will be able to kill anyone who gets in their way and gain absolute control. Unless we stop them. I know it will be hard, and there will be many sacrifices, but that's how high the price of freedom is, and always has been. I'm willing to pay that price. It's okay if I'm the only one, but I'm sure I won't be the only one. At the end of the speech, all the tens of thousands of SHIELD agents were silent. In a calm and gentle tone, Steve revealed to them a shocking truth. SHIELD, the world's most powerful intelligence organization, was now actually in the hands of the Remnant Party. The news was tantamount to a bolt from the blue, blasting the agent's worldview to the ground. Top floor office. Alexander held his champagne, listened to the radio, and sneered, "Freedom, that's the biggest lie in this world." "Rumlow, take the suppression potion and go to the broadcast room and kill him. Today, a new page will be turned in the history of mankind, so let's celebrate with the head of Captain America." Command Hall. The work of starting the sky carrier had stopped. The agents were mingling, their faces were panic-stricken, and they were noisy like a vegetable market. Just then, the SHIELD broadcast room was invaded from outside. "Captain, of course you won't be the only one." The agents quieted down, and someone heard the cynical voice. "Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tony Stark, also known as Iron Man. I'm sorry to tell you that what the captain just said is true. If you guys had pushed that damn button and let the sky carrier lift off without a hitch, millions of people would have been killed today, among them your families, your colleagues, and yourself. But you need not despair. After my efforts and those of the captain, the Honorable Mr. President has learned of Alexander's plot. The President of the Council has been removed from his position, and the Marines stationed in Washington, D.C., are about to surround the Tri-Bend Wing building and wipe the bastards out completely. In addition to that, I will personally lead 1,000 steel battle armors to fight alongside you. 5 minutes, as long as you guys can hold out for 5 minutes, the victory of this war will be ours. By the way, it's easy to identify who is Hydra. All those who want to launch sky carriers are Hydra. Pick up your weapons and fight bravely." Bang! There was an explosion on the radio and Tony's voice came to an abrupt end. "Steve escaped. Go after him and kill him." Rumlow's voice came out of the radio. The command hall was silent. With the personal endorsement of Captain America and Iron Man, the Hydra matter has basically been nailed down. Cannot launch. Must not launch the sky carrier. All the agents thought so in their hearts. Bang! At this time, a Special Forces team rudely kicked open the door and walked into the hall with rifles in hand. They all had cold faces and fierce expressions. The agents in the hall were mostly civilians, and many of them didn't even have the courage to look at them. A special agent came over and said to the man sitting at the console, "Go into launch sequence and send the ship into the sky." The man licked his lips and looked nervously to his left and right, his body trembling slightly. The special operations officer asked, Is there a problem? No. The man shook his head at a loss for words. No problem. Then hurry up and fire. I'm sorry, sir. The man lowered his head and gasped sharply, I can't launch the ship. It's an order from Captain America. Upon hearing this, the Special Ops team member pulled out a pistol and pointed it at his head. Get out of your position. At this moment, a SHIELD agent pulled out a pistol and pointed it at the head of the Special Ops team member. No launching the ship. This is an order from Iron Man. Don't move. Put the gun down. Command Hall, Hydra and SHIELD agents have pulled out their guns and pointed at each other. Tony Stark said that the way to distinguish Hydra is very simple. Whoever wants to launch the ship is Hydra. Both sides loaded swords, just waiting for a fuse, will erupt into a fierce conflict. The agent put his finger on the trigger and yelled, drop the gun. The special agent sneered and slowly raised his hands, dropping his pistol. Snap! The pistol fell to the ground with a crisp clatter. But when a person violently hears a louder sound, there is a momentary pause in thought. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Special Operations officer immediately turned around. With a beautiful takedown, the gun in the agent's hand was taken into his own hands. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the agent fell to the ground with a bullet in his eyebrow. Bang! 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 This gunshot became the fuse of the conflict. The hall immediately rang out intensive gunfire, bullets flying across the sky. The Special Ops team member hurriedly crouched down, kicked the man out of the way, and laid his hands on the table to quickly tap the keyboard and rewrite the previous command. Firing program, start. Outside the Sanquan Wing building, the originally calm lake suddenly began to boil. The water level kept dropping, gradually revealing the huge hangar door. Shut down the hangar doors. Close the hangar doors. Several agents ran wildly into the hangar and shouted to the staff in the control room. When the staff heard them, they knew something was wrong and hurriedly prepared to close the hangar. Bang! 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 Several bullets pierced through the glass and knocked them into a sieve. The Special Operations team rushed to the hangar to ensure the smooth takeoff of the Sky Carrier, and all those agents loyal to the country were killed. Hydra has been entrenched for years and holds most of SHIELD's armed forces. It was almost as easy for them to uprising with force. No one interfered and the hangar door opened completely. Sunlight shone into the dim hangar, and the three Sky Carriers finally revealed their true appearance. There were 4 anti-gravity engines built on the carriers, and the engines spewed out a beam of blue flame, allowing the carriers to slowly rise from the hangars. Alexander stood by the window, watching the plan he had been working on for years come to fruition. Although it was more rushed than expected, the feeling of accomplishment in his heart still surged powerfully. Alexander, call it off. The 5 counselors of the laser projection exhorted one after another. They had been working with Alexander for more than 10 years, and their relationship had always been quite good, but they didn't expect him to be Hydra, which was really ironic. Alexander took a sip of wine and smiled. Sora's algorithm will mark all criminals and those who are likely to commit crimes. By sacrificing 20 million people, I can recreate a new order for the world, a harmonious society without crime. So why do you guys have to linger on the old world? The councilman said sarcastically. A harmonious society. It is the society that submits to the feet of Hydra and grovels, right? Alexander shook his head and had no intention to argue. Let you think what you want. The Sky Carrier has already lifted off. No one can stop me. Just as the words came, the Hydra on the carrier contacted Alexander urgently. Sir, a large number of steel battle armors were spotted flying towards the triple curve wing building. Alexander put down his glass and said, order all carrier planes to take off to intercept. Until the big sweep is over, we can't let Stark get close. Chapter 365, The Moment of the Duel. The sky was azure and cloudless. Washington residents on a nearby excursion saw the 3 Sky Carriers slowly rise into the sky. All of them pulled out their cell phones in amazement to take pictures and then sent the videos to the internet. Just after sending the video, they saw a scene of a lifetime. On the Sky Carriers, the Hydra pilots ran wildly toward the carrier planes on the deck. Soon, Hundreds of Quinjet fighters lifted off vertically and accelerated towards the distance. Such a dense takeoff and landing of fighter planes made the onlookers and netizens' jaw dropped in surprise. They were instantly talking and exclaiming, "What the hell is going on here? There is going to be a war." The Hydra pilot activated the detection radar, and dozens of light dots appeared on the screen at once. These targets are the Mark series iron battle armor led by Tony Stark. Their purpose was to stop the steel battle armor from getting close enough to allow the InSight project to be implemented successfully. The pilot locked onto the target, opened the belly magazine, and pressed the launch button. Poof, poof, poof. An air-to-air missile hung out with a long tail flame and spurted out, cutting a thin white mark in the sky. Drip, drip, drip. Incoming missiles. The moment the radar locked on, the battle armor system had detected it. Pull up. Tony did not panic and calmly gave the order. Dozens of battle armor immediately changed direction and flew towards the sky at a wide angle, while the hundreds of missiles trailed closely behind. Tony said, "Incendiary bombs." Click. Mark's battle armor's arsenal opened, and dense red incendiary bombs fell down like a heavenly maiden. The sudden appearance of a large number of high-heat targets caused most of the missiles to immediately lose their aim and change direction to chase the incendiary bombs, with less than 100 missiles still locked on them. Tony said, "Shoot the missiles down." The helmet display immediately aimed at the missiles to calculate the route. The battle armors raised their arms one after another, firing a wave of electromagnetic pulses to destroy the missiles halfway down their path. The first wave of attacks sent by the 3 shipboard squadrons were barely defended. Tony breathed a slight sigh of relief and couldn't help but spit in his heart. "I told them to hold on for 5 minutes. And it turned out that the Sky Carrier took off before 2 minutes were up." It seems that Hydra has become deeply entrenched and is in full control of SHIELD. They want to start a rebellion, only with those remnants of the Force cannot be stopped. Fortunately, this plan to lure the snake out of the hole, these latent in SHIELD in the assholes all dug out, otherwise there will be big trouble. Tony contacted Steve and said, "Captain, the carrier of the Sky Carrier has been lured out by me. Here is your time to perform. I'll hold them back and keep them from bothering you." On the roof of the Trickwad Wing building, Steve looked at the carrier overhead and replied, "Thanks. Be safe." After saying that, the EMP under his feet spurted out, sending him to the deck of a Sky Carrier. Most of the Hydra members on the carrier had already left in the carrier's aircraft, leaving only a small number of armed forces. Seeing the blue and white steel battle armor, they were alarmed and hastily called out, "Steve spotted." "Steve's been spotted. He's on the deck of the carrier right now." Romolo was searching for Steve's whereabouts inside the building. When he got the news, he led a small team in a helicopter and chased after him. Now the guard force on the aircraft carrier is very empty. Once Steve turned into Hulk Fury, I am afraid that before the carrier flew to the designated altitude, it has been destroyed. RDADA. The Hydra on the deck, aiming at Steve, fired wildly. Unfortunately, the bullets hit the nano battle armor, will not even leave a little bullet mark. Stark's technology is advanced again. The previous battle armor was hit by large caliber bullets. At least a piece of paint can be knocked off. Steve secretly lamented. Wearing new equipment, we have to use a new way to fight. Steve did not do as in the past, foolishly rushed up. He used his helmet's scanning system to sweep over from left to right, marking all the Hydra members. Click. The weapon modules at both shoulders opened. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen rounds of armor-piercing ammunition were shot out, hitting the Hydra members with precision and killing them in one shot. After only a few seconds, the sound of gunfire on the deck came to an abrupt end. If it had been in the past, it would have taken at least a minute or more. Steve put away the weapon module and couldn't help but feel, times have really changed. After solving the miscellaneous fish on the deck, Steve stared and frowned. By thinking back to past tragedies, such as the face of Sharon Carter before she died, anger slowly surged in his heart. When the anger value reached a critical point, Steve's body swelled up rapidly, eventually turning into a 2-meter-tall beast. What's even more amazing is that as the body slowly expands, the nano battle armor is also growing. What was finally revealed was a Hulk wearing blue and white matching nano battle armor. This form is perfect. Steve can not only play the Hulk's strength and speed, but also to use the technology and firepower of the armor, and even make up for the Hulk cannot fly shortcomings. Stark took this into account before upgrading the third generation of battle armor for him. Just then, an armed helicopter flew above the deck of the Sky Carrier. The hatch opened and Rumlow held a large sniper rifle aimed at Steve. Looking at Steve wearing nano battle armor, he was slightly surprised, but quickly said disdainfully, "In front of the vibranium, the strength of the nano battle armor is like paper mug." Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the suppression potion made of vibranium shot out, the sharp needle glittering. Steve, as if he suddenly sensed something, turned around violently and reached out to hold the inhibiting potion. "What?" The sneer on Rumlow's face instantly stiffened, then turned into disbelieving surprise. The special sniper rifle was discharged at a speed of up to 2,000 meters per second. How could Steve have reacted and still be able to grab the suppression potion without a hitch? Rumlow was puzzled. If it is a normal state of Steve, of course, there is no such sharp reflexes. But he ignored that Steve is still wearing nano battle armor. The armor is equipped with an advanced detection system. When Rumlow raised his gun to aim, the armor has given warning tips, and accurately deduced the bullet sniper trajectory. The Hulk state is far beyond human keen reflexes. To do this is not particularly difficult. Steve casually threw away the inhibiting agent and raised his arm to open the weapon compartment. Bang! A miniature missile spurted out. Rumlow sweated, dropped his sniper rifle, and immediately jumped down from the helicopter. The next second, the missile hit the helicopter and instantly exploded into a fireball. Rumlow dropped to the deck and rolled to remove the force of the fall. But before he could stand up, he heard the knock knock knock, dull and loud footsteps. Looking up, he saw Steve running wildly towards him at an alarming speed. Rumlow pulled out the pistol at his waist, dropped to one knee and raised his hand to fire. Bang bang bang! The bullets hit the nano battle armor and were bounced off without incident. Steve ran wildly over, like a hawk catching a chicken, and lifted up Rumlow with one hand. In front of Steve and Hulk state, the 1.8 meters tall strong man Rumlow, as if it were a newborn baby, had no power to fight back. Rumlow sinewy, struggling hard. Steve said indifferently, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. You are a close friend of Alexander and the captain of the Special Operations Team. Keeping you alive will be of great use to us." After saying that, the nano battle armor separated a rope, tied Rumlow's legs tightly, and Steve casually threw him off the carrier. Below the aircraft carrier is a river, with the current height simply dead. Rumlow's legs were bound by the rope, and the only result was to be captured alive. Steve turned around and opened his visor, scanning out the structural diagram of the Sky Carrier. This ploy to transfer the Tiger from the mountain was thought up by Tony in order to let Steve and the absence of interference to play their own power, completely destroy the Sky Carrier. For this reason, he also thoughtfully marked the key parts of the carrier, marked in red. "Determine the target," Steve roared, like a high-speed Tiger tank, directly into the control room of the aircraft carrier. High-strength glass snapped into slag. The Hydra members who were operating the carrier were like birds of prey, scared to death and fleeing in all directions. Faced with such a humanoid beast, they had no way to resist. The battle armor's arsenal opened, and a micro-missile shot out, indiscriminately bombarding the key areas marked in red. In less than half a minute, the control system of one Sky Carrier was all destroyed. Then, Steve flew to another carrier. When the battle armor's missiles ran out, he took action himself. Those advanced instruments containing the highest human technology were smashed to pieces with his fist and foot. Steve felt very good. He suddenly can understand why Hulk likes to smash things so much. This without any scruples, as if incompetent rage smashing. Really very decompressed and addictive. Steve smashed wildly for more than 2 minutes, the 3 carriers of the red-marked area all destroyed. However, Within 2 minutes the altitude of the carriers increased to 3,000 meters, already reached the designated height for firing the guns, and there was no tendency to fall. Steve snapped to attention that these sky carriers were remotely controllable and the engine parts were specially reinforced so that even Stark's missiles could not be easily destroyed. During this period, the ground troops also launched thousands of missiles to destroy the sky carriers. However, the carrier carried hundreds of 50mm rapid-fire guns, as well as the most advanced anti-missile system, perfectly intercepted all the missiles. Steve was so anxious that he urgently contacted Tony and shouted, "Tony, the carrier can be controlled remotely, even if the control room is destroyed. It is useless, and the missiles of the battle armor have been exhausted, and the carrier has already reached the designated altitude. We only have less than 30 seconds left." Tony was being watched by more than a dozen carrier planes, and missiles and artillery were attacking him intensely like money. He dodged the missiles while firing electromagnetic pulse waves to destroy the carrier aircraft. High tension, there is no time to reply. At this time, the Hydra members, who were remotely controlling the carrier, had already started to lock on the target. Arriving at designated altitude, now linked to satellite. Use algorithm. Use whitelist. Algorithm enabled, whitelist enabled, starting to lock on target. The satellite positioning system and the carrier's electronic detectors formed a powerful insight that could clearly observe everything within a few hundred kilometers. After Sora's algorithm was enabled, hundreds of thousands of people were tagged every second. Among them are Mr. President, who is in Stark Tower, Tony Stark, who is tired of dealing with missiles, Bruce Banner, who is working in the back of a restaurant, and Stan Phil, who was imprisoned in his home, sitting on the couch watching TV, escaped death because of the whitelist. After only 10 seconds, a whole million people were tagged by the sky carrier. All targets selected. Target saturation value reached. Prepare to fire. No. With 30 seconds running out, Steve slammed furiously at the engines and roared with heartfelt anger. "Captain!" Tony's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Look out the window." Steve came back to his senses, immediately stopped and turned his head to look outside. A steel battle armor from the distance flying, dense as if locusts transit. "This is..." Steve was overjoyed. He recognized the special paint job of the battle armor. "This is my entire family, the whole 1000 Guardian battle armor." I said it would take 5 minutes, just waiting for them, and finally caught up. "Captain, you can jump ship now." 1000 Guardian battle armor surrounded a circle, the 3 Sky Mother ships tightly surrounded. Tony finally breathed a sigh of relief and said flatly, "Fire." Instantly, the Guardian battle armor's huge arsenal opened, and the missiles of various models hidden inside fired together. Bang, bang, bang. Tens of thousands of miniature missiles covered the sky and flew towards the sky carrier. The carrier's rapid-fire cannons hurriedly turned their guns to fire, trying to shoot down all these missiles. A large number of missiles were hit by the rapid-fire guns, and a hot fireball burst out of the sky. However, the number of missiles was so large that even if the guns were fired at full speed, they were still far from being able to reach them. Boom! The missiles hit the sky carriers and erupted with a deafening explosion, and a sizzling fireball engulfed all areas of the carriers. Stark's weapons were incredibly powerful. A round of tens of thousands of miniature missiles fired in unison, knocking the 3 sky carriers into 1,000 holes and rolling smoke. But even so, the main body of the carrier actually did not break, only the loss of a few engines. The altitude began to drop. Tony Stark also seemed to want to take out his frustration of being chased by hundreds of carrier planes. He immediately ordered a second and a third wave of bombardment. The dense explosions were continuous, as if firecrackers were set off on New Year's Eve, lasting for a full 10 minutes, until the 3 sky carriers were completely blown into pieces and crashed into the river like a heavenly woman. Steve quit Hulk state, standing on the shore to appreciate the artistic sense of the explosion from a close distance. In his hand, he still carried the struggling Romulo. "This guy is also a ruthless person, legs are bound, relying only on 2 hands actually swim from the river to shore. Not only that, he also climbed hundreds of meters after landing. His hands were cut by the rocks bloody. After the Guardian battle armor destroyed the carrier, immediately flew over to help Tony Wilby destroyed all those carrier aircraft. And the sky also appeared the figure of the Marine Corps F-22 and F-35 fighters. So far, Hydra's Insight plan is completely bankrupt. Chapter 366, Internal Purge. SHIELD, Triple Curve Wing Building. Alexander stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the 3 sky carriers, blown to pieces by Stark's Guardian battle armor. The roar of the artillery shattered his original self-confidence a little, and the expression on his face gradually collapsed. "Hey!" Alexander sighed bitterly and said, "What a waste." In order to build these 3 sky carriers, SHIELD poured all its human and material resources. Thousands of industry experts were recruited, and it took 8 years and hundreds of billions of dollars to build them. Tony Stark. This loser is really a waste. Alexander stood in place and hesitated to move. A side of the Special Operations team members could not stand to see, came forward to urge, "Sir, it's time to withdraw." He sighed once again, then turned around and left without any hesitation. "Are the planes ready?" "Ready. The troops responsible for the pickup have also departed." "Good." After such an event, the United States could not stay any longer. Alexander was ready to run to Hydra's overseas base to take refuge. It is said that Nick Fury's safe house is as much as a cow, but in this point, Alexander is not at all false to him. Clap. Suddenly, an iron battle armor crashed through the outer glass and flew into the top-floor office. Alexander and others hurriedly turned back. The red and gold color scheme of the nano battle armor was even more dazzling under the reflection of sunlight. Alexander asked, "Stark?" Tony raised his arms and nodded. "Sorry, Mr. Counselor, you're under arrest." Seeing him, Alexander was furious and ordered with a cold face, "Block him." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Special Combat Team members held their grenade launchers and aimed at him. Bang, bang, bang. After the muffled sound, several grenades quickly flew towards him. Seeing the means of attack, Tony's face showed an expression of sneering disdain. "What era is it now? Still using this kind of dirt?" To the dregs of the weapon. Boom. Several rounds of grenades exploded the office into a mess. Tony stood his ground without retreating a step, his nano-armor unbroken except for a layer of gray and black stained by gunpowder. The sound of the violent explosion made the Special Ops team members subconsciously incline their heads, a perfect opportunity for a counter-kill. Tony did not give them any reaction time. He raised his arms. Palm cannon like an automatic rifle shot out in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. The golden EMP wave knocked the Special Ops team members out, hitting the wall and falling to the ground. Tony had a good hand. These people just broke a few bones and passed out. Because leave them a small life, but also to dig out the members of Hydra lurking in other departments. A dozen or so Special Ops members were only blocked for a few seconds, and Tony soon caught up with Alexander, who had just walked out the door. "Counselor, your men are finished. Give up your hands." Tony aimed his palm cannon at his chest. Alexander stopped in his tracks and looked at the nano battle armor in front of him with an envious expression in his eyes. "If your father had known better back then, today would have been a different ending." This statement is the same as a tacit admission that Stark's parents did not die in a car accident, but died in the assassination of Hydra. Thinking about the film material his father once left behind, Tony's expression of anger said, "I advise you to stop dreaming. My father, kind of great man, will not be with you." "Maybe." Alexander showed a smile, unusually calmly said, "But don't be too complacent. Cut off a head, and we'll grow 2 new heads." Tony's eyebrows tightened. His heart suddenly had a bad feeling. "What do you mean by that? What other conspiracies does Hydra have?" Alexander looked at him. He sneered twice. Then his face changed and fell to the ground. Tony was startled, and quickly squatted down to turn Alexander's body over, the tips of his fingers touching the blood that spilled out of his lips. "Jarvis, blood test." "Yes, sir." Half a minute later, Jarvis said, "Sir, He's poisoned. Poisoned. Alexander is going to kill himself. Tony was unusually perplexed and quickly asked, "What kind of poison? Is there any help?" Jarvis said, "Comparison database, no results." It should be an unknown poison. No results in the database, which means that the antidote cannot be configured. This person cannot be saved. Just after the death notice was given here, Alexander opened his eyes as if he was coming back to life. His eyes protruded and he shouted in a hoarse voice, "Long live Hydra!" After saying that, he slowly closed his eyes, with a treacherous smile on his face from the beginning to the end. "Don't think you're really victorious. I've left a big gift." Washington. A bomb-proof police car whistled and drove through the streets at speed. Law enforcement agencies across the United States were shocked by the terrorist attack on SHIELD headquarters. Just when they were at a loss for words, they suddenly received an order from their superiors to rush to the Trickwad Wing building in full armor and surround the building, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. Police cars whistled to the vicinity of the building. Thousands of special police officers armed with weapons, using the police cars as a cover, surrounded the exit. A number of SHIELD agents tried to sneak out, but were forced back by police gunfire. Steve stood by the river, watching the situation on the other side of the river was very puzzling. The war was over and there were many agents injured inside the building. The police were not busy rescuing people. So why did they have to barricade the building and not allow anyone to enter or leave? Steve sensed that the situation was different, and immediately contacted Tony. "I did not expect Tony," but calmly explained. "The building, in addition to the SHIELD agents, there are many latent Hydra members. Once they mixed in the crowd to escape, and then want to catch can be difficult." Get this explanation, Steve is still not quite satisfied. In his opinion, after the war, the first time should rescue the wounded. Those people are also the heroes of the resistance riots. As for the capture of those lurking Hydra, can be completely synchronized with the rescue of people. The two do not conflict. However, the police or politicians never considered this and still made the most prudent and coldest decision. Steve's ardent blood suddenly cooled down. This emotion didn't last long before he saw a Guardian battle armor flying into the Trickwad Wing building. What was in Steve's mind, Tony could not know it. So he immediately transferred a group of Guardian battle armor over, so that they help rescue the wounded. Guardian battle armor is not only equipped with a large number of weapons and equipment, but also integrated a variety of therapeutic instruments. The battle armor system is connected to Stark Industries server, which has hundreds of first aid measures recorded. Even with the advanced detection system, the picture can be transmitted back to the base by those trop doctors for remote treatment. Half an hour later, the remnants of Hydra were eliminated by the Guardian battle armor, and the situation in the Triple Curve Wing building was finally under control. And Steve also convinced the president to let the wounded agents to the hospital for treatment. After 9 deaths, the SHIELD agents stepped out of the building, but before they could get a few breaths of fresh air, they were escorted to the FBI car. The Hydra dove into the nest shocked the American political world. Mr. President ordered to dig out all the Hydra hiding inside SHIELD. SHIELD, as the largest intelligence agency, has a reserve member training school, SHIELD Academy. Even civilian personnel who only know how to play the keyboard have received formal spy training in the academy. So the only ones who can be qualified to vet them are the FBI and the CIA, which are also top intelligence organizations. So, Mr. President signed a document, led by the Department of Justice, with the FBI and CIA as the main force, in conjunction with other law enforcement agencies, to form a large staff of investigative teams, on all employees in SHIELD and government departments, to launch a rigorous investigation. Those who usually clean up after themselves is no big trouble. Those who are closer to Hydra can be miserable. As long as there is the slightest suspicion, they will face endless interrogations and investigations. Even if no tangible evidence can be found, their political careers will end here. Although doing so would be a serious blow to the country's intelligence forces, but overkill must be overdone. and the grass must be rooted out, otherwise the trouble will be even bigger in the future. In order to prevent the investigation team was infiltrated by the enemy or favoritism, the president invited 2 special monitoring advisors, Tony Stark, Steve Rogers. These 2 had just experienced a big battle and had not had time to rest before they were invited to the FBI headquarters. They sat in chairs in an independent surveillance room, with 10 LCD screens in front of them, corresponding to 10 interrogation rooms. Those who could be personally monitored and interrogated by them were all suspicious elements who had crossed paths with Hydra. In the dimly lit surveillance room, the blue light of the display flashed in people's eyes. The 2 men sat for more than 3 hours, but in the end, there was nothing. Although those suspicious people and Hydra have crossed paths, but most of them are normal interpersonal interaction, there is nothing suspicious. Knowing people, who do not have a few such friends these days. The persuasion of alcohol, digging, borrowing money without repayment, encouraging you to break the law and discipline. Those friends are not exposed before, they think they are meeting a confidant. Once exposed, the malice hidden beneath the smiling face will let you know how dirty and unpleasant the adult world is. Tony tilted his head and let out a long yawn. He put his legs down, rubbed his sore eyes, and prepared to find an excuse to bolt. Those black-hearted politicians were too good at making people. They had just gone through a big battle and were pulled over before they could catch their breath. It was almost dark, and the 2 of them hadn't even eaten lunch yet. Tony was ready to pull Steve to skip work together, but instead he saw Steve staring at the screen with a tense and serious face. He was staring at interrogation room 8. The suspect is a 40-year-old male. Looking at the body should not be a combat sequence. Tony did not make a sound. Pick up the listening headset to put on. The signal will be adjusted to the 8 interrogation room. Listen to less than 2 minutes. Tony also showed Steve's same expression bag. The man belonged to SHIELD, Logistics Department, Level 6 agents, former director Nick Fury's cronies. He shouldered the important task given to him by Nick Fury, disguised as a close friend. In-depth surveillance of SHIELD, Logistics Department in charge of the agent, Stanfill. Because Nick Fury suspected that Stanfill is the Joker organization ambush in SHIELD traitor. Get this news, Steve and Tony, a face of shock, almost did not fall off the chair. They were supposed to catch Hydra, did not expect to catch a Joker. Involved in the Joker organization, 2 people's spirits are highly nervous. Stark is not ready to skip work. 10 minutes later, they listened carefully to the agents over the years, have gained all the intelligence, as well as Nick Fury's suspicions of Stanfield. The 2 men did not hesitate to put down the headset and leave the surveillance room. This Stanfield must have a problem. He must be caught. Learning that he was now imprisoned at home, they put on their battle armor and immediately rushed the apartment near the Sanquin Wing building. Stanfield was wearing comfortable home clothes, sitting crookedly on the sofa watching TV, with a signal locator strapped to his ankle. Once he left his home half a step, or tried to violently destroy the locator, SHIELD side will immediately be informed, and then send agents to force arrest. Of course, this is before. Now Stanfill is watching a news program. On the screen, the program guide is showing the images taken by tourists with their cell phones. 3 sky carriers that looked like alien technology were surrounded by a group of steel battle armor, and the massive hull was blown to pieces by dense missiles that fell like rain in the building's outer walls and river. The video finished playing and cut back to the live screen. The TV reporter was standing outside the Triple Curve Wing building, broadcasting the scene with a serious face. But this big white girl said, can only introduce the building's casualties and losses. As for what happened to SHIELD, why did the FBI arrest them? What's the deal with the 3 sky carriers? And why did Iron Man attack them? These core questions are unknown to the media, because the official information has been completely embargoed. No one in the know can reveal anything until the embargo is lifted. But the TV show host contacted the White House by phone and learned that Mr. President will hold a press conference in 3 days, or the kind that is broadcast live nationwide. All the questions of the public will be answered at the conference. After watching the boring news, Stanfield stood up and went back to his bedroom. He took off his casual clothes and took a shower, then ripped off the signal device on his ankle with one hand. Drip, drip, drip. The beacon turned red and emitted an ear-splitting alarm. Unaffected, Stanfield hurriedly changed into the pearl-white striped suit, then stood in front of the mirror to fix his clothes and hair. 2 minutes later, the armored door was violently broken open with a boom and 4 SHIELD agents rushed into the house. "Stan, where are you?" Stanfield put down his comb and walked out of the bedroom, waving, "I'm here." The agent immediately aimed his gun at him. Fixing his eyes, he noticed that the locator on his ankle was missing. The agent asked, "Where's the locator?" Stanfield calmly replied, "It's a little pinchy. I threw it away." At that, the agent's internal alarm bells went off and subconsciously prepared to pull the trigger. "Humphrey," Stanfield sneered, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his superpowers were instantly activated. The 4 agents seemed to have been cast by the body-stopping spell. Dumbfounded, standing still, the trigger of the pistol ultimately did not pull down. Stanfield whistled and walked past them, slowly and leisurely leaving the apartment. Chapter 367, Forced Entry into the House. A few minutes later, Tony and Steve descended from the sky in their battle armor. "There it is." Steve identified the location and reached out to point to the apartment window. At that, Tony activated the battle armor's detector, and the apartment immediately surfaced on the helmet display. After a careful scan, Tony felt strange and said, "There are 4 living people in the apartment, but they are standing still." "What?" Hearing this, Steve also felt confused. The only person in the Joker organization who could hold the living people in place was Harley Quinn, who had spatial superpowers. Although John Wicker can also freeze people in place, but the extreme cold temperature, those 4 people will certainly not survive. Steve guessed that it would be the Joker organization learned that the traitor was exposed, and specially let Harley Quinn will save people in advance. But what he really worried about was whether the apartment would be a trap planted by the Joker organization. Tony suggested, "We break through the window to sneak in." "No matter what the situation, Stark will always have only plan A." Steve shook his head. "Will be his heart's guess," said. Unexpectedly, Tony listened to the end, but shook his head. "You worry too much. The Joker organization's strength is not as strong as before. The past 3 years have been cowering in Africa. Even if they re-emerge today, they will definitely not look for our trouble. Have you forgotten? Nick Fury can leave you a good thing." Tony refers to the contact communicator. Indeed, if the mysterious man who defeated Jason's help, the Joker organization is indeed not enough to worry about. But remembering Nick Fury's instructions, in order not to give the mystery man trouble, Steve still shook his head and said, "Things are not absolute, or be cautious." Tony was exasperated, speechless. "Instruments have been detected, people have run out of shadows, and still cautious what are?" It seems that Steve was defeated by the Joker organization several times. The guts is getting smaller and smaller. "Just like me once." Tony did not ask Steve's opinion. The foot EMP spurt directly smashed the glass into the apartment. The moment he landed, the battle armor's detection system power pulled full, the arsenal of weapons all open to prevent any possible enemies. After scanning a circle to make sure there was no anomaly, Steve was forced to follow suit. Tony relaxed his guard and laughed. "See, I said no problem." Steve wanted to say something, but in the end some words did not come out. The 2 men walked from the bedroom to the living room and saw the 4 agents with their pistols raised and looking seriously ahead. "What's wrong with them?" Steve asked curiously. "Not sure." Tony shook his head and reached out and waved his hand in front of several people's eyes. He had just used the battle armor's life detection system to scan the 4 men and found that their vital signs were all normal. No external injuries, no internal injuries, no enemies. But just like a fool cannot communicate, this situation is also too bizarre. Tony tried again, and finally a stall. Discouraged, since Stanfield has run away, and the four of them are this way, or turn the search to SHIELD. No. Now it should be handed over to the FBI. Steve sighed. That's the only way. I hope they are still saved. Just then, one of the four agents, shaking slightly, dull eyes back to normal. He rolled his eyes and looked at the two steel battle armors in front of him. A weird smile on his face. Welcome, to. The voice suddenly sounded behind them. Tony and Steve instantly sweat. A cold feeling ran along the spine to the top of their heads. Swish. They immediately turned around, and the palm cannon began to gather energy. Boom. Suddenly, a big explosion occurred in the apartment. Flames accompanied by a shockwave devastated everything in the apartment and blew them both out of the way. After the explosion ended with a loud bang, Tony and Steve rose from the ground. They were protected by battle armor, but the apartment had been turned into a sea of fire. Tony hurriedly flew over to put out the fire. Steve contacted the top to report the situation. Staring at the fire out, the two entered the apartment again. The four agents had been blown to pieces. Looking around the tragic situation, they raggedly gasped, their expressions incomparable gloom. Sacrifice for SHIELD agents. The apartment valuable things have been completely blown up. The operation can only end in a fiasco. Tony was in a depressed mood and walked to the balcony outside the apartment. Steve walked up to him, and after a moment of silence, asked, "What do you think of the agent's actions just now?" Tony said, with his arms pressed against the railing, "What opinion?" "One can only suspect that he was being controlled, and not by his flesh, but by his brain." Steve said, "And I guessed the same. This Stanfield is likely to be superpowered, can control these agents like Hydra control Bucky, from the effect, to several levels of power. Such a powerful character must be a cadre of the Joker organization." Jason actually gave up to stuff him in SHIELD retirement. Tony laughed bitterly. "Think about the times we have fought with the Joker organization. Each time they can get key information, must be stumpful in the air. His superpower as a spy could not be more appropriate." Steve analyzed. "Another top cadre later have a headache." Tony suddenly felt tired of the heart. Joker organization's top cadres, none of them are good to mess with. Stanfield drove the car all the way to the city. Thinking of the two turned around when the surprised expression, cannot help but laugh out loud. The remote control explosives were pre-buried by him, and everything that happened today was in his anticipation. When Stanfield learned that he was suspended, he realized that SHIELD is soon to change the sky. Although Hydra is an ambitious and talented, but the lack of core combat power, even if you can make a mess of SHIELD, but also absolutely cannot fight the several superheroes. Once the fall of Hydra, his identity as a traitor must be exposed. Nick Fury arranged to monitor his eyes can be more than 2 or 3 people. Stanfield is fond of the big city and does not want to run away to Africa for refuge, even if their new base is like a science fiction movie. In order to stay in Washington, he has been thinking about what to do next. Just now while watching TV, it suddenly came to him. 10 minutes later, Stanfield's car was parked in an isolated corner. He was in an upscale neighborhood where the entire street was filled with large houses covering more than 1,000 square meters. This place is very close to the city center. In this place where every inch of land is gold, can live up such a luxurious villa. The identity of the head of the household has been clearly revealed. Strolling on this spacious and clean street, I felt the air was much sweeter than outside. At this time, a suspicious-looking strong man and Stanfield brushed past. Stan walked normally, but the strong man frowned and turned to stare at him with a deadly stare. He was a Secret Service agent, and most of the people walking down this street were agents, because those who live in this community are all big names in American politics. Stanfield is visiting one of them tonight. As he walked, he kept an eye on the villa's mailbox, a move that aroused the agent's suspicions even more. When he found the door number, he was ready to walk up and knock on the door. The agent shouted, "Wait a minute." Stanfield turned around, only to see the agent with several colleagues quickly gathered around. After looking them up and down, they asked, "Who are you? Why are you approaching this house?" Since none of them, the agents, knew each other, it meant that this guy was not an occupant or guest here at all. Without answering, Stanfield smiled and activated his superpowers. The 8th level of telepathy can sense humans in a dozen kilometers around. It can also drill into their brains, peer into memories, and briefly manipulate consciousness. These agents have received rigorous training, but in front of their superpowers, their willpower was like papermuck that broke at the first poke. In an instant, their minds were breached by Stanfield, and their entire being shook with it. A moment later, the agents dropped their guard and said with respectful expressions, "Sir." Stanfield nodded and said, "Follow me, there is an urgent mission to be carried out." At that, several agents pulled out their pistols and surrounded him in a defensive formation. Stanfield walked up to the villa door, straightened his suit bow tie, and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. "Who is it?" The sound of footsteps came from the door. Squeaked Tilda. The person who opened the door was a black woman of about 40 years old, who looked like the maid of the house by the way she was dressed. The maid looked at Stanfield, and the fierce agent behind him, and asked with a puzzled expression, "You are?" Without waiting for her to finish, Stanfield took a step to the right to make room. One agent immediately rushed forward and tackled the maid to the ground and took control to keep her from making a sound, while the rest of the agents quickly pounced in as well. "Ah, what are you doing? Help!" Panicked cries came from the luxurious villa. With a smile on his face, Stanfield walked slowly into the villa and came to the dining room after a short turn. An oval dining table was placed in the middle of the dining room, which could accommodate a dozen people. 8 sets of tableware were placed on the table, as well as 8 covered dinners. Must have calculated the homeowner home time, prepared in advance. Stanfield sat at the main seat of the table, picked up a knife and fork slowly enjoy the food on the plate. The screams in the villa gradually stopped. The agents escorted a group of men, women and children to the dining room, many of them with signs of beatings on their faces. The only thing that caught Stanfield's attention was a poor little girl whose calf had been amputated and who was sitting in a wheelchair. "Who the hell are you?" An older white woman stared angrily. Looking at her dress and temperament, she should be the mistress of this room. Stanfield continued to enjoy the food on her plate and turned a deaf ear to her questioning. Seeing this, the woman became even more angry. A white face turned red. But as soon as she opened her mouth, the agent grabbed her chin and balled up the tablecloth and shoved it into her mouth. Without all this noise, the food on the plate became delicious. But eating alone felt too boring again. Stanfield turned his head and asked, "Is the music?" The elderly butler said in a rush, "There is a phonograph set in the living room." Satisfied, Stanfield said, "Very well, then, let's have some music. I like Beethoven." The butler stood up and, under the watchful eye of the agent, selected the record to start the gramophone. As the pleasant music came, Stanfield finally revealed a satisfied smile. The experience of enjoying music while eating was simply wonderful. He brought the food into his mouth, and while chewing, he held up his knife and fork and excitedly imitated the orchestra conductor. The large villa became a one-man show for him, with everyone else standing around watching, wincing in fear. An hour later, Stanfield's dinner time was finally over, and his target for the evening finally appeared in telepathic range. It was pitch dark. A Cadillac slowly pulled into the street and stopped smoothly at the curb. Mr. Vice President, who was tall and thin, stepped out of the car and came to the door accompanied by 2 agents. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard high-pitched music coming from inside the house. Although Mr. Vice President was not well versed in music, he knew that it was Beethoven's Symphony of Destiny. They were actually having a party tonight because they were an hour late for work. At this point, Mr. Vice President realized that the door of the villa was not closed and left a crack. Puzzled, he pushed the door open and the music sounded even louder. Mr. Vice President walked into the house and found a suspicious man standing by the gramophone dancing with his hands. And there was no one in sight on the entire first floor except for him. "Who are you?" The Vice President was startled and angry. Stanfield turned around, extended his finger to him in a gesture of silence, and then continued to indulge in the world of music. "This man, he's not a psychopath, Is he? The vice president frowned and said, "Arrest him." The two agents dropped their briefcases and immediately pulled out their pistols and walked forward. "Put your hands up, turn your back and get on the ground." "Turn off your damn music." Stanfill stopped playing and turned around with a disgruntled frown. "Go to sleep." Superpowers activated. The two high-security agents rolled their eyes blankly and fell straight to the ground, snoring. "What are you?" "You are?" Mr. Vice President took a few steps back in horror and almost fell over. Stanfill ignored him and turned around to continue to immerse himself in the world of music. He was an avid music lover and especially liked exciting music. The climax was approaching, and the emotions were mobilized, so how could they be released at this time? In this way, a bizarre scene appeared in the villa. A man in a white suit stood on the living room floor, closed his eyes, and waved his hands in full concentration. Not far away, the man in the black suit was frozen in place with a horrified expression. Mr. Vice President also thought about breaking the door, but feared that he would fall to the floor unconscious like the two agents. In this eerie atmosphere, the crescendo of the music ended and entered a low rhythm. "Hey!" Once the tempo slowed down, Stanfill was not in that mood. He walked up and turned off the phonograph, then wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead with his sleeve. When his emotions gradually calmed down, he sat down on the sofa and said, "Good evening, Mr. Vice President." "Hello, Mr. Stanfill." Looking at his face, the Vice President finally remembered. This somewhat nervous man was the former head of the New York Drug Enforcement Administration and the first non-active duty soldier in history to receive the Medal of Valor. Chapter 368. If you can't beat them, join them. Knowing the identity of the other party, Mr. Vice President gradually calmed down. Stanfill, however, was a bit curious. Had his identity been revealed so quickly? "What an honor, Mr. Vice President actually knows my name." The Vice President recalled the past and said, "Drug Enforcement Hero, Medal of Courage." As Vice President, it is strange not to know you, right? At that, Stanfill suddenly realized. I did not expect that after so many years, there are still people who remember his deeds back then. At this late hour, what exactly is the reason for your visit to my home? It's not just for a dinner, right? The Vice President entered into the negotiation and did not mention his wife and daughter. Stanfill crossed his legs and asked rhetorically, "SHIELD was brought down by Hydra, and I had no job, so I had to come here to dawdle over food and drinks." Jokingly, he inquired, "I wonder, Mr. Vice President, what do you think of the situation at hand?" "I mean SHIELD. The Vice President sat across from him and, after frowning in thought, replied, "SHIELD has been taken over by Hydra and no one has noticed it for decades. This is a disgrace to the 5 permanent members, and even more so to the United States. With such a big mistake, SHIELD is responsible from the top down. But even so, SHIELD will not be abolished. The biggest possibility is that all agents are carefully verified, and then reorganize SHIELD and set up a unified peer-level oversight body." Nick Fury as the director at the era. SHIELD status is superb because it belongs to the United Nations. In principle, any country cannot tell SHIELD. All issues need to be discussed by the 5 powers. However, the 5 powers are not a heart. Each country is hiding their own small mind. Each other to pull the blame is common. This gives Nick Fury a lot of room for underhanded operation. Over time, SHIELD's overbearing style of action, as well as the supremacy of not looking at other law enforcement agencies, came to be. But if the establishment of the same level of oversight agencies, it is equivalent to hanging a knife over the head of SHIELD. Those oversight agencies have suffered the insults of SHIELD. If the oversight power in hand, they are sure to impartial law enforcement, strictly investigate all that non-compliant behavior. If so, SHIELD's former glory will never return. The Vice President is directly involved in the highest decision-making. His views are almost equal to the future charter. Stanfill nodded and said, "The results of my analysis and your views are the same, so absolutely cannot let such a thing happen." SHIELD must have the same independent investigative authority as before. The vice president smiled coldly and did not speak again. Because this is simply impossible. Stumpfel is talking about a fool's errand, Stanfield said to himself. In addition to that, I have to become the new director of SHIELD. Hearing these words, the vice president could no longer hold back and said, "This is not possible. You know in your heart that your identity is questionable, and now the whole city is searching for you. It would be a good to save one life, and forget about the rest. Keep you alive. This is the biggest bargaining chip he can give." But Stanfield obviously will not be satisfied. He smiled and snapped his fingers, and several agents brought down the vice president's family. Seeing that the family members' faces and bodies bore scars, the vice president instantly showed his anger and chided, "Stanfield, what the hell do you want to do?" Stumpfel ignored him and inclined his head to beckon, and an agent pushed his disabled daughter over. Looking at the strange uncle in front of her, the little girl's eyes showed a look of fear. "You!" The vice president stormed to his feet, only to have the agent hold a gun to his head. Stanfield touched the little girl's soft blonde hair and sighed, "Such a young child. It is the period of active childhood. And you're stuck in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. TSK. Hearing the strange uncle talk about his disability, the little girl lowered her head in inferiority, clutching the teddy bear in her arms, with a very pitiful appearance. I did not expect the next sentence of the strange uncle, so that the little girl's eyes suddenly brightened up. Stanfield said, "But your kind of disability, there is still a way to treat it." "Really? Really?" The little girl lifted her head and gathered the courage to speak with the strange uncle. Every time she stood in front of the window and watched other children her age playing, she was envious and wanted to run over and join them. But her disability was incurable, and her father ran all over the medical center to no avail. Stanfield glanced at the vice president, nodded and smiled. "Of course, Uncle will not lie to you. Uncle knows a beautiful aunt who is a magical wizard and can cure any kind of disease in the world, including my leg?" the little girl asked in a hurry. Stanfield nodded and said, "Of course, ask your father if you don't believe me." At that, the little girl turned around and asked, "Father, is it true what Uncle said?" Looking at his daughter's expectant eyes, remembering the pain she had suffered and the childhood she had lost, the vice president's heart immediately melted. He hesitated for a moment, revealed a smile with difficulty and said, "Well, it's all true." "Great. Then I can stand up." The little girl burst into tears of excitement and turned to ask, "Uncle, can you take me to Auntie Wizard? I want to ask her to cure my leg. I am very good. No matter how much pain I will not scream." Stanfield patted her head and nodded. "Don't worry, you'll see her soon, and I promise she can cure your leg. Now I need to talk to your father about the medical bills, so go back to your room." The little girl nodded her head vigorously. The agents took all of these people back upstairs, and they were the only two left in the living room. "What the hell are you thinking about?" the vice president asked impatiently. "You know that those two things are not even possible, yet you have to have fun with the child. Abolish peer oversight bodies. Make Stanfield the new director of SHIELD. These two things are as difficult as the sky, with his vice president's authority simply cannot do." "Is that so?" Stanfield leaned back on the sofa and asked, "Why is that impossible?" "Okay, I'll tell you why it's impossible." Seeing that he was still pretending to be dumb, the vice president straightened out the words. "First of all, the matter of the director's throne. Your identity is already known to the top brass. You think they will let a cadre of the Joker organization to be the director of SHIELD? Well," Stanfield immediately retorted, "about my identity, at present, it is only the suspicion stage. Want to wash white is easy." "Not easy," the vice president said. "This matter even the president knows. Where the Joker organization is involved, he will certainly personally participate in the interrogation and investigation, and I have no way to help you." Stanfield made a throat-slitting motion and said, "In that case, let's get rid of him." "What? You're crazy." The vice president was shocked and scared angry. Stanfield pressed his hand and said soothingly, "Don't worry, it's not me personally, much less someone who will see the light. No, it's too risky. Once you are exposed, you will definitely implicate me. The vice president thought about it and still refused. Stanfield changed his mind and tempted. No surprise, Mr. President will be re-elected in the next term. Don't you have a little idea about that position? You are not young, and you can't afford to wait. Boom. These words hit the core, and the vice president's face became incomparably grave. Of course he had ideas for that position, and so did countless politicians from the Democratic and Republican parties. If he were to run in the conventional way, he would certainly not stand a chance. The only way is the accidental death of the current president. He can logically sit in that position. The vice president was silent for a moment, and there was a slight wavering in his heart. But not long after, he laughed bitterly and said, "It's useless. Even if I become president and let you become the director of SHIELD, Tony Stark and Steve Rogers will not agree. They both are now the president's guests, and both know your identity." Stanfield laughed contemptuously. "So you're worried about them? Rest assured, I'll take care of their problems." The vice president asked, "What's your solution?" "Should we kill them too?" Stanfield said, "Don't worry about that. You just need to help me prepare a press card." "A press card?" "That's right. In 3 days, Mr. President is going to hold a press conference. Your questions will be answered on that day." Hesitating for a moment, the vice president sighed. "Okay, I'll bet with you this time, but I have a condition." "Name it." "You have to get Belma to heal my daughter's leg." She was the only one in the clown organization who could heal the broken leg, and the vice president of unification had known that for a long time. Stanfield shook his head and refused. "Not this one." The vice president was shocked and said angrily, "Why? You just promised me." Stanfield laughed. "I only promised that I would cure your daughter's disability. As to when and where, didn't mention half a word. Besides, the organization's top cadres are all busy people, so for her to leave her job behind and leap halfway around the world to cure your daughter, you seem to be overestimating your value." The vice president clenched his fist and silently endured his insult. After a long time, he sighed and bowed his head. "Then what do you say? What should I do?" Stanfield said with satisfaction. "You arrange for your family to travel to Europe as soon as possible. I will inform the organization to arrange an assassination, and then take the opportunity to bring your family back to the base." In addition, repairing a broken limb can be a long process without having to treat the wound. Even Belmont will take several months, and to prevent accidents, it will take several years to recuperate after the repair is over. These you can accept, right? This is to hold my family as hostages are. The vice president has a million reluctances in his heart. He loves his family and enjoys life with them. The thought of being separated from his family by 10,000 miles made him feel a little blocked. "But if there is no hostage in hand, I am afraid that the clown organization will not be at ease, and after doing this, he would be in the clown organization's boat." "When you think about it, it is safer for the family to stay outside than to stay in the mainland." "Okay, I will arrange for their mother and daughter to go on a trip as soon as possible." Stanfield stood up, patted his shoulder and said, "Congratulations, the future you will surely thank you for today." The vice president sighed. "Let's hope so. Then I'll bother you for the next few days." After the apartment bombing, the area around Washington was under martial law. Airports, stations, docks were searched by SWAT patrols everywhere, just to catch Stanfield. He now carries the charge of being suspected of the apartment bombing, and the identity of the clown organization has not yet been implemented. On the one hand, there may be a misunderstanding. After all, Stanfield has been diligent in SHIELD over the years, and the reputation of the masses is good. On the other hand, it is Mr. Vice President is helping. He explained that Stanfield is a Medal of Courage recipient. The police can arrest him to assist in the investigation, but must not mention the Joker organization. This is not only about the reputation of the last president, but also to prevent the public from rioting because of panic. This speech is impeccable, and Mr. President agreed, but no one could have imagined that Stanfield, whom the police had searched for in vain, was hiding in the vice president's house at the moment. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. The first day of the year. The Vice President's house as a 3-day master, the servants good food and drink to serve. The next day, the family traveled to Europe as planned, which shows that Mr. Vice President is determined to get on this thief's boat. Early in the morning, Stanfield changed into a black suit, put on black-framed glasses, and drove to the White House with a press pass in his arms. The press team arranged by the Vice President was waiting for him nearby. After meeting up with them, the team carried cameras and entered the White House through security without attracting attention. The lectern had already been set up, with 300 small chairs on the turquoise lawn. The scene was packed, and the nation's leading media came to attend the press conference. The White House side also invited several well-known bloggers to webcast for the global netizens. After setting up the apparatus, Stanfield found a seat at the back of the room. He also took out a black notebook and pretended to check the questions that would be asked. 3 hours later, the briefing was finally about to begin. A White House spokesman came on stage and began the preliminaries. 3 days ago, the SHIELD headquarters building in southern Washington was the scene of a violent firefight that also resulted in the destruction of 3 sky carriers, which many of the crowd witnessed. The cause of this incident is intricate and complex, and in order to prevent people with ulterior motives from confusing the public, we were forced to carry out the network control. After 3 days of serious investigation, the matter has come to light, and it is time for the nation to know the truth. Here is the Honorable Mr. President. Wow! After a round of applause, Mr. President walked over unhurriedly and waved to the media with a smile on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to talk about the incident that happened 3 days ago, a terrorist campaign against SHIELD. The mastermind behind it is a criminal organization called Hydra. Perhaps some people are unfamiliar with the name, but mention the predecessor of Hydra, I think many people will know, is Scientific Strategic Force. During World War II, they developed many evil weapons that caused millions of civilian and warrior casualties. After the defeat of Hydra went into hiding. Chapter 369 Captain America, Hail Hydra! Hydra secretly took control of SHIELD and wanted to use the InSight project to launch 3 sky carriers into the air and destroy all the enemies that stood in their way, a plan that was simply heartless. However, God bless the United States of America, their actions were discovered by the former director Nick Fury, but on the same night, Hydra brutally killed the brave warrior. It is good that before his death, Director Nick gave the important secrets he knew in advance to Captain America Steve Rogers. This legendary hero of World War II, defying the odds, teamed up with Iron Man Tony Stark, defeated his pursuers, found the secret of Hydra, and then laid out the amazing truth to me. What happened next is as you can see. When Hydra saw that things were falling apart and wanted to dog it, Tony Stark and Steve Rogers cooperated with the military and together they eliminated the Hydra members hiding in SHIELD, finally succeeded in destroying 3 sky carriers and saved the lives of tens of millions of people. To be president in a pretty country, speech and eloquence is a must-have course. In a passionate tone, Mr. President elaborated what happened to the more than 300 reporters in the conference hall. His speech was so climactic and suspenseful that it was more exciting than the ancient tea house storytelling. Everyone was captivated by the story, and the large venue was first silent, then whispering, and finally the whole venue was in an uproar. Those sharp-tongued reporters and hosts, after listening to the shocking news, all could not speak, and could only reveal the Obama expression bag. I can't help it. The news is too amazing, and I didn't expect to be involved in the decades-old. The launch party was uploaded to the internet by several bloggers. At first, only 1 million people watched, but as Mr. President gradually threw out the explosive news, the number of viewers increased exponentially, and now the number of online viewers has exceeded hundreds of millions. The reporters on the stage were in an uproar, completely losing their composure as media professionals. Mr. President smiled, satisfied with the effect of his speech. Everyone, please be quiet first. The following will be the second part of the conference, I will personally for two heroes, Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, awarded the Medal of Courage. The words just fell. Steve and Tony came out from the background. In order to today's medal activities, the two went to the best tailor store in New York, expedited custom-made an expensive suit. Facing hundreds of cameras, Steve's pace was a bit restrained, and his face was stiff. But these small scenes, for Tony, is a home run. Just see him with a smile on his face, reaching out to the cameras everywhere to say hello. This natural sense of the camera, enough to make countless Hollywood actors sweat. Captain, don't be nervous, just follow me. I'm not nervous, just a little too much breakfast. My stomach is a little bloated. Tony harumphed, too lazy to expose his lies. The two walked slowly up to the lectern, and a White House official came over holding a box. The president himself opened the box, which contained 2 medals of courage, representing the highest honor in the nation. Mr. President took off a medal and walked up to Tony and shook his hand. Mr. Stark, thank you for all you've done for this country. Mr. President, it is my honor. The two men exchanged a few words of courtesy and Mr. President placed the medal on Tony's suit chest. After the wearing was completed, Stark stepped aside and Steve came to the front. Mr. President picked up another medal and said, Captain, it's an honor to honor you. Steve did not know how to respond, so he stood firmly with his feet together and gave a serious military salute to the president and the audience. Mr. President was pleased with his witty response and similarly placed the medal on his chest. The president then stood in the middle and reached out to put his arm around the backs of the 2 men. The 3 men faced the cameras and smiled professionally. Click, click, click. The media frantically pressed the shutter of their cameras to record this precious moment. The audience applauded. More than 300 journalists stood up and applauded for the 2 heroes. On stage, Stanfield put down his notebook and also stood up after him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a treacherous smile. Steve Rogers, today is another high moment in your life. But at the same time, it will also be the beginning of the lowest point of your life. Stanfield frowned slightly. A powerful telepathic communication drilled into Steve's brain with a speed close to light. Compared with those miscellaneous agents like Papermac mental power, Steve's mental power is several times stronger. But converted into time, it is the difference between 1 millisecond and 10 milliseconds. Stanfield's telepathy, with devastating force, crushed Steve's mental power and successfully entered his brain to control him. Wow! The applause was still enthusiastic. But the reporters standing in the front row noticed. The smile on Steve's face, no longer as stiff as just now, became a few treacherous. Steve suddenly clenched his fist, his thick arm muscles tensed. He swung his arm violently and smashed in Tony Stark's chest. A bang! Tony was smashed out more than 10 meters away, and fainted on the spot. Sir, Jarvis' voice came out of the invisible headset. Seeing Tony seriously injured and fainted, Jarvis immediately activated the battle armor. Far away from the Stark base, a set of nano battle armor launched, and then flew to Washington at a speed of Mach 4. The launch site. The enthusiastic applause instantly stopped. Everyone was stunned open mouth. Captain, what are you? Before Mr. President could finish, Steve stepped forward, reached out and snapped his hand around his neck, then lifted him up slowly. Wow! The brains of all the reporters in the room went blank. What's wrong with Steve? He's crazy. However, to make them even crazier, Steve slowly turned around and, speaking into the microphone on the lectern, said loudly, "Long live Hydra!" Boom! Another heavy blast. More than 300 reporters on the scene. Hundreds of millions of viewers in front of the computer, all in a state of dumbfounded. What an international joke. Steve Rogers is actually Hydra. But if so, why would Nick Fury give him the secrets? Steve, after getting the secret, why not immediately destroy? Instead, he had to team up with Tony to dig out the secret and tell Mr. President. Is there any secret involved in this? This question, there may never be an answer. Steve thick arm force. Mr. President's neck click was snapped. Then, like throwing garbage, The body was flung into the crowd. The press conference was a complete mess. These journalists still had many questions, but at this moment, they could not care less about anything. Run for your life. Run for your life. This was the only thing on everyone's mind. Bang! At this time, the ear-piercing sound of gunfire rang out. The White House guards came over like a tidal wave, raising their pistols and firing wildly at Steve. Steve pushed down the lectern to avoid, and then immediately transformed into Hulk. Those bullets hit the skin of the Hulk, without exception. All were bounced away. After doing all this, Stanfield smiled faintly and turned to follow the surging crowd to leave the launch site. Tony Stark was lying on the lawn, facing the blue sky. The sound of fierce gunfire woke him up, and he slowly got up, but his chest was a sharp pain, as if the bones had been broken. He struggled to look up, only to see the large venue empty. The body of Mr. President, just lying on the lawn. In the distance, Steve transformed into Hulk, hissing and chasing after the White House guards, with bloodied bodies all along the way. Shit, what's happening? How did the venue turn out like this? Captain, what's wrong with him? The huge influx of information, Tony's CPU directly full of heat, lost the ability to think. He walked quickly to the president's corpse, first felt the pulse, and then turned his eyelids. It's over. It's hopeless. Tony's head throbbed. Things had gotten completely out of hand. Even as a genius, he did not know what to do. But at least to restrain the beast that had lost its mind in front of him. The nano battle armor flew over at Mach 4 speed and began to slow down when it was less than a kilometer away from Tony. Bang! The battle armor hit him in the back and nanoparticles quickly covered his whole body. The White House was already a river of blood, and Steve was ready to run into the street to kill people after brutally killing hundreds of guards. Just then, a missile flew towards him. Steve was quick-eyed and reached out to hold the missile in his hands. Boom! In the next second, Steve was blown out tens of meters away. This missile, although small in size, but not the military commonly used junk goods, but the flagship product of the Stark Group. Tony in battle armor suspended in midair, roared, "Captain, wake up! What's wrong with you?" Roar. Steve stood up and growled at him angrily. Just as he was about to attack, his brain suddenly cleared. Steve regained his senses and slowly lowered his arms. Looking at the blood and corpses all over the ground, his whole body was dumbfounded. What the hell is wrong with this? Seeing this, Tony breathed a sigh of relief, put away the battle armor arsenal, and asked, "Captain, don't you remember anything?" Steve shook his head and said, "I just remember that we were on the lectern, and then it seems that I was hit in the head, and what followed, I don't remember." "What the hell happened here? Why did it turn into this? Why did I turn into Hulk?" Steve threw out 3 questions in a row. Tony hesitated for a few seconds before finally deciding to tell him the truth. "You suddenly had a fit on the lectern and punched me off. My chest still hurts to this day, and every time I breathe a throbbing pain." Steve frowned. "I'm sorry. Are you okay?" "Not that I'm okay. But you then killed Mr. President." "What? It's not over yet." "Then you transformed into Hulk and smashed hundreds of guards in the White House, all of them into meat pies." After hearing these words, Steve's face was full of disbelief. He shook his head frantically and said, "No, it's definitely not me." "Tony, you have to believe me." Tony sighed and said, "What's the use of me believing you? The key is for others to believe you." This conference was broadcast live worldwide, with over hundreds of millions of people watching online. "In other words, you killed the President of the United States in front of hundreds of millions of people around the world. I don't need to say much. You should also know the consequences of this matter." Steve certainly knew what this meant. He covered his swollen and painful brain, frowned tightly, and said painfully, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Tony looked at him like this, and his mood was as heavy as a Titanic mountain. Suddenly, a flash of light in his mind, surprised. "I know, Captain. Do you remember the agent in the suburban apartment? The way you just committed the disease, and he is practically identical." Steve stared with both eyes and immediately remembered. He said with a shocked expression, "You mean, the real murderer is Stanfield, who used his superpowers to control me?" Tony nodded. At present, it seems that only this one possibility. I just can't figure out how Stanfield, who is wanted nationwide, managed to fool the security guards and get past the security check to the launch site. Steve thought about it and said, maybe. He didn't even enter the venue. Didn't we deduce before? His superpower is available over long distances. At the words, Tony dawned on him. Steve's matter has seriously interfered with his judgment. Such a simple problem cannot figure out. Sir, 50 kilometers away, there is the appearance of a large number of military aircraft and steel battle armor. At this time, Jarvis's voice came. Tony said in a hurry, forget about Stanfield for now, or think about yourself. The military fighter jets and steel battle armor have already moved out. Hearing that, Steve, indifferent, a long sigh, said, no matter what the reason, Mr. President, and these guards are killed by me. I'd better turn myself in first, and then you conduct an investigation outside and try to find out the truth. The corpses all over the ground tormented Steve's conscience, and after doing these things, he really had no face to escape. At that moment, Tony swooped down and smashed Steve's face with a heavy punch, sending him flying out. Tony, don't you forget, our opponent is the top cadre of the Joker organization. I alone can't defeat him. What you should do now is to escape first, and then find a way to catch Stanfield and clear your name. Yeah, tying your hands now is not intended to be the same as throwing yourself into the net. Once Stanfield set himself up again with his superpowers, there would really be no turning back. Steve ate a punch, and his head gradually clear. Are you ready? Tony asked. Steve nodded, storing up a crouch, jumping out of the White House range with force. Tony urged the battle armor, followed him closely and kept attacking with the palm cannon. In order not to reveal the location of the base, the two escape in the opposite direction of the Stark base. By the time the fighter jets and steel battle armor arrived at the White House, Steve and Tony, who were fleeing with all their might, had already left the range of Washington. Chapter 370 Nationwide Wanted. A few minutes after the two men left, the Washington police and nearby garrisons were all out in force. Riot vehicles, barricades, and police officers blocked all streets near the White House to all pedestrians and vehicles. The Washington medical examiner came to the scene for careful identification and determined that Mr. President was dead. With the current medical technology, there was no way to save him. Soon after, the ruling team of the current administration also arrived at the White House by helicopter, which also included Mr. Vice President. They formed a circle and looked with heavy expressions at Mr. President, who was lying on the lawn, dead and unconscious. What happened in the past few days was really bizarre and twisted, and it bored their heads to fry. First, a Hydra organization appeared out of nowhere, wanting to engage in some insight program to kill tens of millions of humans. When they just got the news, Hydra's plan was crushed by several colorful superheroes teaming up. To honor them, the president decided to honor the two. But on this day of national celebration, the legendary hero of World War II, Captain America, Steve Rogers, actually killed the president, who honored him with his own hands in front of hundreds of millions of people. Top officials had a headache and wondered what other light and strange things would happen next. Just then, there was a strange sound from the sky. The crowd looked up, only to see Tony Stark staggering over in his battle armor. The original brand new nano battle armor has become tattered. The flying machine under the feet has been damaged. One can only rely on a single foot slowly landing. Tony swept a glance at the high officials present, then looked at Mr. President lying on the lawn and whispered, "Sorry, I lost." At that, the senior officials began to whisper. I didn't expect Steve's Hulk state to be so powerful that even Iron Man, who was equipped with nano battle armor, couldn't beat him. The vice president looked at him with a serious expression and asked, "You lost? So where did Steve escape to now?" Tony said, "I do not know. I have lost the fight. How can I know? But at least it is certain that he has escaped from Washington." This statement is the same as not saying. The crowd shook their heads in disappointment. The vice president sighed and said, "Immediately order that Steve Rogers is wanted nationwide. If there is any resistance, kill him on the spot." Tony looked up, surprised, and said, "Mr. Vice President, I have no problem with a nationwide manhunt for Steve. Is it too much to kill him on the spot? This matter is suspicious. We still need Steve's confession and testimony to understand his motives. The vice president pointed to the corpse on the ground and angrily rebuked, "What is suspicious? Hundreds of millions of people witnessed Steve kill Mr. President. An American hero killing the President of the United States is simply the biggest scandal of the 21st century." Tony continued to argue, "That's precisely why we need to investigate the matter to the bottom of the barrel. No matter what, Steve is Captain America, the hero of World War II. If we don't execute him for nothing, we can't give an explanation to the American people." The vice president snorted. "Hero? He was frozen in the glacier for decades. Who knows what brain freeze out of the problem? And even you, Iron Man, could not capture Steve alive. The army alone could not possibly do it." Tony sighed, no longer continued to defend Steve. He was sure that those idiots could not find Steve, just that talk just to test the attitude of the top. It seems that before giving Steve to turn over the case, he absolutely cannot be exposed. Otherwise, the military mass siege, unless Steve opened a killing spree, it is difficult to escape. Seeing that Stark no longer refuted, the vice president said, "Repeat my order. Steve Rogers is wanted nationwide, and if resistance is encountered, he will be killed on the spot. In addition, if anyone from any organization dares to harbor him, they will be punished for treason." The senior army official standing aside nodded silently, then stepped aside to give the order. According to the Constitution, if the president meets with an accident, then the vice president will temporarily perform the duties of the president until the end of the term and into the next election year. In other words, what the vice president says now is tantamount to a presidential order. Tony's face was expressionless, and nothing was said. He knew in his heart that these politicians only cared about their own interests and did not care about the truth of the matter, especially this Mr. Vice President. What he urgently needs to do now is to avenge the president and raise the public support in one fell swoop to get re-elected in the election year a year later. As for what the truth is, and what about Steve? Who really cares? The atmosphere here is almost frozen. Several senior officials obviously not welcome him. Tony smiled to himself and turned to leave alone. Looking at Tony's back, the vice president suddenly said, "Send 2 F-22 fighters to follow him immediately." At that, the senior official said in surprise, "What? You suspect that Tony Stark also?" The vice president shook his head and explained, "I'm not suspecting that he teamed up with Steve to kill the president, but I'm worried that Tony will cover him up. Steve and Howard Stark are friends, and the two of them have experienced life and death. Tony also gave Steve a set of nano-battle armor. The friendship between the two is deep. I have to make such a suspicion." "Makes sense. I'll go arrange it right away." A few moments later, a hearse drove into the White House. Medical personnel in white coats carried Mr. President's body in and iced it up. The body was an exhibit and could not be buried until the incident was cleared up. In retrospect, Mr. President is really poor. The SHIELD incident was handled decisively by him, so his approval rating rose instead of falling, and his re-election to the next term was already a nail in the coffin. Just when he thought he was going to be on the top of his life, he was killed by his most trusted warrior himself. The most saddening thing is that he did not understand the truth of the matter until his death. Tony, wearing his tattered battle armor, walked alone on the street, his back slightly forlorn. The president's medal is a happy event, but the result is hard to pretend to be a funeral. The culprit is undoubtedly the Joker organization, but he has no evidence. Moore cannot do anything about them. Tony's pace was heavy, and his body was full of powerlessness. Not long after, a helicopter bearing the logo of Stark Industries landed in front of Tony. Tony pulled open the cabin and sat in, rushed to the empty cockpit and said, "Go to Stark Industries headquarters." "Jarvis." "Yes, sir." The propellers spun rapidly, and the helicopter slowly lifted off, then hurriedly headed in the direction of New York. A few dozen kilometers away from the helicopter, 2 Marine Corps F-22 fighter jets followed them closely. Jarvis warned, "Sir, There are 2 military fighter jets following behind us." Tony sneered, seemingly unsurprised by the incident. "Don't pay any attention to it. Just control this helicopter and land on the internal tarmac of the building." After saying that, he pressed a button on the seat. A set of steel battle armor extended from behind the seat and quickly wrapped him up. The battle armor activated stealth mode to avoid detection by fighter radar, then changed direction and flew towards the Stark base. In order to prevent accidents, Tony changed direction twice midway and called in a few more Guardian battle armor to assist in detection. To determine 100 kilometers around the range of no suspicious targets, he landed to the base tarmac hidden in the jungle. Pepper stood anxiously waiting in the same place. Seeing him, Tony unloaded his battle armor, walked over and asked, "Peep, what's wrong with you?" Pepper raised the tablet in his hand and said loudly, "You still ask me what's wrong? The news is blowing up. Steve actually killed the president." Pepper spoke so fast she couldn't breathe. Tony patted her on the back and said soothingly, "Calm down, slow down." Pepper shrugged off the scowl and said, "I can't be calm." "How can you bring Steve back to the base after such a big incident? You know what kind of crime this is. As the saying goes, only the wrong name, not the wrong nickname." Pepper's nickname is really true to its name. A set of life-threatening chain of 9 consecutive questions, dislike Tony's headache, really a family of tough women are. Tony put his arm around her shoulders, slowly explained, "Although the specific things still need to be investigated, but I can be sure that Steve is not a bad guy. I want to believe him, and more importantly, to believe me." After venting, Piper's anger subsided for the most part, also decided to believe Tony once. Tony asked, "Where is the captain now?" Pebbles said, "He is in the lounge. I'm afraid that he will have a fit," and also arranged for the Guardian battle armor to be nearby. Ha 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 ha. Tony shook his head in good humor and amusement, and asked Jarvis to remove the Guardian battle armor. Break room. Steve sat in his chair, browsing the news on his computer. It had been less than an hour since the incident occurred, but the number of readings on the related topics had already exceeded 1 billion. No way, the president was killed is an earth-shattering event. Hundreds of years of history is only so 2 or 3 times. Not to mention the murderer is still in the glacier sleep for 70 years of the legendary hero of World War II, Captain Steve Rogers. These two were already hot in their own right, and it was the collision that created a riot of conversation. Steve logged on to Facebook and kept sliding the scroll wheel to see what the netizens were saying. "Oh my god, this thing is so shocking that my pants are falling down. Am I dreaming? Captain America is actually Hydra. Crushed. I actually fan him for more than 10 years. I want to know, what will be the outcome of this matter? Will the captain be arrested and sentenced, or just shot to death indiscriminately? The difficulty of capturing Captain America alive is too great. I guess the probability is directly shot on the spot." Watch the video. Feel really good. Irony. The president just gave him a medal, and he backhandedly killed the president. Dead is dead. What's the fuss? I'm very unhappy with the current president anyway. Everyone is concerned about Steve and the president. Doesn't anyone care about poor Tony? He obviously did nothing wrong, and then he got slapped in the face. Iron Man and Captain America are both a hill of beans. Arrest him too. Hydra, go to hell. That last comment was accompanied by a picture below. A man rushed to the screen and angrily raised his middle finger, and at his feet was a poster of a burning Captain America. Whenever he saw these kinds of comments, it was as if a needle had been stuck into Steve's heart. He frowned and quickly toggled the scroll wheel, skipping over the screen full of vicious words. After going through hundreds of comments, he finally found one that made Steve feel slightly better. "Have you all gone crazy? Can you calm down? He is Captain America, the man who saved the world." I watched the live video several times over. In slow-motion footage, I found that the captain's face expression is a little unnatural. This is because in front of so many media, his heart slightly nervous. But look closely at the moment he did it. His face suddenly showed a weird smile. This expression is too abrupt, so I concluded that there must be a hidden agenda. "Please calm down, Don't badmouth our hero. There were more than 1,000 replies below this tweet, and Steve clicked on it to see how angry he was. The comment section was filled with vicious words. Those who had lost their minds insulted the speaker with abandon, and some even issued death warnings. Steve was grateful that the speaker was able to say something relatively sensible, but at the same time he was also worried for him. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and Steve hurriedly closed the web page. "Please come in." Tony Stark pushed open the door and walked in with 2 glasses of juice. He took off his suit and changed into a gray and black t-shirt, the favorite of the tech guru. "Thanks." Steve reached out to take the drink and asked, "Is your chest wound okay?" He just watched the video. "The weight of the punch is extremely heavy. It could be fatal." Tony smiled and shook his head, patting his chest hard, and said, "Much better, just a nasty bruise on my chest. No way to go surfing in Miami for a while." Steve smiled slightly, looked up and took a sip of juice. Tony said these words to comfort him, which Steve knows very well. But he was a grown man, and what he needed most at this time was not comfort, but programs and actions. Tony moved a chair and sat down, and Steve asked, "Have you got any ideas about Stanfield?" Tony put the juice cup aside and said, "To unravel the truth of the matter, you must catch Stanfield, but he is currently missing. I sent out all the Guardian battle armor to search along the vicinity of Washington. Jarvis is also listening to communication signals across the United States, especially to Africa. If Stanfield was really from the Joker organization, then he must have contacted the organization's headquarters far away in Africa," and Tony's thinking was not wrong. Steve asked, "This is too passive. What can I do?" Tony said, "You can't do anything now. The vice president has issued an order that you are wanted nationwide, and if you resist, you are to be killed." At those words, Steve was silent. This was the worst possible outcome, and he was already mentally prepared for it. The army's weapons could not hurt him, of course, but he was worried that he might injure the army by mistake. He had already killed hundreds of agents in the White House and didn't want to drive up the casualty figures. The bottom line was that if his trail leaked, there was a good chance it would implicate Tony and bring him deadly trouble. This is what Steve firmly does not want to see. "All right, I'll stay here for the time being." Chapter 371 Hydra Defection. Stanfield left the White House before the lockdown, humming Beethoven's music all the way back to the vice president's villa. "Sir." The black maid enthusiastically came forward and took his coat. Everyone in the house stood in awe when they learned that this unexpected guest was actually a cadre of the Joker organization. Even after all these years, the Joker organization was still very prestigious. That fear and power seems to be engraved in the genes of all Americans. Even if Stanfield did not use telepathy to manipulate their brains, these people still obeyed him with the utmost respect. "Sir, do you need me to prepare lunch for you?" Stanfield removed his disguise and said in a happy mood, "Not hungry for now. Put on the bath water for me." "Yes, sir." The maid hung up the clothes and walked to the bathing room on the second floor. Stanfield went to his room and got his clothes and walked into the bathroom. The maid asked again, "Sir, do you need me to assist you in the bath?" "No, no, you go down quickly." Stanfield waved his hand repeatedly. If the other party was a white and beautiful maid, he did not care to have a fling. But this black maid, the waist is as wide as the shoulders. Stanfield really can't get down. The actual black maid's waist is as wide as her shoulders. Today is really a day to celebrate. If not for the fact that his identity cannot be revealed yet, he would like to sit on the street and give a personal piano recital. Washing his body clean, Stanfield put on his bathrobe and walked into the room. He sat down on the roller office chair, pulled out the communicator from the storage compartment, and pressed the start button to establish an encrypted communication channel. This communication channel was set up by Chloe herself. The security is extremely high. Even Tony Stark, there is no way to detect. The route was connected, and Stanfield proudly exclaimed, "The mission has been completed." Belmodder's voice came out from the communicator, "This is the age of the internet. Half of the world already knows about it." "Congratulations, well done," Stanfield said smilingly. The vice president has been controlled by me. His family is traveling in Europe. You are responsible for receiving him. Belmont, I know, the task has been arranged. Stanfield, very well, I'll disconnect if there's nothing else. Belmont, hold on a second. Stanfield? Is there anything else? Belmont, I want to talk to you about Hydra. Hydra? Stanfield sneered, Alexander is dead, and most of the top people lurking in the government have been captured. What else can they do? Belmont, although Hydra's top brass was reunited, they have many branches at home and overseas, as well as hundreds of thousands of grassroots personnel. Just yesterday, the head of their branch base in Sokovia contacted us. Stanfield asks, does that mean these Hydra remnants want to defect to us? Belmont, guess so. It's understandable that the high level was destroyed by the group, and the people at the bottom want to make a living. We had a small meeting yesterday, and most of them agreed to absorb the remnants of Hydra's forces. After all, our overseas forces have been wiped out, so if we have to start developing from scratch, it will take time and effort, so we might as well just take over the nest and send people to receive the remnants of Hydra. About this proposal, how do you think about it? Stanfield thought about it and said, sounds good, I agree. Belmont, since you also agree, then please get those imprisoned Hydra members out. Stanfield, this is a breeze for me now. You send the information. Belmont, yes, I will send you all the details of Hydra. They also have a number of people lurking in the United States. These people are also given to you to deploy. Stanfield, understood. Then I'll hang up the line. Hang up the phone. Belmont immediately sent a copy of the information over. Stanfield will download the information to the computer to carefully review. This information is very large. It took 2 hours for Stanfield to finish reading the general introduction. At this moment, he finally understood why Hydra can and SHIELD openly and secretly fight for so many years. Because just lurking in the United States, Hydra members are more than 50,000 people. This includes a large number of highly trained combatants, reputable scientific researchers, and spies hidden in key departments of the government, military and other key departments. If it were not for the InSight program that led to the near reunion of the top brass, Hydra's power in the United States would be nothing less than that of the Republican and Democratic parties. Stanfield focuses on Washington, where the numbers are a little more dismal. Most of Washington's members are serving in SHIELD, all of whom are being held at the FBI headquarters to eat the national meal at the moment. There are less than 400 members left who have not yet revealed their whereabouts, and they are all combat troops at the bottom. Stanfield closed the computer, lying on the bed, and began to think. What exactly do we have to do to get all these Hydra members out? Night fell and it was dark. Mr. Vice President, who had been busy all day, dragged his tired body back home. Hearing the door open, the black maid walked to the door and questioned in a cold tone, "Why did you just come back?" "Sir wants you to go to his study immediately." "How? Do you talk to me?" Mr. Vice President's expression froze, and only after half a moment did he react. The master of this home was not him long ago. This is only 2 or 3 days. He used the master treatment into guest treatment, or unwelcome guests. In the official world, Mr. Vice President practiced social Darwinism, the survival of the fittest. The weak are the true face of the world. But when he was reduced to the bottom of the food chain, he was still a bit uncomfortable. "I see." He took off his jacket and sent the dust to hang it up. "Hurry up. Don't keep the gentleman waiting," the maid urged, and returned to her room. The vice president looked around his home at the unfamiliar and familiar surroundings, sighed in depression, and headed to the study on the 2nd floor. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." The vice president pushed the door in, only to see Stanfield sitting in front of the sofa drinking coffee alone. He walked over and asked, "Sir, you wanted to see me?" Stanfield nodded, gestured for him to sit across the table, and said, "I have a plan that requires your cooperation." The vice president sat across the table. "Go ahead." Stanfield slowed down the plan he had been thinking about all afternoon. "How about it? Is it difficult?" The vice president shook his head. "No problem. Just you, sir." Stanfield waved his hand and smiled. "It's okay. Before I joined the My dream was actually to be a drama actor," the vice president said. "Then I'll start making arrangements tomorrow." 3 days later, FBI headquarters. The investigation team's internal review of SHIELD continues. SHIELD headquarters has close to 10,000 employees, and the investigation and evidence collection is an extremely time-consuming task. In addition to working overtime day and night, the FBI also set up a special line to solicit intelligence information from the entire community in the hope of speeding up the investigation. Since the establishment of the special line, 300 phones in the room, not even a minute stopped ringing. The operators were divided into cubicles, answering calls every hour of every day. They worked in 2 shifts, and at the end of 12 hours of work, it felt like their vocal cords were tearing. After the opening of the special line, the people of the community did provide some valuable information, but most of it was meaningless intelligence. "But since we got the information, we have to investigate. There is no other way but to continue to apply to the top for the deployment of manpower." "Thank you for the information. Goodbye." An operator with dark circles under his eyes had just hung up the phone when it rang again. He sighed helplessly and picked up the phone again, saying the same thing he had repeated over and over again. "Hello, this is the special FBI line." "Hello, I have an important piece of information to tell you." "Go ahead." "I'm a vagrant, without a job, without shelter, and have to live in a park in the suburbs, or in a closed-down abandoned factory. Last night I was sleeping when I was awakened in the middle of the night by the sound of a gunshot. The gunshots were very close to where I was sleeping, which was an abandoned factory. There were several factories in it, and the lights were on at night. I got dressed and sneaked over, and found that the place had been occupied by a group of strangers, all of whom had guns in their hands, and there were people standing guard, so I didn't dare to get too close and left immediately." This information is said to have a nose. The operator immediately alert up, call out the location of the caller. "May I ask where is the location of the abandoned factory you mentioned?" "It's in the western suburbs of," the homeless man said, giving the address. "Okay, I'll take note of it. Do you have anything else to add?" "No more. I just want to ask you to quickly send the police to arrest all those bad guys. Otherwise I'll have to sleep with my eyes open at night." "Okay, thank you for the information. Goodbye." The operator hung up the phone and immediately pressed the button to temporarily stop the call from coming in, then typed quickly on the computer, "This message up." 20 minutes later, 2 bomb-proof vehicles carrying a dozen SWAT officers were headed toward the target location. When there was still 1 kilometer from the location, the riot van stopped at the side of the road. The SWAT officers got out of the car to set up a defense, then activated a drone and flew over towards the abandoned factory. The drone flew above the target and activated thermal imaging mode. Inside the target factory, there was indeed a large number of thermal responses, roughly estimated to be about 300 to 400 people. At the entrance and roof of the factory, gun-wielding guards responsible for reconnaissance were also seen. The intelligence was actually true. The SWAT officers did not dare to be careless and immediately contacted the headquarters to apply for support. The 2 squads spread out and occupied the nearby high points to monitor this factory area. A few hundred gunmen is not a small thing. Although their true identities were unknown, no matter who or what they were, their presence was a serious danger to Washington's security. Just in time for an eventful day, immediate action must be taken to wipe out this armed outlaw in its entirety. And to eliminate hundreds of armed thugs, relying on the power of the FBI alone is not possible, must be supported by the local garrison. More than an hour later, dozens of military trucks carrying thousands of soldiers arrived here, and 3 helicopter gunships appeared in the sky. The troops spread out and blocked all the exits of the factory, with an order from the military commander. Piercing gunfire rang out in the sky. The dozen or so guards on the outside were instantly hit by bullets and fell to the ground dead. The sound of gunfire woke up the group of thugs and they immediately returned fire. As soon as the fight The commander found that this group of criminals is not ordinary. The weapons they used were all military weapons that were not in circulation and were extremely powerful. There were even professional man-portable rockets, and one of the military's helicopter gunships was hit by a rocket and crashed. The enemy was far more powerful than the commander could have imagined, but the battle was decided from the moment the enemy was surrounded. The military had more than twice the number of troops and had the advantage of terrain and firepower, with fire support from helicopter gunships in the air. With just the 300 or so of them, they were sure to die. The scales of victory gradually tipped as the army, under the cover of armored vehicles, slowly approached the interior of the factory. Under the powerful firepower suppression, the casualties of the outlaws kept increasing. Just then, the steel battle armor in charge of reinforcements arrived. They ignored the dense bullets and rushed into the factory, taking less than 5 minutes to completely end the battle, capturing a dozen thugs. The battle over, the commander led his men into the factory and found a large cache of supplies and weapons and ammunition hidden here. Based on the signs of life at the site, the group had been here for at least a week. Why did they live here in piles? It was less likely to be exposed if they were spread out instead. The commander felt that things were not that simple, so he ordered the soldiers to clear the battlefield and search the area thoroughly. After a few hours of searching, they finally found a hidden basement where a scarred man was being held. It was the nationally wanted, former SHIELD Logistics Department Head Agent, Stanfield. Stark-based Tony and Steve were sitting in the lounge drinking tea and chatting. Just then, Jarvis's voice suddenly rang out, "Sir, found Stanfield." At the sound of this, the two men jerked to their feet and looked at each other with surprise. "I thought it would take months, or even years, to find Stanfield, but never thought that after only 3 days, he appeared," Tony said with surprise. "Pick up the video feed." "Yes, sir." A screen suddenly lit up in the midair of the lounge, a screen of the Guardian battle armor monitoring from afar. In the background was a ruined factory. Dozens of riot and armored vehicles could be seen, as well as a large number of soldiers and special police. There had just been a battle here, and they were cleaning up the battlefield, carrying out one corpse and box after another. Suddenly, an ambulance came quickly. Several soldiers carried a stretcher toward the ambulance. "Tony, Jarvis, zoom in." After saying that, the screen slowly moved closer and the camera focused on a man on a stretcher. Chapter 372, Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. "That's him." Seeing the blurred face, Steve said with certainty. Since he knew that Stanfield was the one who framed him, Steve had turned his information over in the past 2 days. From the time he joined the DEA, every case he had worked on, every word he had said in public, all carefully reviewed. And that slightly gangly face has been deeply engraved in his mind. In contrast, Tony is much more cautious. He opened his mouth and said, "Jarvis, start face recognition being activated. Identification successful, similarity rate -98%. Tony's expression was cold, and he nodded slightly and said, "Finally, you son of a bitch." On the screen, Stanfield was carried into an ambulance and left the area under the close protection of several armored vehicles. "Jarvis, keep an eye on him. See where they're going." "Yes, sir." The ambulance hit the road, a Guardian battle armor following from afar. The convoy made its way towards the outskirts of the countryside, and it looked like it was still some distance from its destination, so the two men were just right to sit down and take stock of their thoughts. Steve recalled the image of Stanfield lying on a stretcher. His face showed a puzzled expression of disbelief. "According to our speculation, Stanfield is the killer behind the killing of Mr. President. After the deed is done he will certainly find a way to leave Washington." But just 3 days have passed since the president was killed. How could he be involved in an inexplicable battle and then be discovered by the military and police before us? "I just took a closer look, and the wounds on him are not fake. I wonder if our speculation could have been wrong and the real killer behind the scene is someone else. And Stanfield, like me, are the puppets of the real killer." Tony sat in his chair listening to the analysis, scratching his beard with his hand. "Whether Stanfield is the real killer or not, He must be hiding somewhere near Washington these days, and the key surveillance area of the Guardian War Armor is Washington. The ruins where he was found, although very secretive, but the Guardian battle armor definitely could not have missed it. How could a group of armed thugs suddenly jump out? Unless the other party used advanced anti-detection equipment. If that's the case, it's rather more telling. Steve frowned at the thought and said, "Makes sense, go on with your opinion." With Tony, the dog-headed army master, Steve also did not bother to use his brain. "But I did not expect." Tony shook his head. "At present, we have too little information in hand. This time to talk about the views of the conclusions are based on empty imagination, not only does not help, but will fall into a preconceived mode of thinking, I think, or wait a little while, at least until the identity of this group of armed thugs to investigate clearly." Steve, good. Half an hour later, the ambulance finally arrived at its destination. Because Stanfield is a nationally wanted and important prisoner, the police simply did not dare to send him to the hospital, but directly to the intensive care unit at the FBI headquarters. Tony immediately asked Jarvis to hack into the system of the FBI headquarters and connect the surveillance cameras of the intensive care unit. Just see Stanfield was carried to the operating room, a group of doctors into the room, cut his clothes to start resuscitation. However, to people's surprise, after only 10 minutes, the doctor exited the ward. Seeing this, the FBI people immediately panicked. Stanfield is an important wanted criminal, but also an important informant in the unraveling of the armed gang incident. If he died, then this matter will be difficult to do. Unexpectedly, the doctor took off his mask and said, "Although the patient was seriously injured, but most of the injuries are superficial and not life-threatening. Just lie in bed for half a month to recuperate can be healed." Hearing these words, Tony and Steve and the FBI were immediately relieved. In order to prevent accidents, the FBI immediately arranged for agents to keep the ward under close protection 24 hours a day. This night, the ward did not come out any sound. There is no abnormal situation. When the doctor checked the room the next morning, he found that Stanfield had awakened. After a series of examinations, the FBI agents immediately started questioning him. "Who are the armed bandits? Why were you kidnapped and held by them? Did you hear any of their conversations while in captivity?" The agent threw out several questions in a row, but to his surprise, Stanfield did not answer a single word. Instead he asked in a weak tone, "I've been locked up in the basement for the past few days. Has anything major happened outside during this time?" The agents in charge of the interrogation came together to discuss in a whisper. After discussing for a while, they decided that there was no need to hide these questions and spoke up. An organization called Hydra took over SHIELD and tried to use the 3 sky carriers to kill thousands of people. But in the end they were stopped by the military and Captain America and Iron Man. Those Hydra were also captured. At that, Stanfield actually smiled and let out a long breath. "Great." The agent was suddenly full of doubts. "You are not a member of Hydra? Good. What good? What is too good?" Stanfield did not answer, continued to ask, and the agent looked at him with a somewhat displeased expression. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Captain Steve Rogers, the American captain, suddenly went crazy during the medal ceremony and killed Mr. President with his own hands." "What?" Stanfield was shocked and struggled to get up, but as soon as he exerted himself, his body emitted a sharp pain that made him scream out. He slowly lay back down on the hospital bed with a regretful and angry expression. "Fuck. It's all my fault, I'm still a step late." The agent was confused by him and quickly asked, "What do you mean you're a step late? What the hell do you know? Tell me." Stanfield shook his head and said, "This matter is very involved. I will not tell you." "Of course, it is for your own good. Once you know this, you and your family will not live long." The agents looked at each other with cautious expressions on their faces. "What the hell is going on that is so serious?" "Then what do you have to do before you will talk?" Stanfield asked. "Mr. President was killed, and it should be Mr. Vice President who is now fulfilling his presidential duties, right?" "That's right." "Very well. Then ask Mr. Vice President to come to this ward, and what I am going to say is also directly related to him." At that, the agents sneered and said, "Mr. President is busy with his day-to-day business. Where would he have time to see you, a suspect? However, I can apply to the top and let our director come to see you personally." "The director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the rank is higher than you?" The agent in charge of SHIELD, "This is always possible." Stanfield shook his head and stubbornly closed his eyes. "Sorry, the director of the FBI is not yet qualified and capable of listening to me say that. Except for Mr. Vice President, I am not going to tell this information. Of course, you can also torture me severely, but I have also been a secret agent, so I am not afraid of this kind of thing from you." This guy was so oily that the agent in charge of the interrogation had no choice but to suspend the interrogation and report to his superiors. Stark-based Tony looked at the screen, coldly snorted and said, "This guy pretending, really know how to act." Steve, however, frowned and said, "Tony, could we be mistaken? Look at him, does not look like acting. If he is a cadre of the Joker organization, how could he be caught by that group of armed thugs?" Tony said, "It's not hard to answer your question. I think there are two possibilities. The first, the Joker organization internal infighting. Stanfield was betrayed by his associates to end up in such a situation, but this possibility is very small. I don't know what the reason is. The Joker organization is like an iron barrel inside SHIELD, the government, the military and other agencies, trying to infiltrate by all means, at most, can only penetrate to the grassroots. The middle level up, especially the top, is simply impossible. This shows the high degree of unity within the Joker organization, and the members have a belief that borders on pathological. Such an organization is unlikely to have infighting, and especially unlikely to develop to the point of brutalizing fellow members." Steve nodded and said, "What about the second possibility?" "The second possibility would be too terrible. Stanfield and the Joker organization is brewing a larger conspiracy. Everything right now is just his bitter plan. That doctor said yesterday that the injuries that Stanfield sustained were ordinary superficial injuries that could be healed after half a month of rest. Don't forget, he was imprisoned by a group of armed thugs. No matter what place that group of people came from and for what purpose. In short, there are no such gentle terrorists in this world." After hearing Tony's deduction, Steve thought carefully, still not quite convinced. "Tony, both of your guesses are based on the premise that Stanfield is the Joker organization cadres. But you must not forget that we have no conclusive evidence in hand to prove his identity. So I think this view is too arbitrary, but it will affect our judgment." Tony smiled carelessly and said, "It's true that I have no evidence. I just don't like this kid. Perception tells me that he must be a member of the Joker organization." Steve helplessly bit a smile. "This is not a trivial matter. We cannot rely on intuition, only rely on evidence." Tony does not care whether he believes it or not, said, "Then we will see what happens." The agent reported Stanfield's request up. Although their request was a bit much, the FBI director called the White House with a stiff upper lip. He expected to be scolded by his superiors, but he was surprised by the result. The vice president actually agreed to the request and will come to the FBI headquarters right away. With Mr. President in town, the FBI immediately activated the highest level of security measures. Mr. President had just been killed and it was a sensitive time. In order to ensure security, the road from the White House to the FBI headquarters, the temporary implementation of traffic control, within half an hour after the evacuation of social vehicles, so that the military armored vehicles directly to the street. The FBI headquarters also dispersed many idle people and moved Stanfield to a small building. The agents who were able to enter this building were named by the director himself and were 100% trustworthy. These security measures took a total of 2 hours. At 3 p.m., the presidential motorcade departed from the White House and made its way unimpeded to FBI headquarters, accompanied by senior government officials. In the spacious room, a hospital room was placed, and Stanfield was lying on it covered with gauze. He is directly opposite, put a row of sofas, sitting are the Secretary of Defense, the President of the Senate and other senior government officials, including, of course, he named to see Mr. Vice President. The Vice President wasted no time in asking, "What secrets do you know? Don't worry and boldly say it." Stumpf struggled to sit up and scanned the high officials in front of him. "In fact, what I am going to say, a few days ago, you know." "That's right. Captain America Steve Rogers is, indeed, an important member of Hydra." Although they had been prepared, the faces of the senior officials still showed a surprised expression. "It's over. It's going to be a real hammer." Heroes become criminals. Those who have worshipped the United States team for decades, it is estimated to collapse. The Vice President calmed down and asked, "How do you know?" Stanfill said, "I overheard Alexander and Steve's call." "Don't ask me why I wasn't found out. I've been with the DIA for over a decade and an agent with SHIELD for almost a decade. In terms of investigative ability alone, I am confident that I could not be inferior to any of the top agents." The Vice President nodded and said, "And?" Stanfield slowed down and said, "After accidentally learning this amazing secret, only to know that SHIELD is actually full of Hydra's minions inside, if rash action will certainly be silenced, and at that time I did not have enough evidence. Others will not believe my side of the story. So I began to investigate and collect evidence. I could not trust anyone, only alone in the dark, and took the opportunity to travel to New York and secretly spy on Captain America. It was easier to spy on someone who didn't know anything about high technology than on Alexander. After several years of hard work, I finally stole a list from Steve's phone and some of the information. The list recorded all the Hydra members lurking in Washington, numbering in the thousands. Yet with an empty list and no evidence, it was still impossible to expose them. But just then, Director Nick also discovered the Hydra conspiracy. So, Alexander sent someone to assassinate Chief Nick Fury, and the murderer's killing process happened to be captured by my surveillance probe. The man who killed Chief Nick Fury was named Bucky Barnes. Some people may be familiar with this name. Yes, it is the Captain America Museum introduced, the man who once fought alongside him and was born to die. At these words, all the senior officials in the audience were shocked. "No way!" the Vice President exclaimed. "According to you, this man named Bucky Barnes, if he is still alive, would he not be over 90 years old, a venerable old man with half a foot in a coffin? How could he possibly kill the director of SHIELD?" Chapter 373, The Evil Scheme. Mr. Vice President is worthy of being an old fox in the political arena. Acting skills under the outbreak of Stumpf are bluffed. After a slight daze, he retorted without any shame, "Mr. Vice President, Captain America is also more than 90 years old this year. He is not also able to kill Mr. President." The Vice President explained, "Steve was frozen in the glacier for 70 years, so he could stay young." Stanfill shook his head and sighed, "I used to think so too, but actually we were both wrong. The reason why the two of them can stay young is because they both injected Super Soldier Potion. This magical potion not only gives one great strength, but also slows down aging and maintains peak condition for a long time." The Vice President did not want to argue on this issue and said, "Well, this issue is skipped for now, and then what?" Stanfield paused and said, "I originally planned to secretly collect evidence, and then turn them in when we get the perfect chain of evidence so that they no longer have a way to weasel out. However, the sudden death of Director Nick made me feel that Hydra must have a big move in the near future. Otherwise it wouldn't use such underhanded means as assassination. So I think we can't wait any longer. We must immediately hand over the information we have to Mr. President. Looking at the whole United States, only he will not be Hydra, otherwise Alexander's evil plan would have succeeded long ago. However, I don't know where it was revealed. My action was actually discovered by Hydra. The very next night after Chief Nick was killed, Hydra men broke into the apartment and kidnapped me. They originally wanted to kill me to silence me, but I lied that all the evidence had been given to a friend. Once I was dead, all of Hydra's secrets would be out in the open. They knew that I had collected a lot of evidence, so they were convinced of this, and I was lucky to get back alive." After listening to Stanfill's words, Mr. Vice President was silent for half a second and shook his head slightly and said, "I have to say, your story is really unbelievable, but if there is no solid evidence, we will not believe it." Stanfill said, "Who told you I have no evidence?" "Although the evidence in my hand is not sufficient, but the video captured by the monitor can at least determine that the murderer of Director Nick is Bucky Barnes." The Vice President asked, "Where has the evidence been hidden by you?" "Now you should be able to tell me, right?" Stanfill nodded. "It's in room 502 in the building across the street from my apartment." "You send someone to the bedroom bathroom, remove all the ceiling tiles, and then use a tool to shovel out the cement a little bit, and you will find an evidence bag in which the evidence is located." Upon hearing this, the FBI director immediately asked for the vice president's permission, and after receiving a reply, he immediately left the hospital room and personally led the agents to the apartment. Stark-based Tony looked at the screen, slightly relieved, smiled and said, "Captain, it seems that this bet, I'm going to win." He said before, "This Stanfield must have problems." Steve still do not believe the results of it. Face it. "I do not know if it is because of the loss of the gambling equipment." Steve's face is very grave, eyes unblinking, staring dead in the face of Stanfield. This acting skills and self-sacrificing spirit, it is simply the Oscar winner. Just a short time ago, he also once thought that Tony and his information is wrong good guys as bad guys. But when Stanfield said these words, he knew he was wrong, so wrong. Maybe Stanfield is not a cadre of the Joker organization. Maybe he is not a member of Hydra. But Steve can be sure that he is definitely not a good person, because he hadn't even talked to Alexander on the phone, and he didn't have any list information on his phone. But the sad thing is, now he can't stand out and poke Stanfield's lies, he can only let the other side smear himself wantonly. Half an hour later, the chief brought back the evidence from Stanfield's mouth. The agent set up a stand on the hospital bed and placed the laptop. Stanfield opened the closed evidence bag and inserted the USB flash drive inside into the interface. The laptop was connected to the big screen through a cable, and everyone held their heads up with expressions of anticipation. "Well," the vice president frowned and said, "why does it show that it can't be opened?" Stanfield explained, "The USB flash drive was added to my secrecy program. It can't be rewritten, it can't be deleted, and I'm the only one who can open it." Saying that, he entered a string of character passwords, and then activated both fingerprint and facial recognition. After passing the authentication, the secrecy program was lifted and the USB flash drive was indeed stuffed with large and small files. "This is the evidence I've collected over the past 2 years. And this is the video of Bucky killing Chief Nick." Stanfield clicked on a video file. Because it was dark, the camera automatically turned on the night mode, so the images in the video were green. The video screen was facing Steve's beach house, and a flat dirt slope could be seen below. Stanfield explained, "This invisible camera was set up by me in a tree, surrounded by dense foliage. If not carrying professional detection equipment, it is impossible to detect with the naked eye alone." The crowd nodded and focused their attention on the picture. To ensure authenticity, the video was not edited. After waiting patiently for a few minutes, a burly man carrying a black cloth bag walked into the picture. He picked a good spot on the dirt slope, then began assembling a sniper rifle and setting up a sniper position. "This man is Bucky Barnes." Stanfield paused the video and clicked on a picture from the flash drive. It was a sneak peek of a full-body photo of Bucky. The senior officers looked at it and someone asked, "What's with the silvery white metal arm?" Stanfield explained, "Cyberpunk 2077 inches did not play. This is a prosthetic arm that Hydra installed for him to improve his combat level. You do not underestimate this arm. His strength can withstand armor-piercing bullets. Power can support more than 2 tons of weight. Only these injected super soldiers can be used perfectly." Briefly explained 2 sentences, Stanfield cut back to the video to continue to play. Bucky lying on the dirt slope, eyes on the scope, a motionless stare at the seaside hut. Not long after, the far side of the screen, an old model Ford parked in front of the door. Steve got out of the car with his things, suddenly heard a movement in the house, so he rolled into the hut from the kitchen window. The conversation between the two men in the cabin was later obtained by SHIELD, and several of the bigwigs in the audience heard it. After about a minute, Bucky found his target and decisively pulled the trigger. With a few low gunshots, the dirt and dust of the dirt slope trembled violently. The power of the sniper rifle can be imagined. After confirming that the target had fallen, Bucky climbed up and disassembled the sniper rifle, then quickly left, completely unaware of the hidden camera behind him. The end of the video. Several senior officials are silent. Video no editing traces. This is now considered a real Hammer R. The original Hydra that killed Nick Fury is actually Steve's best friend, has been dead for decades. Bucky Barnes. It seems that the water of Hydra, deeper than they thought but also really ironic Nick Fury believed Steve to death, and even handed over confidential information to him, but did not expect the other side is Hydra. And Stanfield, who he firmly believes is a cadre of the Joker organization, is an unsung hero who is dedicated to his country. After a long silence in the room, Mr. Vice President said, "In addition to the video, you have a detailed information of Hydra and a list of infiltrators?" Stanfield nodded. "That's right. After getting this list, I likewise began to investigate the people on the list. Unfortunately, the number of people was too large and I had limited time. After several years of investigation, only a small number of people have conclusive evidence, which you can verify at any time. Now I will give you the list and information, and I hope you can control the people on the list to continue the investigation." The Vice President nodded and said, "You can rest assured about that. We will investigate anyone who is suspected." Stanfield said, "Another thing, some of the people on the list have very sensitive identities. The reason I don't dare to say this to the FBI agents is because the FBI has also been infiltrated by Hydra." At these words, the FBI director frowned, but did not show surprise. SHIELD was almost completely controlled by Hydra, and as the second largest intelligence agency in the pretty country, the FBI could not be left alone. Stanfield said, "These people are lurking in the investigation team. The purpose is to confuse the public, clear the suspicion for the Hydra members and send the SHIELD agents to prison." At these words, several senior officials began to whisper and communicate with each other. "They are not fools, they are all calculating politicians. It is impossible to believe whatever the other side says." After listening to Stanfield's description, what can really be determined is that the murderer of Nick Fury is indeed Bucky Barnes, who has been dead for many years. As for the rest of what he said, a few points are true, a few points are false. These old foxes still have to weigh in. At this point, the Vice President asked, "You told them earlier that you had an important piece of information about me?" Stanfield nodded and said, "That's right. This intelligence is closely related to you, so I have invited several other gentlemen besides you." The Vice President asked curiously, "Why is that?" Stanfield looked at him with a serious expression and slowly said, "Because I am afraid that after listening to the information, you will betray the country, turn your back on your faith and choose to cooperate with Hydra." Once these words came out, the atmosphere in the room was suddenly tense. Stanfield speaks with a purpose, and since he dares to say so, he must have some extraordinary information. Several senior officials stole a glance at the Vice President, heart inexplicably worried up. At the same time also feel curious, in the end what information actually can make the soon-to-be Vice President Mr. betray the country? Noticing these strange gazes, Mr. Vice President smiled calmly. "I have lived in the beautiful country for half of my life, and it is my lifelong dream to keep it great. No matter what your intelligence is, I will not betray my country." "Don't sell out, speak boldly." Stanfield bowed his head to organize his thoughts, then said, "When I was imprisoned by Hydra, I listened to their secret conversations." From these only words, an amazing secret was analyzed. Mr. President was mercilessly killed by Steve because he refused to cooperate with Hydra. After getting rid of Mr. President, You, who will soon be performing the duties of the presidency, are their next target." The executives looked at each other. This information was indeed a bit surprising, but it was far from enough to make the vice president betray the country. "Sure enough," the vice president said disdainfully, "trying to use violence to make me submit is simply not possible. Even if Hydra kidnaps me and points a gun at my head, I will never betray my country. Besides, I'm not that easy for them to catch." Stanfield suddenly said, "I heard that your wife and daughter are traveling in Europe. What if Hydra wants to kidnap them?" "What?" Hearing these words, Mr. Vice President was suddenly shocked. He stood up violently with a fierce expression on his face as if he wanted to eat people. Stanfield smiled and said with emotion, "Hydra is right, you really love your wife and daughter very much. Their trip is top secret. How did Hydra know about it?" The vice president turned blue and lunged directly to the bedside. "Sir, calm down." The senior officials at the side combined their efforts to pull him to a halt. Stanfield said nonchalantly, "Hydra can infiltrate even SHIELD and the FBI. So of course information on the vice president's family's travels is a snap." The vice president was pulled to death, roughly dressed in air, questioned, "Hydra grabbed my wife and daughter, what exactly do you want?" Stanfield shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about that, but it's certainly not a good thing." After that, he pulled off the flash drive and put it aside. Slowly lying on the bed, said, "The information and the list are here. I can guarantee that every word I have said since just now is what I have seen with my own eyes and ears. It is up to you guys whether you believe it or not. As an agent, I've done enough." With a tired look on his face, he picked up the quilt to cover his head and seemed ready to sleep. Seeing this, several senior officials could only take the flash drive and leave. The information provided by Stanfield was too critical. Whether it was true or not, it was necessary to discuss countermeasures overnight. Stark Base. After the executives left, Tony and Steve also began to sit in the chair to discuss countermeasures. Steve scratched his head and asked, "Tony, you say the information in the flash drive is true or false?" "If it is fake, with the government's intelligence capabilities can certainly distinguish, Stanfield will not be unable to think of this. But if it's real, where did Stanfield get the information from, and what was the reason for doing so?" "Jarvis, have an afternoon tea." Tony with a smile on his face, not only not distressed, but also in the mood to order takeout. Seeing Steve's sad face, he smiled and explained, "Don't think about it, the answer is not already obvious. Have you forgotten? The Joker organization and Hydra once had cooperation. Now, although Hydra has completely fallen, but there must still be a residual force that cannot be underestimated. In order to live, these fish will definitely defect to the clown organization." Chapter 374, The King's Flag on the City Head. Tony's words made Steve 5 thunderstorms. He said in surprise, "Stanfield did this, is to protect Hydra." Tony picked up a cup of coffee, took a shallow taste and said, "Good. It is because Hydra has defected to the Joker organization. As the highest guarder he was able to get the details of Hydra and the list of personnel, including, of course, the video of your friend assassinating Nick Fury. I think that camera is not at all stumpful in advance of the arrangement, but Hydra in the implementation of the mission. It is necessary to record video as evidence, so the camera will be placed on the branches of the tree." Tony's explanation makes sense. "But so there is a doubt?" Steve asked. "Since Hydra has defected to the Joker organization, Stanfield Y also handed over Hydra information to Mr. Vice President. This is not self-contradictory." Tony put down his cup and a cold light burst out of his wise eyes. This is the most vicious point of Stanfield's plan. In order to get the Hydra members out, he had to provide an information and list that was extremely authentic and withstood the investigation and evidence. If I'm right, that information is all true, but it's all old-fashioned information that has no value. For example, the organizational structure of Hydra, the purpose of Hydra's founding and the patriarchs, and their terrorist activities around the world during the decades. The real killer is that list, Didn't Stanfield say that he only has evidence of a small number of people in his hands? I think most of these people are Hydra, and the evidence can stand up to scrutiny. However, these evidence government side also has a part, that is to say, even if Stanfield did not provide additional evidence, these Hydra in 8 out of 10 will also be arrested and sentenced, belong to the part of the people who cannot be saved and must be sacrificed. More list is not collected evidence, and these people are loyal to the country of SHIELD agents. Stumpful is trying to use a part of Hydra as bait to send most of the SHIELD agents to prison. Because once it is confirmed that the evidence he provided is true, even if the rest of them do not have solid evidence, the government will control them in order to ensure security, no matter what the final result is. These elite agents who have dedicated their lives to the country will never be able to set foot in the doors of SHIELD again. And those Hydra members who manage to escape, will once again join SHIELD. For them, roundabout, the result of nothing has changed. Only the object of allegiance changed from Alexander to Stanfield. Tony Stark is worthy of the son of Marvel, carrying the name of the genius of the man. In this piece of intelligence directly crushed most superheroes. No human evidence, no physical evidence, just with the dialogue between Stanfield and senior government officials. The Joker organization's plan to guess 8 or 9? Steve was silent for a long time, muttered, Joker organization wants to plot SHIELD. Tony said, this is nothing unusual. SHIELD is the world's largest intelligence agency, with a huge amount of intelligence information and technical resources. The Joker organization wants to develop, not to interfere with its body. Is strange. Steve asked, what should we do now? First, since we know the conspiracy of the clown organization, we must find a way to stop them. Compared to Hydra, Steve's hatred of the Joker organization is more engraved in his bones. Even if there is a ray of life, he will fight with all his might. But Tony does not seem to be interested in this matter. His expression bleak as bread, sarcastic. How to stop? The two of us take your brainwashed friend and jump out and poke at his lies? HMPH. I'm afraid that as soon as we leave the base, we'll be spotted by military fighter jets and bombed after our asses. But the greater possibility is that when we appear in front of Stanfield, before we open our mouths to say a word, you will once again be under his control to kill me first, then the vice president. Then you will have to live with the title of Hydra until you die. Tony's words to Steve poured a pot of ice water, drenching him with a cold, heart-soaring yes. What qualification does he have now to do in the name of justice? No matter how to argue, personally killed the president is indeed him. Personally killed Nick Fury is indeed Bucky. This is a fact, cannot be denied. Look at the comments on the network, look at the government issued a wanted notice. Even if he is controlled, even if he said every word is true, I am afraid no one will believe. I think Stanfield is calculated to this point, only so reckless, full of senior government officials as a monkey. Steven is full of frustration, a heart sinks to the bottom of the lake. No ripples. Hey. Tony sighed lightly, also did not speak again. This matter has become a deadlock, and then there is no way to break. The two can keep their own safety has been good. Senior government officials returned to the White House and immediately held an emergency meeting. After a brief explanation of Stanfield's information, they began to discuss it. The first topic of discussion was about the vice president's wife and daughter. Just when he was on the road, he called his wife and told them to drop the matter at hand and take a flight back to the United States overnight. The wife, of course, was very upset that her rare vacation had gone bad, but hearing the urgent tone of her husband's voice, she didn't say anything else and immediately packed her things and rushed to the airport. After the phone call, Mr. Vice President's heart still did not fall to the ground. The strength of Hydra is clear to him. Such a huge organization wants to kidnap a pair of orphans and widows. It is as easy as a hand. Would the mother and daughter really be able to return home safely? 10 minutes later, the discussion on the subject of the president's family ended. The military developed a new safe route, and the Secretary of State called the European governments, asking them to send police protection and to send military planes to escort the plane after it took off. When the plane entered the high seas, it would be escorted by a waiting military steel corps until they returned home. Because his own personal affairs took up a precious 10 minutes of time, the vice president was touched and a bit overwhelmed. He immediately said, "Well, let's start the next topic, about Stanfill providing this list of personnel." As soon as the words left his mouth, a member of Congress said, "Stanfill has cleared himself of any suspicion, so I suggest that the wanted notice be withdrawn and he be reinstated, and that he be considered for promotion and reward when the matter is over." But with this list in his hand, we still have to be cautious. Someone helped. Yes, this list was independently investigated by him, so it is inevitable that there will be some flaws. We can't wrongly accuse the good guys as the bad guys. A senior military officer said, "I also agree, not to mention that this list, there are a number of people whose identity is sensitive. We must be cautious before giving orders." This list, in addition to SHIELD and FBI agents, there are many military generals and government officials. Among them are their friends, subordinates, relatives, as well as benefit channelers. Of course, we must be more cautious to be good. The top officials in the conference room expressed their opinions in turn, but most of them were more conservative and believed that they could not act recklessly. Mr. Vice President is also a veteran of the officialdom. What these people are thinking, he cannot be clear. "Everyone, what time is it now, and you are still thinking of covering up your subordinates?" Mr. President was stabbed to death. Steve's whereabouts are unknown until now. Although the top of Hydra was eliminated, but the snake is not dead. Their residual force is beginning to emerge. Over in Africa, the clown organization occupied Wakanda and obtained rich resources of vibranium. According to their development speed, they will soon make a comeback, and then the whole world will be in chaos. The fire is burning to the eyebrows. Why are you still thinking about your own little shit? The vice president was really angry, and the conference room was silent. Some people looked down and contemplated, some showed disdain, and some pretended not to hear. The vice president swept a circle and said in a non-negotiable tone, "Since you are all silent, let's do as I say." The military and police will each send their personnel and arrest all of them according to the list. Someone objected, "Sir, this is not." The vice president interrupted him and said, "Just hear me out. These people are only suspected, so they can't be held in prison for now. Just find a place with a good view and put them under house arrest. The public will say that they have to attend skills vocational training for 3 months, and retain their positions, and if no evidence is found at the end of the 3 months then reinstated." The vice president gave a compromise plan. Those who wanted to oppose, then swallowed their words back. During these 3 months, the FBI and the CIA should cooperate fully to carefully check the people on the list, starting with those who have evidence in their hands first. Once the evidence is found to be conclusive, regardless of the identity of the other party, they will immediately be secretly detained and tried at a later date. This is an extraordinary time, so I hope everyone will put aside their past hard feelings and be determined to eradicate Hydra completely. The meeting ended, and the military and police immediately took action. On the streets, police cars and armored vehicles could be seen everywhere as they rudely knocked open a door, pulled out a skills training notice, and then forced people into their cars. Overnight, thousands of people were forced to attend this skills training course. At the same time, the FBI and CIA, the two major intelligence agencies, began to check on the people on the list. The first were those who already had evidence of the crime, and after they verified it, they found that the evidence was all true. All of these people were members of Hydra or had provided help to Hydra. The breakthrough on the side of the FBI made senior government officials happy and excited, while also feeling fear and worry. So it seems that the list is true. In other words, it is highly likely that their subordinates, friends, and relatives are part of Hydra. When they thought of this, cold sweat broke out behind their backs and a chill ran down their spines. What a blessing among misfortunes. Fortunately, the top of Hydra was destroyed. Fortunately, Stanfill found the list. or they would have been unknowingly pulled into the boat by Hydra, or end up with Mr. President. Just when everything was going according to plan, bad news came from the European side. Mr. Vice President's wife and daughter suddenly disappeared. The police searched all around the hotel, but did not find any traces. The two living people seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Knowing this shocking news, the Vice President was struck by lightning, and the whole person was much depressed. Senior officials are also trembling, on the one hand, worried that Hydra is targeting their families, on the other hand, worried that the Vice President made the wrong decision. A week after the disappearance, the White House received a video that the Vice President's wife and daughter had indeed been kidnapped by Hydra. Hydra made two demands. The first was to release all imprisoned Hydra members and give a list of personnel, not unlike the one from Stanfield. Second, the culprit who stole classified information and led to the arrest of a large number of people, Stanfield, was secretly handed over to Hydra for disposal. As long as the Vice President completes these two small requirements, his wife and daughter will be able to return home safely. Otherwise, in the conference room, the senior officials seemed to be mute after watching the video. All lowered their heads in silence. This matter involves the Vice President's family. They are not convenient to express their views, all waiting for the main answer. Thinking differently, they guessed that the Vice President would negotiate with Hydra. For example, cancel the second demand and replace it with weapons and equipment, or provide cash. For example, the Hydra members can be released, but they must be forcibly deported and barred from entering the country forever. Negotiation. Any condition is negotiable. The damage is all in the national interest anyway, and one has nothing to lose. As for completely disagreeing with Hydra's conditions, the senior officials thought it was impossible. They are not the hairy bear in Siberia. The safety of their families' lives is the most important thing. Everything else is secondary. The Vice President looked like he was suffering from a loss of soul, with both elbows pressed against the table. After a long silence, he slowly spoke. I want to sign an order. Here it comes. The senior officials immediately rose in spirit. Appoint Stanfield as the new director of SHIELD. Make every effort to capture Steve Rogers, and make every effort to remove the remnants of Hydra hiding in the country. What? At the words, several senior officials stared in surprise. The Vice President was out of his mind. For the sake of an unrelated person, he was willing to give up his own family. The Vice President raised his head, his eyes red. Stanfield is a national hero. He was the one who helped us dig out the tumor of Hydra without fear of sacrifice. A hero deserves to be treated like a hero. I can't abandon him. The government can't abandon him, and those nationals he saved can't abandon him. I love my family, but I can't compromise the interests of my country to save them. That's my bottom line. Well, those are the orders, so you all go help. Soon, Stanfield's deeds were embellished by media people and began to be broadcast in the national mainstream media, and this heavy news immediately shook the whole nation. It's unimaginable that the American team is really Hydra. Steve assassinated the president, Barnes assassinated the director of SHIELD. What a pair of good brothers. What is the army doing? It's been 10 days and they still haven't caught anyone. God bless the United States of America. We still have Director Stanfield. He is the real unsung hero, and Steve is just a clown in a circus costume. Mr. Vice President is also a hero. I really didn't think he would be willing to give up the lives of his family and choose to fight hard against Hydra. Chapter 375 of The Secret of the Database. As the news gradually fermentation, Vice President and Stanfield are getting higher and higher in the people's reputation. In particular, Mr. Vice President. When the people learned that he did not hesitate to give up the opportunity to save his family in order to fight the Nine Snakes, they have reached the extreme. According to the online survey of a Trizion company, Mr. Vice President's public opinion has been up to 80% of the amazing, which can be comparable to those of the legendary president. If there is no accident, the election after a year will definitely be able to rush against the opponent at a high number of vans. In the cheers of the people, Mr. Vice President held a presidential ceremony in the White House, and the speeches placed in the place of the president. The provocation of this move is obvious, as if refers to the nose of the Nine Snake. Half a month ago, you killed the president's gentleman. Now I am going to step as a new president, set the speech location in the same location. There is a matter of this, you will hire Inya. The vice president's arrival has greatly highlights the prestigious of the president of the national president. All the American people cheer for this, as if they have been hit a strong needle. Those populists who shouted the U.S. priority slogan, almost have to give him a long time. In this way, Mr. Vice President has been officially entered the White House under all of the people, picking out the pass of the side on the head. At the same time, Stanfield also wounded out of the hospital and officially accepted the appointment of 5 members and served as the new director of the SHIELD Bureau. The directors' candidates have been determined that Mr. President also issued the order of Steve Rogers and Buchanan Barnes, and the God SHIELD Bureau is active. But the lack of people in the Bureau always can't let staff a commander as command. So the President Mr. will be syndrome, and those who are detained in prisons but did not appear in the list of the original gods. Unfortunately, most people don't know, those who don't have suspected gods, is a member of the genuine Nine Snake. After countless years, the 7 turns 8 trapped around a large circle, everything eventually returned to the origin. However, these 9-head snake members have new master. God SHIELD also changed the name of the clown. The breeze, welcoming the morning sun of the sun, and Stanfield wears a straight suit to push the house. The American villa behind him is said that the original owner is the head of the financial valve. But Nick Fury did not know anyway, put the villa to his hand. Now he is dead, and a few decades become a task reward, and is taken over by Starfall. Of course, these are just the actual property of the fair. Black Halogen is not known. Countless. Unfortunately, these property do not know anyone. Going down the steps, it is a new Chevrolet muscle car specially customized for him. High-strength alloy body, aviation bulletproof glass, 6.2-liter 12-cylinder high-power engine, built-in car artificial intelligence, 7.62 mm heavy machine gun, more equipped with anti-gravity system, support vertical lift. Before he walked to the car, reached out and touched the cold hood, quietly appreciate the cool girl who only served him one person. Sit into the car, start the engine, Stanfield listened to music, and slowly open. When the secretary, she finally retired it later. Half an hour's approach was taken 3 times more time. When you have lunch, Stanfield finally saw the 3-song buildings. After 10 days of repair, the traces left in the battle have been repaired. In addition to some pungent deconvolution, the building is exactly the same. Put the car directly at the door, and Stanfield is first chest into the building. Director, good morning, mister, do you want 2 cups of coffee? People come in the building, but when everyone sees Stanfield, they will stop the footsteps solemnly. No wonder everyone loves the names. This kind of respectful can determine the feeling of the future of others. It is too cool. Stanfield was a small daughter in the directory of the God SHIELD. Finally arrived today. He changed his humble friendly image, facing the subsidiary, just a cold nodding. These people are 9-head snakes, and they are not available in front of them, and they don't need to hang the hypocritical mask. Walk all the way to the elevator. The dedicated elevator will wait on the first floor. Walking into the elevator and pressing the button soon came to the floor where the director's office is located. Stanfield pushes the door to go in, then turned the door. The big room was cleaned, and Stanfield was interested in the room. I have been here before. I was grabbed by Nick Fury, and I can finally appreciate today. The luxury level of the room, of course, can't be comparable to the villas in the suburbs, but this office symbolizes power and status. There is this aura bond, a slightly simple decoration style, is also inexplicable. Stanfield walked to the window. The huge floor-to-ceiling window was almost noticed. Let him enjoy the scenery of the river, experience the feelings of people. Nick Fury has been sure to stand here. Stanfield secretly guess. Come over a small hours. The exciting mood gradually calmed down. Stanfield sat on the chair and exhaled the artificial intelligence and said, "Open the database." Certified. Certification is successful. Starfield Director, welcome to Go Home. This is the artificial intelligence of his own research and development, but the half sentence behind it is more excessive. Well, it seems that it will quite the game. The voice is just falling. The virtual projection of the desktop is started, and a huge screen is thrown in the air. The database library of the God Shield finally appeared in front of Stanful. "Oh, I finally gave you your hand." Looking at millions of important intelligence on the screen, Stanful said that he inserted a black U-disk into the computer, and the virus of Croy was activated immediately. The virus bypassed the detection procedure, directly black into the database to steal information, and generate a small program in the Internet of God Shield. Start 24 hours to control and monitor the intranet. The data that steals the database is Stanful joined the original task of the Shield Bureau, because the library contains a black material of large people in mass. The owners of these black materials include government high officials, military generals, presidents of the company. Anyone who is famous in the society has their details in their hands. As long as you get the black materials of these people, the clown organization can control them and let them listen to drive. Unfortunately, this task Stanful is not going well. Nikri, this person is suspicious, plus he is doubtful to Stanful, and it is more impossible to let him touch these core secrets. Even if the road is difficult, Stanful has not given up. However, it is not that the development of the clown organization is too rapid. In just a few years, they can use force to fight the whole world, and these black materials are not needed. Stanful has worked hard in such a year. In other people, it seems that it is a joke. This is why he didn't leave Washington and return to the clown organization of African headquarters. The task is not completed, and the tail flea is going back. This is not his style. Even if the organization has not needed this black material, he will do our best to complete the task and prove its value. Similar to others, Stanfield has hit to decades in the politics, and various means of politics. Compared to simple and rude force, he prefer to use intelligence, framed, alliance, betray, etc., to kill the enemy, reach the target. Take this task, he can do not have to hurt, more relaxed to complete the task, but he is to choose the way of bitter megagist. It can be seen that it is very difficult to change after a person's behavior habits. When the data in the Dominium database is transmitted to Croy, Stanful is lying on the leather seat and has long sigh. Planning for many years. The task is finally completed, but his heart is empty. The 9 snakes are sincere, the God Shield is destroyed. No opponent. He doesn't know what you should do next. That is to touch the fish in the office, until the assistant told him to eat. He woke up from the sluggish state. Climbing up from the dynamic chair, Stanful went to the high-rise dedicated cafeteria for lunch. After lunch, he agreed to the celebration of the celebration of the celebration, and then returned to the office alone, ready to go to get off work. Just then, the communicator squeezed. The clown taught people in calling him. "We have received the data, Croy is working hard you." And his call is still bell mad. Stanful Road, "It doesn't matter, you should do it. You call it, you should do more than this." Belma Doddy, "You guessed nothing, although there is no analysis. Croy discovered a valuable intelligence." I heard the words, and the eyes of Stanful had a lot of light. Asked, "What information?" "Don't sell Guanzi. I am going to die now." "Oh, I get it early." This intelligence is the Winter Warrior, which is the mandate of Pakistan Barnes, and the time is December 16, 1991. Task content? No. Starfield frown. "There is a date. How do you disclate this intelligence?" Belmad said, "Take the brain." A little later, on December 16, 1991, what is important? Stanful is too lazy to think. He directly opens the computer on Google to search this date. December 16, 1991 is the day of the Shik's car accident. See the title on the screen, The Spirit of Stanfield. The breathing is suddenly urgent. Belmad said, "How? This intelligence can't make you cheer, re-get your power." Stanford slides the mouse to view the car accident information, then shake his head. Unfortunately, This is just a bold guess. Even the Shinshan Bureau has no information here. I am afraid that other places will not be there, Belmad said. Not necessarily. There are many old people in the goddess. You can find them. Maybe they know what happened this day. Stanful's eyes are bright. If you think, well, call it for this matter, I am offline. After Belmad hangs up, there is not long after the phone, and Stanful has already gone from the state of ignorance. He recovered into an energetic look and called several nine-headed snake venue to the office via the inner telephone. A few minutes later, there were several too small middle-aged men on the sofa. Because these people are already emerging in age. These people are already emerging, but they can be seen from the face. I have been all, and Stanful is directly the theme and asked, on December 16, 1991, Barky Barnes did not assassinate the Stark couple. In this way, the veterans of the seat have exposed a surprised expression. This thing is a top-secret intelligence of the Nine-Head Snake. It is also used to deal with Tony and Steve's killing. Knowing that the people in this matter have both hands, what is the clown organization? Several veteran expressions quickly returned to normal. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. The Nine Snake has been completely history. They are now members of the clown organization, and these secrets should tell the upper level. A man faces Stanful, nod to say, yes. Howard Stark is studying the gene pharmacy. The progress is very rapid, and it has reached the standard of human experiment. So we send Pakistan to kill Stark couple, snatch this batch of genetics, get the confirmation of the Nine Snake veteran, and the expression of the taste is revealed on the Stanful face. Interesting, too interesting. Although I don't know the specific location, Steve and Parky must be hidden by Tony. This idiots did not expect that he was actually a life-threatened enemy. When he learned the truth, how would it choose? Is it put down my heart? Transfer hatred to the Nine Snake? Still don't care. Use every means to chase Pakistan? If it is the latter, as the dead party of Pakistan, Steve will never sit down. If they are fighting together, they have fun. Stanful asked, how will the task of the task? The man shakes his head. At that time, we have not used the video to record the habit of the task. All is a text record. But the whole process of the action happened to be taken by our monitors. After Nation of Pakistan took the monitor's negative film back. Stanful's tone asked, where is the film? Men think about it, say, there is no walking when we evacuate, and should also be stored in the base of Siberia. Stanful didn't hesitate to stand up. In this case, you will give me a tour guide, take me to visit the Nine Snake in Siberian base. Now. Yes, it is now. Chapter 376 is regenerated. Skarky Science Laboratory. Tony and Steve sitting on a bench outside the door, anxiously waiting for the surgical end. The electric shock therapy of Pakistan has been processed to the 6th cycle. In accordance with several scientists, when the treatment of the 6th cycle, the information of the Nine Snakes to him in the Barky brain will be cleaned, restored to the original memory and thinking. Today is the last day of the 6th cycle. Starting from Parky into the operating room, Steve is waiting outside the door, and the distance is now 8 hours. Tony is a little bit, and then she will come over and wait with him. Two people are talking about and waiting for more than half an hour. The laboratory indicator is finally changed from the red transition into green. Soon, several doctors came out from the inside. Steve quickly rushed up and looked at the doctor. The doctor took the mask and smiled and said, the captain, the operation is very successful. Your friend has returned to normal. When said, Steve's face showed a surprised smile. He quickly rushed into the laboratory, and he couldn't wait to see this friend who had a 70-year. The laboratory is filled with the strange flavor, and the Barky naked half-body is sitting on the operating chair. He is sweating to avoid it from the water, and the weak breathing represents his body very weak. Pakistan Mini looked up and looked at the man standing in front of him. The small voice, Steve. Steve is a little calm, and there is no excited full level to promise, but asked cautious, which Pakistan I said. Pakistan looked at his eyes and laughed. Your mother's name is called Sarah. You will take a newspaper in the shoes. You are always bullied. Every time I am going to save you. I heard these. Steve's face was once again smiled, The museum will not say this. Welcome back, Parky. Wait a minute, wait here, is this Tony with coming in Kiao? Do you want to ask other things again? Steve shook his head and said, this is enough. After finishing, he asked Pakina, is Nick Fury killed? Pakistan nodded, yes. Location is outside the hut you live, from the windows of the trees in the woods. Since mentioning this, Tony asked again, there is a hidden camera on the tree, is it a person who is not a Nine Snake? Parky nodded again, yes. This is the mission report, and each time you perform the task, you need to record the video to write into the file. When said, Tony saw Steve, showing a faint smile. Pakistan's pro-confirmation confirmed Tony's conjecture. Stanford and the nine-head snake collide this matter, it is the staple on the plate. Only the truth is only a few people, and there is no one who is covered with the nine-snake killer that is covered with blood. At this moment, Javis's voice sounded, Mr. has a communication phone. Encrypted phone? Who will find me this time? Tony said, connected to the phone. Track the phone address. Okay, sir. Tony lifts the wrist, and the smart bracelet projects a virtual image. Because the caller is an encrypted phone, the contact avatar column, only the big question mark is displayed. Tony Stark. It's me, who you are. My name is Stanfield. I want you to hear my name. When said that, Tony and Steve looked at each other, and the face was a surprised expression. No one thought that Stanford would actually call it. What does this mean? Is it going to have a show number? Tony quickly calmed down, said calm. Who? Can you repeat the name again? I don't seem to have heard. Oh, don't play your mouth again. I know, Steve Rogers. Pakistan Barnes is in your hands. Sorry. These two people are wanted. How can they be here? Why do you say? I am playing this phone call just wants to tell you. Give them two, otherwise it is good for you. I don't work as Nick Fury. When I heard this sentence, Pakistan is a bit nervous. As a fine killer of the Nine Snakes, he must know that Stanfield is known, and also knows the clown organization. Nowadays, Stanfield refers to the name of the name to hand. It is difficult to bust Tony, not afraid of his strength to choose compromise. Pakistan looks to Steve. I want to give him the eyes, but the other party is calm. Sure enough, in the face of threats, Tony is disclosing. This time it sounds like it is threatening me. I have been recorded. You are ready to wait for the court. So said, you are in your heart to protect them. If you say, I don't understand, there are new calls here to pick it up. If you have nothing to say, I will lane. He. Very good, Stark, you didn't disappoint me. Tony is full of mist. What? As a friend, you are already a righteousness. I admire your people like you, so I have to give you a gift. What gift? I don't like to be cheap. Reassured, the gift is very valuable. You are satisfied. After half an hour, you will know. After that, Stanford took the initiative to hang up the phone. Look at the news. Nothing to let me see. Which stage? Tony turned his head and whispering. However, this matter must be taken seriously. Stanfield picked up the relationship between three people in the phone. If he uses the strength of the Shinmon Bureau to carefully investigate all industries of Stark, the exposure of the secret base is just a matter of time. Although Tony is a capitalist, there is also politician on the back. But it can only block for a while, can't stop. Especially after the new president came to the stage, it showed an unprecedented tough means. Who touched his milder in the problem of the Nine Snake, it must not take it, and the president Mr. Tony doesn't like Tony. Since the base will definitely expose, no one has covered it, you must resettle two people, and the overseas factory of the Speakit industry is a good choice. At the time of Tony thinking, Steve suddenly said, Tony, you can send us to the border. As a friend, Tony has already done enough. Good enough. Steve is no longer too embarrassed to worry. What's more, the two wanted criminals are very heavy. Even Tony still can't afford it. It is time to cut him. Tony looked up at him. Silence. He sighs. Okay, but don't worry too urgent. They want to trace it here for a few days. Taking this time, we can discuss route planning. To give your friends a review, the two people talk about the sky, and I forget the second half of Stanford. Wong Xing. Tony also has Jaw as his assistant. Timely jump out, Mr. ABC TV station urgently inserted a news. I heard this sentence. The two finally remembered the gift that Stanfill said. The virtual projection appeared. The host said, "Just now, we have received the latest information provided by the Shinshan Bureau." This is a picture captured by a roadside monitor, about the nine-head snake killer, Bacane, and the late scientist Howard Stake. I heard the words, Tony brow wrinkled, and I thought about how to pull it with my aunt. And Parky heard this passage. The whole face became awkward. The screen fell into a dark, and there was a line of white fonts on December 16, 1991. The picture is black and white. There is a weak voice. The content is a curved country path, both on both sides of the woods. Tony looked at the screen and suddenly he felt a few familiar. He blurted out, "I seem to recognize this road." The almost stationary screen has been over 5 seconds. A rapidly traveling car hit on the big tree on the side of the road. The hood was flying, and the vehicle had a large number of white smoke and accompanied by flare. At this time, a person who can't see the face rides a motorcycle and stops next to the vehicle. The car door opened. A white-haired man rolled down from the cab. He hit the man who came to the ground to help. "Help, help, please save my wife." When a man went to him, he did not choose to save people, but he took his hair and lifted him back on the car. Howard opened his eyes and looked at the appearance of men, and he glared. "Barnes Western." I heard the words. Tony turned around, widened, and couldn't believe in Pakistan. In the heart of the Pakistan, the head is silent. In the video, Pakistan's right Fahur is not moved. He raised the metal arm to the Hawawa's face. Boom, boom, boom. Pakistan non-stop preparations. The face of Howard is nothing off. Every sudden sound of fists and bones collide with the heart. It seems to hit the heart of Tony, so that he has a feeling of suffocating. After killing Howard, Pakisto put the body back into the driver's seat, then went to the position of the co-pilot, reaching out of the metal arm, kneading the throat of Stake, and lived her life. After this, he walked to the place where the probe was monitored, and pulled out the pistol to explode the camera. And this moment, everyone saw the cold face. The video is played, and the scene is quiet, only 3 rushing breathing. Tony slowly turned his head and looked at Pakad sitting down in bed. The whole person's worldview had collapsed. When he was young, he thought that his parents were died in a car accident. Until the 9 snakes gradually surfaced, he faintly observed that the father was hidden. This video proved his conjecture. Father and mother did kill by the 9 snake, but he didn't think that the murderer actually lived for more than half a month in the Stake base. After reading the video, Steve is also collapsed in the heart of this moment. He knew that Parky killed many people after being braided by the 9 snakes, and even Nick Ford was died in his hand, but he did not expect Pakistan to kill Hugh Havend. Howard Stake as Steve's friend is also a benefactor, and the Zenjin shield in his hand is his masterpiece. What makes him crazy is that Pakistan loves to live Tony's mother. Steve is obviously perceived with Tony's conversation. He is far more than his father's respect and love for the mother. In the eyes, the enemy who killed the mother was in front of him, and Tony would make it possible to lose rational behavior. Steve slowly moved his footsteps, and he blocked in front of the Pakistani, saying, "This is not him. He was brainwormed by the 9 snake." Tony is angry. The eyes are full of blood. "I don't care. He killed my mother." After that, Tony pushed Steve. Nano hair. Iraq quickly covered the whole body. The Pakistan reaction is faster, immediately rolling down from the bed, waving iron boxing, wearing the wall, escaping. The nano war is worn. Tony is ready to chase. However, Steve clears the shield and blocks it in front of it. "Let's open." Tony lifted the arm and opened the weapon library. Steve's station shook his head in place. "Tony, you are calm. This is the conspiracy of the clown." Tony, of course, knowing this is a conspiracy of the clown. They want to create internal contradictions, let him and Steve become enemies. But knowing is a trap. He must also step on it. Because of killing his parents, it is packable, but for your son, what is the reason not to revenge your parents? Tony is no longer nonsense, and a mini-bomb is shot. Steve saw, and quickly raised his shield defense. Bang! Bomb power is amazing, directly blown up the laboratory, and shoots Steve out. Going out, Pakistan has not seen traces. Jaws showed his position. Here is a Stark base. Pakfian can't escape Jaws' tracking in any case of hiding. Soon, the red dot coordinates appeared on the helmet monitor. Parky has already fled to the outside. Tony urged the armor and hit the glass fly out. Parky has escaped from the base and is rushing to drill into the forest. Tony locked him and lifted his arm to prepare for the missile. Roar! At this time, a roaring came behind. Steve turned into the status of Hawk, jumping to a holiday in the air to put Tony in the ground. The helmet monitor illuminates the red light. Jaws prompts that the armor is partially damaged. Tony does not panic. The nanoparticles do not stop, and repair the damaged site. Let's open. This is the last warning. Steve is not moving, shaking his head. Tony, he is a friend. When said, Tony angry, I was originally. In this case, the relationship between the two is completely broken. Tony is burning in the fire, nor will it be your hand. Jaws, start the anti-Hawk war. The voice just fell. A huge sphere was launched from the base, and then quickly changed to Toby to fly. The sphere is completed in the half-air, and a 5-high super steel armor appears in the eyes of the two. The electromagnetic pulse spur in Tony is suspended in half, saying, This is to state a banner, now accompany you to play. Pakistan's life I have to set it, Jesus can't stay. After that, Tony chased Pakistan to fly over the depths of the woods. Steve is in an urgent completion, wants to start the nanotact collapsed, did not expect Javis's voice to give him a pot of cold water. Sir, your use of rights has been disabled. Chapter 377 is born. Putting up the nano-war armor, Steve's combat power can enhance several steps. Tony is not so stupid. When the two people have erupted the conflict, he will prohibit Steve's permissions. Use me to send you something to oppose me. There is such a truth under the sky. There is no nano-high armor. Steve can't fly. However, Hawk's bounce capacity is not to be underestimated, and short distances are not much slower than the speed of steel warfare. Boom! Steve is smuggling. Then fierce, huge strength to press the ground cracks out of the ground. Just flew over the forest. In the forest, a black shadow quickly flashed in the top. Steve blindly saw that the anti-Hawk war armor flew to him, and the predecated position was squatted. Rolling. Steve screamed. The thick right arm is tight, struggling to fight against the wall. Boom! Two fists have hit together, and the violent shockwaves overwhelmed the surrounding branches. Steve was bombarded to the ground, and he retired a few steps. Almost one ass is sitting on the ground, and the anti-Hawk war has returned more than 10 meters. Only a punch knows that both parties are difficult to divide. However, in Hawk, the power will increase with anger value, not a fixed value. Seeing Steve was blocked by the anti-Hawk war, he saved people, burning in anger. The anger value continued to soar. The skin of the appearance became more and more red. Boom! The earth is dramatically trembling. Steve is again vacated, and the goal refers to the arc rear of the anti-Hawk battle. This is the power source of war armor. As long as it destroys arc reactors, anti-Hawk warfare will become a bunch of iron. However, things have not been expected to be as perfect. Jaws is controlled with the anti-Hawk punch and puts his punch. The arm comes from the arm. The next second, the metal parts of the right arm, and the whole arm turns into the shape of the twist roll. Steve is heavy, and the white steam is raised on the skin. The temperature is extremely high. This is the state that Hawk is extremely angry. Steve is also the first time. In this state, Steve's power will skyrocket, and only one punch will easily abolish the armored arm. But all things are beneficial to have a disadvantage, and Steve and the anger is red. The brain is full of angry and violent throws, and the sensible sides have been ruthless to the corner. Jaws spurred his amazing power by analyzing Steve, and he understood that only the existing output energy is not possible to overcome him. However, Tony handed over to his task is not a victory, just dragging him. Looking at his current appearance, Javis has a bold idea. He opened the armor of the anti-Hawk armor, and his dense magnums were shot out and the long tail flame was flying over Steve. Boom. 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 The unexpected explosion sounds through the clouds. The dense forest is covered with dramatic fireballs, and the dark smoke seems to be black in the sky. After a round of saturated, the entire forest is falling into the sea. In the target area, a giant figure is always standing. Steve raises his arm, with force to sway down. What? Seeing this amazing scene, Jaws' artificial intelligence issued an unexpected question. If you have seen a single hand, you have never seen anyone else to extinguish the forest fire. Steve's red skin is a bit liquid dripping. The advanced missile face by the Stark Industry, Steve. Although the skin is thick, and it is still injured. Looking up at the anti-Hawk war armor in the air, Steve is born with blood red, slowly clenching his fists, and only exudential reason is completely out of anger. What Pakistan? What save people? Losey only wants this big toy into pieces. Oh, it seems that the plan is successful. Jaws' manipulated armor quickly pulled high, and his mouth muttered. On the other hand, Pakistan is moving quickly in the jungle. As a nine-headed warrior, he is proficient in combat measures in different environments, and the jungle off-road is only one of them. Even if the soil is wet, the twigs are as flat, and he can maintain a very high moving speed. But the two legs run quickly, but it will fly. Not long. His head is convenient to pass the sound of the slut. Tony locks the position of the Pakistan, then bonds rapidly, lifting both hands ready to emit electromagnetic pulses. Pakfin knows that he can't hide, so it is temporarily changing the strategy, and it is decided to break the boat to defeat Tony. Boom. Golden laser guns come. The early preparation of Pakistan is turned over. The Beautiful escapes. The laser can shoot the trunk, and directly wear it directly. He has just landed. Tony has been approached, and he will hear the iron boxing will hear his face. Parky raised his hand, with a monster metal arm and clenched Tony's wrist. The huge impact strikes, and the Pakistan has slipped for more than a dozen meters away from the way, and the power is removed. What? He roared. The metal arm was fully tightened, and the nano-warfare of the wrist faintly passed the broken voice. This gain is a big price. Research and development, intensity and flexibility. If it is a previous generation of alloy tact, it is directly to be pinched by metal arm. It is good enough that Tony's war armor has just completed the upgrade. The strength of nano-high armor is far super gold armor, and that a misunderstanding is just the sound of nanoparticles in emergency repairs. After a long time, the results did not have a harm of damage, and Pakfin was desperate. Boom. Tony raised his hand to take him out, and he was on the trunk. Pakistan slap in the chest, sitting on the ground, breathing of the big mouth. He just completed the electrotherapy. The brain was still heavy, the body quality and coordination did not return to the best state. In this case, he has rushed 10 kilometers all the way, and he hit the palm gun. At this moment, his body is painful, just like a fast scrap. However, even if he must stand up, he must stand at least to Steve. Pakistan biting the teeth, dying in the hands and dying, struggling to stand up. Looking at the slow-landed Tony, his face revealed a stubborn expression, put on the defensive posture of fighting, and defended his warrior's dignity. Tony lifted the armor in the head, and the fierce eyes were filled with blood. His voice is low, asking, "Do you remember them?" Pakistan watched him, replied, "I remember everyone." Tony's mouth is touched, and it is clear. Since remember, then you can't blame. He raised his hand and pointed to the metal arm and said, "You just use it to kill my father." If you answer the quarantine, the arm emits an elongated red laser. Only Tony is playing. The laser is like a sharp blade, and it is easy to cut the metal arm along the shoulder. What? Pakistan fell to the ground, covering the incision of blood flow. Looking up, dramatic pain is torture every nerve of the body, and the Pakistan hurts, and the intensive sweat is thrown at the forehead. I had a few times. He quickly adapted to this kind of pain, so I looked up at Tony, who was full of indifferent, pleading, "Don't kill me." I was just a controlled embarrassment. "Hey, my father is also asking you this time, but how do you do it?" Tony snorted and slammed his fist on the face of Pakistan. Boom. Pakfia was pulled down, and the handsome face had a blood marks, and blood flowed down. He shook his head and lifted his head again, and his face was another iron boxing. Tony imitated him in the video, and smashed 3 punches in the face. Every punch is exhausted, there is no reservation. After 3 punches, the Pakistan's face is already blurred, and the flowing long hair and blood sticks on the skin. Tony buckled his throat, put him on a thick street drunk. What makes me unable to forgive, you actually kill my mother, or live a life. Think of your mother's loving smile. Tony's anger, your fingers are slowly contracted. Pakistan's head is dry, struggling with force, and the right hand wants to lock the throat of the throat, and the 2 feet are trying to kick, struggling for a while, but there is no effect. Pakistan suddenly stretched out 2 fingers, inserted to Tony's eyes. This is a final anti-fall, strength and speed of the dead, strength and speed. Tony's brain is fascinated, and there is no reaction at all. If you are inserted by your fingers, he has to spend it in the dark next half. At the critical moment, the dangerous emergency system is activated, and the nano hair iron has quickly covered the head. Snapped. Pakistan's finger is accurately poked on the eyeball, but the hard nano war armor has broken his fingers. What? 10 fingers. The pain when the ribo is broken, and it is not suffering from the hard arm. After a few seconds, Tony finally responded. Born. Actually, I dare to attack me. Tony's eyes revealed to kill. Right hand! Exclamation mark. The crisp bone fracture sounds. The Pakistani throat and the trachea are directly packed. Hot blood is directly nourished, splashing on the nearby ground. The transparent helmet display is reddish, and everything in the field of view has become red. Tony slowly opened his hand, and the body of Pakistan was overgrained. He relieves the helmet, and the big mouth is breathed. Like asthma episode, it feels that it is looking for a place. When he needed the moment of caffeine like a pest, he had an unpleasant and pleasant feeling. Hand edge enemy, revenge for parents. This once the wish is finally realized, Tony feels every cell that is full of cheers. This feeling is far more than the grass. When he started, he still had a trace of hesitation. But when he experienced the thrill of revenge, he really did not regret it from the heart. No matter how many times, he will make the same choice. Let this damn 9 snake pay for your parents. A few minutes later, Steve Senth's sugar successfully torn the Hey Karma, then resumed reason, and tracked along the imprint. You are finally coming. It is more than I expected. Steve raised his head and saw Tony sat on the trunk of not far away. Pakistan? Where? Tony looked up. Steve quickly turned his head. Pakistan is under a big tree, the metal arm is cut, blood on his face. There is a large piece of meat directly at the neck, and the ground also flows. Seeing this scene, his brain suddenly slammed, a blank in his mind. Nothing, 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 nothing. Steve is sitting in place. He stopped thinking, as if the time was still stopped. I don't know how long it took. Tony stood up from the trunk. Don't blame me. I know that he is your friend, but the parent's enemy must report anyway. When said, Steve slammed his head, a pair of wild beast-like eyes. Tony is not afraid. A stall hand. If you want to revenge, I am willing to play with you. But I still advise you to escape. Don't be so moving so. The base is definitely ignored. The army the person will come soon, if you want to take them to vent. Steve is not moving, double boxing, showing sharp dot. His mood at this moment is really contradictory, like a brain on both sides by 2 hammers. He and Pakistan relationship don't have to say more. It is a comrades, but also a friend. Steve has gradually recognized the new friend in the days that Steve got along with Tony. The two are always drinking together and talking about the secrets of their own hearts. Steve tells the interests of the military camp in World War II. Tony is talking about the llama on the business field. Steve talks about Sharon and Peggy. Tony said that he has sleepless. Steve talks about the tragic period of childhood. Tony said that he lost his parents to generation. The two have nothing to say, and there is always a talk. Although the days of this card is not long, it is very memorable for Steve. Although Tony is soft, it is smart, and what hazardous complicated situation can be calm and find out the solution. Working with him, Steve can rest assured to him, this feeling makes him seem to go back to the Second World War. With the continuous deepening of communication, Tony has never missed the confidant, turned into a trusted comrade, and finally became a friend who could not replace. However, this friend he was very cherished, but he kills him another friend. This is directly let Steve have to collapse. Why is God so unfair? Why do they use the most cruel way to deprive my happiness in the most cruel way? This is like the people in the purgatory. Is it worth not worth falling in? Steve thoughts, it can have 1,000 words, but it is spit with a word in his mouth. He went back to his head, picked up the metal arm on the ground, picked up the blee body, and then back to Tony. The head did not return. Looking at Steve's back, this revenge is like a flow of water. Tony suddenly found that his heart seems to have a hole. One of the can't fill the cave. Chapter 378 Stateless Drive. Holy Land, Kamataji. The antique hall is surrounded by a plenty of smoked, a few mason, sitting in a position, and expressing the books in his hand. Sitting a bald woman behind the main table, holding a porcelain cup in hand. Delicate taste. A LCD TV is inlaid on the wall, and the electronic product appears to be particularly violent in this place. But there is no strangeness in the seat. The bald woman is an ancient mage. She drank her tea, picked up the remote control from the table to open the TV. Playing in the picture is the US News. A reporter stands in the outskirts, and the big plants behind them are burned by flames, and there is a helicopter and special police. Several masters also focused on TV, and some people took out the mobile phone inquiry this incident. A few minutes later, an old man who walked a robe said, Iron Man and the American captain actually made a big hand. This is definitely a clown organization. A black master turned his gaze to the home table and asked, Ancient Master, the behavior of the clown organization has been overline. We must not stop. I heard the words, and several masters turned their attention to her, waiting for her decision. The ancient mage Fade said, I and Jason's words are in the first, as long as he is willing to accept the exile. Kamaji can't shoot others, then say, those things we can't intercept. The responsibility of the Supreme Master is to resist the invasion of the Dark World and the alien, how to make the local indigenous, even if we have never shot, isn't it? Several elderly master nodded, turned back to the book in his hand and continued to immerse in the ocean of the magic world. However, the young black mage did not agree. He has a few times, but he can't dare to refute an ancient mage in the face of others. His move is all in the eyes. She smiled and talked about everyone, said, I am here today. I have something to say to Master. Several mages stood up and greeted the Grease and then left out of the hall. The ancient is from the home table, slowly went to him, asked, Master, what is your doubts? The name called Monta stood up and said, Ancient Master, since Jason will become the scourge of the universe, why not remove him 3 years ago, but to extend him? The ancient mage got a slightly, recalling the battle 3 years ago. She said, I have answered this question. I intervene in secular affairs. I have violated the promise of the Supreme Master. I can be wrong. Master shook his head. 3 years ago, I did believe, but now. The story of the snake is not dead. The story of the snake is circulating the millennium. The ancient master, I like to eat hamburger, to drink cola, and I can't do this kind of pedicure. I heard the words. The ancient face smiles. I said, is this your intuition? Still there is evidence, Mo, just not speculation according to it. Ancient One didn't blame him, but praise, that is intuitive. Yes, it is still a sharp. Master quickly said, so why don't you get rid of Jason? Ancient Master sighs, hey, I am not willing, not because of the Supreme Master, but can't do it. I heard the words, and Master was shocked. This lives of the Supreme Mage of thousands of years actually kills a superpower. How is this possible? Before question, Mount Moyne is already prepared. I am afraid that the reason why the ancient rats says that he can believe that this reason is just like a child. Ancient Master asked, don't you believe? Merchant Master is firmly shaking his head. Ancient laughed, thank you for your trust, but I am not God. My ability is limited. Mount, Ken Jessen is not God. I have his information in his hand. It is not ability to absorb. He can absorb kinetic energy, potential energy, solar energy. Can you absorb magical energy and dark energy? The ancient saying. He didn't have it at the time. But Jason's body has a power that I have never seen. Mount is the strength of the soul gem. The ancient sheikh shook his head. He has a gemstone. I have time to be gem, and the power of infinity gems can be offset each other, so I can't use time to trap him. But in addition, there is also a force in Jason. Mount Molan, the expression is serious. The power is very powerful. The ancients said, I tried to clear the power of his body. The result failed. This power has been integrated with Jason, and it is in my fundamental killing Jason. Mount. Do you have time to go to the future? Ancient way, of course, but Jason's future may be infinitely possible. Even if you use time gems, you can't see it. Mount, unlimited possibilities. Is it because of unknown power? The ancient saying, yes. I asked, that. How do we do? The ancient looks at him, the eyes are calm. You win less, the opportunity is embarrassing. When you come out, Mem is suddenly nervous. What should I do? How can we win? The ancient smiles took his shoulders and said, why is it nervous? Let it be nature. Shun it natural. Memory is full of face. It is related to the life and death of Kamatage or even the world. How can you go through it? Ancient seems to talk too much about talking. I asked, right, how long is the kid outside the door? Do you talk to Dr. Stringig? Miu stunned and said, it is estimated that there are 5 or 6 hours. The ancients said, 5 or 6 hours, almost. You bring him in. Master stands in place. Some wants to say. The ancient saying, what will you do if you care about the future? Then I can tell you that Stilatch will be the most important ring to eliminate the clown. Okay, I get it. You got this reply. Master finally redeed, and turned and left the hall. After he left, the ancient turned around the lobby, said, people are gone, you can come out. After a few seconds, a black mist poured from the corner and slowly condensed into a dry man. It's a keen sense. I didn't expect that I was discovered by you just hiding. Viewlid Demon carefully got the woman in front of him. The ancient Matri did not be scared by his respect, praised, can pass the barrier, avoid the perception of other mages. Your strength is not underestimated. Most of the magic world, I know. You look a little strange. Viewlid Demon Need smile, holding the old wand right hand, said, then I will introduce my introduction, but the mage is saying, but not with mouth. The voice did not fall, he quickly waved the old wand, and he died in his mouth, drilled the heart. A quiet green rays shot from the tip of the wand, straight to the heart of the ancient mage. The ancient mage of the millennium is alive, and the sneak attack of this kind of extinction has not been blamed. Her palm is gently turned up, and the golden magic shield appeared in front of him. That magic hit a monk on the magic shield, and then there was no traces. A mud cow into the sea. Vulnicula is slightly frowned, and it looks at the magic shield in front of you. He is not surprised to block the attack, but this scene is somewhat different from his imagination. Show magic shield spells and wand. What does the rune on the magic shield mean? Obviously everyone is a master. Why is it different? The expression on the ancient face gradually struck, slowly said, the magic that has never been seen. Darkness, poison, negative. What are you? What is your magic? Hogwarts Magic School. Viewlid Demon really wants to say this, but this bald is certainly don't know. Although the situation is far beyond the intention, the Vault magic is extremely good, and the faces always smile from beginning to end. What do you say? Oh, you have to fight my bums with me. Ancient question. Dark world, alien, or other universe? Viewlid Demon once again raised his old wand and said, your magic is very magical. If you can win me, I will tell you. Said, he used to force a wand, and there were more things when the dark corners in the room. Hiss. 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 A striped giant hunted, spit, and opened the room. Since the magic attack is blocked by you, try a physical attack. Summon the snake. Interesting. The ancients said, unfortunately, I don't like the snake. She gently felt, A golden ring magic flooded along the ground. Those giants have just been prepared to launch an offense. They are hit by the golden magic, and they put on golden flames. Hut! Exclamation mark. Golden flames have strong restraints on this kind of evil, and the giant is struggling, and finally burned into a black fog. The center of the hall, the magic of the vault, the old wand, there is a lavender magic energy, and the golden flame has been completely packaged. Ancient attack will also include him. If he does not show the defensive curse, it will not be better than these snakes. Even if you have prepared, these flames are like leather sugar, and he has continuously extinguished a few magics. This bald woman is too terrible, just a feat, so powerful magic. The strength is not deepening, although it is just a trick. He has been born. The ancient show magic is obviously not a system. Ranked to find a door or two reckless, it should be ready to come. At this point, Viewlid magic immediately showed migration playback to leave. I saw it. The ancient mage laughed. If you haven't finished it, I will sit again. Implanting has been successfully displayed, and the visor is surprised to find that he still stays in the hall of Kamataji. It seems that he has not moved. The big devil that is always calm, and it has finally appeared in this moment. He faces unknown enemies, unknown magic. Unknown, it is the source of fear. The ancient mage stepped toward him, and waved his own golden flame on him. He said, I want to tell me now. The question is, who is your magic? What is your magic? Ancient Master, I put. This is. At this moment, Mr. Master appeared outside the hall with a blonde roll. The machine is not lost. See the shape, the vault magic lifts the old wand, and he has a roaring, Adada cat. In an instant, a green light shot in the amazing speed to the tramp. He is gamble. This kind of gambling is absolutely will never see it, just like his teacher Dumbledore. Fortunately, he gambling is right. Just when the Mr. Master is angry, the Ancient One is moving to the radio. Her right hand made a brightened, a golden defense shield appeared. The death curse hit on the shield, spoken the sound of the stab, as if put the hot iron rod into the cold water. After a few seconds, the magic of the winning curse is exhausted, and the ancient defense shield has a crack. Good dangerous magic. The ancients looked at the black cracks. When she looked up again, the geeks who didn't have a nose had disappeared without trace. The soul system, the attack department, the summon department, the space system. This person's magic learning is very mixed. Ancient Master, who is the horrible person? Master finally reacted, hurriedly asked. He passed with Adadavik, and he felt a deep death atmosphere. It is definitely not a general opponent to present this magic. The ancient expressions returned to the hall. Hit. This is not what you should know. You bring Mr. Straight to his room, let him take a shower and take a break. When said, the face of Merchant's face exposed an unwilling expression, but the arm mush up the thigh, and he can only obey the order, and the straws with the full step. Ancient is standing alone in the lobby, and the face is hanging on the face. Who is this man? Where did his weird magic come from? Why did you never encounter such a dangerous person? To answer these questions, just rely on it. The ancient mage reached out and exudes the time of green light appeared in the fingertips. After a long time, the ancient mage finally opened his eyes and took the time to get the gemstone. It is no wonder that these geeks have never met. It turned out to be a new friend who came from the foreign world. Ancient times browsed the past and the future. I have long since I have a good idea. The origin of all disasters is an unknown force that is entangled with him. This power is very powerful, not only can speed up the strength of Jason, but even spanning the universe of the universe, but the people of other universe are coming in, but this is the true cause of Jason's future. The ancient open windows, watching the vast starry sky at the top, sigh. Jason Walter. Will your appearance will point this world guide? Make Leave Earth chapter tells a paragraph. The universe will start again. Need to rearrange the outline. Don't wait today. Chapter 379. The universe, the battle. Outer space, Commander Number spacecraft. The luxurious to the ultimate rest room. Jason is sitting on the beast skin blanket. The hands are the hands, the back is straight, the eyes are not closed, The brain is emptied. Every organ of the inner view of the body feels every breath. The airflow is slightly shaking when the air flows into and out. The long cosmic travel is extremely boring, staying in a small space, eating ignorant food, waiting for less than half a month in the spaceship. Jason feels boring to the extreme. Long time. He has developed a habit of meditation. In addition to chatting with the soldiers on weekdays, the only entertainment is to make the real knife with Warji. Both people are masters. The enemy is extremely strong, and it is more interesting to do with her meat to be more than those who are weak. Now, he wants to go out of the hatch, breathe fresh air, sunbathing warm sunshine, overlooking beauty spectacular scenery! Suddenly, the hatch of the lounge opened. Jason closed his eyes. His mouth slightly. This is only a few hours. The skin is itchy. A walkie face is slightly red. There is no goodness, saying, I am here to inform you, there is still 5 hours. Jason broke his eyes in a second. Too good. Inform the whole ship's immediate collection. Warji shook his head slightly, went to the bedside, said, the words have not finished. We are about to arrive at the most recent jump point from the Magic Star, and then fly 2 days and 2 nights. I heard that Jason was poke a hole like a ball, and she was discouraged. I finally understood why the heavy criminal will be closed. This closed life is really enough. Why not? How do you suddenly take off your clothes? Magic Star is located in the outer space ferry. Thousands of years ago, there was a civilization in human civilization, but as the stars of the galaxies gradually aging, the temperature of the planet was sudden. The living environment became very bad. Humans living here have escaped from home and go to other galaxies to chase new life. If you change the star, the current Magic Star has become a dead star that is covered by the dark. The climate is cold and humid. The tsunami disaster is frequent. Only special movable plants that adapt to such climate can survive here. However, a heavy intelligence made this position of dead stars have become the focus of major forces. The intelligence said that there is an ancient holy place on the Magic Star, hiding a universe worthy of money. As for what is in the bottom of the spirit, very few people know, but the bounty of 1 million yuan is enough to make countless bounty hunters. A bird-shaped spacecraft slowly landed in the Magic Star. The door opened. A normal man embedded on this waste soil. He wore a combat service and leather jacket, wearing a nanoventilator on his head, which can be filtered to with poisonous substances, automatically provide oxygen, and the waist also has a laser gun. This man is a bounty hunter, and it is also a full preparation for the universe. I saw him pulling out the laser scanner from the pocket, scans the land and abandoned buildings under the foot. The laser scanner can projection the image that has occurred through a trace of residual. Since the universe is in the holy place, then the people who go to visit will definitely. Soon, the projection showed the location of the Holy Land, and the man quickly walked into the Holy Land based on the tips of the projection. Here is the same dark and humid, but there is no external toxic gas. The man closes the nanoventilator, revealing a flat face. The universe is inside. After the ticket is finished, the buddies will make a fortune. This time is more than he has expected. Although the terrain is dangerous, it is dim, and it is necessary to quickly find a spiritual ball. It is like closing his eyes out of the maze. But for his professional players who have rely on rewards, it is like a probe, which is like a vision. The man is proud of the heart, can't help but want to carry songs with music. He immediately took the headset and put it on, then pressed the button of the tape player, and his hand wrote a sentence on the tape. Ginge Golden Join, the first disc. Hey, what's the matter with you head? Yeah, what is your head? Yeah. Hey, what's the matter with you mind steers? What is your thoughts and behavior? And hey, nothing's a matter with your head, baby, find it. You have no problem baby to find it. Come in and find it. Hurry to find it. Hell, with it, baby, with love, baby. Corsi refine and remin, because you are so beautiful, you are not me, and you look so divine, you look so beautiful. Come and get it all over, come to hug your love. Come and get it all over, come to hug your love. The dynamic music rang in the ear. The man is immersed in the world of music, letting itself. He sang loudly, twisted his body, as if he was at the moment. He was standing on the stage of the people, and tens of thousands of viewers cheered for his dance and voice. However, all this is what he is thinking, and it is a spicy eye at the perspective of outsiders. The bloated figure twisted, it is like an yeast to administer, and the ugly is unparalleled. The wild lyrics sang from his mouth, no musical notes were transferred, comparable to noise attack. Several little dinosaurs living in a dark and humid environment, waking up by the unhitched song, jogging over him. The man who doesn't care about will kick the little dinosaurs, continue to sing, dancing, as a fool, and go to the secret room of the universe. Not long, he came to a huge stone door. Shimon is 7 or 8 meters, 3 or 4 meters wide, and the door panel is engaged in a symbol. It should be here. The man picks up the headphones and opens the stone door from the pocket. Skilled in action. Behavior, really professional. After walking into the stone room, he took out a glowing bullet. White rays shine in the bright stone room. The scene of the eyes, let him like it. I saw the end of the stone room, and a trickster of the trickster was suspended on the stone table, surrounded by 3 laser protective hoods. If he dares to put it in, it will definitely be burned into ashes. However, the man has its own way. He puts down the bullets from the backpack to remove the electromagnetic absorber on the ground. This is in black, with a triangular shape. As long as the parameters are adjusted and start, you can release powerful electromagnetic waves, attracting the metal objects within the target range. The electromagnetic attractor is started, the cosmic spirit in the protective hood is attracted to the magnetic force, and the protective cover is drilled. Get it? He kneeling down the universe, and thought that this task is too simple. This millions are really good. I didn't expect him to stand up, and a hoarse voice sounded behind, let things go down. The man is trembled and slows down. 3 strange men are holding a gun and pointing to him. 2 of them are all armed, and the bauble ventilator is still wearing the head, and the man is not worn. His skin is dark, full of fear. Come, let things go down, said the Black Ghost leader. Okay, don't be excited, I put it down. The man quickly threw away the universe, and raised his hands. 2 soldiers went to him behind him, and the Black Ghost picked up the universe, asked, how did you know this? I don't know, I am a broken. The man lies with the mouth, but it is broken by the Black Ghost. You don't seem to be a broken, you still wear a sweeping clothes. This dress is also me. Black Ghosts and angry, waffle. Say, what is your name? Peter Kill. Don't be excited, old brothers. Black Ghost waved. Take him away. Why? Liu Nan has something to ask you. After that, the Black Ghost is ready to leave, but the man still wants to do dying. Hey, I still have a name to say that you will be scared. The Black Ghost turned around, and the expression was extremely serious. My nickname is called Parky? The Black Ghost is full of questions. Frown. Who? Parky buddy? The legendary thief. Have you heard? Black Ghosts. Stall, say who you love. Take away. Okay, let me say. Pizzawas shook his head, and then kicked the stone table behind the ground. The bullet suddenly exploded after the impact. The 2 soldiers immediately swallowed in a blue energy. I heard the scream. The Black Ghost immediately turned back, but he could welcome him but 2 laser guns. Boom. Boom. 2 gunshots. The Black Ghosts were taken out. Rush. The star is like a western cowboy, and it is chic to take a gun. Looking at the Black Ghost on the ground, he disdainfully snorted, picking up the universe of the earth. Suddenly, the Black Ghost struggled to get up from the ground. Can you have no 2 brushes? The 2 shots of Park are not able to leave scars on him. His expression is embarrassed, holding a huge laser gun, and a slash explodes a hole in the stone room, blowing in the cold air. Piston makes a trip iron bridge, thrilling, as a laser, but unfortunately the waist is too weak, and a butt is sitting on the ground. See, the Black Ghost reopened. Parp launched the nanoventilator. The electromagnetic pulse under the foot escaped in the mouth of the fried hole. Boom. The second shot is also empty. Xinting rolled a few laps on the ground, quickly climbed up the body of his spaceship, and the black ghost also jumped out of the stone room. Shit, I said that there is no free lunch. How is the value of 1,000,000 tasks? There is no danger. The star rushed to complain, and it always felt that this time I encountered it. Sure enough, he saw the 5 soldiers outside the spacecraft. The enemy found that the 5 soldiers immediately shot. After riding a shot, Xiangju hid a shot, hurried out the electromagnetic attraction, and pulled 2 times and threw it to 5 people. They wear advanced combat services, how can they have no metal? Exclamation mark. A powerful magnetic force will absorb 5 people into a group. The policy is successful, and the parkway is full. Immediately start the electromagnetic pulse, and then jump into the spacecraft, and then connect the cockpit to take off. In less than 10 seconds, the energy of electromagnetic attractors is exhausted, and the 5 soldiers succeeded. Fast. Use the gun to put it. The black ghost of the mad. The spacecraft hatch has been closed, and it is difficult to break through the defensive armor on the firearm. 5 soldiers immediately took out the module components and quickly set the fort, and then aimed at the spacecraft close to picking up. The spacecraft engine starts, the 2 groups of blue flames are sprayed. See the enemy to use the shell, and the experienced pissed immediately to move the joystick. Boom. The spacecraft attacked, and the laser gun was born. Such a near distance can be played, then don't want to hit it. Ha ha ha. Pixiang is smiling and improving, and it is easy to avoid the shell. Seeing the spaceship is completely far away, the black ghost is unstormizes, and a slap will be responsible for the guns of the gun. Waste, useless things. In the face of the insults and beatings of the elaborate, several soldiers can only endure silently. It can be burned in the black ghost, and the fans still can't give me. Capture the universe is the important task of Alligator Roan. Today, the task is smashed. How should he go back to the cross? The dead park, it should kill him directly. Blowing the cold wind, the black ghost gradually calmed down. Told you, you continue to stay here, see if there are ideas of the universe, if there is discovery to report to me. When said, the soldiers took ahead. The black ghost returns to the giant battleship named Dark Star, and then walked into the ship's long room all the way. Sitting on a throne of power, sitting on a man with armor, holding a long hammer, Alligator Roan. The blue skin, the face is white-black paint, the eyes are cold, and the top of the long hammer is also contaminated with blood. Obviously, he just used a person in his hand. The black ghost is shocked, and there is a swing to the ground. Close, fortunate, what I want. The master, the universe is hoped. Can anyone rob that? A thief who claims to be Pop. We have found that he is actually a person. The client is the middleman of Shandalhang. In addition to the park, the person who stayed in the Magic Stars also found a group of sweepstakes. People are also looking for the universe, the ball. The man on the throne stood up. I promised to kill, only gave him a universe. He would promise me to destroy the Mountain Darfur. Needle, you are responsible for retrieving the universe. The transformation of a blue skin from the dark. This is my pleasure. This is your unfortunate. A green-skinned woman came out. While coming out, Xinyan glared at each other and heard she killed her on the spot. Woman lesson, if you fail, you will lose your father. Ninian angered, I am also a daughter of tyrant. Woman argued, but I know more about Shandar. The nebula is Reve. Just Liu Onan, let me go. It's enough. You have a mouth. Liu Onan turned around to stare at the woman. Card, you are not allowed. Kadira is serious. I have never failed. Chapter 380 Objective, Sander Star. The credit is leading, the mistake is the subordinate. This sentence is just like the universe. Capture the mission of the universe failed. Chasing people. Kalos returned to the motherland, and enjoyed the life. And the 5 subordinates responsible for the Cooker stay in the Magic Star, continued to monitor the Holy Land, and see if there are ideas of the universe. During the period, the subordinates always reported to the upper, saying that they have monitored for 2 days, except for Parkins and Wonders. No one appeared in the Magic Star. The task has been completed. There is no necessary to continue monitoring. Here is the code, and they want to apply to go back to the female carrier. No matter how many applications, Kalo's answer is only one: continue to monitor, wait until Roan gets the universe, they can come back. Officials of the official stage downs. These poor soldiers do not dare to define orders, can only continue to argue, hungry, hiding in remote monitoring Holy Land. This bird is not pulling. There is a warrior squatted on the rock and frozen in the shake, who said no, but we are guilty in the hands of Kuras. This guy is narrow. The temper is hot. If you dare to make a little mistake, you will die whole half. Hey, you can only blame our brothers. Another soldier responsible for reconnaissance whispered. I hope that Kalos can speak. Wait for the universe, let us go back, otherwise. A temper warrior is full of angry. Hey, don't talk, then bear it. Just when a few people said that when complaining, staying on the spaceship and responsible for scouting outside the space, be careful. There is a medium-sized spacecraft to flock this. I heard the words. I just said that there will be no soldiers here. I feel that there is a red fever on my face, as if someone is a fan. I am strange. I am really coming. Will it be lost to the ship? The ship's ship is too much. Can you fly here? I think it is not too likely to be a difficult ship. Definitely coming to find the universe. Are you special? Don't want to live? Medium spacecraft affirms its own detection equipment. If it is found, it is done. Temporarily cut off. Hide the body. Several people immediately screamed, and the eyewears looked at the far-off spaceship. The command office slowly landed in a flat area. The spacecraft detector collects the vicinity of air for analysis, and it is recommended to wear a ventilator after several minutes. After the analysis, the hatch slowly opened, and a full deputy armed soldier walked out of the spacecraft. They carry a detecting instrument, scan analysis of the nearby landforms, and confirmed that there is no danger. Notify the follow-up force to follow up. Jason wears a nanoventilator that leaves the land of the Magenstock in the surrounding of the guard team. Cool. He used force to suck the cold air into the lungs, and the old bowed head suddenly woke up. Unfortunately, the magic star does not have the beautiful scenery he wants. But the importance of Infinite Gem is over. I wondered for a few minutes and had completed the preliminary investigation of Walkilly. She is wearing silver helmet skirt, showing her strong legs, and the dragon teeth sword wears in the waist, and the black long hair flutters, like the female general. The British is cool, and Wifeng. Uniform play? Jason has a smile and thought of a good idea. Found. The holy place is in front. The first troops are already open. Warji is walking forward and reaching out the peaks not far away. Take the universe. It is not a slightly. It does not need these waste. Look for a few people who know. I will take them in the past. Talking about the right thing, Jason took the smile and recovered the cold expression of killing. Well, Walkie turned and left. Soon, once the treasure hunter came out again, Jason lifted slightly, and they emerged on the blue energy ball. The surrounding soldiers have exposed a surprise eye, and the mysterious strength of this new owner is more decent. You are here, I will go back. After finishing, he waved softly. 7 people fly to Holy Land. Several fighters who keep in the distance see this scene, exclaimed, Scorpio, what is these people actually flying? I don't know, there is no data in the system. Fast, report to Kalos. Slow. You are crazy. At this time, contact will be detected by their spaceship. What should I do? Waiting for them to contact it. Warji sent a 3-dimensional image of the Holy Land. Jason came to the stone chamber according to the image. What? Jason frowned deeply. The stone room door is open, and it can see the holes inside. Bad. Won't come late. Jason's heart is tight. Instantly moves into the stone room. The laser shield on the stone table exudes light blue light, but there are things that can be disappeared. Master, this. Several treasure hunters ran in and saw the situation in front of me. Jason is full of angry. And it is said, it seems that someone is in the first place. The treasure hunter immediately ran to the fried hole and squatted to take the scan instrument for testing. After half a minute, one person stood up, the owner. The two holes should be the gap of the energy storage laser gun, and the traces are fresh, and it is estimated that there is something happened before the 3 or 5 days. Sure enough, the operation is specialized. The books of these treasure hunters' traces are sighing, and the pizza tiger is in 3 days ago. 3-5 days. If the spaceship is installed the super light speed engine, you can cross the stars, which makes me find the duck that came to the hand flu. Jason is burned in anger, and the horror energy in the body begins with his emotional fluctuations. Boom. 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 The overflowed energy shocks the whole holy mountain began to shake. The dust shasher at the top of the stone chamber fell, and several treasure hunters hurriedly support the wall to prevent fall. The communication is ringing. It is Walkie. Jason. What happened inside? I saw that the holy mountain actually appeared. Jason adjusted breathing and made the mood and said, "We have a late step. The universe is taken away." I heard the words. Walkie didn't seem to be surprised. Comfortable. We will start immediately. There is no delay on the road. Kokakate is too far away from here. The spirit of the ballers also can't work. Jason. Cold road. I want an excuse. It is a remedy. Listening to his tone is not very good. Walkie hurriedly asked, "What are the treasure hunters found on the spot?" Jason looked at the treasure hunt, said, "They said that the battle has happened 3 or 5 days ago, and it is estimated that the universe is that the ball is stolen at that time." Walkie analyzed, "For 3-5 days. This search is too big. Holy Land has happened, indicating that at least 2 men are eyeing the universe spirit." Jason's impatient interruption, "It's all nonsense. I can't think of a good idea with your intellectual estimation, or wait for me to go back to find someone to discuss it. Now notify the whole ship to dispatch. Start with Holy Mountain search. I hope to find some valuable information." "Okay, I understand." Cut off communication, Jason said to several treasure hunters, "You have a few carefully to search stone room. Don't let go." After the command is issued, all the fleets of 1,500 people are all dispatched, driving a spacecraft, or the instrument begins to search carefully. These moves shocked 5 soldiers hiding in the distance. Worse, they start to collect the mountain. This will soon expose it. No way, can only escape. The 5 people quickly drilled into the spaceship and pulled the propeller, and the spacecraft spurted, leaving, and inserted the cloud. The only hope now is to use the speed of the spacecraft to fly to the jump point, then call the reinforcement. Jason sat anxiously in the top of the spacecraft. The roar of the distance attracted his attention. Ha ha ha, there is really unexpected surprise. Jason stood up and looked outside the spacecraft that fled. "Jason, the spaceship." Walkie's voice sounded in the ear. "I know, they can't escape." After saying, Jason's idea is moving, and the pound of energy is out. Boom. His firepower opened, turned into a comet flying towards the sky. Far, I saw a bright flashing. Jason blocked in front of the spaceship. "What?" He. 5 soldiers saw that the face appeared on the screen, and suddenly scared. "Open fire." "Kill him." Boom. 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 The gun of the spacecraft emits a green laser. Jason is suspended in the half-air, and it is not applying the body in the laser shot. It doesn't hide. "This is stupid," the person said, half, almost biting the tongue. "It can easily take a laser gun of 50 centimeters thick steel, and the truthful shooting is the person, and even the clothes are not broken." "My God, what is the figure? Luonan has no such amazing defense." "Bug stole my things. I want to run." Jason's face flashed a smile, slowly reaching the palm toward the ship. The huge energy palm is in half. The spaceship is just a collision of cotton. The external armor is not damaged, but the speed is rapidly decreased, and there is no effect in the propeller. Jason slowly held the palm of the palm, and the energy palm was in sync, and the spacecraft was tightly wrapped. In this way, he took a spaceship and turned to the commander number. Searching is still going on, but Walkie has struck early and waiting near the commander number. She saw Jason's strength and firmly believed that he could recover the spacecraft. Far, Jason is dragging the spacecraft to land, and Walkie is exposed. Sure enough, smile. Falling to the ground, Jason is holding a spaceship and does not let it move, then give Valkyrie more than 3 years of peace of mind. The watermast is blending, and the two have cultivated a deep tacit understanding. Whether you do something, Jason doesn't have to talk at all, a gentle or gesture, Walkie can understand. Rush. Warji took out the dragon tooth sword, two down the spaceship out of a hole, and then rushed in the same as a chicken, throwing 5 people. Jason's song opened a big step forward, and the fierce eyes shot a golden light. The 5 soldiers climbed up from the ground, horror to see Jason. It can be in an instant that is opposed to him. 5 people are all controlled by the power of the soul gem. Talk. Who you are. Who is the universe? We are the general of the Kree Empire. Luo Nan, 3 days ago, was sent to the magic star to win the universe, but the mission failed. The Lingbu was taken away by a smashing of a self-proclaimed pixel. Jason looked at Walkie, and the other party shook his head and said that the 2 names have not been heard. This sister has been more than 1,000 years in Sarkuk Sing, and it has long been derailed with the universe. Why does Luo Nan have to win the universe? Since the spirit is already taken away, what do you stay here? Luo Nan and the Colonel have made a transaction. He got the universe, gave him to the world, and he helped him to destroy the Mountain Darith. We stay here. I want to know who is in the universe. Dynasty. Jason frowned. This name is his second time he heard. When Rocky invaded the Earth, Liu Okui said that the behind-the-scenes Black Hand in action is this kinematic, and the purpose is to capture space gems and time gems, and the soul of Rocky is him. Now this guy is in the mind of the universe. It seems that he is also collecting infinite gems, but what is his purpose? At this time, Walker is open. I have heard of this name. He is the warrior of Titan, and the strength is very strong. Hey, you have heard of him? It seems to be a person. Jason is cold, more interesting to the Kainma. He then asked, what information is there? Let's talk together. Xinting snapped the universe. The spirit of the universe was accepted by the middle business. The person was in the capital of Sanda, and Luo Nan had sent a daughter card magic pulled to snatch. When said, Jason immediately said, let people come back. We have to go to Sandal Star. This time you don't. Wait. Warji suddenly broke the way. The commander number is huge, and the speed is not a small spacecraft, and the mission to Sandal Star is still handed over. Jason's up and down, very doubts. Warji explained, Sandal Star is the capital of Nova Empire. You will have a conflict with the other party, and I have no such a single horses and pseudo-installed passengers. This opponent is a little thief. I can deal with 10. I don't need to go to the horse. I remember there is a tourist planet, the scenery. The beauty is like a cloud. You will take a large team to wait for me. It is good. Walkie is full of faces, a long expression. Jason hesitated, nodded. Well, then I am waiting for you to take it. Chapter 381. 2 Women's Fighting. Sanda is the capital of Nova Emperor, and is also stationary, with thousands of micro-combat spaceships in the Empire fleet. Like the Earth, this planet has a young star guard, so there is a white night and 4 seasons. Sanda technology is highly developed, and the magnificent modern architecture is high. The urban vegetation is high, and the lake is beautiful. It is simply like a modern city on the Earth. Compared to the Kree, Sanda is more loved to be peaceful and treats people. Here is a famous transit station and trading. Many spacecraft fleets choose to rest and replenish here, so business and tourism are also very developed. Piston is driving a Milan spacecraft, and the warship is successfully inspected, landing in a tarmac in the capital of Sanda. He walked down the spaceship, put his backpack, and the mood was happy. Waiting for the task, he can get 1,000,000 rewards, enough for him to squander, or upgrade a spaceship. But he didn't know, there is already a guy to bid a gold hunter aimed at his smirk face. Xinting came to the business district of the city square and then took the Skite Bridge to turn into a shop. The store is less than 100 square meters, and 10 people in the station can create a passive feeling of water. It seems that both the Earth or the alien, the capital price of the capital is high. 2 rows of glass showcases leading to the cashier table, which are more expensive objects used to support the store to the store. There is no cabinet sister in the store, and it is part-time job by the store. The boss is a height of less than 1 meter, wearing a white suit, a long-faced alien. He lifted his head and looked hello to say, "Mr. Quill." Hey, Xingju hit him, went to the checkout station, remove the universe in the backpack. The task is completed. What you want, I have found. The boss looked up and saw the door, curiously asked, "Does Qian come?" Brainless is the leader of a sweeping, and the righteous father of Park. Unfortunately, this righteousness is hot, and it is often big to him, so pissed the idea of separation from the team. This trading is to become a boss, but the Park is scored, and the universe is taken away in advance, and prepares to lead the bounty. The universe is so big, as long as there is money where you can't ask for life, why bother to see the face of the world every day? Unfortunately, the road is high. I learned that the star is betrayed, and the Courage has already released the reward order. The amount is as high as 40,000 yuan. Higher rewards attracted many bounty hunters, while Sander Star never lacks this kind of person. Hey, I want to come, but there is a busy time. He asked me to say to you. Xinting said the speech on the road. They are a group of people. The boss will not think too much. Pick up the universe, Lingpens, start the inspection. Pisp looks at him, and I asked a question. What is it in this? Boss's self-study, with the mouth. My rule will definitely not reveal the names and needs of customers. Yes, but in order to take this thing, I almost killed by a group of people. I remembered the battle on the Magic Star, and the worship of the Death of the Dead is still awkward. The boss said, the greater the risk, the greater the interests. The rules of this line are not the case. Piston is no longer asking more, but in turn, the group of people who want to kill him, the weirdo of the tube is in the head, saying that it is a person named Liu Onan. I heard the words. The boss stopped the movements on the hand, and he glared. Liu Onan? Xiu still doesn't clear what happens. Stupid nod. The boss's face changed, immediately grabbed the universe, a stuffed pist, and launched him outside. Sorry, Mr. Quill. If Luo is inserting this thing, this sale is impossible done. Piston is full of face, asked, why, what is this Yunan? The explanation of the boss Tangle, he is the madman of the Kerry Empire, which has hostile to Sandal Star. Don't complete our civilization, this person will not stop. Cold and quiet. Go, this person is what I can't help. Hey, then I can provoke? This task is you give me. Eternity felt a day of dogs. I thought it was just a little dangerous task. I didn't expect this big person. The boss doesn't want to stay him more, and he will launch him outside. Mr. Kill. Hey, the shop is opened, and the pup is pushed out immediately. Hey, we are in the first. Your old scam. Xingju is standing outside the door, and the anger of anger. He turned his head, but he saw a beautiful girl leaning against the store. Green skin, black long hair, micro-control, body weight loss, black short leather clothes. This girl is a good thing. Piss brushed to the sky, and the moment was switched into a flower mob mode. He has a smile and strived. Hey, Kmai is holding a sweet potato as in detail, lifting the eyes. What? Wow! This magnetic sound, it must be very beautiful. When it is. Xiangju quietly swallowed the water, pointed to the close to the door. This guy puts my pigeon. I hate this person without character. My name is Peter Quill, nickname Powder. Question. It seems that you must have a good thing? Oh, I will not be so boastful. But someone always says me. I like Loki. He shouted with his headbrow dance. And he also threw the universe of the universe to play, typically Lai. Carton walked to him, and when pissed once again, she quickly shouted, and then slammed the pup. Xinting took a few steps behind his stomach and looked up and saw that the guard devil flew away. It turns out that she is also for this, I thought. Piss frustrated, then pulled out the laser rope from your pocket, and fly out. The rope who took the red light has turned a few laps in the air, and the precise hit on the calf of the card, and then quickly wrapped her legs. Thump. Cadilai fell a flat place, fell on the ground. Thief. Don't run. Pisp is screaming, and then jumped high with strength, preparing to pounce on the Kagura. He wants to catch the thief, and he wants to follow this beautiful thief, tossing on the ground. Kada launches the rope quickly, then lying on the ground and lifting your legs, squatting the stinking rogue. Kagawa climbs up, angry swing on Parquet face. Parquet has suffered a few punches after a few punches, so it is stretched into the laser gun. Kagan raised immediately turned over to him, stepped on his right hand with his feet. Seriously, at least I didn't plan to do this. Since you are ready to shoot, then I will not be welcome. During the speech, she lasted the waist dagger, and then talked to the face of Park. The Parkway is very horrified, and it is busy raising his hand and double elbows. At this moment, a black shadow slammed out from the watchman and pulled the guard to the ground. The universe, the ball and the dagger fell on the ground. Everyone is going to see, it is actually a small guy with a raccoon, and there is still a sniper gun. Fast, put him into the bag. The small raccoon loudly. His accomplices is a tree that is more than 2 meters, and it is not too smart as a white. The treesman holds a black pocket with a large number of branches, and the craft, the truth that is just standing is tightly wound. The small raccoon rides on the head of the card, angered. Not this woman, are you doing men or women? Ah. The card devil raised, but the branches were very tough. Taking advantage of the 3 people entangled, Park quickly climbed up to pick up the universe, and then squeezed the crowd. Run, run. Can't let them get this. Pisp is the same as the wind wheel of the legs, and the legs swing. Just then, he saw a long-haired woman who was wearing a silver-white helmet blocked the road and stared at him. In an instant, Park is thinking that the past twin farted to find the door, but the lesson of the Kagura gave him a slap, let him completely wake up. Thank God, I finally caught up. Xi Luan invisibly heard the other party, and then the slightly black female soldier quickly approached him. Her speed is very amazing, and it will come to the body. The brain of Pisp is aware of her approach, but she can't wait for the limb. He is flying. The universe is stripped to throw the air, and the palm of the walkie is stable. On the other hand, the camera takes away from the wrapped branch, and the small bears packed up and throw it out. She picked up the dagger on the ground and saw a long-haired woman taking away the universe spirit. Card magic is slightly aiming, then throws the dagger hard. Warji only took care of the Park behind him, did not expect a dagger to kill her elbow. What? The arm suddenly saw, walkie palm, the universe, the ball fell to the ground, rolling, from the seam of the bridge. Seeing, Walkie-Eye quickly turned over to jump out of the bridge. The height of about 10 meters is easy to say, but she just saw the position of the universe. The card magic was jumped from the bridge. At the same time, the two pay attention to each other, very tacit, stopped in place. Walker took out the waist of the dragon tooth, looked at the opponent's trial, card demon, killing people. Card launches the sword, and the cold road. I don't know you. Two beautiful women who hold the swords are fighting, even if the international metropolis in Shandalan is also a rare. Nearby residents have stopped the footsteps, and the bridge is also full of lively people, including Park. He has seen the position of the universe, but these two women are not good, and if they are single, he is doing it, let alone from their two people to win the universe. All can't be hard. You must think about a great idea. At this time, the small raccoon and trees quietly appeared behind him. The two of them are bounty hunters, do not care about the universe, is simple for the 40,000 yuan on the head of Park. The tree man took the black pocket to cover the pop. Hey. This two fools are still pondering how others, the result is given by two pets behind it. The trees have a lot of effort, directly picking up the pocket, and leaves with the small raccoon. Ding, ding, ding. The flat land below the bridge. The battle between the two women has started. The metal sound of the sword impacted, and the beauty of the beautiful woman is more attractive. Camera is a healthy person who has suffered strict murder training, followed by his father to fight the sand field, and the actual experience is abnormal. Walkie is the female weapon of God, and the double wing is the horse, holding a dragon tooth, and is also a very powerful female man. However, Walkie followed Jason more than 3 years, and the body was infused in a large amount of precious energy, armed into every cell. Jason also uses the ability of the soul gem to significantly improve her physical fitness. Both people have a huge difference in priests and skills. But power, agility, and endurance have a huge difference. If you have a trick, the time is just a few seconds. The card devil will feel a numbness of the tiger every time, and the Warji sword touch. This feeling will deepen. After 20, the feeling of the tiger has become painful by the meats. Painful feelings affect her speed, plus the agility of Warji is better than her, and the Kugo is gradually retreat, showing the defensive state of the wolf. After the 30s recruited, she deeply frowned, because the tiger has broken. The viscous blood is covered with palm, and the hands holding the sword is still trembling. It is more grateful to reveal that Warji is more and more brave. With the gradual adaptation of the common law skills, her offensive is more fierce and strict. Finally, the Kugo launched a fatal flaw. Warji seized the opportunity, did not have a hand, and slammed the sword to the chest, and then kicked her with her. What? The car demon screamed on the ground, rubbing his chest wound with his hand, showing painful expression on his face. Warji did not push the knife before, but flying the universe on the ground. At this time, the spacecraft of several new star Legmas appeared in the air. The name of the spacecraft is abnormal, because its overall shape is a three-dimensional octagonal. The spacecraft shoots several golden gravitational masks on the Walkili, stopping her actions instantly. Woman, put down the weapons in his hand. Your behavior violates the public safety law. I announced the name of the Nova Legion. You were arrested. What? Warji bite the teeth, struggling, but the gravitation of the spaceship is pulling her limbs and makes it difficult to move. Her strength is strong, but it is far from that level, but also resists the power of the machine. Seeing that she is still breaking, the Legion sees the last warning. Let's take your weapon. Otherwise, we will take an attack means. The voice just fell. The weapon cabin of the spacecraft opened, and the laser muzzle was aimed at Walkie. Well, I am surrendered. Seeing that I am breaking freely, Walkie is not willing to throw the dragon sword, but she turned back to hide the universe in the pocket. Chapter 382 Prison. The small raccoon and trees put the star tong into the bag, ready to ship the Shandal star to the Gongxiang exchange. However, I haven't left the city center. I was stopped by several new stars, and a golden cover is on both. Warji and Kemra is mostly harmful to public safety. They are both trafficking, and they are much more. Oh, I'm finished. Xiao Xang's mouth is snoring, and let go of the weapon in his hand. The trees will then let go, and the black pocket is heavy. What? Piz bumped into the head, screaming from the black pocket. He just prepared to shoot a gun and hit. He saw several military soldiers surrounded. He immediately threw away the weapon to raise his hand. Hey, this is not the Star Prince. A soldier came over and passionately put him on the smart hand. My name is Xiangpu, my buddy. I thought that the universe is getting away, and he is full of face. Oh, I am sorry, Xiju. The soldier introduced to colleagues. This guy is a hole, because the thief is touched by me. Colleagues disdainful. A thief in the district dare to use such a Spzord nickname. Several criminals were sent to the square waiting for processing. Xiangju Fa sees the card devil, and the passionate flower son is committed, and there is an inexplicable feeling. He asked the soldier who sent, "This woman is hurt, don't you treat her?" Soldiers glanced at him and Satiris, "She hit you so bad, almost killed you, you still care about her?" Xiangju jumped his mouth and didn't care about. My waist has a scar. It is a sister with steel fork. The reason is that I went wrong without smashing her. There is also a scar in my chest. It is a crease star sister. The reason is that she saw me with a giant girl. Piston is a bounty hunter, a flower bonus everywhere. Unfortunately, his segment is too low, often because of the Hosakas. It is chased by the girl. This kind of thing is already almost dinner. The soldiers next to him heard this sentence, and suddenly he made to him, and the line was loyal. When there is not much time in the country, and floating empty car landed on the square, several medical staff took the toolbox and squatted on the ground to deal with the wound. The sword in Warji is directly involved in her heart, if it is only waiting for death in the earth. However, the medical technology of Sandal Star is far ahead. As long as it gets timely treatment, the piercing heart is not fatal. Don't look, let's go. The soldiers pushed the parks impatiently. Tree and small raccoon sequentially boarded the floating car, and the PISP saw, "Where are we going?" Soldiers looked at him and said, "Go to your place where these people will go." The floating area slowly lifted and go to the police station of Sandalstar. The soldiers responsible for this matter came to the Nova headquarters, and reported this event to Nova Supreme and waited for processing results. Nova is a full-feetful woman, but as the power of the Nova Empire, she is like a falling watercock, is very angry, very wolf. Liu Onan is destroying the whistle of Shandalhang around the galaxy, and the Kree Empire is not much of this reaction. In the face of the accusation, the generals of the Kree Empire wearing military uniforms were in the projection screen. Nova Supreme, the two countries have signed a peace agreement. You still want us to do? Nova to dignity. At least, the Kree Empire should make a statement, condemn the behavior of Luoan, because he is slaughtering the child and destroying the family. Sorry, this is your business. I have other things to go. Goodbye. After that, the Kree Empire actively cut off the video call. Breast. Nova is respected to speechless, spit out a swear. Liu Onan's fleet slaughtered the Mountain Darren, but she is a commander but could be powerful, and even felted the request of the host country. At this time, the soldiers who were responsible for reported on the front of the plate, said, "Supreme, there is a good news. We have just happened when dealing with criminal events, happening to grab a collapse of Liu An." On the screen, the real-time video of Kajira. She was being detained in the police, wrapped around the white gauze chest. Although the face is a little blunt, it is very successful, and there is no life danger. Cartoon. She is a crazy titan. Sally talents. After surgery, it turns into murder weapons. The tyrants will give her and her sister Xinian to Liu Onan. Should be able to judge the tyrants and Liu Onan collude. I have together. Nova is frown, worrying. It's a snake rat, so you can be more dangerous. The soldiers identified Nod, then sliding the tablet, showing the video of the small raccoon. 89P13 test body, claiming to rocket, is a test body for illegal genes and neurological reinforcement of low or other organisms. This guy has nothing to say, it is a hole. Soldiers switched the next image. What is this? Nova asked the tree people in the projection. Tree people Grut, a kind of human plants, now with 89P13, act as his domestic plants and bodyguards. After that, the soldiers switched the image, which will take the pizza. Peter Kill, from the Special Blue Star, was hired by a group of hiring soldiers. Their leaders called Gong. It is a group of universe hooligans. Nova to respect their criminal records and make precise comments. The last one. Soldiers switched the image, only to see the hand-shoulders in Walkie, leaning on the wall. This woman claims to be Warji, but our database does not have her information. There is no criminal record. What? Nova is surprised. The Nava's database is extremely large, with almost covered the entire universe. This woman can be easily defeated, prove that she is definitely not ordinary people, and if they play at the local planet, the database will be automatically included. But she is not available, even if there is no criminal record. Is it coming out of the stone seam? The soldiers will just explain the things that have just happened, then ask Nova to respect. How do these 5 people deal with? Nova respected, said, take them into the Clint prison. Clint prison was the highest security level prison in Nova Empire. It is said that it is prison, in fact, the space station suspended in the universe, specializing in the confrontation of the fierce criminals. Any criminal who is imprisoned first will pay personal items, and then accept the flushing of disinfectant, and finally put on the prison clothes to take the pillow to go to their respective mammakers. The small raccoon rocket has begun to talk to the prison. I can go out soon. I have crossed 22 prisons. This is not there. Park is a little irony. Kling prison can be different from prison you have before. The Rocum is pointed, and the irony is said, you will be lucky that the 2 mad women have saved you. Otherwise, I and Grut is now counting your reward, and you will be brave and that group of squats. Xiangju immediately returned to, it's not that I am boasting. There are many people who want to kill me in years, but they are not successful. I will not be killed by a tree and a spoken raccoon. The rocket is angry. What is the raccoon? It's you, idiot. I am not something. I am me. Xiangju is too lazy to talk to him, turned to Warji and Kardala. You are all grabbed at the ball. What is it? I am Grut. Walking behind him said. I didn't talk to you. Xiangju took him glance. There is no expression in Walkie, and he does not take care of him. It seems that he did not hear it. I blame this damn thief, or otherwise, Liu Onan takes the universe. She refused to think, as if the pot of this thing is not on his head. Warji is indifferent, just like the goddess in the sky. Xingju sisters countless, knowing that this woman is the most difficult. So he had to talk to the laceful of the card that looks relatively good. However, the Kalongla will not wait for him. I don't want to talk to the thief who is not a person. At this time, the rocket is open to the cavity. What is your high posture? It is not a murderer. Mixed people in the road. Who has not heard you? Yes, no one knows. The woman was rejected by a woman, and the pisp is very uncomfortable. Therefore, after I didn't finish, he turned his voice asked Grut, who is she? I am Grut. I know, you just said. I am Grut. You have already said something dozens of times. I can't forget this life. Rocket. What is your child? The rocket is preparing to explain him, and there is a silent walkie, and suddenly open. He is talking about grulligence, only 3 words in their dictionary. I, is, Grut, to analyze the meaning according to tone and context. I heard the words. The rocket was surprised to turn the head. It's amazing. I understand Gruten, the strength is still so strong. What is your people? Warji did not answer its questions, but looked at the gauze of the card. Provoke, the new style is cool. Khmer is gently touched the wound, and I don't accept the way. When I hurt, I will send you a set. Walkie is disdain, saying, don't be strong, Ten, you are not my opponent, and I know that you are doing things in Logan, but the universe, I have to be fixed. I didn't expect that the card devil was actually argued. I am not working for Liu Onan. I betrayed him. I have contacted the seller, ready to grab the universe, sell a good price. I heard the words. Walker stopped and frowning her. What are you talking about? Card magic Lang Uis seriously said, of course. Warji is thoughtful. He is suspected. The Clint prison is a space station, so the supervision is small, only hundreds of criminals are only held. A group of people walked into the community, and Warji curiously got up. As a female weapon, she was held in the prison for the first time. Kamulai followed it into the supervision, but when she appeared, the prisoner inside suddenly became irritated. They pointed to the nose of the card, and then screamed, and picked up the grungy things on the ground or the food in her body. Missing her. Roll out. Killing the murderer. Car demon. You are waiting to die. The cell has not protected you. Who is she? Xingju felt this. The rocket explained. She is the hand of the Krill Empire madman. These prisoners' family die in Liu Onan and his throats. I guess this woman will not live tomorrow. Pisp looks at the thin card, and there is some bad. Prison guard should protect her. The rocket looks at him like an idiot, and the ridiculous way, guard only cares us to jail, no matter whether we live. The new clothes of the card are launched, but she smiled. You must think that it is like a nightmare for me, but it is really a beautiful dream than my past experience. What this is said, is Liu Onan or an enemy abused you? If everyone is thinking, they are all in the meaning of K-magic. Hey, you see this little guy's fine peel, and you must eat it with jam. A blue skin in front of Park, and scared his face with a thick finger. Xiangju frowned, and he was cold, and he felt that the chicken child got up. At this time, grunted. It reached out to the nose of the strong man. The branches stretched into his nostrils, and then lifted him with one hand. What? The nose is invaded by a tree branch, which is simply unimaginable. The scream of the strong man is torment, and the rocket takes the opportunity to give all prisoners. It pointed at the Xenting anger. Listen, this guy is our person. Who dares him? Just pass us first. A mason and the scream of the strong man. It is indeed a lot of people, and the supervisory is quiet. Grut threw the strong man to the ground. 5 people left into the chamber. Male Mamarx is a Datong, A room is lying in a row of hundreds of people. But female prisoners or special prisoners can enjoy a single room in 5 square meters. On the way to the independent monetary supervision, countless prisoners followed the card, and issued a death to her. Warji walked quickly and said, "Your situation is very dangerous. It is better to make a transaction." Kamulai turned. "What do you want?" Warklid said, "I will see my master with me. I will protect you safely escape from prison." Kadalang asked, "Who is your master?" "You are now difficult now. What protect me, but also want to escape from prison?" Warji said, "The owner's identity is very mysterious. I will know when you meet. As for the escape of prison, the small raccoon is crossing 22 prisons." Card Magic laughs. "You actually believe that the raccoon said?" Warji said, "Even if she is boasting, I have a way. You just say that you are willing to be willing." Kamulai went to the independent team, listened to the footsteps. "Sorry, I have no good sense of mimeism. Unless you tell me the truth, don't talk about it." After that, she opened the prison. "Hey, I have to die. I still have a bone. Are you really not afraid of death?" Warji shook his head. She went to the door of the independent monetary chamber of the next door, turned her head, saw the crazy prisoner tapping the glass in the door of the Kagura. Warji smiled and muttered, "Since you don't know so much, let you taste the bitter." Chapter 383 recruits the Galaxy Guards. In the night, the clan prison was quiet. The prisoners snore this, and several prison guards sit on the chair. Small voice. "Action Major." Men's supervisors. Several prisoners sneaked out from the room, squatting down the corner of the wall, quietly coming to the female supervision. "These people have a bloody see with Liu Onan." Liu Onan is the general of the Kree Empire, strong strength, and there is more than 1,000 deaths. With their own, it is impossible to revenge in this life. However, the gods of the day, the hand of Liu Onan was caught in the prison. This is the best opportunity they revenge. Everyone doesn't want to let go, so few people are ready to remove her. Before they came to the independent supervisor of the Kagura, a prisoner was turned on against the control switch, and the big gate opened, and the prisoners saved. In prisons, Kago will not be alert, let alone these prisoners have died in death during the day. But her chest, a sword, was seriously injured. Although there is no life of life, excessive blood loss has caused insufficient blood supply, and the cerebral dusk is sinking. Now I am in the middle of the night, between half asleep, and the card magic will hear an abnormal sound outside the door. She immediately woke up from the bed, but the prisoners hugged her legs. Kamulai has not reacted, the limbs have been controlled, and a sharp dagger is on her neck. "Save." "Hey." She just wanted to call for help, and a prisoner hit her mouth with a dirty hand. "Summer." This is a prison, not a spacecraft in Liu Onan. Even if you call for help, you can only bring more people who want to kill you. Said, a few people. 7 hands have launched her outside. A prisoner who is swallowing is just passing by. Female supervisors, seeing prisoners to control the card, and prepare to kill her. The prison police did not shut down, but he had no expression. "Don't do it here. Bring him to the shower room. It is better to clean, and the blood can be rushed away." I heard the words, and the Kagura launched a desperate expression. She struggled hard by the prisoner. "Look, everyone here wants you to die." After finishing, the prisoners will push the card to the shower room. The cell is not soundproof, and the noisy sound outside will wake up Pinwar Kill. Next door. She exposed a smile on her face, immediately climbed up from the bed and left the chamber. When the prisoners passed by the male supervisory, the noisy footsteps were heard in the evening. He climbed up and saw that the guard devil was used to live in the neck with a dagger. He was a little worried when he was toned, and he went up from the bed. There is also a rocket that is covered with him. Exclamation mark. Camera was pushed to the wall with the prisoner and pointed to her neck. Card magic. "You are countless in the universe, sin is no mobility, and now I was sentenced to death." After finishing, he raised the dagger to prepare to thorn the throat of the Kerala. "You dare!" At this time, a rough voice sounded. Everyone went back. I saw a dark-skinned. The body of the bodied Red Ripple came in. "See him." Several prisoners immediately retreated to the side. I asked in a strong man, "Do you know me?" The prisoner's tense answer, "Dracus, people say destroyers. Then do you know why they call me? Because you have done a lot of Liu Nan's hand. Dracus walked to the front of the card. Anger, Liu Nan killed my wife, and my daughter. Even the A's did not blink, and laughed crazy. Her life is still not going to take. Liu Nan ruined my family. I want him to make blood. The prisoner has been busy with the dagger, of course. Give you card magical and designation will naturally not slaughter. She lightning, won the dagger in the hands of the left and right prisoners, and then put the dagger on the neck of Drac. The situation on the field is instantaneous. Walkie could not help but smiling. This group of idiots is too big. Carton can be a murder machine trained, as long as it gives her a chance, even if it is the injuries. It can also complete the anti-kill. Cardalas seriously, I only tell you something, I am not a family of Liu Nan, nor the family of the tyrant. If you want to revenge, I am your only hope. After finishing, she fell back to the dagger in her hand. Warji took the brain, and thought that this woman is really stupid. They have been in the edge of life and death, and they still throw away the weapons in their hands. If you don't, you will take out the weapons. Moment. Dracus immediately shot, and buckled her neck and pressed her on the wall. Listen, don't son, you are the gang of Liu Nan. Seeing the Kagmela in a dangerous, Walkie is no longer hesitating, picking up the dagger on the ground and throws out. Silver light flashed. The dagger easily pierced Dracus' arm, the cutting side emerged from the other. What? Dracus screamed with the dagger. Blood is like spring, falling along the arm to the ground. However, this guy is also very powerful. The right arm is punctured by the dagger, and the left arm actually buckled the neck of the card. Dead. Warji is in the dark, and it is busy running. Don't come over, otherwise, I kill her. Drax fingers hard, and the Kaggers will live a line. Walker stopped. Comfortable, buddy, calm. You don't want to kill Renan's revenge, you do this, it is his own help. Dracus turned his head and smashed his eyes. Why? Warji is busy. This woman has betrayed Liu Nan. She is now with me. Dracus said, what is the relationship with me? Walklid said, of course, it is related. She betrayed Liu Nan. Liu Nan failed to let her. When Liu Nan came to her, you can kill Liu Nan, revenge your wife and daughter. When said, Dracus slow, silent, caught in thinking. Warji took the opportunity. You kill her now, but as a scorpion, you don't want to see such results. After half a ring, Dracus finally wanted to understand. He opened his hand, and the chem was immediately on the ground, and the cause of the chest was red. There was a signs of bleeding. Parkway waited for a long time at the door, finally caught the opportunity to rush, and put the card from the ground. Camu is not a confrontation, and I pushed the Parkway and asked in Walkie, what is your idea you want to play? Walkie did not answer, watching a few prisoners. You will go out. When said, several prisoners quickly ran out the shower room. Warji is only open. I am not telling you. I hope that you will go back to me. See my master, he is very interested in you. Khmer is cold and laughing. Let's tell me who your owner? Walkie asked. Is this important? Cardalares. Of course, I just escaped from the tiger mouth. I didn't want to turn into the wolf. If you don't say, I would rather be killed by them. Walkie is slightly hesitant and said, my master is called Jason Walter, just like the love next to you. The Cardalas glared at the Paju, curiously asked, why do you want to see me? Walklid said, the tyrants have invaded the special blue star. Jason is very interested in him. You are a healthy person. There are many intelligence in your hand. I heard the words, and the card is surprised. He wants to kill the tyrants? Walklid said, this point Jason is not clear. But you betray Liu Nan and the tyrants. They will not let you go. Even if you sell the universe, you can't escape their magic. This is clear. If you want to live, cooperate with Jason is the only way. Cadillac asked, he is very strong? Can you keep my life? Don't want to know. If he is a one, let me get it. After that, Walker turned to others. Jason is recruiting troops. I also want to invite you to go together. Several people opposed to each other, face each other, seem to be not interested in her proposal. However, Warji has already seen them. knowing what they want in their hearts. Dracus, your dream is to kill Luon and revenge. But you should be very clear, single by your strength, not the opponent in Luonan. Dracus pulled out the dagger to cover the wound, asked, Jason can help me with revenge? Can he have to play Luonan? Walkie has a brides. I am very eating in Luonan, saying that he is not polite, he even giving the Sisson shoes. Drax is half a suspicion, but he still said, as long as he can let me kill Luonan, I am willing to sacrifice everything. I heard the words, I nod, I was satisfied, turned to look at Xiangju. You have already made it with the sweeping person, and the Chi Week will have a reward for you. Only follow me, you can keep your life. Pissed is a bit hesitation in the heart. Compared with the join an organization, he still prefers a universe ride. Warji saw his thoughts and said, rest assured, Jason's opponent is very tolerant, will not tie you around. And you are all special blue stars, there must be many common topics, such as music. There is Jason to rely on the mountain, and your future day is absolutely more moist. Then what Jason gives me? The Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but ask. Walklies said, you and Grut are bounty hunters, you will pursue Parkway is also for bounty, while Jason is the least money. Do things under his hand, guarantee you can be in Sandal a year. Star Capital buy a house. Rocket Raccoon temporary. Hey, it sounds good, but who knows that you are telling it? I heard the words, and several people concentrated on her. Warji said, we are all trapped in prisons, there is no way to prove true and false, but as long as you escape, see Jason, everything is clear. You are all adventurers, you should know the relationship between risks and interests. This is a great gambling in your future, the option is in your hands. If you don't agree, I don't care, I will take away the universe. Don't want to get a penny. The words that Warji should be said, and the shower is falling into a silence. It is matters that life and death, everyone is serious, and they don't dare to decide. After a long time, the card launched. I can take a look at you, I can tell you about the intelligence of the tyrant, but no matter if I join you, I must put the bounty of the universe. Give me, you can't have fewer points. Walker smiled and asked, how much is your Bayou contact? Kadavow, 4 billion gold. Rocket Raccoon's eyes are popular. What? Xiangju is also surprised. My god. The bounty of stealing the universe is only 1 million, and it is almost letting the park will compensate in life, and the Rocket Raccoon is more than 40,000 yuan. 4 billion yuan is simply an astronomical figure for them. The promise of Walkie is said, no problem. When you see Jason, you will become his slave. Don't say 4 billion yuan, you don't want to get 40 pieces. Seeing her promise so cool, the card devil is frowning, saying, you won't want to deceive us, then turn your face and don't pay the account. Warji shook his head and smiled. I said, the least not to Jason is money. As long as you can provide the intelligence of the tyrant, this little money he doesn't blink. Wait a minute. This money must be flat. Rocket Raccoon suddenly inserted. He just thought about it, although he did not see Jason himself. His probokis will still be with Grut. Since it is necessary to leave, the bounty of this astronomical figure must be inserted. Kaganians that they want to jail, must rely on the rocket ruse, and promise, wait until we go out, this bounty us 4 people. 100 billion. Good. Parquet is full of stretch. His idea is like a Rocket Raccoon. People who are free. I don't want to work again. Drax shook his head. I don't want money, I just want to live in Luonan. I heard the words. Xiju and the Rocket laughed. That's great, we can share more. There is another thing. Carda launched. In order to prevent you from talking, our meeting must be selected in a suitable planet. The so-called suitable planet is a planet that is ruled by the Empire, similar to Sander's star. In this case, even if you finally talk, Jason didn't dare to do it for them, because this will recruit an Imperial army. Volkl said, Jason Remomo, this should be no problem. Moore is a tourist planet, naturally there is an Empire rule. Card magic lot, this is best. Walklid said, in this case, this is set. Rocket, start your brain, Jailbreak is dealing with you. Rocket Raccoon smiled, little means. Garda laughed, you said before, even if you don't have a rocket, You have a way to jailbreak, is it a lie? Wolgi shook his head. Of course not. I carry the signal in the case. As long as I don't contact Jason, the Callery will automatically send the signal location, when he will save me. Camera suddenly realized, silently nodded. If Jason is really like him, do not put people like Liu Nan at the eyes. So, it is not difficult to attack the Klin prison. Rocket Raccoon played a yawn, said, let's go back to sleep, jailbreak, talk tomorrow. Several people leaving the showers. What they didn't expect is that this conversation has been eavesdropped by a prisoner. Chapter 384 Prison Riots. Dark Black Asterisk. Liu Nan sat on the throne, visiting the vast space of the universe, but how to destroy the Mountain Darfur after thinking. His father, his grandfather, died in the hands of Sanda Darith. This blood sea has a millennium, and there are several passage clips. And now it is time to return to his hand, and finally arrive at the end. He will destroy the Mountain Darfur, destroy their dirty civilization, complete the revenge of generations, and draw satisfactory date for it. At this time, the daughter of the tyrant walked into the hall and said, the guards of the tyrant have intelligence to pass. When said, Liu Nan slowly slowed down, and the wall in front suddenly emerged a face. Liu Nan, you have been sold. He refers to the things that the Kalongra, Liu Nan explained. Kemra is just caught. She may have not found the universe the ball. No, guard said. I told me in the Kellen prison. Car Demon has reached a trading with a woman named Borgi, ready to hand over the universe. The name called Jason Walter. The generation, they will trade in more. When said, Liu Nan's face showed a surprised expression. How will this? The guard is strict. If this is happening, you and the alliance of the tyrant will be completely broken. Now you have to summon you. Go. The projection screen is extinguished, and Liu Nan is inserted. Xinian heard this news and his heart was very surprised, but it was also a little joy. Kada launched. This stupid woman betrayed the tyrant. Then I am a father's only daughter? Hey, I don't know how the father knows the truth. How will I make the expression, and how to deal with the card? She is very looking forward to this. I'm busy. Let's go. I will go with you. Don't let your father wait too long. Universe Temple. The forces of the impossessing. Roan took a small spacecraft and came to this planet with the nebula. The highest altitude of the planet is sitting on the huge throne overlooking the Earth, facing the nebula and Liu south of the rushing. Just meeting. Liu Nan in the mood began to start, in tracking. Imho, your daughter causing a disaster, you have to call me. This is too unreasonable. The guards responsible for the newsletter are surprised to reprimand the Alligator. Put your voice low. Unfortunately, he was an unknown bud in Liu Nan, and Liu Nan ignored him. Angered, Kada launched first lost to several barbarians, and then he was caught by the Nova army. It is not enough to lose the event. The guard immediately satirize. The Negan handed the card to you, and her failure is your responsibility. When said that, Liu Nan glanced at him, said, now your eyeliner said, the card launched from the beginning. This is going to betray us. This thing. Remind it again. The sound is low. The guards roared. Otherwise, Liu Nan's brow wrinkled, fluttering the hammer in his hand. The head of the hammer poured a volatile wave. The guard's skull was blurred by the shock, and he fell on the ground. Liu Nan is burning in anger, and this bug has been chasing, and it is upset. Seeing the guards of the guard, the nebula surprised. Liu Nan is really a big courage, actually in the murder of the killing, still killing him. Can make this kind of thing, or it is true cow, forced, or pure stupid. Solved the bugs that only called. Liu Nan's mood suddenly comforted. He looked at the kinematic channel. I am the only thing now that you can properly handle this matter. The throne of the half-air is slowly rotated, and the low smoke is ringing. The little boy, I have no proper handling thing. It is you. When said, Liu Nan surrendered, and looked up at him. I broke out, overlooking him, reprimanded. You have a broken thing. Your behavior is like a hair child, and now you want to be my most loved on my most. I heard this sentence. The nebula is a Saturn, disappointed and helpless shook head. For the hegemony of the father's heart, She is transformed into a hilarious machine from a person with blood. Even if so many expenses, she still can't get the father's favor. The dead stupid woman is always the first in his mind. Indeed, the tyrants will not consider the feelings of the nebula. In his eyes, the nebula is just a tool that is not worth mentioning. When the tool is used, it will be destroyed directly if it is not easy. The anti-desert, Kree, I will abide by the agreement between us, but I have to get the universe. If you are the next time you are empty, I will let your blood splash on the spot. Liu Nan grasped the giant hammer and glared in the world, full of anger. He didn't accept it in his heart, but what happened? The strength of the tyrants is far from him. If you want to kill him, it is easy. Therefore, Liu Nan can only suppress angry emotions and slowly lower their heads. This sounds fair. Xinyan suddenly stood up, stepped over him. This parade depends on you and can't win. Hurry out. Liu Nan angrily looked at the tyrant, then left the peak with the nebula, and sat on the spaceship back to the dark asterisk. Waiting in his own sight, sitting on his own throne, Liu Nan's mood finally returned. He looked at Xinyan and asked, "Do we want to go to Clint Prison now? The intelligence says that the universe is in the Clint Prison, only the force of the Nova Army is deployed, and he cannot stop him at all." The nebula shook his head and said, "Keel is ready to jailbreak tomorrow. We now have a big probability can't catch up." "What should we do?" Xinyan said. "The information is not said. They are ready to travel to more planet, and trade with a person called Jason. In this case, we are not as good as the rabbit, and we must have ambush waiting for them. We destroy the spacecraft and snatch the universe." Listening to the plan of the nebula, Liu Nan pensive film is in the head. "Very good, then we will start now." "Wait a minute." The nebula breaks. "I still have a small requirement." "You dare to ask me?" Liu Nan gripped the hammer and just raised the anger of anger. "Your father is powerful, of course, qualified to teach me, but you have a small animal that is not long. What can be touched with me to ask?" Seeing the nebula is quickly gesturing, and there is a traveler, Liu Nan, "You don't excite it? My request is actually beneficial to you." "Hey, let's talk about it." "Because of the betrayal of Cam, you and I have been punished by my father." "I have learned this, but do you want to vent it?" "There is something wrong." "The nebula is cold and cold. After we grasp the Kujo, kill her on the spot." When said, Liu Nan showed an amazing expression and satirical, "I know that your sisters are not dealt, but I didn't expect you to set the guard devil to the dead." "Hey, it is a daughter of the tyrant." "The daughter of the tyrant?" The nebula laughed and did not laugh. "When childhood, the tyrants made me fight with Kigo, and the people who lost their punishment. Coca Devil is always win, once again. Every time I lose, I will cut away my blood, and then modified into a machine, saying that I am as strong as my sister. That experience is my biggest nightmare. I hope she can pity. I can be in Han once, but she has never been. My hate to her is constantly enhanced in a painful transformation, and it is constantly deepening. I secretly swear, I must kill her." "Sorry, I am not interested in your tragic past." Liu Nan interrupted her, cold, "If we kill the Karela, how to explain with the tyrants?" "After the event, we said that the Kagara was accidentally killed in the traffic boat Integrity. Anyway, she has betrayed us. As long as they got a universe, the father will not punish us." The nebulation of the Nebjectment for many years, and it is the most understanding of him. She is very clear in her heart. The tyrant is not her, nor the Kel, but his heart burying for many years a grand plan. Anyone asks if he affects the plan, he will sweep unfair. Waiting for the card, "I can take back the universe, I can let you kill her." After the moment of return, I agreed to the plan of the nebula. When said, Xinyan Darkseid said, "Oh, it's so much." Clint Prison. It is now lunchtime. Wardy and others receive the box of food. The small voice negotiating things. Rocket Raccoon pointed to the central control tower of the supervision. "We want to leave here. You have to enter this control tower first, and you want to enter the control tower, you must have several props." He pointed to a high prison police arm said, "I need the guards wearing, used to control the accessible safety bracelet." Car Devil's self-confident, "Give it to me." The Rockets pointed to a man's left leg, said, I still need his prosthetic leg. Pissed. False leg? Rocket Raccoon. Total, yes. Other parts of him, I can't see it. Xiangju Road, no problem. Finally, there is a black passage behind the tower, flashing yellow light. Is it? Everyone looked back. I saw it. There is a block energy battery, purple box, green line. I need to enter the control tower. Tree Man Grut heard the sentence, silently put down the lunchbox to the control tower. They all put their attention on the rocket plan. No one missed Grudy action. Cadilai, how can I get this thing? The Rocket Raccoon smiled. Let those bald uncles see you look the look. This sale is not difficult. Cadilai glanced at him. You are playing me. Rocket Raccoon quickly waved. I really hear them to boast your body. Xiangjia wants to think, ask questions. The place in the discharge is more than 10 meters, and it is the most stringent place in prison. It is not possible to climb to that place. I heard the words. The rocket didn't hook. My plan is impeccable. You must get the battery. Get him. Don't talk nonsense. Seeing, Hawkeye took the initiative to open. Since we can't steal, then we will come hard. Drax is responsible for taking the battery. I will clean up the prison police that is in the case. Drax nodded. Give it to me. The Rockets looked at Walkie. Cooperation with smart people is happy. After finishing, he still despised the Parky. There is another thing. Once the battery is removed, the prison will enter the emergency, so wait until the last step takes the battery. The voice just fell. Grit put the housing of the controller and pulled the capabilities. Hey, hey, hey. The prison sounded a warning, instantly fell into a dark. Only a few sunset lights were still on. Everyone looked back, and suddenly made a face of the dog's expression. Bruce laughed out, inviting the battery to show them. Oh, Rocket Raccoon is crazy. He helpless the head. First get the battery. Take a step. Take a step. Hurry. Guard La, I will get the bracelet. Parky, false legs. Warji is a hand. The battery has got it. What are we doing? Rocket Raccoon said loudly. Dry off guard. Protect us. Soon, several drones flew to the supervisory, surrounded by Grut. The voice of prison guards in prison. Prisoners, put down your hands. Go back to the cell. Otherwise we will fire. Grut is surrounded by surprises. Rushing to the drone. I am Grunt. Open fire. The prison guard decisively decrees the instruction. Clatter. 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 Bullets are shot like heavy rain. All play on Gruty. However, Gru is a tree person, his body strength and toughness, far more than a general carbon base. The bullets play only one micro depression on the body, and there is no way to cause fatal killing. The best way to kill Grus is to fire, or cut your body with a blade. Grupple hits the fist and slammed his fist on the drone. Boom. The unmanned car hits the wall, the shell flashes the current, and then the black smoke is scrapped directly. The prison is chaos, and the prisoners escape in the rain, and many people have been slammed, fell to the ground. Grut, beautiful. The excitement of Walkie's praise. In her opinion, this cute tree is more interesting than those idiots. She runs all the way and then jumped up, and the drones will be hammered directly. She has Jason energy in the body, and the power of swinging and kicking is comparable to the artillery. What? The Dracism beside it, jumping up and put a drone from the air. Then the arms tear it directly into two halves. The two people kill all in the community. In less than a minute, all the drones are all destroyed. Rocket Raccoon quickly ran to Grood. Show, you're idiot. I have no weapons in my hand. How to fight with this person. Chapter 385 of Park's Fool Painting Wind. At this moment, several prison police held the stylist of the strange charge into the supervision area. These people want to jailbreak. Directly fire. After finishing, they lifted guns aiming at the most conspicuous grunt in the crowd. Grunt is more than 2 meters, and it is also a strange tree person, which must be a target that attracts firepower. Unfortunately, the ordinary bullets are not able to penetrate the body of Grunt. It took advantage of Grood attracting front firepower. Warji roared, quickly rushed to the prison guard from the side. Several prisoners were shocked, and they were too busy to shoot. But it was already too late. In addition to the 7 steps, The gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the box is fast. After several prison police were nearly near, they had not been able to pull the trigger. They were flying out by walkie 3 punches. She picked up a gun from the ground, throwing the Rocket Raccoon, shouted, "Small Raccoon, catch!" Rocket Raccoon is crafting in Grootty to avoid attacks. When I heard this sentence, I quickly explored my body and reached out to keep the rifle. Yay! The gun is retrieved in hand. Rocket Raccoon. "Ah, come!" He buckled trigger. A bullet shot out, crazy, harvesting the life of the prison guard. As a bounty hunter, the Rocket Raccoon's gun method is still very good. They went to join hands, and they broke the quartet under the warning tower and destroyed several waves. This is also the actions of Kago and Park, attracting most attention. Soon, Camera defeated the main prison police and grabbed the safety bracelet on his arm. "Rocket!" The Kago is shouting, throwing the bracelet. Rocket Raccoon reached out and took the head of Groot, said, "Climb to the warning tower." When said, Groot elongated the arm, step by step toward the top of the police tower. Wargian Dracus retired with the side of the rifle. At this time, Piston is holding a false leg to race. The prison has become a battlefield, and everyone is holding a gun in his hands. Only when he holds a fake leg, the style is clear, and it is different. The monitor has been out of control. All prison guards are deadly weapons. All of them are dispatched. Alert Terry, a supervisor is still sitting on a location. Suddenly, the warning tower door opened. The supervisor hurriedly returned. I saw a few prisoners who were in prisoners and stared at him. Seeing the general trend, the supervisor quickly raised his hand to surrender. Several people walk into the warning towers, and the Groot elongated arm wrapped around the body, and then threw it out. Everyone stood aside. Let the rocket truces take the operator. You wants false legs. Xinting put the prosthetic limbs on it. Oh, the prosthetic thing I said to play. There are 2 things. The rocket does not return. What? Xiju is a face. Ha ha ha. The rocket suddenly laughed out. I think that the scene is missing. Then my brother can only go. When said that, Pist said, "You don't say it early. I spent 30,000 yuan to buy him." Full. War Kyle can't hold it, and smiled. This small raccoon is too interesting. Be sure to bring it back to Jason as pet. At this time, several drones flew to the warning tower window. Crazy shot. Ding, ding, ding. The glass of the warning tower is bulletproof, and the bullets have not even left mark. Dracus asked, worried, "How do we leave now?" Piscoon looked at the rocket. "This bastard should have a plan." "You will not say it." The rocket confident, "There must be a plan, proper." After a moment, several full deputy armed prisoners took a rocket to the regulatory area. They kneel, raise the rockets, acknowledge the police tower. "Wow, this shot is really big." Xinting looked at some fear. "Buddy, this is the gun." "Walgi Chukao." The voice just fell. Several artillery bombarded on the warning tower. A few cracks occurred when ignored the bullet shooting. Seeing, even if the guard magic is also scared, anxiously urged, "Little raccoon, we are waiting for your plan." The rocket is looking for things on the control stage, and the head does not return. "Don't worry." Boom. It is a round of shelling. The crack on the glass becomes larger, and even heard the sound of the glass fragmentation. "I think of this animal." Dracus looked at the rocket raccoon, suddenly laughed. "When I was young, I often put them on the furnace to roast, tender and more juice." The rocket raccoon is blown away, and looks back. "Don't interfere with me." Boom. After the 3-wheeled shell, the glass has been filled with cracks. As long as it comes again, the bulletproof glass will be completely broken. Everyone's hearts got up, and the face revealed the frightened expression. The warning tower has completed the ammunition filling, and the commander of the commander said, 3, 2, 1. Get it. In the last second of the countdown, the rocket connects the 2 lines below the console, which is proud to show a big white tooth. At the end of the countdown, it does not happen if it is expected that the artillery will be alerted into a fragment. The prison guard outside is inexplicably put down the rocket, and the whole body is suspended to the half space. Not only the prison police, even the prisoners hiding in the supervision of the chamber are also floating. Everyone hit. The guard devil took forward to check the screen, and then laughed. It closed the human center, except here. Other places have lost weight. When said that Walgie is praised from the heart. Small Raccoon, beautiful. I told you, I have a plan. Rocket's Raccoon smiled and cut off the connection between the top of the warning column. The warning tartan floats into half air, then it manipulates a few drones to fly to the bottom of the warning tower, and push to the end. Get the power source warning tower and down. The rocket opens the door of the supervisory, and the road has bursted to the outer area of the prison. Finally, press the switch to close the door of the interior and the outer area. Okay, Rocket Raccoon is a stall, like inviting. It is like it. I have crossed 22 prisons, and the Clint prison is not here. At this moment, Pist is a five-body land that admires it, and praises, this program is really perfect. Everyone opened the glass and escaped the warning tower, came to the room of the personal item, took off her clothes. Carter launched together and asked, the universe is still there? Of course, this helper is all ignorant. Walgie put on the armor, put the dragon sword in one hand, hold the universe, go to the window. Fortunately, they sent my spaceship too, or we have to have a bloody battle. Piston is a while, reaching a hand. My Milan is also in the orange-yellow. Valgi shrugged and walked over and urged, you hurry. All my spaceship. Sorry, I want to open the Milan, it is waiting. Xiangju looked in the box, suddenly loud. What happened? Walkili frowned. Parky angry said, my golden song is selected, and it is definitely stolen by the prison guard. I have to find it back. I heard the words. The whole game was silent. Everyone is holding his mouth, looking at him like a fool. Are you teasing me? The assistance of prisons is coming soon. You actually have to find a broken tape. Even Drakkars, who did a crazy brain-made brain, also shook his head. Buddy, this is really stupid. Xiangju is ignored, wearing clothes to pick up the weapon. That is the relic of my mother. I have to come back. You will go first. I know the address. Wait for you to catch up with you. After finishing, he flew in the faraway rocket. Don't care about him. Less than one person. 4 billion yuan for us. I am Grut. Well, I have to count you. Then let's go. Walgie looked at the parquet back, turned and took them away. This kid is not big, and there is a lot of chaos. Although I am a bit stupid, I don't hate anyone who is loving. A group was on the spacecraft, and Walkie sat into the cockpit to start the spacecraft, and then turned to ask. Before departure, are you willing to go to more? If you don't want to, I will never be reluctant. You can let you leave the next flight. I heard the words, and the two were one beast tree opposed to each other. After a while, Drakkars said, I will go with you. I must have a hand blade. Carter launched. For so many years, I killed countless people under the hand. I was tired of this life. I want to change the way. I hope your owner is not the same. I am Grut. Rocket's Raccoon Stadling said, don't talk nonsense. 4 billion yuan. I want to be. Well, Volkil turned around and entered the coordinates of Moore. The end of the spacecraft sprayed a flame and fiddle, leaving the Clint prison. The distance from Moore is not far away, and if you walk, you can go for a long time. Walgie will switch the spaceship to the automatic driving, then go to the storage office to find food. It took a day in the prison. She didn't eat it, and she was stinking. When she finished, she still took a shower, and the fragrance sprayed to see Jason. All starved, come to eat something. Walgie gets food to the table and invite them to eat. Drax and Kemro have come over. Grut is eating a flower that is eating. As for the small raccoon, it is sitting on the ground. Walgie came to see a look, and the food in his mouth was almost sprayed out. Hello, small raccoon, what are you doing? Rocket Raccoon actually in dismantling parts. Walkie is not a distressed spacecraft. Mainly the spacecraft is flying with ultralight speed. In case the small raccoon, the West is broken, and it can be finished. The small raccoon snorted with unknown tunes, and the head did not lift it, and she was too lazy to get her. Seeing the shape, Walkily is angry, reprimanded. When the spacecraft landed, I can give it to you, but you can't move now. I heard the words. The small raccoon is not happy. Turning, hey, fighting. I am not your opponent, but if you are more than the spacecraft or anatomy, I am not afraid. Walgie was can't say, kneeling down, Then you tell me what you are got. What is this? Don't move, this is a bomb. The rockets took the hand of Warji. Bomb? Do you make a bomb? Warji asked. The rocket said, go to more and you can don't preparation. If your owner dares to eat Black, I use this bomb to blow him the sky. When I heard this sentence, Warkle had a few seconds, and smiled and smiled. Do you expect to use this little thing to kill Jason? The rocket Truzel heard the ridicule in her tone, and his heart was suddenly uncomfortable, saying, my weapon can be as small, don't believe you try. Hey, how to tell you? Warji helplessly lick your head, don't say you're break bomb, even if the fleet of the Sandal Star is bombarding, he will not fall. Leave an advice, Wargi will no longer take it, directly turn around. Her way of this light fluttering can be frightened by the Karai and Drajs. They know that Jason is very strong, because the weak is impossible to let Warki's female warriors bow down. But the words she just said, the concept of being far super strong is simply a horror level. The two silently looked at it, and even the rice did not eat, and the lunchbox came over. Kamui asked, Warki, your owner is so strong? Warkle swallowed food and thought about it. He does not rely on external objects, and single guns will completely destroy the entire Nova Empire. I heard the words. The Kalong Landrakus were behind the body and taking a breath. Drak is shocked, and after a while, I'm delighted. If you are telling the truth, then I have hope. His eucalyptus should only think about revenge, and the card is thinking that there is much longer than him. If Jason is so strong, then he is exhausted to get the universe of the universe. What kind of secret is hidden? It is possible to make him eternal life, or it is still greatly improved his strength. By the way, the tyrants are also very interested in the universe. This should not coincide. I went to take a shower. You looked at the little raccoon. Don't let it remove the spaceship. Warki took the clothing and the universe walked into the bathroom. Cardemon and Drakkos sitting on the chair. Both people are silent, thinking about their respective problems. How? The woman's words. Are you really believed? Grulligence does not understand the words. The rocket raccoon can understand, but these words in Warji are all dismissed. It didn't even ask questions, just assembled weapons. Cardelarin on the wall. Sigh, I have a hunch, this time the Maw trip will definitely refresh my worldview. The dark asterisk leading to Maw will be hung in the vicinity of the darkness of Rosen. All the commanders are all dispatched, and the water surrounded by the jumping point is unreasonable, just waiting for the fish. The nebula stands alone on the window, looked at the jumping point in the void, and the heart secretly said, come on, Card. When we arrive at the time. Chapter 386 Encounters. Ambushed. Everywhere in life, Warki is sitting on the driver's seat. In the ultra-light speed, it cannot be clearly understood, and it is exhausted to be dragged into a long strip. But this blurred perspective, it seems to have a flavor, like an abstract distribution in ancient artist. Warkle is looking forward to it, just sitting on the chair and looking at the spacecraft, and has a rush of a jumping point, constantly being close to the molar. How long can we come? Kmai took a shower and replaced new clothes, wiped wet hair into the cockpit. It's almost after the jump point in front. I have arrived in 2 hours. The Kagmal is slightly nod, then sits on the chair to continue to clean up her long hair. Drak is sitting on the ground, relying on the wall, calling out the low sultry snoring. Groot squatted on the ground to hold the knee, interested in watching the small raccoon production weapon. Ha, success, finally caught up. The small raccoon suddenly laughed. Drakkos woke up by the magic laughter. A few people looked back. I saw the rocket holding the weapon as the grenadier, and the expression was very, hey, this is a powerful, with it I can go to more, I can go to more. Seeing that he is still pondering the death of Jason, Warki is helpless, and he doesn't look at him. I will have a jump, you better grab the stability, don't let your small firecrackers blow the spaceship. Hey, this is not a firecracker, it is a quantum rocket, and my hand is very stable, I will not walk. The rocket raccoon said hard, but it still puts down the quantum rocket, and the old man sits on the chair to fasten the seat belt. When the spacecraft passes the jumping point, the cerebellar will dizziness and the body will not be suitable. If it is a new hand of the universe, it will not spit out. Warji once again reminded, sit well, there is still 5 seconds from the jumping point. 5 4 3 2 1. The dark void has a bright light, and a hexagonal hole appears in the eyes of everyone. The spacecraft rushed across the hole, and the huge roar suddenly sounded. Everyone covered the ear in advance, but there is still a snoring. The spacecraft is even more shaking. It seems that it will be averaged immediately, after a few seconds. These different feelings disappear. The spacecraft is more than the imagination, and they have passed the jumping point. The embarrassed expressions on the face have not disappeared, and they are shocked by the scenes in front of them. In the void, a huge spacecraft is waiting for them, and there are hundreds of small spacecrafts around them, surrounded by them. Do not leave a slit. After the gods. The guard devil was shouting, worse. This is the Dark Star of Liu Nan. Escape. Her words have not been finished, waiting for a long time to fire immediately. Boom. 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 In an instant, colorful laser guns, covering the sky. The sky is coming. Damn it. Warji roared, manipulating the spacecraft urgently avoided. However, the number of laser guns is too intensive, and she has desperately dodged the final or hit it. Boom. The laser gun is first blade in the aircraft, and it is perfect for defending. However, because there is too much laser, the energy cover only has a few seconds. It is completely broken. The gunfire hits the spaceship, accompanied by explosion, and the hull ignited a fire. Hey, hey, hey! The harsh alarm sounds, and the control desk is full screen is a red warning sign. Worse, the engine is destroyed. Walkie felt to the joystick, but there was no feedback. She wants to contact Jason Rescue. The communication system is also destroyed. Finally, even the hope of the final counterattack, the artillery system was also blamed. A round of artillery fires. Valkyrie's spacecraft is almost equal to scrap. Seeing that Liu Nan's fleet did not continue to shoot, but sent hundreds of dead spaces to fly from this. It's finished. It's finished. Completely finished. The engine is destroyed, the communication is destroyed, even the artillery is also ruined. Rocket's raccoon glare beads, hands holding his head full of face. Come on, Liu Nan. I want to kill you, revenge for my wife and daughter. Dracus pulled out the dagger from the waist, and biting his teeth. Dark asterisk. You are crazy. You want to fight with them, but I haven't lived enough. Desperate, out of control. The motion of the rocket raccoon completely exploded. Hey, Didius bugs. Dracus' excited blood is sprayed, and it is tauntful. Unobstructed ugly. The rockets were angry. Raise the quantum rocket. Come, let me kill you first, then go to Liu Nan. The two picked up the weapon sword, and the situation was out of control. Kmai took the head and walked. When are you now? You have a quiet point. I heard the words. The rocket raccoon turned his head, and his teeth were grinned. You can't kill the mad woman, or if you believe your ghost, I will not with you. Enough. Warji frowned and slammed his dagger. The sharp dagger wipes from the rocket raccoon, steady nail on the wall. She stood up and pulled out the sword, cold eyes. I have calm. The enemy is currently, the life and death, who is in nonsense. I will kill anyone. Valky's terrorist strength. Everyone is obvious. She was quiet when she left to fire. Seeing everyone does not speak, Walkie is recovering the dragon sword. Seriously, Liu Nan's fleet did not continue to bomb, explaining that they want to grasp the living. As long as we use value to him, there is opportunity. Kamo is depressed, saying, the purpose of Liu Nan is the universe, waiting for something. We must die without a funeral. Walker is calm. Reassure? I naturally have a way to keep your life. I heard the words, and the people who were desperate suddenly showed a surprise expression. Rocket Raccoon put down the weapon, make-up and excited. Do you have any way? Contact Mostar with your communication. Warji shakes his head. The communication system of the spacecraft has been damaged. No signal launching device. The communication device is an iron. Rocket Raccoon disappointed. Low. Warji is self-confident. Reassure? I really have a way, when you know. Kada launched the Dark Star. Frown. Look at their deployment. Definitely ambush in advance. We have to go to Moore's intelligence to leak. The Rocket Raccoon is bright, saying, Will it be a bad boy in park? He uses the finding tape as an excuse, deliberately, and then secretly tells Liu Nan to exchange the bounty. Dracus nodded. It makes sense. Normal people can't be a tape. I heard the words. The card launched. Impossible. I went a lot of time in Liu Nan. Never heard the name of Parkle. In other words, Liu Nan did not see this thief and touched Guy. Warji said, I agree. If the powder is notified after escaping out of the prison, it is not enough for them to do Wonkwan. It is close to the rabbit near the jumping point. Okay, if you say what you said. Rocket's Raccoon shrugs, no longer arguing, but don't make an intelligence how to disclose, or think about how to solve it in front of you. I heard the words, and the guard laughed. Warji, what is your plan, or I will fight with Liu Nan's soldiers. Warji looks outside the window. Hundreds of spaceships are constantly approaching. She returned, asked, do you think? Drax waved the dagger in his hand, and his anger said, I think I have to kill a few Rosen's dog legs. Card Devil is silent, no comments. I really didn't expect my quantum rocket actually used to use it so much. Although there are only 2 artillery, at least 10 dead spacecraft can be eliminated. The Rocket Raccoon that has always been afraid of things. This time, it is also a main battlefield, and kneel on the ground to start the fireworks. Warjili said, the enemy's part of the strength. We have no hope for winning. This destination failed, can only give the enemy to the revenge, not in line with my business style. When said, Dracus is full of face, ask, you want us to surrender? Yes. Warji nodded and shakes his head, it is accurately, it is a strategic display. Then wait for an altitude to counterattack. No, I can't surrender Liu Nan. Otherwise, how do I get a dead wife and daughter? Drax shouted loudly, attitude very resolute. Warji is cold-eyed. In this case, you will go to see your wife and daughter. Maybe they will forgive you, because you're reckless. Personally bury a good opportunity to revenge them. Killing Ruban revenge is the biggest wish of Drax, and the phrase of Warji directly stamped his soft rib. Silence for a long time. Dracus said, if I surrender, can I really kill Liu Nan? Warji said, believe me, you can. After listening to her reply, Dracus sighed and finally convinced himself, let me down. When the dead spacecraft surrounded their group, when the soldiers picked up the weapons, the spacecraft cabin suddenly opened. Warji and others stood a row, and the hands were high at the top of the top, already prepared. The soldiers who have to be bloody will be confused. A few people put on the shackles and were sent to the Dark Star. In the spacious hall, Liu Nan clenched the hammer, sitting on the throne. The nebula is standing on the side, staring at the Kagan. She didn't resist directly to stand up. This kind of thing is totally worthy of her character. However, since you are in the net, don't blame me. Kue. Liu Nan ran over a big hammer. Hey, Liu Nan. Cardalan sensed and said, you are big, actually dare to betray me. Roan raised the giant hammer and put in front of the Kagan. Hey, although I really want to kill you, but your good sister is more willing to do this. I heard the words. The camera saw the nebula, and then smiled and said, very smart decision, because of her waist ability. This life can't kill me. You. The nebula once, suddenly fried. Quiet. Liu Nan looked her actions, then put down the hammer. Asked, the universe is a spirit of the ball? In my hair. Walkie said. Liu Nan turned his attention to her, and then ironic said, Car Demon, this is the partner you find? I thought it was a powerful figure, I didn't expect it to be a group of bags. I heard the words. Warji grabbed the universe of Drakward, escaped from the universe from the pocket. I am called a sense of time being Junji. In order to deliver your life, it is not worth it. Give you. Liu Nan was laughing and said, even if you pay the universe, it is still inevitable. But look at the time. You know the time. I will personally send you to the road. Thanksgiving. This kind of opportunity is not much. Walker has a smile. It seems that it is not afraid of the upcoming death. Liu Nan reached out and took the universe, carefully. Great. With the universe, the ball will help me destroy the revenge of the mountains, the ancestors waiting for the millennium, and finally be implemented. Liu Nan breathed a hurry, and he was unattended. Seeing the shape, Walgi is a laughter. The ancestors' revenge actually want to leave the hand of others. You can really don't. Her words are like flatly thunder, and when I poured a pot of cold water, I shocked the people around them. This mother has a problem. Actually dared to insult the allegation. The nebula that has been reached with the collaboration agreement with Luo Nan, and immediately angered. Pay attention to your tone, or I will tear your mouth. Walgi is cold. Why can't you say, it is a fact? Shut up. Luo Nan is red, angry to the extreme. Walgi continued, I see that you can't grasp the universe, don't want to open it. Luo Nan's eyes stared at her, said, this is something that is going to break. What is it? Walgi smiled, understand. No wonder you can only kneel on the foot of the feet, because you don't have a lot of ambition and courage. Good chance to appear around, but you don't know how to cherish it. I heard the words. Luo Nan frowned and asked, women, if you want to die, let's know clearly. Walgi said, in order to get the universe, I will not hesitate to make the army to eliminate the mountain Dafa. Do you not be curious, what is the bottom of the universe? After listening to this sentence, Luo Nan's curiosity was hooked. Not just him, the card, the rocket, Dracus, including the nebula. Everyone wants this. Hesitant, Luo Nan finally didn't endure temptation, holding the universe, unscrewing it hard. In an instant, a purple light shines bright dark halls and covers the eyes of everyone. This is. Luo Nan's expression is serious, and it is full of horror. Walker smiled, it seems that you know this. Yes, it is the strength of the 6 unlimited gems. Chapter 387, Power Gem, Betrayal Kind. Strength Gem. The purple rays shine in the main hall, and the expression on the face of Luo Nan has begun to gradually become greed. As a general of the Kree, he certainly heard an infinite gem. The legendary, unlimited gems have unimaginable power, get it almost equal to conquering the universe. Luo Nan thought that only the legend, but did not expect it to be true. No wonder, you must get it. You will finally understand. This shiny gem is doing what is it used? Rocket Raccoon covered his eyes and asked with confusion. Walgi explained, at the beginning of the birth of the universe, the world is in a chaos, and the universe bomb has created 6 unlimited gems. Every gem has specific properties. They respect time, space, reality, soul, strength, and soul power. Drac is looking at the dazzling gem, full of desires, asked, the strength of the strength is the most powerful force in the universe? Walgi nodded, yes. People who control the strength of the original stone can easily destroy the whole civilization, just like cutting the wheat. Wow, it's so powerful. Rocket Raccoon is surprised by the sound, then turn around and regret. In this case, why don't you use strength to deal with the fleet of Luo South? Walklid said, unlimited gem has unmatched power. The same reason, they can only be controlled by the same superpower. If I touch the original stone, my body will fall into the treatment, and I will die without burial. This sentence completely dispelled a few people to grab the idea of gems, because they are all ordinary people who are uncommon. When said that, the Kalongla suddenly remembered the tyrant and his evil plan. I want to capture unlimited original stones, and short to understand the power of the original stone, as well as various side effects. He has not waited for the plan, indicating that he has the power of the original stone. This is really bad. If he sets 6 unlimited gems, the whole universe will fall into his terrorist rule. By the way, Walgi's owner is also collecting unlimited original stones. Although I don't know what his purpose is, it is certain that the other party is not a good. Luo Nan is tempting by the gem, slowly reaching out, wanting to put the strength of the gemstone. At this time, chasing people Kalos ran into the main hall, said, Luo Nan, the tyrants heard about this, to contact you immediately. I heard the words. The roan arm was slightly trembled, and the muscles on the face were twitched. At this moment, he is tangled in his heart. In the end, it should not take strength gems to have it. The most critical is that he is not sure that there is no strength to control the strength of the gem. In case in the moment of gripping the gem, he is torn into a fragment of the power of horrible strength, then everything is finished. If you give up the strength of the gem, he will give him to the Kinamat. It is like this woman, and he will never turn over this life. A silent in the hall, everyone is waiting for the decision of Liu Onan. In the end, Liu Onan frowned to close the universe. Seeing, Walkie-Eye hooks the mouth, because the eyes of Liu Onan have changed thoroughly. Virtual projection on the wall of the hall. Dynamic to calm face. Card demon, my daughter, I see you. When I was watching the eyes, the card magic was scared, as if fell in the abyss. The past is full of the brain, let her feel fear, can't move. Don't be afraid, as long as you come back, I can forgive me before, I can forgive. The neckmail is not a sound, and the heart is not a taste. This idiots in Liu Onan have just been forgotten, so I will give them the brain. After saying the card magic La, the tyrants will vote from Liu Onan, and I have heard it. I have heard of things, the universe. What? Liu Onan raised his hand and put the ball in his hand. Things have already arrived, I said to do it. The tyrants are busy, give it to me. This is the agreement between us, I will help you find the universe, you can help me destroy the mountain Darfur. Liu Onan handed the giant hammer in the hand to Kuraz, and then the universe is high. But now, I know that this is hidden in infinite stone, then what do I do with you? I heard the words, the face of everyone changed, only such an expression in Walkie-Eye. I was tangled for a long time. Liu Onan finally didn't resist the temptation, and made a decision of betrayal. I heard this sentence, I broke out, threatened, the stinky boy, the infinite gem is not anyone can control. You should best think hard. Then I will let you see. Liu Onan was completely irritated, and the universe was smashed, and the purple rays were now seeing. Kalos quickly reminded, the owner, you can't do this. The tyrants have the most powerful power in the universe. His rule is here. Liu Onan anger, holding strength gems. In an instant, the body of Liu Onan was poured, emitting purple rays. The overflowed energy is in the main hall, and the ground under the foot is quickly broken, and the scene looks very strange. And the Kalong and others were scared, and they were afraid of horrible energy. What? The strength of the strength is nothing else. The ravaged energy is crazy in Liu Onan, and he is painful. Although some are reluctant, he can control this energy and is not destroyed by strength gem. Give me. He Dynasty Kuraz reached out. Callers carefully handed the giant hammer. Liu Onan took the giant hammer and slammed the strength of the strength. With the hammer as a medium, the ravaged energy suddenly calmed down. Liu Onan shouts the purple rays, full of energy. He feels that he is now omnipotent. Liu Onan anger visited the unpossessing, arrogant, you dare to call me stink. I want you to see how the Shandul Star is tried by the Kurla. Then I will come back to pack you again. Seeing this scene, the tyrants did not send, silently cutting the communication signal. Kardala launches the strength of the strength of the strength of the strength, and the face suddenly reveals the desperate expression. This Kree is extremely murdered, and now I get strength gems. The universe will fall into the bloody wind. The nebula standing on the side, but exposed the look of the eyes. She asked, after the Shandul Star, will you go to kill my father? Liu Onan took her and destroyed. Do you dare to stop me? The nebula is excited. Look at what he destroys me. If you kill him, I will help you conquer 1,000 planets wholeheartedly. I heard the words, and the Kardala was surprised to watch the nebula. Walker couldn't help but Tao. The tyrant is really miserable, and the strength of the gem is taken away, raising 2 daughters, a betrayal, one thing to kill him. Card Devil is low-spirited. If you have experienced our childhood, it will not be strange. Liu Onan clenched the hammer and feel the vibrant energy in the body, and the mood is very pleasant. The nebula looked at a few people, whispered, and the time reminded, what should I do if these people do? When you say this, her eyes have been staring at the Kara. She doesn't care about her life, she only cares about her good sister. Liu Onan stepped forward, waving the hammer to align a few people, and the cold, woman, how do you know the infinite gem? Who is your master? What do you want to take infinite gem? Kamulai also turned his gaze to Walkili, and they always wanted to know. Kanvar Gilguards, such as bottles, in addition to name, they don't know what Jason is known. The unlimited gem is hidden. But people know in the universe are not a small number, such as the tyrants, such as Jason, such as me. Jason is, I have seen, the most powerful farmers. His strength and temperament make me admire, so I will put it on him and sell him for him. As for the purpose of he seized infinite rock, it is natural to dominate the universe. Warji calmly replied. I heard the words, and the camera was disappointed. This thought that Jason would differ from the dynasty Rinnan, but they didn't expect a few people. They were ambient and conquest are full of brain violence and conquest. They did not have to go to more, and I didn't know that blessings were a disaster. After Liu Nan heard, it seems that this answer is not very satisfied. He hit the hammer, and the strength of the gem suddenly bloomed. It turned out to be like this: since you have no more value, then I have. I heard the words, and the car demon took a few people to retreat and panicked. Who said that I didn't have a value? Warji figures were calm. I know that another unlimited gem is down. I don't know if you are not interested. Wen Yan, Liu Nan's eyes bright. What gemstones? Heart gem. Liu Nan excited. Say, I am not dead. Warkle smiled and shakes. Liu Nan, I am not so stupid. If I really say, then my life is not me. Liu Nan rode. What do you want? Warkle said, let's play a gamble. I vote for Jason is also to find a strong powerful person as a mountain. If you can destroy Sander, prove that you are also worthy of people, then I use another infinite gem as a gift of the door. I heard the words. Liu Nan slowly slowed the smile. Put down the hammer. This gambling is very fair. Then you open your eyes, watching me how to destroy the mountain. Dafa. Master Xinian saw out of control, and suddenly was anxious. Live your mouth. Rinnan did not leave the interruption. Start the spaceship. Immediately went to Sandal Star. Follow. Xinian glared in the guard and left the hall. Walkie looked up. Since the gambling has taken effect, is it to remove these shackles first? Liu Nan stretched out the hammer, gently touched in the shackles, and the shackles were broken into dust. Diablo is restarted, quickly leaving the place. Didn't you have long? Parky drives Milan to pass through the jumping point, and the wreckage of a spaceship is reflected in front of you. This is Warji's spaceship. Looking at the wreckage fragments floating in the universe, Park is full of shocking. No wonder they just lost contact. It was originally an accident. Piston puts the spaceship over, then wearing a ventilator into the ship's wreckage. The cabin is clean, and there is no way to fly in the flesh. Strange. What is it? Pist is looking for a circle, and Best can't understand. Looking at the damage of the spaceship, they must have suffered ambush, and the enemy is fierce. Since it fights, why is it in the cabin? There is no trace of crossfire. After Pispai hesitated, I found it in the spacecraft. I hope I can find a trace. He opened all the cabinets in the cabin, and he encountered a password locker that did not open, and opened directly with laser gun violence. In the end, he found a legacy communication device in Warji's lockers. Park, I am very happy that you can see this news. As you can see, we were emptied and lost heavy artilleries of the fleet of Liu Nan, which is your people who have encountered in the Magic Star. I know that some intelligence can be used as a means of life. All temporarily will not be dangerous. I need you to go to Moore to find Jason. Turn it on the situation. He will find a way to save us. You are a bounty hunter. I won't let you be white. After the event, all 40 billion bouncers have allocated you. Remember, the action must be fast. After reading the video left in Walkie, Park finally knew what happened here. I heard that they were caught by the alligator Roan, and the Paras suddenly wanted to fight the drum. He took a little lesson in prison and knew Liu Nan and his fleet. Such a big figure is not he can afford. But I think about the 40 million rich bounty, as well as the life of the Kaguya and others. There is still a good thistle. The bite back to the spacecraft continued to go to Momo. On the road, Pop has been taking seriously. The principle of saving people is constant, but he is a little worried about the more tourism. Will it be dangerous? What is Jason? Can he really defeat Liu South, save the group of people? The voyage of the Cranky is completely lost. The more I want to worry about Xinting, I always feel that I have to do something. Hesitant for a long time, he finally made a decision to dial his call. Brave, I am Kill. Kill, you are stinking. Actually dare to betray me. but also steal my money. Hey, things to steal Donksai. I am sorry, but I want to talk to you now. I can do it. I need your help. Go to your big life. I am sorry to turn it. Brave. This business price is worth 4 billion yuan. Is it interested in sitting down now? Hey, where are you? I still have to go to Moor, which is the famous tourist planet. You are best to hurry, no longer come back. I happen to be nearby the new. Very good, then we will see it. Chapter 388. I saw Jason. Park panic. 2 hours later, Piston is driving a Milan spacecraft, and the jumping point came to Moor Star. Moor is a famous tourist planet that is famous here. It is beautiful and pleasant, and it is a holiday. Argument: the capital of the Novava, the capital, Shah Star. Moor is also ruled by an empire. There are residents, there are governments, laws, and a large number of military to maintain the mission of the planet. All visitors who landed in Moor Star must follow the law and can enter the process according to the process of procedure. Piston will stop the spaceship on the stars and patient accepts safety inspections, which is a bit similar to the entry registration when traveling abroad. After the examination, Park driving the spacecraft to the capital of Moor. There is the most popular area of the population, but also the place where the tourists love to play, and it is more likely to find Jason. Pisp flying to the suburbs of Moor Star, preparing to land the spaceship in the parking area. Because it is a tourist planet, Moor's parking area covers an area and is also divided into indoor areas and outdoor districts. The outdoor area is a large piece of flat ground, and visitors need to choose different parking locations and pay the fees according to the size of the spacecraft. The security will take the spacecraft for the visitors to prevent the case where there is a small thief. In general, the short-term stay will stop in the outdoor. But if it is long-term stay, the time is more than 3 months, or it is recommended to park the spaceship in the indoor area. The indoor area is a square giant building, which can cover the wind and rain, and do not let the spaceship endure wind and blow. In addition, the indoor area also operates a number of repairs. You can make a spaceship beauty, or supplement fuel, repair damage, and upgrade accessories. The spacecraft is parked in the indoor area and must pay high costs. However, the number of security will also increase a lot, especially the generous payment of tourists. Pisp is flying around the parking area, and he carefully views the spacecraft parked in the outdoor area. Discovery is some small spacecraft, artillery and engine are also some cheap goods. Jason is the owner of Warji, as a big man with his head, and Xinting is hard to believe that he will play this kind of broken goods. Although this idea is poor, in most cases, this is the truth. I saw a circle, and the pist did not find the right goal. So Jason will definitely stop the spaceship in the indoor area. It's going to have a blood. Pisp looks at the balance in the account, and some distressed mutters. After the handcraft enters the indoor area, the Paru is not open. He loves to drive a spaceship, regardless of a heavy enthusiast, and this big building, with a rare limited edition spacecraft. These spacecrafts not only have a cool and talented shape, but also the most advanced engine system and artillery radar. Although Xij was eye-catching, these spacecrafts will pick up a lot, and they can't afford it. Didn't you? Piston is in dazzling spaceship. Find the spacecraft described in walk-in command. Piston is full of joy, immediately stopping the spaceship next to the commander number, then bring the equipment to go out. Jason is certainly not on the spaceship, but there are many soldiers guarded the side of the commander number, and no one is close. Obviously, even if you give tip, Moor's guards are not doing this level. These soldiers from different planets, different ethnic groups are definitely Jason's people. Stop! Don't close! Paru just walked in a few steps. Several soldiers lifted a gun aiming at him. Hey, buddies, don't be excited. Park immediately stopped in the same place, raised his hands. I am from the people to find Jason Walter. Several soldiers looked at each other and asked without confidence, who are you from? Valkyrie. I heard the words. The soldiers put down their weapons and let Xintu came to come. Warji, what did she let you do? She picked up great trouble, Let me find Jason Walt to save her quickly. Xinting took out the communicator left by Walkie. Seeing the communicator, the soldiers have cancelled the last wonderful concerns. This place is Zakar production, and there is also a sign of Gao Tanzan, and the outsiders are absolutely fake. The owner is in the city. I will take you. The matter is urgent. The soldiers don't dare to slack off, and they immediately divide them to Spench Wesson. They rented a floating car and hurried to the city center. The floating car quickly arrived in the city and landed in a casino door. In Saiha, Jason is infected with gambling problems, and Jason has learned Gao Tanzan's gambling technology. In more star wandering for 2 days, after the local characteristics, the idol board Jason came into the largest casino here. Until now, 2 soldiers walked into the casino with Park, and then came to the luxury box. When a soldier pushed the door, Paternity was tense and swallowed. Jason. I finally got to see him, what kind of person he would be. The heavy gorgeous wooden door is pushed open. The scene inside is introduced into the eye. The box is very spacious, covering an area of 1,000 square meters, decorated luxury, and very in line with the casino style. 3 people stepped on a soft carpet, and there were an oval in front of them. They can accommodate a 560 gambling table. However, this gambling table only took less than 5 people, and the 2 men were distinguished, and they were sitting on both ends of the gambling table. She stood more than a dozen guards. The head is far from the door, sitting in a beautiful, big belly, and sitting on the side of the 2 clothes. And back to the position of the door, just sitting only a young man. 2 soldiers walked over and quietly speaking in his ear. The man immediately turned, curiously got the star. This handsome gorge is the owner of Warji, Jason Walter. To be honest, when seeing Jason's true people, the Paru is slightly disappointed. There is no dangerous signal of this handsome guy, and there is no majesty and domineering of the big character. It seems like a flower bonus having its own table. Perhaps hooking the woman is a good hand, but if he has the strength of the planet, it is really not seen. It is okay to see from the face, clothes and temperament. Jason slowly stood up, holding the table with his hands, facing the half-cut body, but still grateful to the beautiful white head. Sorry, there are some trivial things to handle. We will fight again in the next day. Baihik-san pushed the push-eye mirror, whispered, win me more than 20 billions, like running. This is not so simple. Jason's stalls, smiled. What do you want? Baiheng pointed to the chips on the table, said, I will give you 2 options. First, I will give me the chips. Second, playing with me. Let's die. Shahahe. With the power, I will accompany. Jason laughed and sat on the chair. However, counted on winning, there are a total of 3 billion gampas in front of me. There seems to be only tens of millions. You are afraid that I can't get up? He. This is a joke. Tell you, the whole Mora is more rich, will not exceed 1 hand. I just lost to your money. When we gamble, I have already earned it. Pantashkin watched Jason, and then gave the bodyguard after the body made a look. After the bodyguard's will, immediately press the invisible headset on the ear. What is said? After half a minute, the box door was pushed away. Sexy girls in several casinos, smiling, walking into the box. The stack of chips on the tray is the biggest face value of 100 million yuan. Sexy girl puts the chip on the gaming table, then gave the white head to leave the smile. Putan played chips. Okay, now the gambling is now. We can start. Jason is headed. No problem. The last one to play? Dice, poker, roulette, darts. Putan is pouring in front of the body. These gameplay is greasy. The last, I have to play some stimulating. Fight. Jason said his hand. Of course. What do you want to play? Well, Pei Heng pointed to the bodyguard behind Jason and said, we have a bodyguard today, let them go to the platform. Do not use the knife gun, can only hit it. Every family has 3 people, there is no rules, not allowed to enroll, only one party war, can be replaced by the game. Who is dead, even who lost. Of course, if you are confident on your strength, you can personally go to the game. I don't mind. After listening to the rules, Jason, don't die, interesting, I pick it up. Several people left the box and came to the first floor of the casino. The large robot withdrew the gambling machine, moving a super large ring, and the staff also set up a great position in the second floor. I saw the hall to put on the platform, and tens of thousands of gamblers had excited carnival. What is the chance of playing a card? This kind of boxing to the meat is the best gambling, that is the most blood expanded. When I came to the second floor, the Whiteheads had already selected 3 contestants. Jason turned over. "Who do you want to play?" I heard the words. The more than a dozen guards all made forward, and they were self-evident. "I want to go." "Then I will click you, and you." Jason has 3 people. The selected guard is excited, and directly from the second floor. There are 30 meters in the 2 floors, but the guards are not placed at all, and there is no 1 millionth discomfort after landing. "Master, these 3 people are the top masters." Pissed this scene, suddenly frowning, he asked himself, if you jumped from 30 meters high. He said that he had to go to his feet, and he said that he had to fell a dog to eat a few bones. Confused, these 3 people did not jump. It looked very relaxed. Seeing the expression on the face of Pailong is a bit surprised. His look is complicated to Jason, and it doesn't seem to think that there is a master around the other side. His deceived eye turned, then quietly told what the guard against him. After a while, the game still didn't start. Jason is impatiently urged. "People are all can start." Baihik-san laughed slightly. "I may have to change someone here." "When Yan?" Jason frowned. "Oh, don't say that I cheat. I just said that the bodyguard came, and did not say that these bodyguards behind him." "Hey, it doesn't matter, just reminds you to hurry. I have time." "Patience, friends. Gambling, this kind of thing is needed to be enjoyed." I have waited for a moment, and the bodyguards of the Beijing finally arrived late. Page glanced at the head and showed surprised. People who reopened Penksun were a strong man installed the limb. The large part of their body has become a machine, and one person holds a metal fist, and the arms on the arm are actually installed. Bai Yan-weng smiled. "These limbs are also part of their body. Can't be illegal." Jason has a single hand supporting his head, and uncomfortable waving, casually. "Start now." "Good. Let's start." The 2 players of the first battle boarded the platform. Jason came from here. It was a man with a thin and unmadorant man. And the Whiteheads appeared on this, a strong man who is not high. But the muscles exploded. From the appearance, the 2 are not a heavyweight. The competition that all expected did not seem to suspense. As Wang Human boxing, smile and tap the opponent. And the skinny man is indifferent, ignore the other party at all. The referee of the casino climbed the platform and read the rules of the game. "Oh, don't you have other bodyguards?" Baihik-san laughed and said, "This is so thin, I am afraid that the game will soon be over." "If this is the case, it is too boring." Jason believes, yes, if it is a one-on-one words, it is really too boring. After finishing, he did not wait, and he stood up his own player. "I am going to speed up the speed of speed." I heard the words. The skinny man was bright, and Jason's meaning was understood. He reached out to the other 2 players. Provocation. Hearing no, "My man is time, let's go together." In this case, the audience was in a hurry. "He is crazy." Park surprised Jiang Dazhu. The body of these 3 strong people has been mechanically transformed, and the strength has been far more than human beings. Take them hard to say that it is a nanosynthetic human skin, and even the laser gun cannot leave any imprint. This kind of opponent is all blade, and this man actually has to pick 3. I heard this incredible requirement. The referee also did not know what it was on the spot. Silhouette man frowns. "Rule is not allowed." The referee is quickly traveled. "There is indeed no." "I want to ask another opinion." The Whitehead slowly returned to God, looked at Jason, smiled. "Someone sent money to the door. I didn't refuse the truth." After finishing, he rushed to the referee, agreed to change the rules. Chapter 389 Death, Blood in Casino. Temporary modification rules in the game, changed to 1v3 mode by single chasing mode. The onlookers are not understood. The player's heavyweight gap is too large, and the self is in a disadvantage. Nowadays deliberately send the only advantage to the hand. What does this wave operation mean? Is this extremely confident that the home player is? Or is it a stupid shortage? But it is not too big to watch the lively. How are you willing to make? If you do it, it is not my money. 3 foreign aides of Penskar climbed the platform. 3 people, fume, smile, staring at the guard, did not put this thin bamboo pole in the eyes. Don't blame us, you have to blame you, and have a master of the whole with a brain. Yeah, playing so many years, or I have encountered this kind of good thing for the first time. Don't say nonsense, hurry to take these 3 people. Let's go to receive the bounty, and then a drunk. The guards hugged his shoulders and lifted the eyelids swept from the 3 faces. Hey, a group of frogs in a rough well. Are several players ready? The referee reads the rules and immediately turned over to jump down the stage. This irregular fighter does not require a referee. How do they love how to play? It is best to play the brain slurry, so the audience is enjoying. The referee is only in the ring, and there is a risk of being hired by the player. It has been lessened before this. All right, no problem. Start. Okay. Seeing 4 people are ready, the referee immediately raises the hammer, and the heavy knock is on a golden exclamation mark. The harsh sound is like a soldier's charge, and the bodyguards that first enhance, rushing out. The man is tall, and it is a bulging muscle, a rough old face under the muscles of the muscles, and it seems to be small and exquisite. See the bodyguards. The guards are not refunded. He uses flexible pace, and it is easy to avoid a punch, then use the speed advantage to quickly close, and slammed in the belly of the bodyguard. The fists containing horror energy must break the belly. The bodyguard feels that the 5 internal organs are unbearable, and then there is no sense. It seems that the stomach is stuffed with a grenade, the feeling of crashed. However, the attack of the guard has not yet ended. He waved his fist as a rain, and his eyes were bounced in the bodyguard. It is enough to kill the body of the beauty champion, and it is called the depression of dense numbness. The bodyguard is broken, the skeleton is broken, and the eyeballs are protruding up, and then the soft is planted in the ground. It is obvious that the body is not caught up. The noise of the audience stopped. Everyone made a big mouth, and glaring on the beads. Scorpio. It's really unpacked. At this time, the other 2 bodyguards killed, and 1 left and right fans guard. They were shocked, and there was no self-contained expression. I didn't expect to just slow a few ports. This thin bamboo pole gave the companion to the spike. Although that person is an idiot, the strength is not bad. At least they are not confident they can kill him. No, it should be said that it is not possible. It seems that this thin bamboo pole is confident. It is not a brain. But I want to play pigs to eat tigers. At this point, the 2 people's survival will make them burst out more power. The tamper with a metal arm is aiming to guard the guard. The bodyguards that lock the knife lock the neck of the guard. Deadly killing near is within hand. The guards are still unrestrained, and the heart of the poor audience will mention the eyes. I saw sudden strength in the feet, and the thin body floated quickly. Lying in the trough. This can also avoid it. 2 bodyguards widened, full of despair. At this moment, they finally saw a clear strength gap. The guards are jumped out of the attack, and the full attack of the bodyguards will not be returned. Rush, a crisp, there. What? The bodyguards were cut, and the blue gluten storm suddenly hurled and screamed. Although he installed the limb, it is still connected to the nervous system of the brain, and the pain of cutting the limb is not absorbed with the arm with blood. Seeing that I have made a big mistake, I am panic when I am shocked, and my companion's snoring makes him sad. However, there is only one fault, but it is dare to go in a battle of life and death. The escort is quickly launched. The broken arm is not enough. His primary goal is to the knife. I saw that he jumped high height in his feet, then using the waist force, the empty 1 foot kicked on the back of the blade. Snapped. A hard skull is instantly kicking, and the meat is like a watermelon, and the blood of the smell is scattered. The guard fell to the ground. Stretch the arm of the dragon knife and push it forward. The sharp blade directly pierced the neck of broken arm bodyguard. The bodyguards are difficult to cover their necks, and the hole is full of blood. As he poured on the ground, This fast battle was just beginning. It has already come to an end. At this point, the referee is knocked in the gold, which is not 10 seconds. The escort is lightly walking down, looking at the full blush meat, watching tourists after a few seconds, suddenly exploring an amazing praise. The huge sound of the casino hall seems to have to be open to the roof. This is impossible. We are professional killer. Penetillarip crosses the seat armrest. Can't believe in your own eyes. Oh, the limb is also part of the body. And finally it should be a foul. Jason feints satirical. The Whiteheads were red and turned to him. I hope to gamble. You have a laughter of $5 billion. Jason stood up and smiled and said. This circusing smile directly stabbed his nerves, and the expression of the Whitehead suddenly became dark and horrible. Jason took the guard to the first floor hall, and the tourists on the road automatically let a spacious channel. They can't help but lose this group of foreigners. The eyes are full of curiosity, fear, gratitude, and resentment. Xiangyu is in the chest, and the big side accepts tourists' attention. Is this a feeling of big? Too cool. Everyone came to the first floor to the exchange point. The guards knocked on the window before, said, "Oh, don't be stunned. Change these chips into cash." "Oh. Okay." The staff came back from the shock, and quickly made the chips and exchanged it into cash. 5 billion huge money was put into dozens of boxes. From Jason's guards, Parky also helped to make 2 boxes. Stop. Just when they were ready to leave, the Whitehead suddenly stood up. Jason turned to him. I still don't accept the gas. I am sorry, I can only wait for the next time. Next, Putin a few times, pointed at Jason's anger. You have no chance. When said, the bodyguards in the crowd took out the laser gun from the waist, aimed at Jason bucking trigger, and the color laser was densely shot. Some bodyguards are good, and the laser is accurate to play Jason. Some bodyguards are slim, and the laser does not hit the middle, all the glassware, the table and chair bench. Some bodyguards are mad, rushing to Jason's group of people, accidentally killing many onlookers. Although the revenge behavior of Bailun has violated the law and the rules of the casino, he rooted in more. There is a great power here. Even if he kills people, it is broken, and there is no non-speaking money to play. There will be no one to find him trouble, and there will be no prison. So the bodyguards are so causing to kill Jason. These people are fierce. Nowadays in their own sights, they are actually so stunned by outsiders. This is nothing to do. Boom. 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 The bodyguards shift a round of magazines and the gunshots have finally stopped. Wait for the smoke in the air. I saw the crowd or hid into the bunker, or squatted in the corner, and the action pose was very skilled. Jason as the main goal, standing in the place where it is safe, and even the guards beside him, and there is nothing. See the shackles. The bodyguards are horrified. What happened? Is it? No, the bullet hit him. Why is he still standing? Piston lifts in the corner, watching Jason surprised. It's him. He saved everyone. But how did it do it? Is there any new technology? Local gangs, it is too polite. Jason slowly turned around, and the deep eyes flashed a cold light. Guards, Singh said, what should I do? Jason is light. Since you don't know polite, you will kill it. Action. The guards put down the suitcase and took out the weapons from the arms to the crowd. Fast, fast. Give me a kill him. Kill him. The Whitehead shouted. The melee is opened, and the hall is completely chaotic into a pot of porridge. Screams and screams, bullets and swords collision, blood and organs splash. Jason's guards are all elite in the Sakasta arena. They have experienced cruel selection, and they get Jason's energy perfusion. The combat power is the bodyguards of Pailong to compete. These garbage is not the enemy of the guards. They were beheaded, headed, amputated, waste. In the blink of an eye, the hall is full of blood, and hundreds of bodyguards are all eliminated. Under your own elite, it was easily harvested as a leaks, and the Whitehead finally was afraid. At this moment, he finally realized that he could not afford this young man. Bayahik's son also wants to escape, and the result is stopped, dragged to Jason as dragging the dog. Don't kill me. He begged for mercy. Jason's light. If you can't afford to lose, I have been tolerate. The game is speculative. I also endured. But you shoot for me. but just step on my bottom line. Seeing the shape, the white-headed people pleading, I am wrong, I am willing to compensate, I am willing to compensate 10 billion. No, I can divide my home to be half you, those industries worth 10 million. Don't say. Do you think that I am like a lack of money? Jason said calmly. No, you can't kill me. Seeing Lee Likai, then it can only force it. Penetrity stands up and thickened. I know that you are strong, but can you strong over the army? Tell you, if you dare to move me with a hair, the army will surround your groups, and ensure that you can't walk away. Don't believe it, you can ask them. See, what I said is true. The gorgeous view of the white head is watching the masses, and these people who look at the lively have low, they don't dare to look at him. Only a few courses, say, yes, he said yes. When said, Jason is interested, asked, interesting, doing you, actually alarming the army. Do you have a Tanlong people? Bai Heng said, let's talk, tell this foreigner, what I am in the end. Everyone is 100-tongue. It seems that the market is as noisy. Jason is not understanding. At this time, a guidance of aware of the escort came forward and said, the master, according to the information I investigation, the relationship between this old man and the empire in the empire is close, often helping him to deal with dirty, and rumors say that the actual controller of the old man is the empire. Wen Yan, Jason's face is disappointed. I thought it was a prince aristocrat. It turned out to be a big man's dog leg, gone. His right hand is gently mastered, a blue giant hand has emergence in the air, and the white head is firmly caught. You are crazy, didn't hear what they say? Dare to kill me, you are the enemy of the entire empire. Oh, don't give you a golden face. It's like you, I don't know how much. No, bastard, you, snapped. Jason's right hand, the energy giant is suddenly tightened, and the white head suddenly turns into a beach. Worse, that madman is really moving. I'm running, the army is coming. I just came out to play too, how can I put this kind of thing? I don't want to be tired. The casino hall is chaos, the tourists and staff hit the door to flee. The table and chairs were knocked down, the machine was overthrown. The chips were sprinkled, and the cash was flying. A group leaving the casino in cash, and then boarded several floating wags and rapidly sailing in the parking area. Jason sat on a soft and spacious sofa, reached out a glass of wine, put it gently swayed in front of him, and appreciate the fine change of liquid colors. Say, what happened to Walkie? There is also the universe, the stuff is you stealing. He looked at the wine glass, with the mouth. The pisp sitting on the opposite face immediately went to God from the shock of just now. He swallowed the throat water, straight-waced, organized the language. The universe is the ball, but the seller learned that Liu An also looked at this thing, and quickly cancelled the transaction. Pisp will be introduced in detail in the past few days ago. After listening to the things, Jason had a beautiful wine and asked, what has she just said? Xiangju Road. Camera is a daughter of the tyrant, and then sent to Liu Nan to supervise him, but later betrayed. When said, Jason's brow wrinkled, said, this name is already the third time I heard from others. What is this? Always remember, there will be reverberations? Yes. Parp nodded, then helped the card magic to wash white. It is accurately said that the Kell is a killing of the tyrant. The tyrant slaughtered his loved ones, took her to the murder machine. She extremely harness hate. Jason asked, where is Warji to be taken by the Liu Nan? I don't know this. Xinting shake his head. However, Liu Nan hatred mount in Dareth. I guess he gave a universe, and will certainly launch an aggression war immediately. Chapter 390 is shocking. Parquet betrayal. The floating wagon is driven to the half-road, and several combat spaceships in the Moor flag are rapidly crossed, then hovering in the air to block their way. The spacecraft weapon library opens, and the multi-tube laser gun slowly rotates. The commander shouted through the megaphone of the spacecraft, the people in the floating car listen, your criminal behavior is seriously violated by Moore's law, and is officially announced that you are arrested. Don't be a fearless resistance, otherwise I will take a means of attack. Pissed, and the face suddenly turned a frightened expression. These combat spaceships are equipped with new artillery, and the power is very amazing, and the floating car is completely finished. He turned his head and wanted to ask Jason's way, but did not expect Jason's whine, as if the spacecraft outside is paper paste. Oh, in order to give that old man. The Empire actually sent a spaceship. What should we do now? The floating car does not have any fire, the flight speed is less than the spacecraft, the bulletproof armor is a piece of iron in front of the artillery. Xing quickly asked, "You go back first, I will come later." Jason put down the wine glass and opened the door of the floating car. What do you want to do? Xing drew is a face. You are very mentally and weak. Can't you want to raise your hand? But there are space cots in their hands, just do you. The words of Piston said half. Jason jumped out of the floating empty car. What? He is shocked, and he quickly seized the armrest to explore the body outside the door. I saw Jason, who was covered by a blue energy ball, and rushed to the spaceship with a very fast speed. Boom. 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 Jason regards himself as a missile, putting the Mors combat spaceship out of a big hole. Piston is completely dumbfounded. What is this situation? What is the blue thing that is blue? Who is this Jason? Xiangju is thinking about the relationship with Jason, but it is not like a race. It would not be Warji to make Jason's birthplace. Several spaceships were destroyed, falling into the ground, and suddenly caused the public's panic. Soon, the harsh alarm sounded through the whole city. Look, they are not planning to make a good break. I also active. Jason looked at the secret of the secrets of the secret Mama. Don't be stunned, hurry. Understand. Floating car close the door and leaves quickly. Jason has been in half of the air, in order to face the thousands of people, quite a husband who is doing Guan Wanfu. This time, Mors army did not destroy him. The spacecraft began to start attacks outside the field of view, and the laser gun and missile were flying. Jason holds his shoulder with his hands and moves around the instantaneous move. Although the army's attack is intensive, even his clothes did not encounter. Forget it, just right, don't play with you. After a while, Jason suddenly remembered to save the walkie, Sunday and the spacecraft hiding the heart of the game. He looked at the magnificent city under his feet, smiled. Although the city is beautiful, the style is not what I like. I ruined it. After that, the energy in his body flooded, and formed a dark blue energy cover in the body surface. The 8-level energy absorbed, and the body can accommodate the energy generated when the 1 million tons of TNT explosions is equivalent. When Jason's absorption of the soul, the body has changed again, and the upper limit increases by several tens of the explosive equivalent of 50 million tons. Now, if he uses all the energy explosion, the effect is equivalent to detonating a sand bomb. The huge energy is like a flood. The in vitro is turned into purple from blue, and it turns pure black from purple! When the energy is agilings to the limit, the energy cover has a few cracks. Next second, a light sufficient to stab his eyes shot from the gap and instantly shines the earth. Boom! Mors capital city, a huge mushroom cloud suddenly rises. A dramatic impact wave diffuses around to the surrounding potential. The building that hitting the clouds collapsed. Hundreds of combat spaceships become scrap iron residues. The population of the ground is directly vaporized, and the black smoke will completely cover the sky. The Mor capital is completely smooth, and the dark land is reminded every day. Standing in Jason's perspective from high altitude, the feet are full of coke dirt, as if a natural god has reached the ground with shovel. Oh my god! More quadruple, floating empty car is ready to land. Piston is separated by the window, looking at the scene in front of him, and the whole person will stay. It turned out that there is no deception in Warji. This man really has the ability to destroy the world. The most important thing is that, like Ron, you have ambition of the destruction of the world. Just because of a little unpleasant on the casino, it will all turn the Mor Imperial fleet, and the people in the capital into ashes. This man is really terrible. At this moment, Pist did not want to talk to the other party. He can't wait to give yourself 2 slaps. At that time, the brain was smashed. Why did you go to the universe? If he is not, he stolen the universe, It will not provoke Liu Nan. Just don't meet the car devil and walkie. Now you will not go to the network. Stand with this devil. Escape. I have to escape. Otherwise, Park is very popular. He is clear. If you don't leave at this time, it is completely a thief boat. With an angry character of Jason, he will not live with him, and this will be staged again. His future is very clear, or because of the rejection of the command. Either sell your soul to the devil, get powerful power, then slaughter life with him. The above two future are not what he wants. Xiangju likes music, like freedom. I like to shuttle in the spacecraft universe. And then smell, walk in the gods, robbery and rose. This is what he dreams of. Sitting here, calm down. Piston is suddenly awakened and lifted his head and looked at Jason's guard. Oh, come. He barely squeezed a smile and walked down from the floating empty car. Well, my spaceship is here. Piston pointed to the Milan, and then won't happen anything. Jason has not come back yet. I have a chance. As long as you board the spacecraft, open your horsepower to the jumping point. The task is successful. The universe is so big, even if Jason is strong, it is impossible to find me. I will deliberately hide far, and keep the distance above 10 galleys. As for Walkie Kagawa, the universe, are all going to see the ghost. Losey does not play. The guards did not detect abnormalities, and there was no blocking, and the park was successfully entered the spacecraft. Yay, success. This barbarian of the idiots, waiting for me to start the spaceship. You will wait to eat ash. At this time, a medium-sized spacecraft that is almost small, stopped next to the Milan. A group of the soldiers holding weapons came down from the spaceship, leading a middle-aged man in a blue skin. Kill, Keen. You are 8 eggs, giving me out. Wen Yan, Xinglu face is like a dead dash. This death, brave. This idiots are not late, actually appear at this critical time. The PISP is entangled together. If he shows a police, then the guard reaction, he can't escape again. But if you don't care, the braveness and the group of swears will fall into Jason's mouth. Do not care. Anyway, I was kidnapped back. You hit me, married me, even I have to eat me. Although you raised me, you are not my benefactor, not my loved ones. So, I am sorry, I must escape now. Brave, sorry. The Milan engine started, and the tail sprayed aflame. Seeing Parkway is ready to escape, and the braveness is broken. Hey, where is your wild child? Say your business. Cosmic Ball? Okay. I heard a few words in the universe, and the guards finally reacted. This is the thing that Jason's name is to find. How can this group of wilders know, and just say what to trade? You, stand. What did you say? The guards walked towards wonders in the weapons. Weekly saw them, and thought that Pist was found, and he walked. The little eggs of Kill sell the universe to you. How much is he sold? This thing is his stealing. I am a real seller. Wen said, the guards are full of mist. Pick is going to sell the universe? Why didn't we hear it? Worse, the boss will give it to this bastard. The guards violently jumped, raised from the weapon to roar. Peter Kill, this bastard rolls down. Grandpa is gone. Xinting slammed the joystick, and the Milan number suddenly accelerated. Rely. He is ready to escape. Guards lift guns and aims at spacecraft shooting. Although Xiu is a poor, he puts all the money to the spacecraft upgrade. The performance of the Milan number is really good. Only by the guards of the guards, they do not wear the shell of the spacecraft. When a blink of an eye, the Milan flew out the parking area and disappeared in the sky. Seeing the guard against Piston, the courage is also a face. Is their business have been touched? Dragonfly, you want to earn 2 money in a white wolf. Hey, what do you mean by what you said? Where is the universe? Asked loudly. Piston sneaking from the eyelids, and the guards worried about Jason, and I was afraid to die. Seeing that Kayane continued to ask, they did not play. This group of swears is a group of boy, giving me a gang. Running a small, caught big, you should be able to go through. Brave is mercenary, of course, will not be bundled. Seeing the other party's hard, he immediately led the counterattack. The two sides are combined with the parking area. What? In the battle, the brave arm was accidentally worn by the laser, and he immediately protects him to hide one. Give me, let me. The business is yellow. The Piston runs, and the courage is in a hurry, and the coat is opened. On the waist of the waist, don't have a strange metal arrow. Hey, Broadity blows whistle. The metal arrow is immediately ejected from the armed band, floating in half of the air. This metal arrow is a subcabrian arrow, which is made from subcar metal. aka metal has a very sensitive metal that can use the whistle to change its flight direction. This metal is unbelievable. Hardness and strength is not ashamed from the US Captain Shield. Hey. Brave continues to blow whistle. Yaka arrow is ejected toward the guards. What? A burst of miserable sounds. The Yaka arrow is light and easy to penetrate the heart of the guards, as simple as penetrating a thin paper. The Asiaka is very fast, less than half a minute. Hundreds of guards are tragically dead, and the rest of the guards immediately returned to the spacecraft and did not dare to show. Hey, when I thought that my victory was held in Kion, I suddenly found that the Yakira kept calling. I didn't have a react with a few whistle. Boss, what happened? You watch it. The lower expression is sluggish. Currently, the heart is curious, and even the probe looks. I saw that Jason didn't know when to appear in the parking area, and his Yaka arrow was holding his hands. Worse, can someone caught it? Broadness is shocked. Even busy whistle. Hey. No matter how he blows, the Yaka arrow is stunned, and it is firmly held in his hand. Metal controlled by sound. Hey, it means a bit. Brave killed him hundreds of guards. Jason's emotions did not float, but in the hands of interest in the hands of the Asia current. Jason appeared. The main bones of the guards came back. They jumped out from the spaceship and flew to the Wanderer. Just killed, so hurt. Now this round is us. Remember, I want to live, Jason said faintly. I heard the words. Some of the escapees were somewhat uncomfortable, but they still abandoned live. Put on the electromagnetic bombs. This kind of bullet is rounded, and the amount of charge is not enough, and there is no killing force outside 10 meters. However, the bullet stores a mini battery, and a large amount of current will be released in the moment of hitting the target. Although it is imperative, it is abnormal pain, is the first choice for non-deadly weapons! The guards are swords, and the electromagnetic bomb is ejected. Without the Yaka arrow, the sweeping is a group of non-mouse generations. Soon, they will be killed. Damn, I will save you. Just then, Park was dived by Mullane, and the laser missile was ramped, and all the guards around the sweat were all destroyed. Gong Xiang looked up, the original desperate face, actually showing a kindness of a smile. Humphrey. Jason snorted, transiently moved to the front of Milan. Xinting is full of face, but in next second, he strongly watched. Killing the devil who doesn't blink, go to death. Da. Large diameter laser guns launched. Bored. Jason reached out his right hand and gently touched it on the spacecraft housing. Bang! Mullane instantly exploded into a slag. Piston sitting on the driver's seat, holding a fractured joystick. He opened his eyes and found himself alive. A light blue energy shrouded him. Chapter 391 Star Wars, Gem Power. All staff boarded the commander number. The spacecraft tail spray flames left more. Spaceship Hall, Piston, Braveness, and Sweeping people were tied to the ground, and there was a group of guards to take a gun. Kill, you are stupid, Losey is shouted by you. The cheeks is rushing on the parkway, and the mouth spook him. When I took you back from the earth, you still had a child. Those guys want to eat you. They haven't tasted the taste of the special blue star. I stopped them. I have a heart to raise you. But how do you repay me? Betting my money, stealing my things, and give me such a big trouble. When said, the emotions of Xingju depressed also broke out. Oh, I can't mention this. I have been in my ear since I have been in my ear. It seems that I am more gorgeous. I have never seen that normal people will want to eat people every day. Why should I thank you because of this abnormal thing? It is you kidnapped me. Take me away from your loved ones. The whole staff was killed and died, and the park was out of control, and the dissatisfaction of the burial in the end of the year was vented. Seeing this, little Wings Hard actually dared to talk to him so much, and the courage suddenly exploded. You don't care about your planet, you don't care about us, You are a selfish little hybrid, you will only care about yourself. Pissed issue, the bigger voice shouted. If I only care about myself, why do I have to come back to save you? Chizinuchi pointed to the shackles. Take a look at me. Have you saved us? What is your problem? Do you know the man's terrible? Why have you come back to send dead? Xiangju is red, and said, why? Because I am gone, you are dead. I heard the words, and the brave wrinkled, and the height of the iron was not a steel. I am stupid. Your head is given to the arch. If you have escaped, we may have saved. This sentence is in an instant, but he thinks about a moment and lo, depressed. I have stayed with you from a small to most, except for your bastard. I have no other people who can trust. You are all caught. Can I still find who will save you? Moreover, the opponent is still so powerful. I heard it. This is deeply stifled to my further and no longer talk. After quiet in the hall, King Xi asked with a slight tone, kill, you will pay it with me. You are in the end this time. Who is the guy? Piskun looked at the eyes and shook his head. Unclear. I will meet with him. It is said that he is also a special blue star like me, but you have seen it just now. His strength is simply strong, and directly, it is destroyed by Mora. What? Brave was shocked. The big explosion of Mora is what he does? Otherwise, what do you think? You should see it at the time. Xiju strangely said. Great eyes and big eyes. Strap. I thought he used a super weapon to blow the Mora star. Who knew that his own strength? If you know that he is so powerful, I have long yet run. Who is your life? Parky. After a while, the hall door opened. Jason came in. Talking is very happy. I have heard the sound inside. I heard the words. The courage and the pissed are no longer talking. Jason came to them, smiled and said, don't worry, I will not kill you. Really? Xinting suddenly looked up. Hey, I am afraid of death. Brave Dismals. Of course, because you are right away. Jason's mouth breaks, deepened light blue pupils. It turns into golden yellow. Looking at the scholar's eyes, braveness and pizza and the gangs, the eyes suddenly became dull. After a while, they returned to normal, and they looked up together. Respect in respect, Master. Jason came to the throne and smiled. Very good, let them go. The guards behind them unlocked the electromagnetic of them. The maid came to the tray, handed a glass of wine. Jason reached out, taking a sip, asked, let's talk. What is going on? Master, I was flicked by this kid. He lied to me, said there is a big business to talk about it. I don't know if I don't know. Xiangju quickly explained. I have an eye before it is mountain. I am worried that you can't save the guard in Dorky, so I want to pull up to help together. Jason put down the wine glass and said, in addition, I am a bad guy, you just fill me together. Xinting was full of face, and the support did not speak. Okay, this is revealed. Jason put his hand. Not here. You said before telling me, there is no reservation about Liu Onan. Parky shook his head. There is absolutely no. That's good. Jason continued. Asked, about the Rescue take back the universe. Do you have any suggestions? I heard the words, and the brave shook his head. Pisp is a proposal, Master. I think I can put Liu Onan to attack Sandar Star, and tell the Nova Empire in the universe, let them get news in advance, and prepare for fighting. When the Liu Onan fleet arrived at the Sandar Star, the new Star Legion took the water and will have all the bottom. When we took the mountain, he took the 2 defeats, and we suddenly shot, and won the universe. Oh, there is a fight? The fisherman leaders. Good ideas, follow you. Jason rode. Shandafa, Nova headquarters. A soldier panicked into the meeting room. Nova to respect. I just received a letter from a sweater. They said that Liu Onan got a thing called Unlimited Gemstone, rushing to Shandan to thoroughly destroy. My heaven. Novava's appearance suddenly worked. As an empire, she knows the legend of Infinite Gems, and I have seen the disaster and destruction of Infinite Gem. If Liu Onan really got an Infinite Gem, Nahadal's star is to face the disaster. They are all criminals. Liar. The commander of the new Star Legion talks about this nonsense, even a word does not believe. They think we will believe it. Nova asked. Soldier replied, he said they just escaped from prison. If you don't really want to help, you can't get dying. Otherwise, he will become idiot, simply too endless. I am repeating him. Do you believe in him? Nova respected questions and asked. I think I will be a little exaggerated. I asked. Do you really believe that they are helping? Yes, I believe, the soldiers said. In this case, then you will prepare. I declare that Shandul Star officially entered the war status, with all the residents of the capital. All the New Star Army combatants inspect the weapons, stand in place. Nova respected the combat order. I heard the words. The commander asked very much, Supreme. Do you really believe in the words of the criminal? Commander, I know the power of infinite gems. This kind of thing is Ning believes that it is. It is not credible. After the combat order is issued, the army of the Nova Emperor is dispatched and started to distribute weapon ammunition and perform performance testing of spacecraft. After everything is completed, all combatants are waiting for the next order in the spacecraft. After a few hours, the Nova headquarters combat the command room, and it has found the trace of the Yunnan fleet. Nova Supreme half word, the part is true. Liu Onan really got infinite gem. How many soldiers have a dark star? How many spacecrafts? The combat power has a geometry as a dead end. These data have long engraved into their brain. With the strength of rare iron, you want to destroy the Sharda star is an idiotic dream, which is why he is going to join hands. Now, Liu Onan's flag drum does not adhere to the attack. Sanda is definitely infinite gem. Give him a bottom gas. All combat spaceships are all dispatched. Be sure to destroy Liu Onan's fleet. Don't let him enter Sanda Star, otherwise, everything will be destroyed on the planet. The combat order is reached, and thousands of New Star spacecraft take off from the headquarters, and they attacked the Luo South ship. Dark black asterisk. Luan is sitting on a throne, holding a powerful hammer. The nebula is rushing to walk into the main hall and said, Liu Onan, intelligence leaked. Shandul Star is ready. They dispatched all spacecraft. Liu Onan's eyes are indifferent, and it is not said, the death of the dead belly, the whole elimination. Under the order, the diablock is open, and hundreds of dead spirits are separated from the main ship to meet the New Star Legion. The two sides of the horse fight in space. The war is extremely fierce, and there is a spaceship to be destroyed almost every second. Over time, the death of the Yunnan fleet begins to show a disadvantage. On the one hand, the number of spaceships of the New Star Legion is twice that of the dead spacecraft. On the other hand, whether it is the weapon performance of the spacecraft, or the air combat tactical technique, and the combat quality of the soldiers, the New Star Army is crushed in the Yunnan fleet. If Luo is not getting infinite gem, then he ran to attack Sandal Star, will be ended in failure. After half an hour, the Yunnan fleet was eliminated. The New Star Legion won the chasing, using a remote weapon to attack the Dark Star. In an instant, the laser missile is flying, and the Dark Star is going to be the garbage fragment in the universe. Suddenly, the surface of the spaceship appeared in a layer of purple rays. Bang! The outer exterior of the spacecraft has exploded, but the smoke is scattered, but the Dark Star is safe. The combatants of the New Star Legion are all surprised. What is going on here? This level of attack, even if the Dark Star is equipped with an energy protection system, it is impossible to defense. Calm. Continue to attack. The New Star Legion commander did not believe in evil, and immediately ordered to continue to attack. Bang! Dramatic explosion occurs again, but dark black stars are still safe and sound. Continued to fly forward to Sandal Star. The goal of Liu Onan is to let the spaceship fall into the surface of the planet, because the greater the contact surface, the greater the power of the gem. The body is in space, and the strength of the gem is unable to play. In the command room, Nova to see all the screen, and suddenly face the face. Unlimited gemstones. Really infinite gems. Before this, she continued to deceive himself. Perhaps Liu Onan found other secret weapons. His killer is not infinite gem. After seeing the purple light, we woven the lie was stamped, and she pulled her back the reality. At the same time, she also went through the mind of Liu Onan. He wants to let the spaceship fall into the ground and then directly destroy the whole planet. All spacecrafts are networked immediately, and must prevent the Dark Star from falling to the ground. After Nova to respect the command, the remaining hundreds of spaceships are immediately connected together, and then connect each other by electromagnetic attraction. Several hundred spacecrafts form a golden big net, surrounded by dark asterisk. All spacecraft plus horsepower, the tail flames dramatically. The flight speed of the dark asterisk suddenly slowed down. Gradually, the spacecraft began to stagnate, and even reverse signs. See the window. Liu Onan hand-held the windows of the giant hammer spacecraft. Sander, you are ready to accept the accusation. The poor peace agreement can't save you. This fire will burn you into ashes. Finished. Roan lifted a heavy hammer. The strength of the gemstone shot a purple light, and instantly destroyed the blasting of the blasty in front of him. The spacecraft has all been networked, and the power of gemstones quickly passed to other spacecraft. Bang! Bang! All the Saki spacecraft exploded in turn, as the dominoes, the large block of large pieces were fried. Nova to see the scene in front of you, and suddenly showed desperate expressions. The most powerful new star army of Nova Empire is covered. The remaining armed forces is not enough Unantooth, and as long as the Diabli is landing to the ground, he can easily destroy the mountain Darfa. After it, everything is over. On the dark, Liu O South is standing on the window to look at the destruction caused by himself, surprised. Even if it is also the power of strength gems for the first time. This kind of power is really amazing, which is simply not to stop. Liu Onan lowered, watching the heavy hammer in his hand, his face slowly revealing the expression. With him, I will become the Emperor of the Universe. At that time, whether it is the stupid politician of the Kree Empire, or the universe hegemony of the kinematic flow, all have to kneel down at my feet. I am the strongest ruler of this universe. Liu Onan. At this time, the nebula once again broke into the main hall. What is? Liu Onan said cold. Xiang, after discovers two fleets, one of them seems to be a sweeping, and another fleet has never seen. Don't worry. Liu Onan sat back the throne and put the heavy hammer on the knee. Our goal is to let the spaceship landed to the ground. As for those unknown small past, don't take them at all. 2020, the year-end testimonial. 2020 is an extraordinary year, and it is also a year by everyone. This year, we defeated the New Crown epidemic, witnessing youth, witnessing the technology to shoot, crushing the Western myth. We are a historical witness, and the creation of history. In 2020, I was equally unexpected, and it is equally worthy of remember. Looking back at the beginning of the year, because the home is not available in the home, he will want to write a novel, then start a long choice, collect information, writing, repeatedly modified, try to submit. Unexpectedly, this book didn't have a novel that I didn't have a small surprise. Successful signing the contract, all the way recommended. Although there is some unpleasant in the middle, it is still satisfied until the day before the shelves. When I was still full of joy, when I was first booking, the novel was reported to be shielded. This sudden blow is like a sunny day, causing the next for a long time. I have been angry, irritated, dissatisfied, and the negative emotions of resentment. That is, the quality and quantity of novels suddenly fall, resulting in terrible data, but the data is bleak. But I will give you from the abandonment. Under the constant vicious circle, the novel finally walked into the street, and I was completely awakened by the bleak benefits. Then it is too late. Those who have been accompanying my book before going to the shelves, most of them have abandoned the book. I wake up like a dream, regret it. The past has passed, and the novel has also entered an end. What I can do is to write a book. Maintain the readers who are still chasing books. Because you need to work during the day, you can only write books at night, so 4,000 words updates every day are already the limit. But I will interact with the plot, give you a satisfactory ending. Finally, the new year is about to open. I wish you all the best in Huangtengda, Hongyun, good health, happy family. Thank you. Chapter 392 Rescue Plan. Encircle Ronan. Commander number. A guard walks into the main hall, single knee. The owner, the fleet of Liu Onan was eliminated by the New Star Legion, but the Dark Asterisk seems to have a protective cover that cannot be broken. The Nuva's fleet has been annihilated. Don't worry, the spacecraft can't be destroyed because of the strength of the gem. I have some way to solve. Jason is sitting on the throne, and the tone is plain. However, this Roan gets the strength of the strength. He can play a few strengths of the gemstone. I am very curious. I heard the words. Xingju self-disgust. The master, I can lead the part of the leader with the brave. Well, a good idea. The fleet will cover you to attack the Dark Star, but don't forget to save Walkie first. Have them to help. You will win more. Understand? Commander Number Open. Several hundred Sarah spacecraft flew away from the motherland, and the snow-sweeping spaceship was followed. Dark Asterisk. Xinyan broke into the main hall. The owner. The two fleets dispatched a large number of spacecraft. She is flat. There is no sense of tension, and two people are judged before. After seeing the power of the strength of gems, the world outlook of the nebula collapsed and rebuilt. It turns out that this world has such a powerful power. She saw her own little, and she was more awesome to Liu Nan. In her opinion, I get the strength of the gemstone, must be the strongest person in the universe, and stronger than her father. As long as I can please Renan, she can kill the tyrants and revenge, then follow the Liu Nan to conquer the universe and enjoy the joy of killing. I have to say that the nebulous Melanceed is still very fast. Unfortunately, her so-called new world view is still sitting on the sky. This universe is far more than her, far more than she imagined. Don't worry, the spacecraft of these inferior people cannot destroy the Dark Star. Our goal is to land to Sandal Star, and the rest is not important. If these idiots want to find a dead road, I don't mind send them. Liu the South grip is full of hammer and confidence is full. I know, the card magic is pulling them. You can rest assured, wait for me to destroy Sandal Star, complete with the trading of that woman. At that time, the card devil is yours. It is to die is life. You will decide. Leonin didn't care. Thank you. The neighborhood of the nebula. Boom. The voice just fell. The Dark Asterisk encountered a missile attack, but because of the strength of the gem guard, the spacecraft did not damage the damage. Hey, Liu Nan disdainted. Outer space. Hundreds of Sarah spacecraft work together but no effect. It is not careless to protect the guards. Just press the missile launch key, blow up a group of flames. Their goal is not to destroy dark black stars, but use flames to block the field of view, covering Parkwire and Courage action. Come on, see if this is there. Parky drove Milan to fly below the Dark Asterisk, and the Courage and the group of swears were followed. Boom. Piston pissed the launch button, the two missiles. The target is the belly of the spacecraft. Boom. A shocking loud noise. The power of the strength of the gems suddenly broke, and the black quags of the Dark Star were blown out a big hole. Yeah, success. Pisp is excited. Stinky boy, hurry to act. Brave reminded. I know. A group of people driving a spaceship through the big hole into the Dark Star number. It was attacked, and some people came in. The nebula looked at the three-dimensional image of the spacecraft, shocked. Liu Nan, what is this going? Just. He also boasted the sea, saying that there is a powerful barrier. These inferior spacecrafts are impossible to break the Dark Star. But this sentence said that there is not long after the exit, and the real fanatics is a slap in the face. Liu Nan is widened. I don't know what it is. The question of the nebula can't answer, because he doesn't know why. But the more dangerous moments, he must put everything in the posture of everything. Because if you don't know how to do it, the bottom of the following is more panicked. Don't worry, a little mistake. You hurried to bring people to catch the invaders. Do you want to catch? Okay. Of course, you have to catch it, otherwise I know why they can break the power of the strength of the gemstone. In fact, this thing is similar to magic. When you look at it, it feels very magical. Best can't understand. But as long as you understand the principles, you will find that it is not worth mentioning. Jason is just in the weapon library of Milan, with a spiritual rule. Although the soul law cannot take effect on the weapon, the effect between gemstones and gems can be offset each other. That is to say, the missile after the enchantment can ignore the power of the strength of the gemstone, directly attack the spaceship body. Xintpia and the brave spaceship rushed into the Dark Star, and the soldiers on both sides immediately fired. Unfortunately, the power of ordinary laser guns can't penetrate the armor, and there is no leaving in the outer casing. Cover them. The two immediately expanded. Under the order, dozens of spacecraft simultaneously fired, and the laser missile flew. From the above, the soldiers in Luonan are suffering and hurt, and the mourners are in the wild. With the powerful firepower of the spacecraft, they will eliminate the soldiers of the Dark Asterisk, and the body is lying around the body. A group of people jumped with a weapon and jumping off the spaceship. All gathered together. Brave viewed the spaceship map, said, "Let's go, the core area of the Dark Star is here." This two-dimensional map of this Dark Star is bought by friends on the black market. The so-called rat has a rat. Only your pocket is rich enough, and the big probability on the black market will not be disappointed. Under the leadership of the Courage, they found the car-cut core of the Drowning. A scanner of a masterpiece pulls out the equipment and starts to crack the door of the core area. Nailed it! Exclamation mark. After 10 seconds, the door opened. Xiangju and King Xiang are rushing inside, just hitting a group of soldiers. The leader is that the Trackman Karez. With Park has had a tracker in Magic Star. Parky Karez was surprised. When Yan, Xiju Dadi, you finally remember. When the Magic Star was reached, this bastard did not hear the name of Park. I didn't expect Xintpu stealing the universe, giving him a lot of trouble. I am afraid that he will not forget him in a lifetime. Ah, go to die. The enemy meets the red eyes, and Karez will hold Park overhead and then smash the wall. This man is amazing, and the Park is looking at it. At the critical moment of life and death, Park's fish head is also open. He immediately started the injector under the foot and raised the power to the maximum. Two flames spread out, greatly alleviated the impact of the impact. Xiangju finally hit the wall and stood up. In this moment, the two horses have already handed over the fire. Brave the sound, stinky boy, here to give it to me. You hurried to save people. Paternity is worried, you have no problem. Hey, still taking yourself. The Courage is open, and the waist arms belt does not have a strange metal arrow. It seems that it is no problem. I saw Jason gave the Yakuiro to Kyan, and the Paru was relieved, turned to the prison of the Dark Star. Several guilty was detained in an empty prison. Although there are not many people, this is still very happy. Soldiers who are responsible for guarding are to be disadvantaged by this group. The fleet of Luonan immediately destroyed the mountain data. Why didn't your owner still come to save us? Will not hear the name of Luan. Scare the fart and rising urine. Rocket Raccoon walked in the supervision and the feelings extremely panicked. This is absolutely impossible. Warji smashed the cross. Jason's strength is enough to rush Luonan. He can't escape. I used to be like this, but now Luonan got the gemstone. The strength became more than before. You determined that your owner will overcome him? Rocket Raccoon asked. My God, I have said countless times, I don't want to repeat again. Walkie was bored by the rocket. Camera suddenly asked, Warji, if? I said if. Walkie brides, I know what you want to ask. If Jason doesn't save people, I really have an infinite gem to trade with Luo South. It seems that you are afraid of death. Khmer was guessing, and there was some embarrassment. Rest assured, I am telling the truth. Even if Jason does not come, I also have a way to keep your life. Warji firmly said. If Jason really didn't come, she told Luonan to the intelligence of the soul gem. This silly pig will definitely look for Jason. Then Drakos suddenly asked, do you think of a possibility? What? Parky betrayed us. Although Warji left information, Xiju is afraid of being afraid of things. Do not dare to find Jason. Not doing with Luonan. When said, everyone is all silent. In the end, Park is just a thief. Can you count on a thief credit? The cooperation between them relies on money to maintain, and this cooperation is the most reliable at some time. And it is said to be cooperation, but it is better to say that a group of people have to allocate. After they escaped from the Clint prison, the alliance naturally disbanded, and the Park did not go to more. Drakos saw them unseefull, feeling that they were wrong, and they were busy. In fact, I like Park. Maybe he didn't betray us, just because of other things, Just wait a few days later. Hey! At this time, a fierce gunshot came outside from prison. Several people are busy standing up, and they can explore the head before the tunnel. The gunshots were stopped soon, and the quiet brisses rang a buzz. It's really heartbreaking. I got the news behind the horse to go to Moore. There is no delay in the road. I know that the days to wait in prison is not good, but this is indeed the fastest speed. Pissed hands holding a double gun and slowly coming out of the dark. Seeing his familiar face, everyone exposed a surprise expression. Scorpio, you are really coming. Ha ha, I will say, you are really a good buddy. Walker was slightly tone, asked, Park, Jason comes? Park point, of course. Otherwise, with myself, I have the ability to break into the warship in Luonan. After finishing, he picked up the key from the corpse of the guard. Hurry out, find your own weapon, we still have a hard battle. After the pissed, Xi Luan saved a few people, immediately ride the road to the main hall of Luonan. Hey, the stinky boy is not dead. They at the gate of the hall, just met the braveness of the completed fish, as well as the sweeps behind him. Don't worry, brave. I can't die first than you. Park did not have a good way. Warji does not participate in their chat, directly pull out the dragon swords and cut it on the iron gate. As a result, she was shocked. The exclusive weapon of the female martial arts, the unbelievable dragon teeth, actually only left 2 non-profound scratches on the iron gate. Seeing the cartoon raised, this door is created by rare metals. The main hall behind it is the safest place in the dark asterisk. Luonan has been staying inside. Wargi quickly asked, you should know how to open this door with Luonan. Card Magic is nodded and walks to the corner of the side to explore. How long does it take? She finds the institution that enforces the door. Bang, bang. The low voice sounded, and the thick door was slowly opened. Everyone is careful. Everyone took out the weapons and seriously guarded. Luonan is widely circulated in the universe, and he led the death of the dead spirit to burn, and many planets heard the name and was shocked. Now he gets strength gems, and strength becomes more unspeakable. Even if they have an absolute number of people, the chance of winning is also minimal. If it is not because of the master's task, he will not dare to perform the initial action against Luonan! The iron gate is fully open. I saw the Nebula hand holding a double knife and standing at the door to glaring everyone. I get it, you are really fools. For the delayed time, wait for the rescue. I heard the words. The Rocket Raccoon pulled out its quantum rocket, proud. Do you know how to do Luonan? This little fox pulled hatred really had a hand, and the starry face is ignored, and many more. Just when everyone was ready to do it, the Kago was suddenly walked, pulling out the long sword of the waist. You will go to Luonan first, she will give it to me. We fight with Luonan. Why do you pick a soft persimmon? Rocket Raccoon questioned. If Warji is forced to force, it has long been escaped with Grood. Now I see the guard devil wants to quit, and it is of course not intention. Camera opened it, said, because she is my sister, this reason is enough, the little fox. I heard the words. The rocket was full of fire, but I took a slap in Walkie. Don't go. Can you plan to succeed? Just look at your quantum small firecrackers. Is a rocket. Chapter 393 Jason shot, kill Luonan. One of the Rocket Raccoon did not play any effect. In the end, he is still unwilling to follow the people into the main hall, and taking the battle with Luonan, and the soft persimmons of the nebula will be given to the card. Everyone rushed into the main hall. The defense power in it was empty. Only 2 dead warriors were guarded outside the door. Drax and Warji hand down, and unsustainated will solve them. Luonan is in front, be careful. Brain reminded them again. Small Raccoon, are you ready? Walkie looks to the rocket. Quantum rockets are ready, but I suddenly feel somewhat soft. I can't make strength. Rocket Raccoon hugged. It's really afraid. Walkie disdained. Yes, I'm cool-bulling. The quantum rocket is handed over to you. The Rocket Raccoon handed the guy in his hand. Walkie can be a female Washan. She didn't hesitate to take a rocket, greeted everyone. Let's go. Luo South is standing on the window of the spaceship, looking at the increasingly close mountain. The fantasy in my mind is on my foot. let the Chandelure squatting at his feet. Suddenly, he felt that it was moved behind. Suddenly turned, I saw that the group of inferior people were holding a weapon, and the tiger stared at him. The woman named Warji stood in front, holding a strange weapon in his hand. Go to death, Luo Nan. Walgi is aiming at the heart of Luo South, and the trigger is buckled. Boom! A missile is shot out, and the dramatic explosion is ringing. Luo Nan has not reacted. It is fully packaged by their raging flame. Rocket Raccoon is really a weapon genius. Only by the garbage parts on the spacecraft, you can assemble a stagnant rocket, and the whole hall is shaking it. Success. Seeing Luo South, there is no sound. Dracus look excited. For the dead wife and women, it is his greatest wish in this life. I am afraid that she will hurt the hand of others. He must also look at Luo Nan's death without burning. Beware. Things are not so simple. Ban Whiteyude blows a whistle to call the sub-arrow and cautious. Luo Nan has strength gems, but it is not so easy to be done, otherwise he is eligible to invade the mountain Darfa. Walkie puts down the quantum rocket, and the eyes are then weird front. The thick smoke gradually dissipates, and Luo Nan climbs up from the ground. The attack just now suddenly, he is very big, there is no flash. But even if you have a quantum rocket, he just fell. The strength of the gemstone is holding in your hand, and you want to attack if he is not so easy. Jumping beam. I saw Warji and the sweater standing together, and Ronan understood. This woman is not going to invest in himself, and there. If Warji is rescued, take the spacecraft to escape from the Dark Star, and Luo Nan still has no way to take her. I didn't expect this group of idiots. I would like to have a rocket to kill yourself. That is, it will be sent to the door to find it. The heavy hammer in the hands of Luo Nan lightly rotates, and it is impacted to break up to them. Boom! Everyone was immediately hit to the air, and then the 17-8 fell to the ground. Luo Nan did not use the strength of the strength, because he wanted to hear this group of stupid guys. It's so letting them knows that even if there is no strength to gems, they are also the famous Alaga in the universe, is not a group of inferior people. Strong Dracath first stood up, digging the double knife between the waist, rushing toward him. Luo Nan, you killed my wife, killing my daughter, I want you to let your blood break. See the rush of Dracus' single-gun horse. Luo Nan is bragging, holding the right hand of the heavy hammer is behind him. One hand. Dracus suffered from humiliation and suddenly heard. He rushed to Luo Nan, and he waved his neck toward his neck. Luo Nan is slightly sideways and easy to avoid this knife. Drax is oblique, and immediately changed the change. Luo Nan quickly shot and slammed his wrist. Drax raised another arm, but the rapid farewell of Romans hit him out. Drax's nose distorted, fell to the ground mourning. I don't remember to kill your family. Luo Nan's step toward him, and the cold, don't remember to kill you. After finishing, he hit wait, ready to kill Dracus. Hey! At this time, the surprised whistle sounded in the main hall. Luo Nan suddenly felt the crisis, immediately cleaned the weight. The strength of the gemstone blooms a violet light, and it is covered by Luo Nan. Ding, ding, ding. The Yakaro rapidly hits, but it is not possible to break through the purple barrier. The waste and rapid movement in the Warji bow, waving the dragon teeth swords and one there. Ding! A fire flashes. The dragon tooth sword has not been able to clear the barrier. Rocket, Grut, hurry up, everyone together. Xiangju climbed up and raised a double shot and continued to shoot. Damn, I know. The rocket squinted with a dizziness, pulled out the laser gun from the bag. The group of swears did not dare to hide, and they took out their own skills. Among the groups, some people are responsible for the near-war attack. Some people are responsible for the distance from sniper, and some people do try to limit his actions. A group of people work together and the perfectness of cooperation. If there is no strength to be a gem nation, Luo Nan has been largely unloaded 8. In real, if there is number. Luo Nan was so hierarchy, and there was no master style. He was originally wanted to catch this banner, especially Walgi, who knows unlimited gem information. But now, if you don't use the strength of the gemstone, then he will have been by the group. Once you have used the strength of the gem, this help is a life, you will see your luck. Because Luo Nan can't control the strength of the strength, even if he has a hammer as a medium. Annoying bug. Go to death. Liu Nan angered. The strength of the gemstone once again bloomed, then shot a purple laser. Be careful, Warji reminded loudly, and then quickly flashed one. Although the speed of the laser is very fast, but as long as the reaction is fast enough, the eyes can pre and dodge before Liu Nan laser. Everyone in block is elite in the pavilion in 100 war. Most people pounce on the side in advance and barely escaped deadly. However, several sweeping responded slightly and was hit on the front of the laser. Boom! A shocking loud noise. The few swears were instantaneous ash, and the bones were not deprecated. The dark asterisk is also a big hole, and the severe cold wind is scraped. Everything happened here, through the hidden camera on Park, back to the command office. See, Liu Nan regards the strength of the strength as a shell. Jason can't help but laugh. Stand up from the throne. The following content is not seen. This Liu Nan is a waste. He did not control the strength of the gem, but it became the power of the strength of the gemstone. I am so cautious. Let Xushu go to try his bottom. It seems that this is a waste of time. The door of the commander number opened. Jason's energy poured out to form a protective cover, and then made a dazzling meteor to the Dark Star. The battle of the Sisters of the Karmas and the Nebula finally came to an end. Inspiration. The Cardinal will defeat the Nebula again and won the victory. My sister, don't help the madman to help you abuse, let us join hands together. The Nebula is lying on the ground, and the Cardinal squatted to persuade her. Hey, in my opinion, your group of talents is a madman. Xinian can't help but smile. You don't understand all. Now there is a lot of Rinan. He can eliminate the fleet of Nova Empire, and it is a dead road. Carter launched. We have many helpers. If you add you, you will definitely get rid of Liu Nan. The voice just fell, and the temple was born. Kamui immediately stood up and looked tense. Ha ha ha. Xinian laughed. It seems that your helper is not okay. I advise you to surrender. You will never defeat Liu Nan. Card magic pulls out the sword. The eyes are firmly said, even so, I am willing to fight side by side. After finishing, she is ready to rush into the main hall. A bunny wind suddenly hit, the card magic stopped, and quickly raised his hand and grabbed his eyes. Waiting for the wind, the two sisters are surprised to find that there is a man standing in front of him. The daughter of the tyrant? Jason glanced. Who are you? He launched a long sword, guarding in the nearshore. Jason does not pay attention to them, walked towards the main hall. Who he is? Xinian asked. Carter launched. Don't know, but I guess it should be Jason Walter, the owner of Warji. The necklace exclaimed. I have to go see. Tell, the card is laminated. Oh, I will go. The nebula was smashed, and she had to struggle to climb the front. In the big temple, the sweeping people were suffering, and there were almost left. Warji and others have also fallen on the ground, seriously injured, weak resistance. Looking at it, only Liu Nan is standing safely. He highly raised the hammer, and it was proud, humble. This is to resist my end. Put the strength of the gem as a shell, can make this kind of words. I heard the words. Liu Nan surprised the head and looked at the random guest of the eyes. Jason. Ha ha. You are finally here. The Warji's mouth is flowing with blood, but I can't help but throw the dragon tooth swords in my hand. I am lie on the ground. Jason came. Everything is over. This man will always give people a sense of security. It seems that there is no reason, just believe that he is right. Jason Walter? Liu Nan kept name. It turns out that you are her master, the person who wants to trade the universe. Yes, it is me, Jason said dilute. Liu Nan curiously asked. The woman said she is about the intelligence of the soul gem. If she doesn't lie, then the information is from you here. Well, it's not wrong. I heard the words. Liu Nan's heart was hot. Asked, what is the information? As long as you say, I don't die around you. Okay. Jason's mouth hooked slightly, picking out a golden gemstone from the pocket. That intelligence is that the soul gem is actually in my hand. Liu Nan has been round, and the A's are not staring at the lightweight gemstone. Not only him, even the rockets, Dracus, Carilla, and the nebula are climbing into the main hall, but also all in the spot. Unlimited gem. Another infinite gem card launched by the card launched, and there was no only once released the words, and Jason had the ability to destroy the planet. They still have a little curious. I don't know if it is an illusion. I always feel the golden rise of the heart of the gemstone, and it is bleak some of the purple rays of the strength. Liu Onan looked at the palm of the palm and shocked. Unlimited gem is the legendary artifact. How I suddenly became a bit bad street, not only to, but also the owner of the soul, but also an unknown generation. After a moment, Liu Onan finally slowed the god, frowning. Why can you hold the soul gem? What is the mystery? Liu Onan clearly remembers the feeling of holding strength gems. The body is torn, and it is painful. It seems that the rubber man is rushing too much gas, and it is necessary to explode. Ji Jusen held the heart of the soul, but it looked easily and did not have a slightest discomfort. Because my strength is stronger than you, it is so simple. After finishing, Jason took the soul gem back and reached out. Okay, the question is finished. You can give me strength to me. What did you say? Liu Onan grabs the hammer. Purple rays shrouded the whole body. He hit. Let me hand in gem. Why? Jason has said, if you rely on your waist, you will not have it. The voice just fell, and Liu Onan angry, step a few steps, then reached out of the hammer and launched a purple laser. Seeing, Jason is bruised, and there is a golden light. Boom. The purple laser is not biased to hit Jason, fry the surrounding ground into a huge pit. The smile has not bloomed on the face of Liu Onan. He saw a fog from the fog. In the next second, Jason turns forward to Liu Onan, and he did not respond. Jason quickly reached out, passed through the purple barrier, holding the throat of Liu O South, and then squatting him in the air. Hey! Liu Onan blindly Berlin gently, shocked, quickly waving the heating hammer, smashed in Jason. 1 hammer, 2 hammer, 3 hammer. Jason is too lazy to dodge because his attack has no slight effect. Before you die, I will tell you about one thing. Jason's way. The effect between gemstones and gems can be offset each other. That is to say, if two unlimited gem owners fight, hard strength is more powerful, and for me, you are really too weak. After that, Jason's palm suddenly took force and pinched Liu Onan's neck. Snapped. A crisp, Algidant Roan's heads. Chapter 394 captures the strength of the strength, and attacks the mountain's Daltime. In the cold hall, the body of Liu Onan fell to Jason's foot, and the square head rolled into the side. The dark blue eyes were rounded. He didn't understand that he didn't understand. He as a general of the Kree Empire, why did he die in an unknown merchant? One of the temples is silent. Everyone is stupid to look at Liu Onan's corpse. I thought that Jason and Liu An will have a championship. I didn't expect the battle. I have come to an end. Looking forward to falling, leaving only a full of embarrassment. Maybe they are too rare. Warji has said that Liu Onan and Jason are not a level of opponents. If the two meet, Liu Onan only has a spike. Liu Onan. Drakus dragged the body that was full of blood, sticking up from the ground. Before he went to Liu Onan, he slammed his foot. Killing Mad, Devil, Babud, Scorpion. Drakus stepped on countless feet until the head of Liu Onan was stepped on blood, pulp and crushed meat together, never resolved. Finally, he fell to the ground, screaming and crying. Just when the deluxe whip corpus, Jason reached out and picked up the hammer on the ground. When he touched the hammer handle, the strength of the gemstone is playing. It seems to feel the existence of partners. Take the gemstone in the customs, just as if you break the tiger's teeth, give it to Stove Chain. The wild and weapons are locked. Can it be a beast? Can play a few power? Hey, it's ignorant. Jason Cities. The pupil honestly turned into a golden. He reached out his fingers and put his gemstone from the hammer, and then in his hand. What? Jason is roaring, and the arms are shining on the arm. Just instantly in the gemstone contact with the body, he felt a thrilling energy into the body. The infinite gem is born in the universe bombings, which is better than any creature in the universe. Such artifact can naturally can't touch, so this horrendous energy can actually see the test of infinite gems. With the test, you have the qualifications of the gemstone. The test failed. You will be broken by this energy fried. Of course there is a third road, that is, like Liu Nan, which is speculative, using powerful foreign objects to withstand this force. For Jason, don't need this at all. Although this energy is powerful, it has not broken through the limit he can withstand. After a moment, Jason took this energy to absorb this energy, and the strength of the gemstone was quiet, and the well is waiting for the palm. Jason picks up the gem and is carefully detailed in front of you. Hard to almost unavailable power gems, exudes noble and charming purple rays. It's beautiful. Congratulations to the owner to win the strength of the gem. Only 4 in the 6 unlimited gems. Walgi went to him. Well, Jason took the gem and turned to look at her. Although some are awkward, I still congratulate you to complete the task. This is my honor. I will do better next time. Walgi Neal. Hey, what if you have something to say? The dark asterisk is going to fall. Rocket Raccoon leaned against the window, watching the big shouting of the ground at hand. I heard the words. Jason turned his head, stared at the rocket, and the expression was surprised. To tell the truth, if you don't open, I thought you were plush toys. Rocket Raccoon is a player, shaking his head. It doesn't matter, you will try it out. Master, this is the pet that I have brought to you. This small raccoon will vomit, the poisonous tongue, or a jailbreak master, once successfully crossed 23 prisons. Right, it will even manufacture weapons. Power is very amazing. Walgi is posted on Jason whispering. These I have listened to Parkway, but I witnessed it. I still feel some incredible. I am very satisfied with this gift. Jason is interested in staring at the rocket. When the small raccoon suddenly felt a bad cold, the big voice, don't talk, whispers, we are going to die. Reassure, I am, you can't die. Jason suddenly walked over, and the body poured an energy to wrap everyone. This is Carton looking at the light blue energy ball. The expression was surprised. This is one of the energy protection covers. The master's ability. There is it. Even if the bullets are hurt, you can't hurt you. Walgi explained. Not only that, the energy protection cover can also fly with you. Jason pulled the strength gem from the pocket. Seeing everyone is curious to stare at him. Liu Nan has been transacted, and what else should be used to use strength gems? This spaceship is ugly. The light is dim. The space is suppressed, and there is no residence value. I don't intend to clean it in the ground, and the shore is destroyed now. After finishing, Jason clever strength, skilled. There are many similarities between gemstones and gems. They all have the universe in the universe. Jason has absorbed the definition of the spirit of the soul, and the proficiency of the law has reached the point of fire. Even if you first start your strength, it is also your heart. The gem of the hand suddenly shines from purple rays. A dark star is eroded by a road of purple ripples, and quickly falls. Be careful. Oh my god. The hall fiercely shakes, and the boulder on the top of the head continues. Everyone at the foot is unstable, and the east is in the east. Jason's idea moves. The energy ball immediately put them from the air. It's been a big eyes. The next picture is the most exciting. The purple texture is getting dense, all over the corners of the spacecraft. Finally, this large-scale spacecraft with 5,000 or 6,000 people, broke out. A shocking loud sound, accompanied by a shock wave, thoroughly made the dust of the universe. The height of the Sandal Star is less than 1 kilometer. Jason and others were suspended in half of the air, and they watched the dark star to decompose by purple rays and finally turned into ashes. Everyone is silent, and all the power of the strength of the gemstone is shocked. In front of this level of power, what is Liu Nan, what dark clock? Everything is so pale, unbearable. The Cardalaron and the Nebula are relatively heartbeat. In addition to this, they also found that although the first use of strength gems, Jason's palm of the gem is far from Liu Nan. Those purple light happened to destroy the dark asterisk, and nearby high-rise buildings did not destroy. This exquisite control is too much. If you just shot, it is not him, but Liu Nan. I am afraid a few people at the foot of the foot. It is already a waste of smoke rolling. This is Sandal Star. Jason led them slowly landed. When he got up, he overlooked this planet. His face suddenly exposed a surprise expression. Warji flew to the side of the way. Yes. Shandal Star is the capital of Nova Empire, is also known for the universe. The scenery is beautiful. The people are simple. Hey, there are people here to be stupid. Where is the folk customs? Don't forget that the Nova army also grasped you into prisons. Rockets were disdainful. Whether the people of the people are simple, I don't know. I don't care, but I really fall in love with it, Jason said. What? The Rockets stunned. Even if you get your eyes, you can't see where this planet is special. The blue sky, clear rivers, green woods, magnificent architecture. This planet and the Earth are very similar, and the city in front of them is like a few hundred years later. Jason's thinking abroad, can't help but feel it. Earth, New York, Kill, is it your hometown? Kada laughed curiously. Warji has said that Jason and Park are special blue. No, I'm not a planet. I am born in Missouri. Xiju is a serious way. Stupid goods. Missouri is not on the Earth. Jason couldn't help but satirize. Ha ha. Wen Yan, laughing with the Kagawa. Everyone is a state of laughter, except for the Nebula and Drac. Nebula is still prisoner. How will Jason dispose of her? Is it a handle? Still imprisonment? When I think of these, the Nebula can't laugh at all. Kmai saw Dracus frown, and quickly comforted. Your wife and daughter can finally rest in peace. You have reported his hatred for them. Dracus looked at the card. Shensheng, yes, Liu Onan is just a squat. I really want to know the behind-the-scenes Black Hand dash. Wen said, the card is laid in place, and I don't know what it is. Slowly landing into the city street. I can look at it, and there is no one around you. The people here should be avoided, and the Nova Empire is much better than other empires. See the widespread card. It doesn't matter, people have more affected my emotions. Jason leaned against the railing, quietly appreciate the modern city. Not long, several floating empty cars flew from the distance and landed in front of them. A temperamental blonde woman coming towards them under the personal guards of the soldiers. The woman walked to Jason, smiled and reached out. I am the ruler of the Nova Emperor. I can call me Nova Supreme. On behalf of the Nova Army, I would like to pay lofty and sincere thanks. Thank you for saving the Shandal Star. Really? You really want to thank us? Of course, if you have need, we will try our best. Nova to respect sincere way. Very good, I just have request. Jason's evil laughed. Please speak. Your planet Shandal Star is so beautiful, it is the same as the future planet in the fantasy. Clean air, the clear lake water, majestic and spectacular buildings. Thank you for your praise. Nova suited to laugh. But such a beautiful planet is destroyed in the hands of the people in Luo South because of your incompetence. This shows that you are not worthy of rule. Wen said, everyone in the scene was shocked. Kmai is waiting for each other, Nova to respect, and the soldiers behind her are also a face. You have no fantasy. What do you want to do? Nothing. I look at this planet. You can roll. Let's go. I dare to give Supreme. The soldiers roared, lifted guns. Slow. Nova is busy to stop the soldier. Turn around to Jason. If you really like the Mountain Star, I can reward you to give you. Reward. Jason came to interrupt her. This word is only used in the power of the weak. And your hands have a messy butterfly. What qualifications give me a reward? Wen said, Nova to respect. The face rose red, but he wanted any words to oppose, because the truth was as he said. I have already said, from now on, Shandal Star will be ruled by me. If you don't want to die, just give me out. Looking at the expression of Nova Supreme face, the car demon took to Warji, anxiously. Hey, what is going on? Warji faintly said, if you see, Jason, if you look at something, you have to get your hand. But you can rest assured, he is not interested in the weak of the killing. As long as the people know the time, there will be no life danger of. Carton is simply angry. Just because I like it, I will force the hometown of others and I will go out. This behavior is the difference between the killing of my hometown. Kagan launched the brain of Jason, couldn't help but reach the laser gun in the waist. Come, hurry, you have no time to consider. Boom. The gunshot suddenly sounded. Several bullets were shot from the muscle and hit Jason's head. However, when the bullet contacts the body, They lose all kinetic energy, and they fall to the ground. Jason's face is dark, slowly turned, and his eyes glared in the card. In the next second, the shocked Walkily woke up. She quickly pulled out the dragon sword, shot the gun in the hand of the card, and then horring the sword on her neck. Card Demon, what? You are crazy. Hey. Card Demon scored a cold, not ready to do anything. I have heard of your deeds. These years, you have a lot of people who have slaughtered in the world. It is full of blood in your hand. There is any qualification to put aside of the sacred person. Don't tell me, you are sudden conscience found. Jason's satirical way. Kamui still wants how to answer questions. The group of stupid Nova military officials thought it was a good opportunity, and even busy shot to the back shot of Abison. The intensive bullets are shot in Jason, but there is no slight effect. Jason helplessly sigh, then the palm of the palm. A blue energy ball shot out. Boom. After the end of the road, the Shandalhang people were all fried as a residue. Since it gives the opportunity, don't cherish it. Don't blame the enemy. Forget it. I don't have a little interest in your speech. I just had a step, now I'm giving you, just give you up. Jason looked at everyone, and the pupil became a golden. Chapter 395. The sudden action of the tyrant. Jason launched a big cleaning in the Sandar Star. The capital of the big capital became the private stone palace of Jason, and millions of residents living here were all rushed to the forest to discuss life. Only slaves that sell souls become faithful. They can continue to live in this dream city. During the period, the residual forces of the Nova Emperor launched a counterattack. However, these resistance, but the soldiers and fleets under Jason and the fleet. The focus of the Nova Legion, stacked in the garbage dump of the smoked day outside the city, and formed a strong contrast with the brightness of the city. Destroying the Roan fleet, attacking the mountains. A month, Jason Walter. This name resounds throughout the galaxy, and spreads in the universe with viral spread. The original Non-Nova Empire headquarters, now become Jason's private Wangting. Those places with no evitation or seemingly reversed, transformed into a luxuriously enjoyed wine pool forest. In the hall, Jason is sitting on the throne of the totem. He took off a slightly moving suit, replaced a comfortable and soft silk, less than a bit of domineering, but a bit more expensive. The modern minimalist style of the original hall has also become a brilliant look. From the throne to the 20th step, Walgi and others are standing on both sides. Strength gemstones, soul gems, 6 unlimited gems have been in hand. Jason Hongyang sounded in the main hall. Master, you call us, is to find 4 unlimited gems? Walgi stood out. Yes, but when you are a gemstone and space gems, I'm going to know. You don't worry. You have to find the remaining 2, soul gems and realistic gems. I heard the words, and the cheese stationed to the middle position and said, the owner, I received a letter. Some people have seen the realistic gem. Brave and his scouts are mercenaries. They wanted to make an appreciation in the universe. In order to successfully complete the task, they understand the customs, and the 3 tends to be 9 streams, and the intelligence work is naturally important, so they can always know some unusual secrets. Oh, then you talk. About 2 years ago, someone saw 2 Azad people in the pub, a mysterious box in his hand. Listening to their conversations, the box is a realistic gem. So, the realistic gem is invested. Jason did not frown. God domain, Azar, lives there, a group of guys who are self-cultivation, among them, the evil spirit Sarah Wastewood, which is not hit. If you are singing, half of the people in the seat can overcome him. Thunder's soul has strength, potential. It is unfortunately to be impetuous, flammable and anger, and there are a bit of a smart property. He may be invisible to the seat, but it is not the enemy of Jason, and it is too insufficient. Really let Jason are worried about the owner of the gods, this man who once ruled the universe before thousands of years ago. When he first visited the earth, human beings were still in the Stone Age. Even if the time is ruthless, this once the king has also reached the old fierce period, but no one knows that he still retains a bit of power. So Jason is temporarily unwilling to provoke those people in the case of not preparation. No, No, the words of the courage have turned away. The two people have lost their words, saying that the real gem cannot stay in Azar, because two gems are placed in the same place, will only lead to killing and hatred. The purpose of their travel is to hand in the hands of the trusted people, but they did not reveal the name of this person. Jason is silent, said, "There is no clear goal is indeed unfortunately, but gem is not in a city, but it is a good news. Brave. The realistic gem is given to you. You are responsible for continuing to check along this clue. Follow card. You led Park, Rocket, etc. Responsible for looking for clues about the soul gem. Follow. The two dials have a task, and there is only two hands in walkie in the hall. Master, do I need to find a clue alone? No. Jason shook his head. I will soon close the customs to absorb digestive strength. In this time, Chandel Star will manage it. By the way, I will give you a wake-up. I am going to have a region in the capital, specializing in a group of universe tourists. You have to stare around. Maybe there will be unexpected surprises. Understood. After receiving their respective tasks, they left the hall. Jason also stepped down the steps and walked into a specialty for a closed room. Absorption gem only takes a few days, but the power of the digestion will take several years. If you want to increase the speed of digestion, only to leave trivial things, remove distractions, intravents, focus on rules energy. This is Jason's laws found in Sihak Singh. After I used it for a long time, I learned how to put the brain and face my heart. Therefore, he handed the things to Walkie and handed a gem to the Kalong and Brave, and also built a secret room to do all the purpose. It is digested strength as soon as possible. Closed. Start. I hope that the time required to digest the second infinite gem is better than the first infinite gem. Endless painted black universe. A large spacecraft is flying in the space of the universe with amazing speed. Temple. This is the name of the spacecraft. Its owner is a famous Titan madman who is known, and the tyrant, Sunos. Jason defeated Liu Onan to capture the deeds of Shada. In the universe, the circulation did not have to pass it into the ears of the tyrant. The stinky boy and Liu Onan lost. I learned this news, and it broke out. The combat power of Liu Onan is generous, and it is possible to defeat Witch Unsolicited. However, the time of each time, in his hand, you can hold strength gems. Attentive, there is no confidence to defeat him even if Liu Onan is in the world. However, in this case, Liu Onan was killed by an unknown junior, which of course gave the tyrants shocked. In the end, Liu Onan is too weak, and there is no power to play the power of strength. Or strength gems may not be as strong as it is imagined. Alternatively, the person called Jason Walter has strong power than the gem holder. If the first two, maybe it is not enough. The tyrant is truly worried about the third case. Therefore, the layout of the unlimited gemstones has not been completed, and he must act in advance, and give a small fish in the fishing pond for more than 2 years. 2 years ago, the realistic gem fell into the hands of the Asgard, but I don't know if it is smart or stupid. Odin does not want 2 unlimited gems to be hidden in Asgard, which will recruit people, so he decided to give the realistic gem to a trustworthy person. Broadurti's information has not been below this, and the intelligence system of the tyrants is even better. He got the name of the person. Collectors, Tanolia Time. The destination of the temple is the planet he live, the virtual area. It is said that the planet is somewhat unscrupulous, because the virtual area is actually ancient times. A monk is cut off. Hundreds of years ago, the collector came to the organic matter that sent people in the head. Blood, bone, brain tissue, spinal fluid. These are rare products. In addition, the virtual place is also the largest black market in the galaxy. Almost all of the high-priced items are from here. It is happening here when it is inconsistent, cruelty, and dark crime. The temple number passes through the jumping point, soon appeared near the virtual place. This strip is extraordinary, and the helmet is rare, and there is countless double-edged large machete. He took a few in his hand and came to the door of a bar. A group of people walking, full of majesty and domineering, pedestrians on the road have avoided. The guys and guards in front of the bar don't be scared at this moment. Dominate. How can this funeral star come true? Before going to the world, he did not waste, and the double-blade chopped knife holder directly on the neck. Where is Trier? In the favorite room. Take me in the past. Okay. The collection room is the most popular place to stay. His biggest hobby is to collect the rare gadgets from all over the universe, whether it is art or daily necessities, whether it is a dead or living. As long as it is seen by him, it will spend a lot of money, then put it into the collection room. At this moment, Tyler is standing in front of a glass box, smiling, looking at something inside. This is his new collection. A small doll less than 5 years old. He came here to an extinct race. The head is like an ostrich egg. The ear is like the elf, and the skin is abnormal, like snowflakes. Suddenly, T1 saw a stain on the glass, and smiling and pulled down. Karina. Yes, master. Standing on the side, the red-skinned woman holding a rag, a spirit of screaming. Your people have turned it. Yes, the owner. Karina looked at the arms and nodded. That is moving. Recleaning the collect room. Don't remind you, the last servant that makes me dissatisfied. What is finally put? Karina looked up and looked not far away. A woman with red skin is closed in the glass box. Hands, feet, neck, forehead. All wear electronics. This place can not only use it as a shackles, but also free to release the current, kill you, but you can get rid of you. When said, Karina is cold in the back of the ridge. She quickly fell into the ground, wiped the stain on the glass box with the rag in her hand. Exclamation mark. At this time, the collection room suddenly opened. Let's arrogance. No one allows you to come in. T1 angry turned around. Master. Guarded outside the door, shook it. What happened to you? Guard has not spoken. A pair of purple big hands pushed him open. Seeing the man walking into the collection room, Tirio's face is big, and I am busy and asked, I broker, how come you? Tiri, I heard that a few years ago, you received an unlimited gem. The kneeling broke the helmet and cut the double blade cutting on the wall. Yes. T1's eyes were unveiled, and the intense explanation said, but that is not a transaction, but the Astad people let me be kept on. Obviously, it is an idea to play an infinite gem. This guy is a war madman, which can't afford it. But Astad's Ododia. He also can't afford it. The best way is to tell the truth of the kinematism. You can scare him the best with Odin's name. If you can't, he has an explanation with Odin. Very good, now give me the gem to me, let me keep it. Tiri is disappointed. It seems that he is iron. Forget it, just do it. Then you will wait, I will take it right away. After a while, Time took a square metal box. He put the box slowly on the table, and a flowing scarlet liquid appeared in front of everyone. This is the potential, which is a realistic gem. After the kinemat is close to the table, they confirm that Tryon did not deceive him, and suddenly remember that Liu Nan was defeated by Jason. About 6 unlimited gems. What do you know? I heard the words. Tiri lifted his hand to wave in the air, and suddenly a virtual image was suddenly turned out in the air. It is the picture of the universe explosion of 6 unlimited gems. The tyrant's and Tiffany are naturally interesting in the lack of interest, but the servant Karina is very fascinating. I know what is not more than you. I heard the words. I broke out some disappointment, asked, what do you think? Liu Nan has powerful gem, but it was defeated by Jason Walter. I guess you must be very curious. Let's talk. What do you know? The answer is very simple. Jason Walter has a soul gem, so he can defeat Liu Nan. Yes. That is the unlimited gem you have got. Later, you put him in the scenarios to hand over Liu Okui. The result. It turned out to be like this. Getting Tiri's answer, the doubts in the heart of the tyrant finally declined. You open a price. Tiri smiled and refused. Ethara is not my own thing. I just preserved for Asked. I am talking about information. I need Jason Walter's detailed information. Oh. You are very polite. This is afraid that you need some time. You will receive $1 cash and transfer transfer. Just in the two people pulled out the chip transfer, Karina slammed to the table. Seeing T1 angered, Karina, refund. Karlina is excited. I don't want to be your slave. After finishing, she reached out and holding the Ethernet particles. Boom. In an instant, a red shockwave swept the hole. Tywin was directly hit. The tyrant stands in place, and the eyes are stunned to Karina. What? The red texture invades her body, and the role of Karina is flying, and the Turtrees collection room has become a ruin. I broke her, picking up the box and recollected the Ethernet particles. I will take it with 2 particles. You can tell ASEE. In addition, about Jason's intelligence you have to speed up. It is best not to let me find you again. Time Greyface climbed up from the ground and said, I know, you can rest assured. The tyrant returned to the temple, quickly left the virtual. After 6 months, a smashing spaceship came here. Leonin spent half a year and finally found the fall of the potato, and it was still a step. Chapter 396. Jason Summer. New with the party. Walt Star, Wang Ting. With the apostrophe. The door closed for a year and 3 months finally opened. Jason looked out of the room and took a deep breath and slowed out. At this time, his clothes are ragged, and it looks like a tramp. Only the light blue eyes are still sharp. Congratulations to the owner's customs. Outside the door, 2 beautiful women, good face, single knee on the ground. They wear a silver-white short battles, looks like a bright. The boots cover the knee, reveal the snowy thigh. Don't have a long sword inlaid with ruby. Beautiful blonde is free to sprinkle on the shoulder. I saw the people outside the door. Jason from the band for more than a year, hands up and down. 2 beautiful women look as high, even more rare. They have almost a touch. Twin? Yes, master. The 2 sisters are not old, and the sound is full of youthful vitality. Are all Warji arranged? Jason asked. You guess it is right. Twins are in the same channel. Yes, it's all good. Jason prays. The body is smelling. Take me to the bath. In addition, the Warji is all of them. After 3 hours, Jason sat on the throne of the Talked Hall. He cut off his long hair, shaved his beard, put on a luxurious silk robes, and changed the goblin. Twin sisters have a tight sword to discover the throne. After accompanied by Jason, the 2 sisters were full of spring, and the skin was more pink, and a pair of emotional eyes were sufficient to enchant all beings. I saw the strangeness of the sister, kneeling on the walkway under the steps to show the smile. I have been closed for more than a year. How are your respects? I heard. Warji stood up. Lang said, the master, after more than a year of fermentation, you defeat the Rosen ship's priestess, convey the corners of the universe. Take your blessing. Walt Star's international trade is very prosperous, and the foreign population has skyrocketed, but unfortunately, there is no news from their mouth to get infinite gems. This is in the expectation. Jason's expression is calm, and the tone is not happy. I want to obtain an unlimited gemstone through the universe. To obtain an unlimited gemstone. After all, 99.99% of those people even have any stones. It is unclear. If it is really a big luck, it will encounter, even the big surprise. If it is nothing, it will not be discouraged. Jason asked, we occupy Walt Star for more than a year. Is there any reaction in the residual of Nova Empire? Of course. They sent the fleet to the caravan route separated by 3, and they also gave our transportation team, and even wanted to sneak attack the capital. Walkie is a cold laugh, disdain. Later, I was annoyed by this batch of small people. I sent a large number of fleet to destroy the remnants of the Nova Empire, and occupied the total 183 planets under the treatment. Ha ha ha, too beautiful. Jason nodded with appreciation. This matter is actually his premiere. Thanks to Walkie, me, Kirsten, Jason, and the superiority of the same party have risen to 9, as the reputation is getting more and more. He is still recruited a new party for some time. Warji introduced more than a year. Next, the courage is standing to the middle, and the expression is ashamed. Master, I spent more than half a year, finally found the fallen of the realistic gem. At that year, the ASEE people put them in the Collectu here. But I am still slow. The realistic gem has been taken away by the tyrant. It is also a tyrant. Jason looked up at the card. We will continue to explain, after we get this news. We have launched an attack several times, hoping to take the realistic gem. It can be helpless, but also drag down the fleet loss. It doesn't matter, know where the gem is in, but the tyrant is not your fault. Step down. Jason put his hand and didn't care about, okay, who is it? Kamui immediately stood in the past, full of junction. Master, I found the drawing of the soul gem. Really? Where is the drawing? I'm burned by me. But I remember the place, just in Wamiastar. When said, Jason's hovered heart finally landed. Too good, I finally have news. I will recall the fleet staff immediately, and I will go to Wamiastar after 3 days. At dusk, in order to celebrate Jason to go smoothly, Volkly arranged a grand dinner. In addition to Jason believes, she also invited the fleet commander of Waldstar Alliance, the caravan boss of transporting goods, the universe's wolf soldiers. Of course, the most indispensable is of course a famous lady in the city. Warji knows Jason's good. In order to make the dinner more lively, she invited tens of thousands of guests. But there is no palace in Wangting to accommodate so many people. So she decided to temporarily open the back garden of the palace. More than a year, Walkily made Wangting hold transformation in accordance with Jason's preferences and requirements. I remember that when Sarkis Tar, Jason said that the rich in the earth lived in the manor, and each family had a private garden for guests. Walgi will tell this sentence in your heart, and she borrowed the garden experience of other planets and fused their characteristics, and finally built this more than enough super large garden. When Jason's first stepped into the garden, it was really stunned by the scenery here. The garden is divided into several areas, both Chinese garden style, and Western lawn style, and more is the wonderful style of Jason Ping's students. Let you be Wangting's executive. It is a good idea. Standing on the tower carved in a boulder, Jason said smiling. I think so too. Warji stood on the side and confidently laughed. But you still make a small mistake. What? Walgi frowned. Such a beautiful place, how can you make those who are rough people? Too much staining this beautiful. I think that their dirty feet step on the lawn. I feel a heart broke. Warji explained. You have been closed for more than a year. This feast must have a strong and big, which will make the universe guests see Waldsona. Jason sighed. Okay. But you must guarantee that you can't let them damage my garden. Those people are not good. I am afraid that I have a lot of wine began to do. Walklies said. Don't worry, I have tongued the fleet main force. As long as someone is done or the problem immediately will be cleared. That's good. Jason's head. Don't stay alone, I take you to turn. In addition to those who are rough, I also invited many ladies. Wen Yan, Jason's eyes lit. I don't know if Jason is fighting, although the dinner is hot, but there is no trouble to appear. Those mad soldiers or commanders of the Wihao are also old and actually sitting on the chair and chatting. When the dinner was held, several soldiers hurried into the venue and walked to Jason. The owner, there is a large fleet close to Waldstar, and they said in the entry, it is the owner. With the party, Jason put down the wine glass and said, yes, let them come in. Follow. The soldiers left immediately. Not long after, Warji and others came over and asked, what hasty is there? Jason looked at the sky and smiled. It does have something wrong, but it is a good thing. I am relieved. Warji asked, what is good to make you happy? Jason said, Mai is about to add a fierce. He can lead the fleet to arrive before we start from Wamiastar. It is great. Have him. Woma's trip is like a tiger. Listening to Jason, they have a curious about this future comrades. It can be called by Jason, indicating that this person's strength is unusually powerful, at least more than Liu Nan, and also leads a fleet. Everyone immediately searched a list in the mind, but everyone did not find someone else in line with the above two conditions. Interesting, we don't know, who'll it be? After half an hour, as the guest's exclamation, a man in the helmet of the robes went into the garden. Come! Jason laughed. Warji and others were horrified. The man who made them look forward to a half-day, with a mask with a pair of masks. Based on the posture of walking, his legs and arms should be the limb. Things on the chest should be the instrument that maintains life. What is this person? Looks like a half of the tomb of the grave. And he is actually Jason, waiting for a long time. This person's image is different from the imaginary image of the strong in their fantasy. Everyone looked at each other and silently stunned the world. Although the black man is fitted, the action is not affected. He stepped to go to Jason, and a relaxation ceremony. Meet you, my master. The man's voice is not only low, still from the megaphone, it seems that his vocal cord is also ruined. What happened to him will become this picture. Das Vader. Jason is seriously looked at, and Jason is slightly looked at him. The legend can bring a balanced Jedi warrior to the universe, but because of the moment of Ghost, it will eventually fall. Sad sigh. This is a serious limit to your talents. Don't worry, wait for me to get a realistic gem. You can treat your body. You can pick up the mask soon. Re-abolish the identity of Arkin. Thank you for your kindness. Listening to this news, Das Visa excited single knee. Let's take a dinner together with your part. Tonight is the last carnival, because in 2 days, we have to have a big action. The same party recruits success. Name, Das Tavaranen in middle. Sky, sex, male. Source, Star Wars. Ability, rational. 9th. Jedi Sword. 9th, Spacecraft Driving, Level 10. Hey, do you say that this man is really strong? I can't see it at all. Parky wine glasses, leaning against a big tree, looking at Das Vader. Kamulai turned over white, despised, kill, take people a big battlefield taboo, and say, don't believe you have a handcraft. What is a single look card? What do you mean? Xiang was fried. Nothing means, remind you, eat less, eat more salad. Cartoon laughed. Don't say, I can have 8 abdominal muscles. Xiang Ju righted the words. I got it. You are only a bowl of rice with obesity. Rocket Raccoon couldn't stand the knife. Okay, since you all said, I will go to the fitness tonight. Go to the dumbbell. Oh, don't hungry in half of night, eat dumbbells. In fact, you want to know that his strength is very simple. Dracus came over and recommended, I will fight with him. What? You are crazy. I will not bully disabled people. Xing quickly shook his head. The Rocket Raccoon is very moving, and it is wide. Think about it. I feel funny. I will never do this. Think of the 40,000 yuan lost in Klin, and the worship of the worship is a heartache. Rocket Raccoon continues to be confused. Kill, I got a song album from the earth. As long as you remove his legs tonight, I will give the album to you. I heard the words, and the pist is something like, what kind of album? It seems that what is 100 years of song albums, it is to collect the most popular songs in 100 years. How? This is a good thing. I think it is good. Drac is not too big. Let me think about it. Xinting fell into 2 difficulties. In the end, he still endured the temptation of the record and rejected the Rocket Raccoon proposal. Everyone feels sorry for this, and Xingju thought she had respect for disabled. As everyone knows, he is saved by his life. If he really dive into Das Vader in the room, Jason will get a corpse next morning. The spacecraft in the outside is back to Walt Star. After 2 days of rest, everyone finally arrived at the days. In the cheers of Wonmin, Jason took the Wang Tinking Guard. Brave and the Galaxy Guard mounted the sweeping number medium-sized spacecraft, and Das Vader led his soldiers, boarded the large spaceship. 3 huge fleets have a total of hundreds of thousands of warriors, together with the outer space, together to Wamia Star. Chapter 397 Soul Gem. Painful cost. Wamia Star is one of the hundreds of millions of dead stars in the universe. It is very distant from the stars in the galaxy, plus that most of the light is blocked by another planet, causing this planet light insufficient. Low temperature. Everywhere is a desert. So even if the planet has clean water resources and air, there is no civilization is willing to settle here. After 1.5 months of long sailing, Jason led the 3 major fleets, and finally appeared near Woma Star. Surround the planet, start monitoring. Wolgi is standing in the cockpit, commanding soldiers to fly around the planet and perform comprehensive monitoring. The most advanced probe instruments are equipped on the spacecraft, and the surface image, life reaction, air quality, weapon defense, etc. This is the necessary preparation measures before landing an unknown star. After a few hours, the monitoring ended. There is no large-scale life reaction. The air quality is good, no weapon defense. Walkie reported monitoring results while projecting the surface image of Wamia star. Carton walks forward to slide the image, looking for the location of the hiding soul gemstone drawn on the drawing. After a while, she pointed at the image. The location of the drawing shows here. Jason is looking at the past and found that this is a low mountain peak that is less than kilometers, and there is a trace of artificial explosion. I hope it is not bad. Jason worked on the coat and turned to leave. Jason, do you need to let the 3 fleets landed in Wamia star? Walkie asked. No. Since there is no ground armed, send a fleet can't play a role. You will have 2 times with me, Jason said with the mouth. That dastard Triada. This trip doesn't know how long it takes, just let him sit in the town. Once there are outsiders, immediately annihilated. Understood. Exclamation mark. The belly of the commander number is slowly opened. A small spacecraft flew out from inside to Wamia star. When the spacecraft is close to the peak, it will begin to decelerate, and finally landed on a flat place near the top of the mountain. Open the door. Jason's first stepped aircraft. It's dark. Jason looked up. I saw a round of red and was blocked by the planet, causing the Wamia starlight in the dark, and the air was icy cool. He took a deep breath and then spit out a group of white fog. Oh, this is really cold. Walkie and Cardala followed the spacecraft. 2 sisters were frozen, and they were treated with force. Seeing, Jason raised his hand to release the energy cover to protect them. Now. The energy shield can not only defense attacks, but also heating through transformation of thermal energy, and 2 people feel warm. A lot, thank you. Let's go. Here there is a road from the top of the mountain. 3 people walk along the ladder of artificial, step by step. Warji opened the road in front of the front, and the card magic was responsible for the arbitrarily, and what did occur to prevent accidents. On the way, the wind is calm, but when they are going to pay, the black shadow suddenly appears in front. Warji reacts very quickly and immediately pulled out the dragon sword. The black shadow is covered with a cloak, can't see the face, and the whole person floats in half of the air, as if to meet the death of the death. He opened his face toward 3 people. Welcome, Jason, Walkie, and Kayla. Do you know us? Jason patted the shoulders of Walkie to express her relaxed and then stepped forward. Near some, he finally saw the face of the black shadow. That is a red, thinter, only the ugly face left. Jason wants to think, make sure you don't know this person. But if Steve Rogers stand here, he recognizes his eyes. This black shadow is the veteran of the Nine-Head Snake. The death of the American captain, Red Shoe John Schmidt. The Red Scorpion said, I am a curse. I know everyone here. Jason didn't talk nonsense, asked directly, where is the soul gem? Honghu, you should know that it is necessary to pay a heavy price. I'm ready. We originally thought it was ready. Unfortunately, we are all wrong. I heard the words. Jason did not frown. Don't be in the ghost, except for the 3-year-old child. You can't scare anyone. Hurry to take me to find the soul gem. Otherwise I really let you become a ghost. In this case, you will come with me. Red Snoring turned to the top of the mountain. Jason 3 people quickly followed. There are dozens of stone columns in the top of the mountain, and the surroundings are all corpus. Warji followed the Red Snoring in the forefront, curiously asked, do you seem very well? This is complex here, but this sky is as easy as it is on the road. The Red sweats. I have also chased the infinite gem, even personally grabbed one, but it abandoned me, put me into the road here, because for my own person, the most brutal punishment is to guide others to treasure hunt, but they will never get it. The last life of the Red is referring to his final decisive battle with Steve on the spaceship. After he was defeated by Steve, he wanted to grab the universe's magic cube intention of the Jedi counterattack, and the results did not know that the gem had a wisdom. People can't see him at all, and transfer him to Wamia Star, the road to the soul gemstone to stay for more than 70 years. A glacier to be frozen in a cold, a planet waiting in a cold lonely, This is a destined enemy, and there is a bit similarity. Several people walked to the end of the mountain, blowing the cold wind in your face, and the foot is 1,000 meters high. The red Swede stopped, turned around. You must face the treasures to be looking for now, but also your inner fear. I saw the strange and unknown pattern of the foot of the mountain. Jason asked, what is it? The red draft said, the soul gem is lofty and infinite gems, because it has unique wisdom. To ensure that the owner understands the power of gems, it needs your sacrifice. What? The red scorpion. In order to get the soul gem, you need to sacrifice the people, change the soul with the soul. When said, Jason's mind has a smile of two children. Tender, true, cute. It is undeniable that Jason is a self-private brilliant person. In order to achieve the purpose, he can sacrifice anyone's life. Even if he born the brothers or the same party, he will not be soft. But his ice is like a stone-like spirit. There is also a soft place. This location is two children. For the child, Jason is willing to sacrifice everything, destroy everything, give up everything. Now there is Jang ugly face but said in his ear, as long as you sacrifice the two children, you can get the soul gem. I am going to your mother. A group of anger burned in his heart. Jason turned to Anger Red. A huge energy claw grabbed the red body in the air. Don't kill me. Jason's 5 fingers slightly hard, and the bones of the red-headed bones were suddenly loud, and the pain was unbearable. Let your shit. You are ugly. You must want to swallow the soul gem, so I want to have these ghost ideas. Say, where is the soul gem? No, I'm really true. Hey, dead to the head is still not willing to tell the truth. It doesn't matter, I have a way. Jason stared in red, and the pupil turned into a golden color. The dead dog, wait for me to use the soul law to control you. See if you say not to tell the truth. After a while, the red scorpion still mobbed hard at the giant claws, completely without the absence of the soul being controlled. This. How would be like this? Jason wrinkled. Scorpio, you already have the soul gem. Then you should understand that the effect of gemstones and gems will be offset each other. Hongshan quickly explained. I can't escape here. I have received the curse of the soul gem. As long as this curse continues to stay on me, how do you want to control me with a heart gem? This is evidence. Jason immediately stared at his eyes and wanted to judge whether he was lying. However, let him disappointed that the red eyes and body movements are fully compliant with the normal response of normal people under nervous fear. After he hesitated, Jason suddenly reached his left hand, and a purple energy wrapped in red. This is the force of the rules contained in the strength of the strength. Jason has been experimenting, and the results can be used to describe no stenosis. Unfortunately, the purple energy is immediately dissipated in the air when touching the body of the red. This bastard is actually true. Jason's face is relieved, and the mood is very calm. It seems to have a boulder pressed above. Escape in the red. Escaped to a life, and immediately tied to the top of the mountain. Jason is standing on the edge of the cliff. The whole person is decadent. Warji and Kemra are very uncomfortable with each other. If you can help Jason get the soul gem, they will be willing to die. Unfortunately, they are clear that Jason's love is not them at all. No, I don't believe. There is always a sense of motion between gemstones and gems. Even if you don't offer anyone, I will definitely get it. After finishing, he spilled with energy and flew out alone. Jason doesn't eat. I don't eat it. I look for 10 days and 10 nights in Wormistar, and the result is nothing. Can only go back to the spaceship. Everyone wants to comfort, but I don't know how to open. After distorting in walkie, they all know the situation of Wamia stars. So everyone got together, and the group of groups came up. I can think about 10 days and 10 nights, but I can't think of a way worth a try. If you want to get the soul gem, you must sacrifice love. This is already determined. Although Jason is not sacrificed, the universe can always find people who are willing to do. Even if the other party is unwilling, you can also control them with your heart. However, most people are unqualified by the mortal of gems. Even if they are willing to sacrifice their love, the final result is just a corpse on the top of the mountain. And the ability to control gems, almost all indifferent people. They selfishness. It is impossible to have people such as Liu Onan, The stream of tyrants. This seems to be caught in a ring. Deducted death. There is no way to break out. In the bathroom of the commander, Jason is bubble in the water, silently wipe the body. The same movement did not know how long it did, until the door of the bathroom was suddenly opened. He came out from the state of the fascinating state. "How is you?" Jason curiously asked. "Who are you thinking?" Carter launched. Jason's thought is Walkie, the rough female man of the appearance. "In fact, there is a gentle heart, and I like to be a happy sister." I thought. "Forget it. What are you doing?" Walkie put himself in the room. "I came to see you." Carter launched from the room to find 2 bottles of wine, sitting in the bath. Jason took a bottle, and the arrogance of the boldness into a larger, then sighed. "Don't sigh, talk to me." Caucasian ladies drink. "Say what?" "Talk about your love." "Oh." Jason smiled. "I love you with this kind of person. I only love myself." "I used to think so, but I saw your reaction. I only knew that I was wrong." The card launched the lie to the lie. "What is this?" "The intuition of a woman." Jason is somewhat speechless. "You just do it." "That let my instinct guess. Your love is your child," Carton said. Jason is slightly, then admire the thumbs up, power. Kadira laughed. "This is not difficult to guess. I used to love my parents. As long as I am good, they are willing to eat." "When I think about childhood, although a family has been hard, I am the happiest at that time." The tyrant invaded my home, cruelly killed half of the residents, including my parents. Talking about the childhood tragedy, the card devil is painful. And there is no talk for a long time. After a long time, Jason took the initiative to break this quiet. "Okay, tell me what you and I broker." The star mistaken is more than once, saying that the tyrant is simply love to you. "Hey, love." Cartoon laughed. "I could live in the original, because he looked at my battle talent. The tyrant sent me a knife, let me have no training in the night and finally turn us into a cold murder machine, so I help him plunder another planet. For so many years, I deepen my hate to the tyrant, and now I have deeply entered the bone marrow. As long as I can kill him, I will be willing to lose everything." "Okay." After listening to the narrative of the card, Jason frowned. Suddenly, his eyes were bright, and the mood suddenly opened. "It seems like a traveler in the desert, and I found a lake in the lake." Chapter 398, The Poisonous Plan, Father and Female Anti-Eyes. "Just now, I only heard you with hate. But you didn't mention the feelings of yourself to you." Jason has discovered the flaws in the words. "I heard the words, and the card is helpless," and smiled. "Also feel the feelings. You will not truly believe in the ghosts of the nebula." Jason analysis. Xinian as a bystander, seeing the problem is of course clearer, more sensible than you. Cardalalas seriously, she is not a bystander, she is also inexperienced. We often fight each other, and people who lose each other will receive mechanical transformation. Because she has been lost, so the tyrants almost transformed her into robots. You think about it, in this extreme environment, her psychology will certainly have serious problems. You don't dare to blame, so you can only renounce me, blame me to take the love of the tyrant. Jason retorted, "In my opinion, you have a hate for the tyrant. This leads to you did not find it at all. In fact, he has completely 2 kinds of feelings. One is a main servant, one is a father." I heard this sentence, the Cardinal was more disdainful. "Don't say 8. What is the father's feelings?" "The dream of killing half of the universe is to maintain the balance of the universe. In order to achieve this goal, he is willing to kill anyone. Kill half of the population, to maintain the balance of the universe." Is it interesting? Is this guy? I learned the grand ideal of the tyrant. Jason's eyes were bright, and it was more interested in him. Kamui continued, "So far, the tyrant invades 10,000 planets, hundreds of millions of death in his hand. This kind of people will have love." Jason shook his head and did not agree with this view. "Car demon, there will be such a person occasionally in this world. They are willing to hold their own grief and sacrifice their beloved relatives." The expression of the Kilila first did not believe, and then suddenly made something, widened his eyes. "You don't you think?" Jason is close, smiling and nodded. "Card, I have a bold idea. Do you want to listen?" The two have negotiated in the bathroom for a long time, and finally Kimo took out the room, and she drove the spaceship alone, left the commander number. No one knows where she goes. I only know that Jason gives him a special exclusive task. Half a month later, the temple. Sitting in the command room alone, looking at the spectacular Star River in front of him. His left hand wearing a golden glove. 6 whole positions were empty. Only an unlimited gemstone was embedded. This is his invading NNV, with force to force the Demo Wang AI, helping him, and used to control the infinite glove of gems. I found 6 unlimited gems and set them on their gloves, and the Bangs only need to make a thoughts. They can complete his life, destroy half of the population to maintain the balance of the universe. However, since more than a year ago, after the real gemstone, he didn't have any gains. Even if you were all sent out of your own hands, it would be number. However, he got a detailed information about Jason from collectors. At present, it can be determined that there are 2 unlimited gems in his hand. Purple Power Gem, Yellow Heart Gem. However, what is this news? After seeing the truly power of the gem, it is very clear in the heart, only one gemstone is. It is not Jason's opponent. At least a gemstone will be obtained. He has guts to challenge Jason. But this second gem, when can I appear in it? Exclamation mark. The cabin of the command room opened. A guard came in. Master, we grabbed the Kagyu ore in the half-man star. I heard the words. I broke out of the imagination, curiously asked. She should be Chandel Star. How to run half a horse star. The guard is excited. She burned a blueprint before being arrested, and we suspect that the purpose of the Kagawara is related to the infinite gem. Unfortunately, no matter how it is striking, she refuses to deliberate the drawings. When I heard this sentence, I stood up, as if I saw a new hope. Stupid. Keeman is controlled by the heart of the heart, only loyal to Jason. Even if you make her big unloaded 8 pieces, she will not span half words. And the sound of the tyrants suddenly became indifferent. I didn't get my license. You actually dare to use my daughter? No, not my order. It is the commander of your fleet. It is his command. After the frightened, it retreats. The order. He stopped immediately, and if there is any flash, I want him to pay for him. Yes, I will go to notice immediately. Wait. The fleet is unplugged. I want to go to the half-man star. Half-horse star, underground prison. In the dark and humid dungeon, the card magic is bundled with electromagnetic chain and hangs in half. The naked feet do not have object support, which can only be unable to facilitate ground. Her clothes that bleed a block of dark red blood. The arms and legs were blood marks that were abused and whipped, and the scene was very horrible. Card Devil is slightly closed, and the spirit is somewhat embarrassing. Her body is close to the limit, and even doubts that you can insist on to save him. Fast. Let her go down, don't let her die. The door outside the door sounded a mess. The tinner of the prison was suddenly opened. A group of soldiers came in, and the 7-handed 8 feet will save her from the chain. I saw the expression of the executioner panic, and the Kigo knew that he was successful. But I haven't waited for her irony too, and the consciousness suddenly blurred, and then dizzy directly. I don't know how long is coming. When the Card Devil opened his eyes again, he found that he was lying on a soft bed. Warm sunlight sprinkles in the bedroom through the glass. Card magic is covered with eyebrows, enduring the skin pain and glaring sunshine, and taking the room. The room color is soft and the layout is luxurious and warm. It looks like a princess or lady's bedroom. She wore clothes and pushed the door to the room. Looking at the spacious corridor, along the road ornament, Kago is more convinced that he is in the palace. What? Suddenly, a miserable sound outside is outside. Keel quickly picked up a long sword of decoration, and then ran to the source of the sound. I ran out of the palace to the backyard. She found a large number of full deputy armed soldiers being concentrated in victims. Lawn, pond, garden. Everywhere lying on the body and the residual body. At a glance, the denseness of the denseness, it is estimated that the total number of bodies is more than 10,000. What happened? Kada launched in the corner, surprised. My daughter, you finally woke up. The low voice suddenly sounded behind Kamui. I turned back. I saw that the tyrants came from the main entrance, and one of the men who were uncomfortable was also mentioned. Destroy, kill. Hey, no politeness. Is the soul gem that make you don't even call your father? The dissatisfaction is a cold snoring, throws men from the foot of the card. He is? You don't remember him? He is the commander, ordered the commander of the penalty. This guy wants to take the spaceship to escape by me. No one can hurt my daughter, still safely in the world. When said, the killer's going to see it. In front of this group of meat, it seems to be similar to the fleet commander. Scorpio, how to do it? I can't recognize people, I can't breathe. The tyrant said, I will leave him for you, let's go. When said, the Kiki launch did not hesitate, raised the long sword and put on the man's thigh. What? The miserable sounds of the King Palace. Keeman pulls out the sword, thorns again. The kinematic refines against the pillars, and it is interested to look at the card, and give the enemy to death at a little bit. When the man completely turned off, the Kaguya pulled the long sword and indifferent. Don't think that I will be grateful, these people are under your hand, this account is still on your head. I broke a sigh, helplessly. Car demon, depend on my local forces, there is hundreds of thousands, I can't control their words. You are so unfair. Carda launched, never look at him. But I don't know, I know that you are a kind child. The reason is like this, just being controlled by the people, rest assured, I will liberate you immediately. After finishing the kinematic man's and the truth, the realistic gem has a dazzling red light. Kamui is shrouded by red light, and his body immediately stiggrated. After a while, everything will return to normal. Before going to the forefinger, put the card to the arms. My daughter, you suffer. Kamui lowered his head and stunned, and then the face was disgusted on his face. Let me go. I saw the expression on the face of the card, and I broke myself. Key's mind has been restored. Why? Okay, you are seriously injured, you can understand. I can understand you temporarily. Remember to return to the house early, I will accompany you for breakfast tomorrow. After that, the tyrant turned and left the palace. After clean the body, the soldier was cleaned up, and he left the backyard and resident around the palace. Hey, I don't have me. Looking at the big palace, the cavity showed an indifferent expression on his face. Ah. The wound bleed again. When she had just killed the commander, she used to force the wound. Forget it. Go back first. The bloody taste in the backyard air made her very uncomfortable. So the chemo took the wall and carefully returned to the room. After cleaning up the wound, the Kamagra is sitting in bed with a knee, can't stand it. From Sandal and Parquet, others met, and they went to the jail to escape from the prisons, and they were attacked to the spaceship again. It took a long time, she finally made the memory in my mind. But until the sun is coming, the card magic is still turned to sleep. The soul gem did not eliminate her memory, so Jason's plan is still clear in my mind. Have to say, Jason's plan is too perfect. Even if you know that it is given to the gun, it still makes the card devil want. Because of the success or failure of the plan, the tyrant will usher in his end. Compared with Jason, Kami's hate, the hate of the tyrants is more unforgettable. The next morning, the card magic was underwater, and several guards stepped into the palace on time. Card, the big man wants to summon you. Bring the way. The card is indifferent, and the head is tailed to leave. It seems that the warrior who is going to die. When I came to the temple, I was waiting in the hall, and the table was filled with food. Little guy, you want you to be hungry, these are you love to eat. I heard the words, and the Kel was sitting on the opposite chair, silent, did not send. The index of the needed food are handed to the Kagan. Asked, take a break overnight, is it a good mood? He did not directly reach the topic to ask the drawing, but carefully care about the body of the card. However, these false sugar-coated cannonballs, there is no use of cardioli to the heart of the heart. She looked coldly, she didn't add disgusting expressions, and then grabbed the food in the main hall. Dangton. The throne of the tyrant is completely stained. It's much more mood now. I have seen this chair. In this chair. I heard the words. The smile on the face gradually disappeared. He returned to the chair inside. You have said or before. But even so, I still hope that you will sit there again. Carter launched. I hate this room, hate this spaceship, hate my life. You are not the first time to tell me these. Every day, I have already said it for 20 years. 20 years. When I first took me, I was still a child. I saved you. No. Cartoon lasted. We are very happy in the original planet. I broke a disdain. Happiness is not enough. Do you not cover? Your planet has been on the verge of collapse, and I block the tragedy. Do you know how it is now? After the children are born, the food and clothing are worry-free, you can grow up healthily in the sun. There is the same as heaven. Car Demon is cold and said, because you save a half a planet, billions of life, including my parents. That is just a point of salvation. You are crazy. The kinematism is very simple, little guy. The truth is actually very simple. The universe is not unlimited. The resources are not unlimited. If life is continuously breeding, there will be no longer exist. I need to correct. You don't understand at all. Dynamic expecting. I am the only person who knows this. At least I am the only person who is willing to act for this. When you have a geoment, you also have the same dream. All we will fight side by side. But after you go out, I feel that the whole person has changed, and it makes me feel unfamiliar. Card Lili looks at the tyrant and smirks. I have not changed. I am still me. Just this adventure. Let me finally have courage, dare to fight you. Chapter 399 of Dasvada's Strength. It's enough. I broke it all over. I don't want to have a lot of time. Tongue, tell me what you burn. What? Cardala raised. A treasure map. I thought that it would come to grab it. I will burn it in advance. I heard the words. I broke until I went to the Kadira and said, everything is taught in my hand. I teach you to fight, teach you to survive. But I never teach you to lie. No, I didn't lie. The drawing is indeed a treasure map. Card magic is firm. In this case, you will draw the treasure map. If you can find the treasure according to the drawings, then I believe you. The tyrant stared at her. No problem. But in case the Tibetan treasure map is fake, or you will be gone first. Camera asked. It's true. I will judge. Okay, I paint. Card magic pulls out of the virtual projection and starts drawing the content on the drawing. At this time, the tyrants went to the window and looked at the half-man star in front of him and said slowly, before you write, I want to remind you, if you dare to deceive me, the owner on this planet will be accompanied by your betrayal. I heard the words. The guard of the guard was stopped. Why? Why is my behavior to pay the innocent person? Because you are my daughter? I broke out. I am very clear. I can't get started with you, so I have to pour anger to this. In addition, I have to let you look at them being lived by living, because they die for you. You are crazy. The craft is unstoppable. Maybe it. The tyrant turned around and faintly, now you can start. Looking at the blank screen, the card magic lasted in the same place. She is clear. The sentence is absolutely not a joke. If you are free to draw a sketch, then he really will man all the lives on this planet, and force yourself to look at it. This is a painful of Kel, and it is more painful than an abuse. Time passed by a second. Waiting for a long time, the card magic is still not moving. The enemies slowly turn over and holds the hand of the card. I know you don't go to your hand, because you are too kind, although I don't like this, but this is your nature. Card launched in the same place, full of face. The tyrannical voice is low. Tell my gemstone information. The Kagmal is deviating, and it is not talking. I broke the tone and said, you have clearly, I have to get infinite gems, so your silence is useless. Card magic laughs. If I don't say, you will give half a horse to the slaughter? The tyrant shakes his head. This method is enough to use it. It is lost twice. Perhaps we can make a transaction. Card devils ask, what transaction? Dynasties. You tell me the fall of the gem. I am also free, real freedom. You can leave me forever, leave this spaceship, in the universe of the universe, pursue your adventure. You can make friends with your own happiness, doing your own sense of justice, or even want to settle down to marry and have children. Listening to the beautiful future depicting, the card magic is happy to go to the eye. However, Her heart is still skeptical. This old fox will let me leave so good? About this matter, you don't have to doubt. You are no longer a child. It has been completely growing. I want to continue to fight side by side with you, but you don't agree with my philosophy. Even if you have forcibly staying around, you will only add an unnecessary quarrel, further harm our feelings. It is better to let go, let you let go of your own way. The tone of the tyrant is very sincere, and it is also in line with his behavior logic. The most important thing is that I broker what badge is willing to do it, but it is not lying. Okay, I agree with this deal. Card Magic I thought for a long time, finally agreed. The paper I got is about the soul gem. Drawing shows that the soul gem is Scorpio Woma gem in Woma star. The Kigan launched and finally told the information. I heard the words, I showed a smile on my face, and then asked, is this matter, Jason? No. Card Magic shook his head. I haven't come yet. I will tell him that it is found. Very good. Slowly enjoy your breakfast. I don't bother you. After that, the tyrants turn around to leave the main hall to the control room. For more than half a month, the Carder launched the injury, and the temple number finally arrived in Wamia Star. The kinematic band is on the Kalong, and the two are landing on the peak. Welcome, kill adults, Card Magic. The leader will appear again. Do you know us? My curse I have received is to meet everyone here. The tyrants have asked the same problem, and the Red Daughter gives the same answer. After you ask me, the Red Smoked with them came to the top, telling him the necessary conditions for giving the Soul Gemstone. In order to ensure that the owner understands its power, the Soul Gem requires your sacrifice. Dynasties. What? Dedicating the people in your heart, changing the soul with the soul. I heard that I broke her in the scene. I didn't talk for a long time. Hey. Ha ha ha. Kamulai is standing behind the laugh. I'm dreaming of this day. At this moment, I looked at your self-friendly fruit. Unfortunately, this wish has not been realized. But now, you are in the horizontal universe, you will be innocent, and you will be beautiful. Save. You have to set up 6 unlimited gems. You can still lose, because this is the punishment of the universe. You lose, unrested. Do you know why? Because you have never loved anything, love anyone. At this moment, the Kagmal is very happy. She said in her heart for 20 years. When you can hear the last sentence, the enemy is slowly turned, and the face is grief, and 2 lines of tears are still Hull. Really fake? You just cried? Carder launched in incredible. He is not crying for himself. The reminder of the whisper of the Red When said, the smile on the face of the card is completely stiff. She slammed the body and couldn't believe in the tyrant. No, it is impossible. This is not love. The tyrant slowly approaches, sad. I used to escape my fate, but I won't escape again, even if I have to lose you. I heard this sentence. The Card Magic is completely desperate. After the control of the heart of the soul, she continued according to the plan, with the tyrant to Wamia Star. Just hope that you can see his dream breakdown, then use the 2 unlimited gems in Jason's hand, completely eliminate this bloody butcher. But she didn't think of it. Former Jason said to her, actually became true. Card, you don't have children, don't understand when parents' feelings. What feel? Well, look at the little guy's face. You will be full of strength. In order to let him live a good day, what kind of crime is willing to eat? What sins are willing? That is you. The hand is covered with blood. He is not such a person. Believe me, Kagawa. In the feelings of children, I am the same as the Kainma. It is only the ideal of destruction of the universe. I am willing to sacrifice my family for the ideal, and my ideal is a family carefree, alive. Exclamation mark. Carder launched quickly from the waist to the dagger to give her dagger, preparing to do it. Since the plan failed, she could only have this policy. In any case, she can't let the tyrant get the soul of the soul, and if she chooses her own, I will not have the soul gemstone. Like Jason and Colonel are the ambitions of harming the universe. Although he still retained a humanity than the tyrants, when he faced a stranger, he was the same cold and blood, and the murderer did not blink. The sacrifice of the Carmola, and the 2 magic people ruled the universe, which is based on the sale. Unfortunately, although the movement of the card magic is very rapid, but it is still faster to hold the fist and launch a realistic gem. The red rays shine. The dagger in the hand of the card turned into a foam. Reality is always very disappointed, but the realistic gem can modify these content. Even if it is absurd, it can change it in reality. Sorry, little guy. The end of the eye is tears, whispered. Then I grabbed the arm of the card, and the eyes were firm and painful. Do not. I screamed and desperately struggling. But her strength is like fireflings in front of the enemy. There is no room for resistance. Dynasty old tears. He didn't dare to look back the A's of the card, for fear that he would be soft. He forced himself to look at the distance, and desperately thinking about his dreams in his mind. Go to the edge of the cliff, and the killing of the kick is pushed down. The desperate sickness tortured the conscience of the tyrant. He felt that his soul was broken from this! After a moment, the sound of the heavy object fell completely crushed his psychological line. The painful closure of the pain, and our heart seems to be together. It broke our hearts. Bang! Suddenly, the top of the mountain, the clouds, electric flash thunders, and wind and rain. A pure white rays will fall from the sky. In the next second, he completely lost awareness. I don't know how long it is. I broke in a water in a lake. He slowly sat up and looked at the red day that was blocked in the distance, and he understood himself still in Wamiastar. Shot of the right hand palm, an orange stone lying on the palm. At the expense of love, the Kinemact finally got the second infinite gem. Now, he finally has the strength to compete with Jason. Outside the 2 jumping points of Wamiastar, Jason led the 3 fleets under the stretch to stand in place. The implementation plan has been in more than 2 months, and the fleet is also impatient. Although Jason is calm, everything is planning, but in fact, it is also driving. Card magic won't have any bales. Fortunately, the Chimera and the King Doma have not let him down. Just now, Jason received the liaison of the Red Shoe, and the Kinemact and the Kalongra came to Wamiastar. The next development is like Jason. The killing of the killing the Kagawara, got the soul gem. The plan was a complete success. For the so-called ideals, actually kill the people. This guy is really a man. Jason was teased. If you change it, you can't do this. There is no love, even if you get the universe, this joy is going to share anyone. However, the soul of the enemy's strength is the soul of the hand, and it is easy to think about it. Think carefully. It is really cruel to him. Ha, ha. Under the order, the fleet is open. 3 spacecrafts have passed through the jumping point, appearing near Wamiastar. Looking at the huge fleet suddenly appeared. The soldiers on the temple were surprised, but there was no panic. Follow the Northern War of the Northern War. The size of the size they destroyed is enough to fill a planet. These 3 fleets in front of them are certainly no exception. The soldiers launched the laser gun aiming fleet, and then sent a combat spacecraft to prepare all the unmarked of this group of unfortunate. Hey, the laser is covered with an overcast. The first one is that Das Vader led the sight. Das Vader stretched out left hand. When the idea moves, the huge volatility immediately wrapped 3 fleets. Bang! The laser gun hits the fleet, but is perfectly defensive. There is no smashing. Das Vader's eyes stared at dozens of combat spaceships. He mastered his hand, and those flying boats were suddenly packed, turned into a scrap iron. On the command of the commander, Parkwire and others were surprised. Kamui is right, people are unspeakable. I didn't expect this to be a disabled who needed the instrument to maintain life, and there was actually the ability of a freezing spacecraft. I think of the bet on that night. The Paru is not cold. At the same time, 3 fleet launched the artillery against the counterattack, and the 2 sides were not happy. I don't have time to spend. Jason didn't have interest in the big scene of this fleet. He walked to the glass cover and looked at the temple, and the pupil turned into purple. Boom! The power law suddenly launched. The temple is suddenly covered by a road purple texture. In an instant, the ship is damaged. The air pressure disorder. The system failure. The engine stops. The temple is completely scrapped. We are unknown. The spacecraft lost control. The harsh alarm sounded on the temple. The soldiers were shocked. and they were chaos. What should we do now? Hurry and ask for help. Purple texture is getting more and more intensive. After a few seconds, the Sand Dynasty spacecraft was honest, and it turned into a dust in the universe. Hey! The big spacecraft turned into a dust. This kind of scene is really tired. Jason left the spacecraft, floating in the universe, with a smile. Chapter 400 Jason vs. Skill. We star. I broke and waited for the temple to send the spacecraft to pick him back, but did not wait until the spacecraft waited for the rescue signal. The soldiers reported to him with a horrible tone, and the temple was attacked by 3 fleets. I haven't waited more, and the newsletter is cut off. Bang! A burst of explosions came from the top. I broke and looked up,